A calm, angelic voice drops a mind-blowing question on this young man. What if he gets ripped into another world and gets a second chance at life? And before the story even settles, that second chance turns into a pure audio broadcast, where an unseen streamer's voice hooks more and more people. So no, taking up streaming as a hobby isn't a good idea at night. A dark-haired kid with a red headband crashes in front of his mic and broadcasts to his listeners. But by day he's just a kid, sound asleep in bed. Daily life unfolds at the fancy Sistel Royal Academy in the Rogius Kingdom. Once classes end, he strolls past a fellow student who bids him farewell, then heads back to the silence of his dorm. But the second the door clicks shut, his calm snaps like glass, and pure strain hits as he gears up for yet another broadcast. He snaps right back into character with effortless swagger, grinning wide as he leans into the mic. He hypes up his audience, thanks them for tuning in, and asks how their day's going. The streamer's here, and the show is officially underway. Then he kicks off the chat, and advice segment starts with the first letter, sent in by Akita, a B-rank adventurer, and the streamer's face snaps serious as he tunes into the man's problem. Akuta tells the tale of a fresh recruit who just joined their adventuring party, only he could do supportive magic, scout enemy positions, and fix weapons. And Akuta's like, that's not enough. So, as the leader, he boots the kid out and watches him scramble in pure panic. After hearing the story, the streamer's face twists into a cold, condescending smirk. He leans toward the mic and fires a razor-sharp question at Akuta. Are you stupid? He immediately tears into how dumb that call was. Scouting magic helps the team dodge deadly monsters, and repair magic keeps them from having to trek to some repair shop. Totally clutch. And as soon as he talks, his audience goes wild in the chat, blasting Akita as a terrible leader and roasting his arrogant tone. His voice spikes with power as he slams down his verdict. He doesn't care about Akuta's status. He calls the adventurer's judgment a mess, then tears into Akuta, demanding if they plan to wait until the whole party is dead before they finally see the error. If he can't make the right call, then step down, and Akuta just freezes, stunned and unable to even speak as the verbal barrage keeps coming. With 10,000 people tuning in, the chat erupts in pure hype, praising his blunt, refreshing take, and then one fan puts it all into one savage comment. Akita should drop to his knees and beg that support user to come back. He skips to the next letter, unsure whether his last advice even landed, but determined to dodge any trouble. And the next message hits hard as from the son of an upper-class family, and he reveals that he's already engaged. The letter keeps going and drops the bombshell. Whoever wrote it has fallen for the new transfer student and is actually thinking of picking her over everyone else, ending with a brutal, selfish demand that the streamer should die so they can marry the girl, leaving Kanata shaking with pure disgust. That wild claim detonates a full-blown uproar across his wildly different crowd, one home included, where a family stares in disbelief, starts yelling, and demands to know if the writer ever thinks about his own family. Even royalty is furious. This king, perched on his throne with guards at his sides, snaps that there's no way this can be brushed off. Rage fills the air. Everyone condemns him, no matter the race, and then a crew of demonic beings crashes the conversation, telling the letter writer to stop judging by looks and first win his fiancé's trust. Watching the stream, Rebecca's face contorts with jealousy as one chat message drags the streamer. Then she snaps in her head, picturing herself barging in, screaming that she wants a girlfriend too, and calling him a dumbass, totally throwing Akuta beside her into confusion. After his broadcast ends for the day, Kanata slumps back with a breathless sigh, signs off, and tells his viewers, "See you tomorrow." He grips a little device, wondering if this is what streamers felt back in his old life, then admits to himself with a grin that, yeah, it was actually pretty fun. As he slumps in his room, the mystery streamer's identity finally clicks. Kanata is the real name, and yup, he's a brand new transfer student in this world. The next day at school, the instructor steps up and starts drilling the students with one big truth: magic is imagination made real. Then he proves it on the spot by conjuring a tiny, crystal-bright construct right on his fingertip. Sitting in the lecture hall with his classmates, Canada can't stop thinking about his life, and it hits him hard. It's been way too long since he got reincarnated into this world. When he first found magic, his heart had been exploding with wonder like he'd hit the jackpot of the universe. But in this new world, once he was surrounded by others who could cast too, that thrill drained fast, until magic didn't feel special at all. Kanata snapped awake to what his power could do and, hungry to understand it, dove straight into the magic ranking exam, earning a rare, prestigious S rank and getting into the Royal Academy, where the richest nobles and the strongest commoners all compete. But just as he settled in, a flamboyant blonde student zeroed in on him, convinced he was the one with unlimited power. That look at him wasn't friendly at all. Two other students boxed him in, faces dripping with contempt, one snarling that he didn't belong because he had no family name, and the other straight up barking "scram" like he was nothing but a nuisance. His observation hit like a punch. Nobles openly scowled at commoners, and he realized that no matter how hard you fought, they'd never let you climb out of your rank in their eyes. For now, he played it cool with disarming politeness, hands clasped, calm smile on his face telling them he couldn't possibly guess their unspoken grudges, and that the teacher would have the real answer, and that blunt, too calm response drove his bullies into pure, seething frustration. That tense standoff snapped the moment a young woman, Maria Adarashisu, came rushing onto the field, breathless and apologizing for being late. The blonde prince started chewing her out, but Kanata cut in fast. If he had time to talk, he had time to perform. The prince whipped around, eyes blazing with fury at the interruption. Maria ignored the tension and spun toward the teacher, thanking him for his kindness. The instructor brushed off her apology, telling her it was totally okay, nobody was blaming her. Then he nailed it. He could tell she'd been busy all day helping out at home. The prince's eyes snapped the moment the teacher praised Kanata's rank as an achievement. Then he smirked like he owned the place, stepped forward, tossed his hair back, and announced he'd take the turn instead, strutting right past a stunned Kanata. He took his spot in front of the practice targets, checked in with the teacher, aimed the fire magic at the target, and the fireproof seal was already set, then poured every ounce of power into it, shouting as he launched a raging blast of magic. When the prince's spell hit dead center and dropped the target, the teacher smirked and said they'd give one more person a chance. Today's Kanata's turn. Go on. With the prince and his cronies glaring from the sidelines, Kanata stepped up, arms crossed tight, ready to prove what he's got. He rips through with his power, and a monstrous explosion detonates on the spot, shredding the target until it's completely gone. The blast hits so hard the crowd freezes in pure shock, their faces stuck between disbelief and awe. Maria sucks in a breath with her eyes bulging, and even Kanata looks startled, mumbling that he might have gone a little too far. The dust finally settles, and you can see the wreckage of his performance. The teacher clutches what's left of the target, grins at the class, and praises the terrifying power they just witnessed. Then he tells everyone to break off for individual training, only for the other students to slump with their motivation shattered clean in half. As Kanata strides away from the training grounds, the prince glares after him, face twisted with disbelief and fury because he just can't accept it, not when a lowborn somehow hits with that kind of strength. Just as his fury is about to explode, Maria storms in and demands answers. What are the prince and his two companions up to? One of them, shaking with outrage, blurts that Canada is obviously cheating. The moment the accusation hits, her face turns stone cold. She locks eyes, and those two nobles freeze under her sharp glare, staring in shock because Lady Maria has just snapped straight at them. She snaps her fist into the stone pillar with a brutal crack, smashing it to pieces, then snarls that they need to stop feeding their pride. This isn't about status at all. The truth, people like him have a special kind of edge, the same thing that helped them smash through the exam. While Kanata stands there by himself, a new student slides up to him, and a young woman with elven ears snaps his focus with a sharp shout, making him jump. She praises his magic as amazing, says she's truly impressed, and Kanata can only murmur a quiet thank you. Behind them, the prince and his crew bow low to the elf girl, calling her, "Your Highness." She flashes him a warm smile, then steps in with a formal introduction letting him know she's Lady Maria, royal through and through, and the youngest of the three princesses. She launches into why he might be confused, why fights keep popping up over social status, while Kanata's swamped by the other students' stares, silently begging for it to be over with already. He tries to wave it off as nothing, but she darts a few steps ahead, stops, and snaps back to him, then demands he listen to what a certain mister has to say, her face going dead serious. She winks and jabs a finger at Kanata as she drops her final warning stop poking people, even when rage burns in you, and then she smirks like she already knows he gets it. Later that night, beneath a sky full of stars, the prince broods in ruthless silence, slumped against a tree, while Kanata stares up at the darkness nodding to himself that the others kicked off the whole confrontation. Those thoughts from the day push him straight into his new project. He sits down in front of a wall of monitors, fires up his broadcast, and greets his viewers like a real streamer, then asks how their day at work or school went, even joking that his gear looks just like the work terminal he scored after signing up here. He keeps talking to his audience, admitting that he had to wrestle with tons of tinkering just to turn a plain terminal into a real personal computer. This wasn't some small tweak. Kanata smashed the limits of reality itself, using his limitless power to build a streaming-like platform. In this world, terminals were connected, sure, but real tech and entertainment for ordinary people basically didn't exist until now. As he streams, he vents about the brutal stuff that happened today, and he can't stop thinking how noble versus commoner status fights never end. Then he warns that if anyone else tries to stream, their magic power gets wiped out in mere minutes. Out of nowhere, a flashy colored message pops up in his chat feed from a user called Anonymous Princess, and she's over the moon to hear his voice again, turning heads instantly as everyone realizes that special format can only mean one thing: a full-on hardcore fan. That comment isn't just small talk, it's a full-on thank you letter, and it even comes with a donation. As Kanata reads it, baffled, Maria Atarashisu, the human princess, suddenly shows up on the screen, hands clasped like she's praying. Right after the message hits, a notification pops up, boom, 10 gold coins transfer, and you can practically hear them clink as they drop into place. Canada freezes, stunned by the sheer generosity. Then a warm, heartfelt grin cracks across his face as he cups his hands to his mouth and bellows his gratitude to that mysterious princess. He locks eyes on that coin, and his thoughts sprint like crazy because this donation is huge, like 100,000 yen from his past life, and he blurts the worry out loud. "Are you stealing from your parents?" While the chat goes wild, speculating on where that kind of money even came from. He jumps back into the talk with his shadowy benefactor, and she straight up volunteers to be his lover, only for him to sidestep her with a calm, gentle move. He tells her he isn't going public, and that her identity stays safe, and the princess breathes out her gratitude, hoping they'll get a real shot at meeting again someday. Meanwhile, in her own chambers, Princess Maria Adora Shisu sprawls on her bed, fighting hard just to breathe because she can't keep her feelings in check. She tells herself she couldn't stop it, even if she tried. She's fallen for him completely, and every new side she uncovers only crushes her heart deeper. A hot blush surges across her face as she clutches her chest, completely swallowed by the sheer punch of her emotions. With a heavy sigh, she twists and rolls on her bed, then reaches for the device again, the one that keeps him connected. Staring at the screen, she can't help but think, what a freak of nature. Then bam, he bursts out of nowhere like a comet, snatches everyone's attention on the spot, and starts pulling people in with pure charisma and power. In her head, he's already a beacon, someone who saved countless people just by speaking to them with warmth and sharp, life-changing guidance. She can't stop admiring his crystal-clear goal and his rock-solid beliefs. But what really hits hardest is his fearless nerve. He charges straight into every bit of backlash like it's nothing. She presses the device to her ear and shivers hard. His voice feels like it's soaking into her mind, like every last inch of her has been branded by him. That deep bond slams into place, and suddenly she's crystal clear. She doesn't just want to throw money his way, she wants to give herself to him, completely. Her devotion snapped into one unstoppable mission, love so bright it felt like ecstasy in her eyes. With a fierce smile, she announced her new reason to live. She would live for him. And yeah, that streamer. He'd already built a huge following in Atarasha. But she wasn't alone, because from that moment on, more and more people with the same terrifying hunger kept showing up across the land, driven wild by that exact same burning fervor. This creeping obsession turned into a wild spark. Princess Maria was at the center of it all. She and others like her burned with fanatical devotion, rallying in spirit with eyes locked on their obsession. But the one who lit the fuse, Kanata, had absolutely no clue about the storm forming around him. His clueless days wouldn't last. Something huge was coming, a major incident on the horizon that would force him to finally meet those exact fans, and you could feel the excitement building for the next live stream. In this world, the reincarnated guy from Canada keeps his endless power hidden, swearing loyalty to his another world life as the only streamer online, while school beats him down. His secret stream keeps paying the bills, and every episode another 10 gold coins pop right up on his device. Streaming reels in a whole crowd of obsessive listeners, and at the top was Princess Yandere when they declared she'd sustain his living. Dodging the chaos, Kanata strolls down a quiet side path on his way home from the academy, hands laced behind his head as a massive estate looms ahead. My mind snaps back to that earlier library mess. Rebecca swore life turned into a total grind after that explosion magic stunt, and right next to her, the prince and his buddy just scoffed, laughing off her grades like a commoner somehow got lucky for once. Then he remembers something way fresher when the prince boxed in Maria, the elf girl, and yelled his love for her from the bottom of his heart, loud enough to shake the air Kanata had been gearing up to stream just to lift his spirits, but all he could do was sit there and watch it explode in front of him. He couldn't believe he might actually fit through, and he started wondering if the prince was the third princess's fiancé, but Maria had softly shut him down, apologizing and saying her heart was already claimed by someone else. She made it crystal clear this wasn't some fate written in stone. She was free to chase her own love, and there was already one person she wanted to hand her heart to. Then that tiny robotic avatar for his viewers popped up and gave a silent thumbs up like it was all approved. That rejection shattered the prince. He bolted off in tears, screaming that she'd be happy and telling her not to stress about it. Back in the present, Kanata slumps against the wall, replaying how lucky Maria's partner must be, and even admits to himself she's totally his type, elegant and stunning. Little does he know Maria's right around the corner, heard every word, and decides his eavesdropping is the absolute low. Steps out and shocks the life out of him. Kanata throws his hands up, stammers apologies, and swears it's just his way home. But Maria locks eyes with him and tells him his shadow had been showing the whole time. She brushes it off in a flash, giggling like it's nothing, and telling Kanata it's just a joke while he's visibly flustered, stumbles over his words, blurts out thanks, and scurries away. As he's about to leave, she stops dead for a beat, a thoughtful look snapping across her face, like that accent she just heard is buried in her memory. Familiar, but maybe she's only imagining it. Later, shut in her room, she stares at the screen like it's a lifeline. Kanata's streamer persona bursts on, all energy as he greets his audience, and she practically explodes with excitement, calling out his name because she's been counting down until his broadcast finally starts. Akime sends a donation, and the second she hears his voice, bliss takes over as she melts and blurts out that she loves him. Then reality snaps back hard when she spots the huge piles of money rolling in, and she panics for the other donors, begging them to put themselves first so she doesn't end up drowning in guilt over the system she set up. Her face flips from nerves to resolve. Fear fuels her determination, and she snaps that she's the one who's going to provide for the streamer, so now she has to lock in on the day's very first letter. On the stream, Kanata reads a viewer's question out loud, then hesitates. Can life with demons really be that bad? He admits he's not even sure he understands the whole mess, but he knows the usual rule: demons are a race you're meant to fight, because every clash only brings more pain. His words hit the room like a bomb. People scatter into outrage and whispers, some shouting that he's betraying humanity, while others point out he said similar things before then, The idea of good demons gets dragged into the open, and everyone instantly remembers that topic is forbidden. Maria listened with her whole focus, and then it hit. He'd said something just like this before, comparing the hatred aimed at demons to the cruelty slaves faced, while a flashback tore through her mind of townspeople huddling and spouting rumors about another group's savagery. That sudden memory snaps her right back to the present. She's still trapped in her rolling carriage, and when she looks outside, shock hits her so hard her eyes go wide. "Seabass, stop this now!" she blurts, panicked and urgent. Bursting out of the carriage, she slams into a nightmare and ongoing slave auction. Behind the cages, people scream in pure terror. One begs the crowd not to look, and another, just a young girl, turns to a well-dressed lady, whispering that she's asking if she'll be her new master, swearing she'll do anything to never be stuck with her. She stands there, locked in place, staring at that nightmare while her attendant, Seabass, nods and confirms her worst fear. This isn't history, it's a slave market. He tries to play it cool, assuming she only knows because she studied it, and urges them to move on. But she won't let it go. Her voice shakes as she fires back, asking if slavery isn't supposed to be a thing of the past. In response to her desperate plea, Seabass had no choice but to swallow his own powerlessness, telling Maria that even the biggest nobles and ministers still trade behind locked doors, so any legal reform is basically dead on arrival. And as her fist clenches with fury, he finally drops the one lead he's heard there's someone who can guide people back when they've truly lost their way. Her face tightens with pure resolve. She raises her comm device, and that familiar glowing icon lights up, clicking into place with the realization Seabass isn't talking to someone. He's pointing at the streamer. If he's really dead serious about this, she thinks, then getting him to help might be her only shot. The enslaved man's desperation hits like a punch as he rattles his cage and begs, out loud, if anyone can actually fix their fate, then with one sharp click, Maria snaps into action and starts typing her message, all focus locked on the job in front of her. Meanwhile, Kanata's knee deep in the stream when a message flashes across his screen, sent by a nameless princess, and it hits like a bomb. She demands the slave market be shut down. Kanata can't believe slavery still exists here, and the other viewers instantly start laughing at him. But her message keeps coming, warning that stealing people's freedom to live is the ultimate evil. He keeps talking straight to the princess, his voice blasting out of her device, daring her to prove she's really royalty by stepping up and trying to rewrite the law, though he admits those old rules won't be easy to crack. His words hit like a match when she says she's going straight to her father, the king. Fire bursts in her eyes. Seabass staggers in shock, but the streamer's voice cuts in with one last push, reminding her that her move could free countless lives and spark hope for the enslaved. So she steadies herself, grabs that new purpose, and orders Seabass to ready the carriage right now. That choice lit the spark of a revolution. Maria charged ahead, igniting a movement that swept the whole nation, crushed slavery for good, and slammed down tough rules so it could never crawl back again. Then, in a moonlit vision, a blindfolded Maria stands in the night, swearing she'll stay faithful and follow forever the person who showed her the way forward. So now she's standing at the academy, firing up the same fierce conviction to tackle a brand new crisis, declaring that discrimination poisons peace, and swearing she'll be the bridge between the commoners and the nobles. Right then, her device chirps with a notification. She snaps her eyes to the screen and freezes as the comments spiral into a petty mess. Everyone snapping about who deserves the streamer more, and the brutal gap between her big, soaring dreams and this tiny squabble leaves her completely stunned and unable to speak. Her confusion snaps into pure rage, and she fires off, demanding to know what everyone's whispering about while she calls them trash. And then, with manic intensity, she insists she's the only one fit to be the streamer, backing it up with a furious storm of donations. Her bold declaration makes the streamer pause and hesitate. He admits he's flattered, then shuts it down by saying he can't stand people who start drama in public like it's entertainment, calling that kind of behavior nothing but a nuisance. His words hit her like a fist hard, and instant tears flood her eyes and spill down her cheeks as the truth crashes in. The streamer despises what she's doing, and if he hates her actions, then yeah, he has to hate her too. She snaps back from that crushing despair, her face tightening into fresh resolve as she swears she understands and will do everything she can, promising to get along with the others for his sake. Right when that pledge lands, the streamer laughs it off, saying that even dealing with demons matters, then casually wonders what the Demon King is even like. That throwaway comment hits his viewers like a shockwave. The backlash hits instantly hard and heavy. His viewers, a wild mix of scared faces twisted with fury, all explode into one furious cry, begging him not to touch that subject. He stays totally clueless about the chaos he just sparked. He's brushed up against the biggest taboo in this world. Slumped back in his chair, he only wonders if there's ever going to be a world where humans and demons can actually live side by side in peace. Meanwhile, the prince keeps watching the stream with a smug grin, loving how bold the streamer is, and that audacity lights a spark in him, pushing him to think even more boldly than before. A ruthless horned woman raises her hand and shuts down a pack of terrified adventurers as they huddle in fear. Then she sneers that they're dull, not even worth the trouble of killing, and orders them to crawl back only after they've gotten stronger. This all goes down sometime before Kanada's way more controversial broadcasts. Adventurer Akita, sprawled on the ground and beaten, spots a swirling burst of energy right there, the war portal popping open while the horned woman laughs in the humans' faces, daring them to believe they could ever stand a chance against power they'd swear is SSS class. Her expression turns gentle, and she grips the pendant tight against her chest, lost in thought, as she can't stop asking herself why her people have to keep warring for centuries, and whether this choice is really the right one. Doubt finally slips away as she strides through the grand hall. Two demonic lackeys watch her with total reverence. One of them even calls her Lady Shrausa, praising how unstoppable and breathtaking she's still become. She keeps going, thinking there's no point in arguing with what everyone already calls common sense, until one of her attendees spots a weird clue right there on the ground, an itty-bitty device with a cracked screen showing the face of a streamer. Lady Shrausa can't help but wonder who on earth is this. Later, a new lackey of the spectacle demoness Kikiki steps in and spills how the device works. She admits they can't get his signal right here, but everyone says it's wildly popular to tune into him. Shrausa grips the thing, eyes narrowing as she realizes it could be the perfect tool for sniffing out information. She's made up her mind, whips around to Kikiki and the little floating familiar, barks a straight order, and summons a signal catcher so they can lock onto the transmission. Kikiki snaps to attention and rushes to obey. Later on, Shrausa slams into a focused stare in front of a brand new computer terminal, while Kikiki and the familiar hover nearby, tense as they watch her because the subordinate is begging for her verdict. She snaps up from her chair with a sharp clack, startling the attendant beside her, and Shrausa tells everyone this plan will at minimum buy her time. Then she leans in close to the screen, eyes locked in with total focus. On screen, the streamer tosses a casual question to the chat, what did they eat today, and casually drops that he had egg toast, while Shrausa, having gone with meat for breakfast, just freezes, stunned by how wildly ordinary the whole conversation is. She crumpled over her desk, cheeks burning with pure frustration, then snapped at herself for even thinking about texting, because she was dead sure that streamer would never, ever reply to someone like her. Even though she wrestled with her own doubts, catching his broadcasts every day started to feel like home, and she remembered how she once dismissed him as just someone killing time only for that view to flip fast. She lifted her cup, staring into the space between sips, and realized what it truly took to throw your voice across every direction, an absurd amount of magic, until the answer hit like a lightning bolt. He wasn't a demon at all. He was a human with more mana than even the demon lord. That hit so hard his next words landed with a brutal punch when the streamer demanded to know why humans and demons were even fighting at all, and called the war pointless, since all it did was pile up more deaths. Shrausa froze so completely, her cup slipped right out of her hands. Her attendant caught her dazed stare, and in a low voice, asked if she agreed with what the streamer was saying. He kept going, insisting it was just his own opinion. Then he leaned in and said, if they'd stop wasting time fighting, they could finally start peace talks. Strausa listened, totally hooked. A tiny, amused smile tugged at her lips as she clapped her hand over her mouth, calling him a fool in her head until everything snapped into place, and Strausa suddenly saw him as a comrade, wiping away all her thoughts the second the real crisis hit what to eat for dinner. Her sudden bond lit a fire in her chest, so she dropped a huge donation that stunned the streamer with its sheer size. He thanked her, then begged the anonymous savior to look out for herself first, but while no one saw it coming, Strausa quietly decided she'd keep being his personal wallet. She reveled in her secret patronage, cackling with wild delight until a fresh notification hit another massive donation, this time from the nameless princess, Shroud. Her joy curdled into pure rage. When a subordinate tiptoed in to ask what was wrong, she snapped, "Oh, something's definitely wrong." And the truth was clear. Her obsessive fixation was starting to look a lot like that other princess's. Her rage got shoved aside when the streamer blurted, "What does the demon lord even look like?" and fired it straight at his audience. "Want to find out?" Then it hit her like a sucker punch. "You want to see me?" Shroudza froze, totally blindsided, and peeked out from behind the column, cheeks burning. She bolted back to her terminal and hammered out a furious reply, and Kanada's eyes snapped to the new comment, her message teasing him for copying the demon lord while pushing him to meet up. Right then and there, before he could even breathe, another message flashed. The streamer was cool, and they were going to keep their mind on the bright side too. Her voice rang through her private chambers, sharp and urgent, and she demanded help on the spot, saying an emergency was waiting, and she needed help right now. That obsession hit her in the deepest, most personal way while she bathed. Her mind kept circling the streamer. Even as Demon Lord, she ruled over so many, yet she couldn't stop fixating on this faceless kid of humanity, wanting him with a hunger that left no room for anything else. She mused that if it were him, she'd even let him rule over her body, because her fantasies were going full throttle until her subordinate, Kikiki, slipped in and politely broke the spell, reminding her it was time for a lady to leave. Kiki clocked how messed up her day was and asked, "Are you feeling dizzy?" The demon lord tried to dodge it, saying the water was hotter than usual until one of her subordinates snapped back that it was the same temperature as always. Her mind wouldn't let go. Desire burned hot as she craved to meet the streamer, to finally see his face, to touch him with her own hands, and pull him close in her arms, and she couldn't stop wondering what she had to do to make it happen. Her resolve snapped into something unbreakable as she locked eyes on her goal. She knew he lived in the human realm, and with a fierce, determined stare, she swore she'd give every last drop of power she had as a demon lord just to reach him. With her decision locked in, she sprang into the sky in eerie winged blur, ripping off the dark castle's spires, then held her breath, wondering if he'd finally give her everything she wanted. Her journey didn't start with a streamer. It started with pure intimidation. She appeared in front of a terrified human king, and with a predatory grin tugging at her lips, she declared, "It's time to begin." Far from all the demon plots and royal schemes, Kanata finally shifted under his blanket, stretching out as he woke up slow like it was just an ordinary morning. His peaceful wake-up shattered the moment Zeus stormed in, furious that the noise outside wouldn't shut up, and he shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to check the news right now. In a booming castle town, the news rockets through the streets like wildfire. People swarm together, gripping newspapers that shout ceasefire, and claiming the demons have slipped in a non-aggression request. Suddenly everyone's buzzing and linking this piece to that viral broadcast. Did the demon lord even hear the streamer? One person blurts, while another can't stop wondering how far this mysterious figure's influence really reaches. Soon the rumors spiral. Every country is already treating him like he's untouchable, and the newspaper proves it, showing the human king himself drop to his knees, panicked, losing his nerve, and agreeing to the terms, like the whole world just got steamrolled by what happened. While the political chaos rages because of him, Kanata just sits by the window, calm as can be, totally oblivious. His fame is blasting off in real time. He lazily wonders whether a festival might happen, and you can feel it. One word from the streamer can flip the whole world. Canada finally finishes the job, stretches his arms wide, and wipes the sweat off his brow with a wrench still clenched in hand. Then he snaps. "I'm starving," storms off to eat outside, and swears he'll spill every detail to his audience later. He strides into the town square, and the chatter, footsteps, and laughter from the crowd crash around him between those timber-framed buildings. While he weaves through the crowd, he takes a huge bite of those skewers and can't stop smiling at how insanely good they taste, thinking maybe being out here for days won't be so terrible until a burst of sauce suddenly explodes on him and he yells at the mystery culprit. That chaos is coming from a huge, shaved head guy lunging at a cloaked woman and snapping at her to watch her steps, yanking his shirt out to show a dirty stain and demanding she fix it right now. She murmurs a small apology, but Kanata, standing back, instantly clocks it as the same old scam. He clocks how ruthless and scummy the scammers are, then notices there aren't any soldiers in sight, and with a heavy sigh, he wonders if this world is messing with him, daring him to jump in. While the pain still rips through him, he decides doing nothing would be worse, so he steadies himself and snaps at the thug, calling him old man. Canada steps in with a cool voice, says she only bumped into him, and calls out how over the top this guy's reaction is. Then the thug snaps his gaze to Canada, shouting what he wants. Canada just smirks, cracks his knuckles, and orders him to let the woman go. Flash, he clamps onto the thug's arm, twists it with terrifying ease, and the thug howls in shock, stunned that those skinny stick-like limbs pack that kind of power. Panicked out of his mind, the thug bluffs, mumbling something about being late for work, and bolts before anyone can stop him. With the man finally out of the picture, Kanata whips around to the hooded woman and grumbles that the scammer could have at least apologized. Then the woman tilts her head up from inside her hood and asks what's bothering him. She yanks her hood back and boom, there's a sweet, delicate face with big, light-colored eyes staring back at him. She says his voice just feels familiar to her, and Kanata freezes, thinking, wait, could she be one of my listeners? For a split second, a cute romance flashes in his head, but he swats the idea away fast as a total misunderstanding. She's all flustered and admits she should have chased him off herself, but she might have ended up hurting the guy Kanata cuts in and tells her to go home before it gets any worse, assuring her she's fine, while inside he's thinking, yeah, I'm secretly the strong one, leaving her totally baffled about what he really means. He nods at her, then she thanks the stranger like it's a proper farewell, though she never even catches his name. Kanata waves it off, grinning that saving a pretty girl has basically boosted his whole mood. She demurs, saying she can't be that special because there are tons of people prettier than her. Kanata rubs the back of his neck, thinking, so if I'm not pretty to her, what on earth do people in this world even consider pretty? Her eyes drop to his hand, and she points like, what happened to you? Kanata glances down, shocked he didn't expect her to care. He blurts that it's only a bruise from cleaning up yesterday, tells her it'll probably fade by tomorrow, and in the flash of a moment you see it him tripping and clumsily dropping a whole stack of books. She leans in and softly taps his cheek, telling him to be careful, and then she calls him a good guy, unlike the boys from her academy, leaving Canada frozen, caught off guard by the warmth of her touch. He jerks back, cheeks blazing, and blurts out, if what he did earlier could have counted as sexual assault, she stays calm and tells him it's okay. Then he pivots, asking if she thought he was younger than her, and she admits she believed they were the same age until she admits she just turned 17 this year, even if she's a little short. Kanata freezes, realizing she's right, and he immediately apologizes. To prove she's not a kid, she juts her chest out like a statement, puffs up with confidence, and tells him not to worry. She's used to this, and her body's grown up just fine. Kanata just freezes, staring with eyes so wide he can't even speak. With a smug little grin, she claims she can handle anything, like it's nothing, and Kanata absolutely can't take the heat. He flinches, slaps his hands over his face in embarrassment, and can't help thinking, what a seriously weird personality. Once that wild encounter ends, they split up right there on the street. She calls out goodbye, praying fate throws them together again, and he shoots back a wave, urging her to stay sharp and watch her surroundings. As he strides off, he replays the whole encounter in his head. He can't stop thinking about the cross on her outfit, wondering if she was a sister in training, but in the end he shrugs it off and tells himself it doesn't change a thing. In a grand summit hall, a woman dressed in a sister's habit leans toward a hooded figure and starts to offer a warm welcome, then cuts herself off like something's gone terribly wrong. Down the way, Maria Adorishisu has just arrived and starts climbing that wide staircase. Staring Maria in the face, her sister blurts out her fear. She's heard the saintess is tangled up in a scammer's dirty fraud, and she snaps that this never would have happened if more people knew who Maria really is. Maria just listens, her face cold and unreadable. She keeps crying, saying this hurts because Maria can't be replaced. She's the kingdom's secret weapon in talks with other nations, and Maria just spins around and strides off, cutting through the other woman's fears with pure silence. Caught off guard by her icy attitude, the sister blurts out that the saintess is still merciful, and that snaps Maria into a pause. Hands clasped, prayers on her tongue. She tells her sister to remember their doctrine: every human is equal, and you hate the sin, not the person. Later, alone in that huge, echoing chamber, she replayed the day in her head, sure. There were some brutal moments, but then came the good part, a kind gentleman who helped her, and when she remembered it, her stomach tightened. His voice felt weirdly familiar, close enough to make her freeze between believing and refusing to believe. Her quiet thoughts snap to a close with a sharp glance just to make sure she's totally alone. Then her whole attitude flips in an instant. A wave of nerves hits as she yanks out a tiny comm device, and it comes alive with a crisp beep. In a blink, her calm shatters. She rockets upright, screaming with absolute ecstasy, bowling over furniture as joy explodes out of her turns. Out the streamer's divine voice isn't just praised. This revered saintess is seriously obsessed, her worship of that voice teetering right on the edge of insanity. Under the night sky outside the church, the sister stares and can't stop marveling at the saintess's unshakable calm, while she has no idea what's happening inside, where Maria arrives, drowning in emotion as the streamer's beautiful voice washes over her. This is her secret ritual. Every single day, she purges her body like a vow, readying herself to drop everything for him the instant he calls the girl the world knows for perfect calm. Behind closed doors, she's burning with a fierce, almost religious devotion to the streamer. She drops onto her bed, body shaking with helpless pleasure, her lower belly clenching at just the sound of his voice while, right as she's spiraling into the moment, a young woman with glasses slips into the room and stares with worried concern at what she's walking in on. She kept staring at the live stream, eyes locked on that tiny screen, because Kanata was finally showing off his hands, no longer hidden, and when he blurted, "Tata, I can show off my hands now," he even shot the chat a question. You guys watching, Maria only managed a confused little sound back. The moment she saw his hands, a shock tore through her. Her face went ghost pale as the screen hit her with a brutal truth. Could it really be him? No, it couldn't be. The question screamed in her head, but the evidence kept stacking up down to the buildings behind him, the exact ones she knew, which he'd just given away without even realizing. While he's live on stream, Kanata beams as he unveils the brand new magic item he just finished that morning, a camera built to capture his hands, and then he holds his fingers up over it, daring his audience to tell him if they can see them clearly. He taps into the feed on a separate device and clocks that the quality looks great, then tells his viewers, "That bruise on my hand still won't heal, so yeah, I've got to keep the bandage on." He flashes a quick thought that gloves would have saved him from getting recognized, then laughs it off because there's no way anyone could ever spot him just by looking at his hands. Elsewhere, two of his viewers snap into alarm. Lady Shrausa, clutching a first aid kit, demands to know what happened to his hands, while Princess Maria freezes on her screen, eyes blazing with shock as she realizes it's really him, her whole body trembling like it can't be true. Still totally unaware of how his viewers would react, Kanata scrolls through the wave of worried comments from his general audience, then laughs it off, telling them he was just clumsy that morning and to watch their step around bookshelves, because the second he shows his hands, the whole chat goes wild. 2 hours later, he leans in and says the stream is way more fun now that his audience is bringing the energy. Then he goes to wrap things up, but a notification suddenly pings, and his face hardens with confusion and pure annoyance. Then he clocks it. This notification is actually a video message, and it feels like a threat the moment he sees it. A huge, scarred brute steps in and calls himself Mantis, the Thief Guild's leader. Mantis admits he doesn't get streaming, but what he does get is how brutally annoying it is, so annoying it makes his skin crawl. More of Mantis's shadowy lackeys pile in, swearing together that they'll track down a streamer and tear him apart slow, brutal, and painfully. Canada flashes a defiant grin into the camera and fires back, right as the taunt tries to doom his last days to shaking in bed, while he smugly tells himself the thugs aren't brave, they're just jealous and can't stand that he exists. Meanwhile, while donations flood in for Kanata, Maria seethes as she wrestles a watch on with frustration, shaking her head in disbelief at the hate he's getting because he makes bank just by streaming anonymously. She clocked the man's threat and stared at the stream, and under a stormy sky it hit her hard. Threatening people was a serious crime, the kind that could land you in prison fast. That chain of thoughts pushed her to 2 brutal questions the thief totally missed when you threaten to kill a streamer, even as a fake bluff, what really happens, and just how much control do his die-hard followers actually have. Hours later, the fallout finally hit in a grim, rocky hideout. Thieves from the Thief Guild were strewn across the floor, crushed and defeated, weapons shattered to pieces. From the wreckage, one lone figure bolted into the night. Mantis, the guild's leader, wheezing and choking on his own gas as he clawed his way away from the bodies of his fallen comrades. His frantic getaway got slammed to a halt, and he spat out a curse at his own terrible luck. He couldn't wrap his head around how they tracked him down, only to find a straight line of armored soldiers blocking the way, with the streamer he'd threatened standing right there among them. The sight pushed him over the edge, rage flooding his veins, so he blamed the streamer for his humiliating retreat, screamed pure defiance, slammed his fist down, and smashed the communication device that started it all. His outburst got crushed by instant retribution. An unseen force yanked him into the air, and he slammed to the ground screaming in pain, just as a new figure stepped into view and watched calmly, saying she never thought a mantis would be that weak. It was Maria, draped now in the robes of a holy sister, gripping her across, clutched in her hands, as she snapped at the man on the ground for making everything harder, while the adventurer Akita stood beside her, looking dryly at her and asking if she could please stop putting him through so much trouble. While the humans had no clue, 2 figures watched from afar. A ruthless winged demon snarled that his luck had failed, because if he'd known humans would show up first, he'd have never stepped into this place, and Lady Straussa stood right beside him, her face impossible to read. Pinned to the earth and crushed beyond belief, Mantis could only whip his eyes upward, trembling as the foot on his back pressed down and demanded the names of his mysterious attackers. I came down on him with a wild, terrifying crew, one banner, one verdict, the believers of the streamer, a horned demon lord, a calm woman of the cloth, and a tough elf princess, all declaring, judgment must be served, and their muscle and absolute powerhouse, a bright, cheerful woman, and a stone-faced swordsman was already set to deliver it dead. 2 figures loomed over the terrified thief, and the nun-looking woman snapped that they were delivering an emergency judgment. Beside her, Akita the swordsman burned with rage, snarling at how some pathetic fool could possibly think he'd dare to kill their target. Laying battered on the dirt, the thief could only stare as those 2 demons, spying from afar, streaked into the sky and vanished. Then it hit him like a punch. They weren't just monsters. They were believers too, not quite as rabid as their leaders, but still clinging to the same insane flock. From where he stood, the result hit like a punch earned by his own choices, yet still brutally unfair. A painful warning about how terrifying the online world can be. A few days later, back at the academy, the prince cracked open a newspaper and smirked like he knew something nobody else did. Its official headline claimed the Royal Knights had finally cornered the notorious thief, Mantis, and he just couldn't stop himself from praising their work. He wasn't the only one who heard the name right next door. Canada's attention snapped away from his desk when Mantis was thrown into the room, and that name tugged at the back of his memory as another student slid up to his desk. He got distracted by the other boy's pain. One hand clamped to his head as he groaned that even the other commoners had started ignoring him. Canada spotted the dropped handkerchief and tried to call out, but the kid just kept walking, swallowed whole by his misery. That quick moment barely helped Canada slumped over his desk, sour with his lonely student life, and stuck on the same thought, did he push too far that one time? While he spiraled, other students buzzed in the background, whispering that the teachers were trapped in a big, important meeting. Kanata's heavy gloom got yanked away the second the classroom door slid open. Then the teacher strode in and barked everyone into their seats. And from across the room, another student at his desk shot him a look and nearly gasped at how lifeless Kanata looked. The teacher stood in front of the class and dropped a sudden announcement someone new was joining them temporarily, and the whole room erupted with excited murmurs. But Kanata just sat there, worn out and visibly troubled. Kanata sat there frozen as the teacher dropped the bombshell, and then the new topic somehow pulled the discussion right down into the school corridor. But this transfer student absolutely not ordinary. To the capital, she was untouchable, so close to the royal family that everyone knew her name, even if they'd never seen her face. Until today, she kept hidden, but she finally stepped into the spotlight to secure what she wanted for her future. Back in the classroom, the prince snapped out a stern warning, telling everyone not to pull any rude moves. Then he whipped his hand and allowed the newcomer in, and that moment totally stunned Canada. The girl strode into the classroom and flashed a bright greeting, then introduced herself as Alphana, and when she admitted she was still young but somehow held the title of Saintess, the whole room froze in disbelief. Canada and the others couldn't even find words, as the new student breezed in with a playful wink. At the academy, Canada props his chin on his hand, staring at the news as it sinks in. He's spot on that the rumor of the Saintess slipping into the S class is spreading like wildfire, and he watches other students bolt out in sheer excitement just to catch a glimpse. His prediction hits dead on, the classroom explodes into chaos, and a massive crowd of students swarms Alphana's desk, shouting at her and gushing over her beauty. From his seat, Kanata just watches with a smug, knowing look, like he already saw this exact meltdown coming. The female student manages to steal Alphana's attention. She pings her and demands why a saintess would transfer to this specific academy, and Alphana flashes a playful wink, taps her chin with one finger, and says it's for something like watching society firsthand. She quickly revises herself and admits there's another real goal she's chasing, and Kanata overhears it. His smile vanishes as seriousness hits while he starts weighing every word. His thoughts drift to the scraps he knows about the Saintess title, and suddenly he's back in that library nose buried in books, chasing every fact he could about this wild new world. He remembers those messages spelling it out. A Saintess is a once-in-a-few-decades miracle packed with insane mana, crowned with the right heart, and given power over the whole church. She leads with flawless diplomacy, stays tightly linked to the royal family, and Alphana herself backs it up, saying she's friends with Princess Maria. The puzzle pieces snap together for Kanata, and it hits him. She was the transfer student he bumped into earlier. Then his brain races with her power. She'd fit the SSS class perfectly, not just the S class. Grimaces as they replay that first meeting in their head, the moment he treated a plain lost civilian with pure cruelty, and then relief hits like a wave, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes, finally, she forgave him for what he did before. As Alphana sinks into her chair at her desk, a confident young man strides up introducing himself as Zickert of the Landauer House, an SSS student, and says Princess Maria isn't here because she's on official business. Then he offers to play guide for Lady Alphana around the school, and Alphana can only blink in shock, squeaking out a shy, uncertain hello. Hesitation evaporates in a blink. Her face turns ice cold as she shoots back. Questioning his nerve for using her name without permission, she hears his offer, then shuts it down hard, leaving Zicker frozen in total shock, unable to even find words. Dismissal shatters the high-ranking student. Zickert humiliation floods his face as he drops his head and blurts out a brutal apology, while Kanata and the rest of the class stare in shock. Some sneer that he had it coming for being so cocky, and another student spits that his performance is outright pathetic. As Zickert stumbles off in defeat, Kanata's face hardens, no time to chuckle at that mess. The next class is set to happen outside, so Kanata decides to turn the commute into a mission, hunting for fresh stuff to talk about on his next stream. Outside, right in the middle of the practical magic lesson, Alphana snaps her focus with a sharp cry and unleashes a blazing water slash, blasting a crescent burst of liquid energy straight at the practice target. The strike cuts through the target like it's nothing, and the other students just stare, jaw-dropped, hearts racing. They can't believe the power, and they're like, yeah, that's what you'd expect from a Saintess still. Some can't stop wondering why someone at her level, maybe even above Princess Maria, would be stuck in the S class. Then one student blurts out, I have to get her to like me. He watches her stare into the crushing weight of noble life, where they're shoved into constant people-pleasing, forced to build connections for their families, and never once allowed to live for themselves. Right as Kanata gets lost in his thoughts, the instructor suddenly barks his name, then points him to the start line for his turn, and Kanata shoots back a quick, gotcha! As Alphana strides past the line of students, she slips right up beside him, leans in, and whispers, You've got this. Please do your best, good sir. Her sudden closeness and that personal push of encouragement hit Kanata like a shockwave. He just freezes there, mouth hanging open, watching her turn and stroll off like nothing happened. For a moment, he's frozen in stunned disbelief, trying to process what just went down. There's no way she saw him and actually talked to him. Stammering in pure flustered shock, Alphana keeps moving, and as she disappears, a tiny, satisfied smile tugs at the corner of her mouth. That quick moment flips a switch in him. Now he's fueled like never before, and Kanata strides up to the starting point with pure show-off energy. Zeus clocks the change in his friend's vibe and gives him a nod. This kind of motivation is a good thing. He plants his feet like a promise, swearing he won't go too far like last time, then gathers his energy and fires a clean, controlled water, slash an exact jet that cuts straight through the air toward its target. The blast slams into the target dead center right on the mark, and the teacher, watching from the side, gives a proud nod, murmuring, nice shot. But not everyone's impressed. Zickert and his crew glare at the whole show in disgust. One guy shrugs it off as the same tired stunt, while Zickert scoffs and lashes out, mocking a filthy peasant for daring to act like he belongs, and calling him just as annoying as ever. Canada hears the jeers, and refuses to take the bait, staying ice calm, completely unbothered. But those words don't slip past anyone. Right then, a cold, razor-sharp voice cuts through the air, snapping, Who said that filthy peasant? Her voice belongs to the elf princess, and her face burns with icy fury. Kanata stares, stunned, as she snaps that she can't believe it. Maria warned her about this kind of behavior, and she laughed it off as a joke until now, when she realizes nobles actually insult peasants right inside the academy walls. Her intense aura hits the air, and Zickert's whole group goes quiet instantly because the magic they just saw isn't raw brute power at all. It's refined, razor-controlled, and clearly in a league of its own. A bone-chilling skeletal figure crawls into existence behind the elf princess as she snaps that they'd better learn some shame. Then the teacher is blown away by her terrifying magic, mistaking it for just an apparition because he can't believe it's real. She rips into her lesson. It's unforgivable to look away from your own weakness, and she drags the talented through the mud with insults for everyone, no exceptions, no matter who they are, and she makes it crystal clear. Nobility doesn't buy them a single special privilege. Her magic and those cutting words slam the arrogant students to their knees. Kanata, stunned, can't help wondering if he just pushed them even further. Then Zeus steps in and spells it out. Turns out this crew isn't done getting chewed out yet, because now they're getting lectured by both the princess and the saintess, all for the insults they aimed at Kanata. As the chaos finally dies down, disappointment hits him, because somehow he never gets another shot to speak with the saintess again. From across the way, he spots her calm as ever, sitting under a parasol with the elf princess. He shakes off that weird feeling in a flash, grins wide, and shrugs it off like it never mattered. He's got his listeners, and that's all he needs. Then, fresh energy surging, he throws his arms up, already plotting what he's going to talk about on his stream that night. He's sprawled alone on a bench, talking like the world's listening. He rushes out an apology for the wait and promises they're streaming till morning, all fired up. Then the elf princess standing next to him quietly turns and slips away. One bite in, and his quiet meal gets crushed by a jaw-dropping reunion. Canada snaps his head up, stunned to see Alphana standing there, and she blurts out her title, Saintess. She smiles, but her gaze turns razor-sharp as she clocks that he had company before, and then it hits. Canada's face twists in panic when he finally realizes she just saw exactly who slipped out. Canada was roaming the school grounds when his steps led him straight to an ornate structure. And there Alphana, the Saintess, stood alone. He stared for a beat as she let out a small, thoughtful sound. Her quiet watching snapped the moment she spun around and yanked him by the lapel, eyes blazing as she declared their reunion, calling him "Good Sir." And Canada instantly lost his cool. He pressed on, demanding she tell him did he remember her, the girl he met back in town. At first her cheeks flared bright with fierce embarrassment, but her blush melted into a steady, straight-on stare. Confirmed that he remembered her, so Alphana snapped him out of his careful act and told him to talk to her like they did the first time, because if he dodged her again, she'd never forgive him. Kanata's stomach dropped the moment he realized being seen alone with her could spell disaster. He swallowed his panic, nodded fast, promised he'd act normal, and Alphana lit up, smiling like he'd just saved the day. He swept the area with quick eyes, relieved there was no one else around. Then Alphana tossed out another demand he'd call her Alphana, and she'd call him Canada. He froze at the twist, remembering how she'd hated it when he used her name before. But she clasped her hands tight and pleaded with all her heart that he finally say it right. She dropped onto the nearest structure, smiling as she said fate had pulled them together again, so he had to grant her one wish, punctuating the whole plea with that charming one-eyed look. She hesitated, murmuring her name again and again like she was weighing its power, while his fist clenched with indecision. Then he finally crossed his arms and gave in, grudgingly. His agreement hit Alphana like lightning. She squirmed with pure delight, cheeks burning as she shyly whispered his name back to him, and Kanata watched it all, thinking, yeah, her behavior was weird, but she was absolutely adorable, with a great personality and a body that matched. Her bond with him was so deep it felt like her spirit slipped out for a second, bathed in pure bliss, just one word from him, her name, and she was flying. Kanata could only stare, stuck thinking she was almost unreal. Her mind was a total storm of misreads. She figured that since love is blind, anyone obsessed would twist even tiny gestures into something huge. In Kanata's eyes, not noticing her wants felt normal, but when he agreed to call her by her name, she convinced herself that meant he was agreeing to marry her. She never saw that massive logic leap coming, while Kanata just watched her look sleepy and told her to get up. The very next morning, dawn burst over the Grand Academy like a spotlight on destiny. Inside, Canada slipped into his classroom, unsure where to sit, then bam, he spotted Alphana right away, already there early and packed in by other students at that exact moment. Just then, the elf princess strode in too, and Alphana lit up, greeting her cheerfully. He froze in the doorway when Alphana announced she was crashing in, and his classmates gawked right along with him, stunned into disbelief. Maria the elf princess strode straight up to Alphana and demanded to know why she wasn't in the SSS class, her voice sharpening with every step when she called Alphana a bundle of surprises. Alphana could only stammer out a panicked apology. The other students froze under the brightness, swearing it was too much to handle, and even Kanata could only see them like a pair of idols. She watched Alphana look away, cheeks burning, and stumble through an excuse to Maria claiming she'd come for nothing important, just because she wanted to feel what real student life was like. Their chat nearly got swallowed by all the other students fawning over them like they were divine, stunned to even think of stepping close. He kept watching, and the truth hit him. These two were so used to being the center of attention that it felt effortless to them, and even while everything unfolded, they still gave off this cool, uninterested vibe like they couldn't care less. His classmates hissed that the second you spoke to them, they'd snap, but someone else shot back that their smiles looked icy and fake. That thought hit Kanata hard. Alfana's warm smile from the day before, Princess Maria's sharp warning, all of it came back at once, and suddenly he pictured them judging him from above, like they thought he didn't even know basic manners. And now he couldn't stop wondering if his first impressions were real or just his own imagination. He hangs back and watches Alfana and Maria trade words nearby. Then Alfana says she might take a class or two, admitting she's jealous of how much fun the other students are having. Canada hears it all, feels the sting of envy rise anyway, and shuts it down fast, reminding himself to know his place and stop overthinking everything. That place crushes his spirit with this sickening loneliness, and he longs to be just like them, so he steals the courage to make a friend or two. He whips around to the nearest student, Zickert, flashes a bright smile, and kicks off a conversation like, "So what did you eat for dinner?" Zickert glares back and hurls, "Pure poison. Get lost." That brutal rejection lands like a hammer. Kanata crumples onto his desk, completely wiped out, and all he can think is, how much does everyone in here truly hate me? While he's slumped, Zickerer throws out loud scoffs, smugly muttering that Kanata's only getting carried away because he's good at magic. He shrugs off everything and decides to crash with a nap, figuring he'll hit up his online listeners for consolation later. The moment his head hits his desk, Alfana and Maria slide up beside him. Alfana instantly clocks something's off, but Maria waves it off as nothing. Still, Alfana's eyes harden, pure worry spilling through her gaze. At that very moment, way off in the Xandrid Empire, something huge was kicking off inside a noble mansion. Inside this lavish room, a young attendant stands guard in front of a small girl, and between them sits a massive table buried under a mountain of glittering jewels. Elsewhere, a scarred man fires off orders to a cloaked figure in black with a bird mask, and he tells Crow, about to be called the operative, that an anti has shown up and a mission just landed. Crow nods tight, fists clenched, while the device in their other hand groans and cracks under the strain. A scarred man smirks over his eye and tells his partner to stay calm, but the assassin cloaked in black and masked like a plague doctor doesn't play around, arms crossed as Crow demands his target, cold and sharp. That same name hits his head like a bell as he stares across Canada's school grounds. Crow. He drops his head onto his desk in the classroom, while Alfana and Maria argue over the exact same thing. Alfana can't even believe someone like Crow is real, and Maria nods like, "I heard it too. Apparently he showed up in Mithras just the other day." His friends keep talking, and the fact hits them. Mithras is just 100 kilometers away, way too close for comfort. Still, they cling to one thought: we haven't done anything to deserve this, so we'll probably be okay. Meanwhile, Kanata stares ahead, relieved he got lucky, grateful he was born into a clean family with nothing to do with all this. He reels back a game-changing local fact here. Crows aren't birds at all. They're assassins. His mind kept slipping back to the research he'd done, messy, incomplete, and full of gaps. Even what people told him was shaky. Everyone insisted Crow was only an urban legend. Online, the talk was pure rumor and wild guesses. Some swore he'd wiped out over 30 people. Others whispered about noble blood, and half the crowd couldn't even agree he existed at all. But now, Kanata felt it in his bones. Crow was real. He shakes off the unease, like it's nothing, tells himself this has nothing to do with him, and curls up with his head on his arms, ready to sleep through the next lesson. Elsewhere, in a fancy room, Crow squares up against a heavy-set aristocrat, and before the man can even blink, the assassin snaps that his time is gold and demands the target's name. The aristocrat reels in shock, because nobody expects a living legend from the Xandrid Empire to show up here. The assassin's dismissive tone snaps the man's fuse. He roars in rage, surges forward, and swings to strike. But just like that, Crow disappears in a blur, and the punch crashes into nothing but empty air. Shock hits the man like a punch as he whirls. Crow is right behind him, silent as death, and the assassin growls that this is his last warning. Terrified out of his mind, the man folds instantly, admitting the target is named Streamer, a man who claims he controls peasants with his words and even bends the laws of whole nations. As the client watched his own associate crawl on the floor, groveling before the silent assassin, Crow, the man, swallowed hard and admitted it since that Streamer started preaching about human rights. Even royalty had taken notice, and his whole slavery operation was bleeding money. Finally, the client himself broke in and shut the whole conversation down. He said he understood everything well enough, but his tone screamed that he wasn't fully satisfied. He slapped down a huge pile of coins as a down payment, insisting he was counting on the assassin. Then the client shrugged and said the target was a coward hiding his identity, so nobles could hunt him forever with no deadline until Crow suddenly cut in, flat out refusing the job. The assassin snapped that this was a job they couldn't take anymore, and the client's young daughter gasped in pure shock. When the target refused, the assassin vanished in impossible speed and drove a thunderous fist straight into the client's face. He could only blurt out a shocked, "Why?" and the associate who'd been whining got erased a heartbeat later with the same brutal speed. The assassin loomed over the client's lifeless body, while payment coins clattered across the floor. Then they calmly told the girl, "He's dead, so the job's over and this money stays here," as the young girl sobbed and cried for her master. That sudden burst of violence didn't slip by anyone inside the house. A maid heard a rooftop crash, and her worry spiked, while outside an assassin lingered in silhouette against the night, already slipping away. They dropped onto another rooftop on the assassin's side, bruised and beaten, cursing the work outfit all the way up until they finally grabbed and yanked off their distinctive mask. It snapped free, and out stared a young woman with long, dark hair perched on the roof's edge, talking to herself as she couldn't believe anyone would dare ask for Lord Streamer to be killed. She clutched the plague doctor mask in her hand, smiling like she was laughing at the world yet judging it hard, and she muttered that, yeah, trash really does exist out there, aimed straight at her old client. Her icy professionalism instantly crumbled. Then she yanked out a tiny device and saw the broadcast kick off, her eyes sparkling as she practically shrieked with pure adoration, greeting her idol on screen, Lord Streamer. The broadcast kickoff blasts out that wild sound, and the man who hired her jolts in shock, stuck wondering what kind of bird could make noise like that, proof that a strange new reality is at play, because even the legendary assassin can't stop obsessively listening. She clutches the device to her chest, cheeks blazing with pure adoration, and whispers into the line that so much went down today, yet since she stumbled onto his broadcast, her nights have felt dreamy, fresh, and alive. Her bliss gets yanked away when she realizes too late that she missed half of what he just said, fuming. She snaps back to attention at once, but her mind slips again, praying he'll just tear into her for being a lousy assassin who can't even handle the job at night. Meanwhile, Streamer Kanata wipes tears and pours his heart out to the chat. He's begging them to remember how hard he tried to make friends, only for everyone to snap, "Shut up," the second he spoke. Voice trembling, he sniffles and asks his listeners, "Can you console me?" His act hits the mark so hard it steals the room then. As she listens, one tear of sympathy slips out of Crow's eye and splashes onto her device. She whispers that it's unbearable, her heart thundering with pain at how shaky and hurt his voice sounds. Rosaro snaps into a blaze of fury, thinking anyone who slid him into the dark should be grateful just to hear his voice. And when she remembers the cold comments from the others, she tightens her fist because if he were talking to her, she'd never lay a hand on him. The heat in her chest hits like it did after her latest job, the noble she'd just killed. Back in his room, Kanata's whole vibe flips. He flashes a grin, lifts a glass of water, and tells everyone, bright as day, that he used it to fake those crying sounds. Then he leans in like, "So how'd I do?" and adds that every other word he said was the truth. His reveal sparks a full-on storm and the live chat messages explode across the screen like crazy, packed with shock, relief, and non-stop praise for his performance. And even though he's glad, he can't help but feel bad for worrying them, as he thanks everyone for their concern. Then, From his rooftop perch, he spots a message meant for him, shocked that it got read, and he hypes his audience with a brand new resolution. Instead of lashing back at his bullies, he's going to step up and deal with them head on. He keeps talking, mulling over the idea that even if they never become friends, maybe they'll at least be willing to sit down and chat with him. And when Crow hears it, she's instantly spellbound, cheeks flaming as that hopeful, graceful feeling sinks in. He keeps talking to his crowd, saying that if his bullies ever push him even farther, he wants everyone to show up and comfort him, and right when he's feeling light and hopeful, a sudden notification sound blasts through the moment. Elsewhere, in a cold stone chamber, the assassin Crow stands with her face still hidden and her purpose carved in stone, listening like it's life or death sword clenched as she pushes the question. Is that really all you want? Then she swears she'll carry out his will. Her vow rips through the creepy hall, skulls of past victims staring down at her. Then she vows to kill anyone who dares to hurt him, no matter who they are, and with her purpose locked in, she rockets forward as a blur of pure, deadly fury. Back in his room, Kanata has no clue about the deadly promise being made in his name. As he scrolls through a flood of supportive messages, then a warm, grateful smile cracks across his face, while he soaks in just how kind his listeners truly are. In a royal capital, inside a certain brothel, Kana, young and sharp-eyed, escorts a client out, nodding with polite thanks as he waves goodbye, then turns and strides back into the building, her face tightening the moment the door closes. Inside, her boss beams at her, raving about her great work and admitting he even swapped the sheets for her himself. He says the customers look totally satisfied just like always, because she's their top seller. Kana only smiles, clutching a pillow to her chest as gratitude fills her. Confidence snaps back in an instant. She blazes, saying of course they're satisfied, like it's only natural since she's the one who's been serving them, and then she grins, reminding him she's the facility's ace. Later, Kana pulled a different man aside, the manager, and asked to be left alone for a bit, saying she had work to handle. She then admitted, softly but honestly, that she wanted to hear a certain person's voice, but the manager brushed her off with a cold, "Better luck next time," then turned and walked away. Alone in her room, Kana starts to strip down. Then the manager crouches outside her cracked door, stealing glances he shouldn't be. The second she feels it, she snaps around, hurls a pillow like a weapon, and yells at him to get out. When the door finally shuts, she lets out a breath, admitting the day still felt satisfying in the end. Snug in her bed, she grips a tiny communicator and thanks the streamer, Herma, Lord. Then right as his broadcast lights up, the manager gets violently booted out of her room. Kana startles, then snaps at the device, demanding the voice, asking if he kept his listeners waiting. Of course not, with pure relief and a whole load of adoration. Kanata's intense look melts as her soft expression creeps in, and the streamer's voice somehow pours into worlds he never dreamed of: a princess, a demon king, a saintess, an assassin, and now it's even landed at a lowly prostitute's place. Kana grips the device and blurts out, wondering if he somehow ran into trouble. She hugs the device to her chest and lets out a wistful sigh, pining for her milord to be right there. She'd give him her entire body without hesitation. In her eyes, he's not just anyone. He's the savior who pulled all people like her out of the dark. Kana's past slammed into her present like night versus day, born in the slums, far from the capital's glitter. She had to claw her way through the nightlife just to survive, until she fought her way to where she stands today. Later, she sits with her co-workers when one of them blurts out their biggest nightmare. They're young now, but when they get old, they'll lose their customers and everyone's left staring at the terrifying question, will they be shoved back into the slums? Khan's hand shakes as she lifts her drink, and she admits she can't even bear to think about it. Despair got laughed off with callous cheer as the manager flashed a happy thumbs up, claiming the customers were having a great time, while her boss snapped coldly that she only needed to work squashing her and her co-workers like they were nothing but filthy trash. Kana just stood there, stunned, blaring that those words were unbelievable, especially because they had only just uncovered that word. Meanwhile, in a bright hall, a bunch of men swapped disgusted opinions. One guy practically bragged that he'd figured out a woman was a harlot before she got engaged, and the others nodded along, saying marrying someone like that would mean their family name would vanish long before he even died. That cold truth hit hard. Prostitutes were treated like trash, living in a rotten social spot where people looked past them like they weren't even human. And Kana didn't just watch. She gently steadied a drunken co-worker and told him, in that quiet way, it was time to head home. Back in their quarters, the manager tried to shake off the bad mood and urged them to drown the unpleasantness by tuning into the streamer's broadcast because he said it was about to start any second. They huddled around the screen as Kanata kicked off his broadcast, admitting he's a total clean freak, then dropped a shook me to my core moment that had everyone laughing, and even the manager couldn't help but gush about how funny he was, while Kanata got ready to read the next letter. The moment he read the letter out loud, the whole vibe shattered because the listener went on a vicious rant, calling prostitutes filthy harlots and trash that dirtied the city. Those words hit Kana and her friends like a punch to the gut, wiping out their laughter in an instant. They just couldn't believe it. No matter how hard they fought to escape their hell, people would still brand them like that. Kanata, clutching the communication device, froze in shock and demanded to know who the hell the listener thought they were talking about. When that hateful message hit, Kanata snapped back with a blazing, heartfelt defense demanding how anyone could look down on someone for their job, insisting that selling one's body isn't a crime. He straight up said he thought they were brave and that their work was fine because they're just doing what they have to survive. With other viewers throwing in supportive comments, his words slammed deep, and he vowed he wanted a world where working people could stand tall instead of getting laughed at. For Kana, who had never heard anything like that, it felt like a total revelation. His stream echoed across the whole kingdom, and suddenly people were rethinking everything while Kana, right in bed, couldn't stop smiling through tears of pure joy. She realized that, sure, she didn't know how other countries handled it, but within her kingdom, things had never been better. With a soft whisper, she thanked the streamer and silently swore she'd repay him one day. Even with society changing around her, her own fights didn't stop, so she tried to make friends by striking up a conversation, and the second she opened her mouth, someone snapped at her to shut up. It's a memory she still winces at, bitter and brutal. That memory threw her straight into a spiral of despair. She clutched the comm device and sobbed, demanding who in their right mind would dare insult her bait like that. Then, right on cue, a knock blasted through her door. The manager slipped in, apologized for the intrusion, and muttered something about tomorrow while her boss strutted in behind him, asking if she could comfort them a bit with a totally unhinged grin stretched across his face. After the broadcast ended, the whole city soured overnight. Who that streamer really was became the hottest question, and every fan who once worshipped him flipped into the same boiling, furious rage. Exile him. Who does he think he is? 1 week later, Kanata drifted through the streets solo, his stomach growling like it was begging for mercy, and he was already worrying whether the bread stalls were still open. Then a soft voice snapped his attention. He turned, and there stood Princess Maria, the long, pointed ears giving her away in a heartbeat. She beamed, greeted him by name, and pointed out how wild it was that they'd run into each other. Kanata froze, only able to stammer out her title until Maria leaned closer and whispered, asking if it was really okay for her to be out alone like this. She brushed off his worry like it was nothing, then admitted her butler was probably losing his mind right then and there. An instant glimpse of a frantic old attendant even sealed it, because there was no way anyone could have called her situation fine. She leaned in even more and asked straight up if he was free, so close he went bright red, and all he could spit out was a shaky, stammered, "Yeah." With his availability confirmed, she beamed and urged, "Let's go for a walk." And Kanata's stomach dropped into full-blown panic. He knew one glimpse of them together would trash his whole school life. Still, some reckless part of him ached to say yes. As they walked, their arms kept bumping. Then Maria abruptly froze and asked if he could hear something creeping nearby, while Kanata, caught off guard, had no clue what to say. The chaos kicked off in a dim alley where Kana got grabbed hard by a long-haired man, and he didn't just hold her, he leaned in with a smirk, claiming he was a noble from Sandrid and laughing that she'd better not be this defiant around real people as Kana fought and begged him to let her go. He clenched his fist, eyes blazing with determination because for him, saving people was just another normal day. Kanata surged forward, barking at the man to let her go, and Maria jumped in right beside him, snapping her own command that the noble stay put. On a city street, Canada steps up and slams into a green-haired man who's violently harassing a long red-haired woman. Canada roars at him to let her go because it's obvious she wants nothing to do with him. Right beside him, Maria in casual clothes shoots a murderous glare, pure fury in her eyes, as the green-haired aggressor yells back at them to mind their own business. The man brushes Kanata aside and locks onto Maria, gloating about her beauty as he reaches for her until she snaps her hand away with a vicious slap. He freezes in disbelief for half a heartbeat, then rage detonates in his face as he screams that he'll kill her, and Kanata rushes in to try to calm the situation before it spirals. Before the man can even back up his threat, Kanata rockets forward, his hand blazing with magic as he slams into the man's chest. The aggressor lets out a sharp cry when the spell bites, and his whole body locks up on the spot. He thrashes, panicking because he can't move, while Kanata stays cool and tells him the paralysis will fade in just a few minutes. Maria, from behind the now still man, flashes him an enthusiastic thumbs up, and he exhales in relief, while she hypes him up for the killer move, but Kanata can only stare at his own hand, stunned at what he just pulled off. Right as the shock hits, a red-haired woman strides in and snaps, asking if a commoner like him truly grasps the danger of what he's just done. While she drills him with that cold authority, Kanata gets blindsided by her beauty for a split second, and now he's left staring, wondering who she really is, and whether Maria, the other girl, was actually the princess. Even her voice turns gentle as she assures Kanata that she's okay, explaining that the man had been tailing her, trying to buy her like she was a thing. The explanation throws Kanata completely off. He blurts that she's all right, but his head keeps spinning because it feels like in this world, beautiful women have to fight off offers like that non-stop. From the floor, the paralyzed man spits out a laugh, sneering that a kid like Kanata just wouldn't get it. Then he slams the woman with crude words, calling her a prostitute, raging that he'd only offered to take her in because he liked her, until she had the nerve to refuse. Kanata looks down at him with a cold, steady stare, and you can almost feel his defiance in the air. A woman flinches as his degrading words hit, rage sparking in her eyes, and Canada lunges in, yanking him by the collar and snarling, "Who do you think you are to treat me like this for my job?" He fires back, asking what crime he can see in selling her own body. The noise pulls people in, and the paralyzed man just smirks, clocking the crowd forming around them. He snaps up the moment, yelling to the crowd that he's a noble, and that Kanata is a thief while he offers a reward for her capture. But Kanata freezes as the lie hits. Right then, Maria strides in with ice-calm confidence and asks the noble, straight up, if he's an idiot because she's the one who called everyone over. She winks at Kanata and blurts out, "Sorry I'm late." While the paralyzed noble seethes and curses her, she doesn't even flinch as she tells Kanata she already tipped off the city guards about the brave student who rescued a woman from a perverted noble. Then she sharply gestures at the armored figures and makes it crystal clear, "Be precise." With a calm, deadly smile, she tells the stunned crowd the truth. This noble getting cuffed isn't just any royal, he's a pervert. And the moment she turns to reveal Maria, even the woman Canada saved freezes in shock as Maria Ataraxis, the third princess, is announced to everyone watching. The green-haired noble, now pinned tight by the city guards, can only gape in pure disbelief. Once the chaos is finally under control, she swivels toward Kanata, her face calming as she speaks, thankful, because it was his quick restraint of that noble that gave her the opening to set the arrest in motion. Off in the distance, a guard drags the disgraced man away. He watches them walk away, like a weight finally lifts off his chest, and says the whole thing is settled, so patrols here are about to get way stricter. Just as Maria turns to leave, a guard steps in and tells her, "Next time, we'll come to you for guidance." Right then, The red-haired woman steps up to him, and with a warm voice, she thanks him not just for the help, but for believing in her and the work she does, and to his shock, she softly takes his hand. When she grabs his hand and asks his name, he blurts, "It's nothing," with a stutter, then nervously flashes his hands through his streaming device to calm his audience. Kanada's name is the clue. She leans in and tells him to call her Kana, bragging that she can read people like a book. Then she presses a tiny carved token into his palm and orders him to flash it at the brothel's reception, because if he does, he'll get instant access to see her. Right before she bolts off to work, Kana slips in close to the stunned Kanata and murmurs a tempting offer if he's worn out or needs to blow off steam. She'll help him anytime, completely free. Then she flashes one last wave and hurries away. Just as he's about to make sense of the offer, Maria pops up right beside him, face inches from his. He yelps in pure shock while she calmly says, "Kana looks like the real deal, sharp as a knife." He nods along with her assessment, glancing at the sinking sun, and they both admit it's time to go. Then they send each other off with a promise to stay safe. But just as he whips around to go, Maria snatches his arm. Eyes blazing with pure annoyance, she snaps that he should have invited her to walk home together since they share the same route, and warns him to cover for her if any students spot them. Inside, though, her cheeks burn because she can't stop thinking that her beloved Lord Streamer would have walked her all the way, and she draws a sharp line between the boy next to her and the hero she worships. While the city guards yank the disgraced noble away, his face contorts with raw rage. He snarls that he's been humiliated and vows that the commoner brat behind this will be different. Just a few steps off, a sharp-faced man with reddish-brown hair leans in, sweat dripping down his temple as he absorbs every word of the noble's fury. Slipping away from the chaos, Kanada exhales and grumbles that dealing with them is going to be a headache, even as he insists he's got nothing to do with it. Maria just trails beside him in silence. Meanwhile, the man who'd been listening smirks like he's finally won, because he already has everything he needs, a commoner from the capital named Canada. While he streams, Kanata stares into the comments and wonders aloud, "What would you do if I said I'm here to conquer the world?" The answers hit instantly. One of his biggest fans swears she'll hand him every country she's already crushed. Another vows to smash the world back to zero so he can rule from the start. And a third promises she'll take care of whoever he wants, offering him everything she can give and the whole world to boot. He chuckled nervously, brushed off the comment like it was just a joke, and swore to himself he wasn't even remotely trying to pull off world domination. He just needed to watch his mouth, because he still remembered the online fights he used to kick into gear. Then the love came in waves, messages stacking up with total loyalty, telling him to give it his best, and reminding him his voice somehow makes people feel happy, so he decides to switch gears and do something smarter. He even thinks about going live in real life, but for now, he can only show his hands. A mysterious message from the nameless princess hits. She spills her love for her lord and tosses in 10 gold coins caught off guard. Kanata blurts back that he loves her too. Across the distance, Maria hears every word in a far-off classroom and faceplants onto her desk, erupting into muffled, ecstatic screams. Next day at school, Kanata sinks into his seat and cringes hard, replaying last night like a nightmare and thinking he totally went too far. Drowsy as he drifts off, he catches his classmates whispering about a rumor Agila, the kid from the SS class, might secretly be the popular streamer. Maria and her friend go back and forth, and the friend slams the logic like a gavel. Aguila's noble, but the streamer bragged he's a commoner, so that has to mean he's faking it. Canada stays quiet on the outside, but inside he's already plotting his next stream to unmask the imposter. Later, he scrolls the comments online, soaking up every wild theory about the streamer's real identity, and he starts panicking how could he prove it without exposing that he's still a student. Meanwhile, his curiosity about the impersonator turns into a non-stop itch. When he cuts through the school halls, he clocks a bunch of noble students right there with the prince, and irritation hits him hard in the chest. Across the way, Saintess Alfana stares at her own device, and a young girl near her asks if something's wrong, but Alfana waves it off like it's nothing. His resolve hardens into steel. He's the real streamer. He strides down the packed school hallway, zeroing in on the nobles he's about to confront. He crashes into the group and yells at the prince, demanding to know why nobody will believe him, and Prince Aguila just sneers down at him, calling him a liar. Canada shoots back that in his old world, fake accounts were easy to catch, but this place is different, and then it hits him. Hard. The problem has already been handled, just not in the way he expected. After school, Kanata snaps on his glasses, dead set on cracking the prince's real motives, slips toward Aguila and catches him alone, venting that the whole world spins around people like him and that no one bothers to listen to some faceless commoner. Then Aguila lays it out. If he plays the streamer, he'll boost his family's image, grab the cash, and steal the audience for himself. Now, Kanata finally has the truth in his hands. Right as he comes to his senses, his friends suddenly close in. Akuta leans in and calls Aguila a fool, and Rebecca nods like he's hopelessly lost. Zeus even reminds Kanata they had plans with Aguila, leaving him totally thrown off. Then Rebecca swivels toward Kanata, drops her voice, and asks if he knows Lord Streamer. Kanata freezes on the spot, speechless, shocked by how blunt it all is. Just 3 minutes earlier, the crew tracks down Kanata, and Rebecca drops a bombshell. She's a die-hard Streamer fan. Zeus can't believe it, since he thought Rebecca wouldn't be into that world too, and Alphana barely speaks, confessing that even during her short break at the church, hearing Lord Streamer's voice is what steadies her heart. Cut back to the present. Rebecca leans close and whispers to a panicked Kanata, asking if the Streamer and him are really the same person. She tries to dodge the question the moment everyone's focus snaps to Maria, because inside, rage boils as she fumes that everyone's obsessed with the Streamer, calling them cultists, and it's that same obsession that pushed her to watch Canada's every move. Now she's convinced bringing her sword was the right call, since his sins only keep getting worse. Right now, though, she's completely rattled, realizing Princess Alphana and Saintess Rebecca are listening too. When Alphana asks if she really doesn't mind Canada's actions, Maria can only stammer. She steadies herself, spits out that she can't forgive Aguila, but she also won't forgive anyone who tries to sabotage someone else. Then Rebecca pivots straight to Kanata and grills him for his take. Kanata fires back that even the Streamer wouldn't want Aguila slammed with brutal punishment, especially if Aguila actually thinks about what he did. Rebecca snaps her finger right at him, refusing to let it slide. Before Aguila can even answer, a terrifying claw of raw power erupts from the ground, snatches him, and hauls him straight into the dark, leaving the group staring at the spot in stunned silence. Kanata shouts, begging to know where he disappeared to, and Alphana confirms Rebecca's fear, saying she felt that evil presence blast through the air. In the blink of an eye, Aguila is dropped into a blasted, lightning-scarred courtyard, staring up at a looming dark castle. Right in front of him stands the horned demon Lord Shrausa, testing him. "So, you're the Streamer." Her beefy subordinate scoffs on the spot, saying Aguila's mana is way too low to be the real deal. Her face twists into a feral snarl as she towers over the noble, and she hisses that daring to speak the name of the one she loves means he has to pay right now, no escape. All Aguila can do is scream as she closes in like a nightmare. Meanwhile, back in the school garden, Kanata and the others are still stunned. Rebecca warns that a princess shouldn't be playing hero, but Alphana fires back that if a demon really did this, they probably snatched Aguila just to verify the Streamer rumors, and Kanata can't believe how sharp their logic is. Their theories get obliterated the moment the demon lord appears out of thin air smoking shadows, materializing like a nightmare, cradling Aguila's unconscious, battered body with terrifying ease. She laughs it off, calling the whole mess humiliating. Kanata catches Aguila's scent and hardens instantly, vowing he'll protect the girls no matter what. Alphana and Maria waste zero time, snapping into defensive stances. They threw themselves right between him and the demon, barking that he should step back, and Shrausa cut in fast, saying her boss is furious over the impersonation and that she's here to drag the fraud out of the shadows. Then she turns to Alphana and Maria face to face, flat out calling out the hatred they've been throwing her way. The demon lord Shuckles flips her whole vibe in an instant. She smirks and admits that demons, even herself, can't get enough of the streamer's broadcasts. Then she sighs like it's beautiful that someone actually bridges humans and demons. And when she whips her eyes toward Canada, she declares she'd rather have him as the real streamer than that pathetic imposter. He fights to keep his cool, praying his face won't give away his panic, while Alphana's head spins, trying to figure out who Kanata really is, now that even demons can see his mana is wrong. The tension keeps climbing, so Maria steps in and flashes her government badge, trying to shut things down before they explode. Shroudza just grins, clearly entertained by how that girl tried to handle it. She vanished in a mysterious spheroid, cutting the group off behind her, and as Princess Maria rushed off to report the incident, Alphana just crumpled against Kanata, completely drained from the whole day, until Kanata realized, startled, how close she'd ended up. He sat with her for a beat until Maria came back, and when she did, he took Kanata's hands, thanking him for helping out, and Maria gushed about how much it meant to her. Kanata's cheeks flared, because he kept thinking any man would protect a woman, yet her praise hit him harder than he expected, and even without seeing Alphana's face, he could still hear her soft breathing as Maria stared at him in awe, saying he was genuinely wonderful. A few days later, the fallout hit hard. Aguila, fully transformed, tore after Kanata and Maria, begging Lord Streamer to save him, because after that whole incident, he swallowed every one of the streamer's ideals, blasted his family's crimes to everyone, and swore he'd rebuild his house worthy of a true fan. He strolled through town, stuck on whether the demon lord's ceasefire was real, when a voice snapped his focus there. A mysterious beauty with dark skin and pointed ears stood before him, and with a shy smile she asked if he'd be kind enough to show her around. Kanata froze, stunned beyond words. In the loud, bustling capital, Canada soaks in the sights and gapes at the quirky shop architecture, and his tall sun hat wearing companion clocks, his reaction right away, then asks if this is his first time in a human town. Canada nods, grinning, because the capital is blowing his mind. He shoots her an apology for dragging her into all this, then waves off her worry with a grin, admitting he's actually happy to stroll beside a pretty girl, and yeah, he's totally thinking she's stunning. Caught off guard and blushing hard, she offers to take him straight to the town's best hidden gems. They reach a walkway that spills out over the whole city, and when she leans on the railing, her smile fades into something heavy. She stares at the breathtaking view and whispers her heartbreak over the fact that someone's been trying to ruin it. Her gloomy tone hits like a warning, and he can't help but pause because something eerie leaks off her. Without thinking, he bluntly asks, "Are you human?" It catches her off guard. Then her shock snaps into bright, delighted laughter. She tells him his instincts are amazing, because she'd actually believed the stuff her subordinates handled would have masked who she was completely. She drives the point home, and when she blurts that she's not human, her gaze snaps around to confirm it. This hidden corner has no people, no magic sensors, nothing to catch her. For seeing through her disguise, she rewards him by declaring she'll finally show her real self. Then she rockets forward with blinding speed. A massive dark aura explodes from her as she transforms. Her hat rockets off, and sharp horns curl out from her head. With Kanata trapped in her grip, she steps forward and introduces herself, the humble demon Shrousa. Shaken but steady, Kanata introduces himself. Shrousa snaps his name back, saying she's sealed them away from the outside world with magic, and in this trapped silence, he's the only one who can actually see her. Then Canada gets hit with that same question again this time, about demons, and he doesn't dodge it. He says the past is packed with battles between demons and humans, but it'd still be better if they could just learn to get along. And he goes off, insisting that if someone falls in war, demons wouldn't be cold or cruel about it. They'd grieve, just like humans. The words hit Shrousa like a lightning bolt. She nods hard, saying demons really do weep for fallen comrades then. Without warning, she presses a hand to his chest to feel his power, and freezes in shock as she realizes his mana is ridiculously massive, far beyond her own. And Kanata's gut drops when he realizes they can both see those mana waves rolling out of everyone. Shrausa stammers for a split second at the shock of it, then snaps back and accepts the truth right then. The dark barrier evaporates, and they're back on the walkway with her disguise restored. She brushes off her whole dramatic rant as, "Just a hobby," then grabs both his hands and stares at him, dead serious, asking if he really believes they should walk hand in hand, humans and demons, like this, starting now. She hears his words and feels the quiet hope burning through them, that their goal can actually happen. Then Canada nods hard, backing him up with pure conviction, saying the road won't be easy, but they can absolutely pull it off. Her sincere vibe makes her grin, and that throws Kanata into a full-on panic, because he's still replaying what he promised before a peaceful future where they could coexist, and now she's got him staring, thinking, did I mess up what I said? Then she brings up another ally, an actual streamer who thinks like him, and she can't hide her excitement as she admits she's a fan, because his words totally flipped her perspective. He'd been preaching peace talks over pointless conflict, and that message hit her hard. Kanata's stunned and blurts out, "Wait, does everyone in the demon world even know who he is?" She calls him popular, but warns that the stubborn elders won't budge. They won't even wear suede. Then she leans in close, jolts him out of his thoughts, and fires up an invitation to her world, saying she'll get him in if they go together. Once they agree to meet again, Shrouds vanishes in a flash of energy, and Kanata's wild, strange day off finally comes to an end. Back in his room, Canada sinks into his thoughts and relives the chaos of the day because he never once guessed who Shroud really was, and it hits him hard in the human realm. Nobody even knows the Demon Lord's real name, so he cuts the dream short, wraps up his stream with a quick, "Go get some sleep," and finally collapses into bed, still wiped out from his sudden, unexpected gig as the ultimate tour guide. He crashes into a deep sleep, but peace doesn't stand a chance above his bed. A shadowy figure in a dark coat and a plague doctor's mask silently hovers. It's Crow, and as he watches the sleeping streamer, he breaks into a low, ominous laugh. Seems like his day isn't finished yet. A few days back, a contract snapped into place. Then a red, brown-haired young woman leaned in and told Crow, the plague-masked assassin, "You've got your client." With a chilling smile, she asked if he remembered the perverted, noble Kanata, the one Maria and Kana pushed back to his home country. And when it came down to it, her demand was crystal clear. She wanted his head. Rage twisted her face as she replayed that public humiliation, swearing she'd never forgive him for turning her into a joke. Then Crow took the job, reading in the file that the target was just some ordinary commoner in the capital. The kind of bad luck case that sounded almost effortless. The client cackled with vindictive joy and told Crow she was counting on him. Now the assassin's real identity spills into the light. Then a young girl, the true Crow, drops onto a city rooftop like a whisper, muttering that it's been way too long since she last came here. And with her goal locked in, she starts hunting for information. An hour later, her recon was done, and it barely fought back. What she uncovered was wild. A kind student who'd stood up to a pervert, saved his sister from a scammer, and even showed up like clockwork at a neighborhood bakery. She had to admit it, he really did sound like a good guy, which made the mission feel brutal. But she clenched her resolve. She had no choice but to keep going. Huddled in a dark alley, she fought her thoughts like they were an enemy. One grim idea kept popping up, going back to selling drugs. She shoved it away and clung to her mission as Crow, but her mind kept slipping to him, the streamer, someone she only knew through a screen, yet somehow he gave even a no-good assassin like her a reason to keep breathing. She felt a weird connection snap into place, like he understood her without ever knowing her because he'd been hiding his real self just like she hid behind Crow's mask. And somehow that little similarity sparked a parasocial bond, even though she only stumbled on him by pure chance. And as a fellow townsfolk, she never thought she'd grow so attached until her own thoughts started to mirror his streaming rhythm, drifting into the mystery of the rare jobs out there. After replaying his streams again and again, she'd completely fallen under his spell, so when, during one of those streams, he suddenly brought up assassins and asked his audience who they knew that lived by that kind of life, she froze in shock, because the person she admired knew the dark details of her world way too well. He kept going, laying bare how assassins get hunted and hated, yet somehow still get treated like handy tools for crime, lurking in the shadows to cut down their targets. Then, boom, he dropped a shocker. I think they're pretty cool. And the moment he praised them, she froze on the spot, stunned into total silence. Her heart went wild. She couldn't help it. He was just so gullible it made her smile. Shaking off her daze, she locked back in. She was finally at the target's house, and then luck smiled. One window was left wide open. As she slid closer, she mouthed a quiet apology. "Forgive me, Kanata." She burst into the room, and there was Kanata, wide awake, snapping a headband onto his head. He whipped around, shocked she'd shown up. Before she even took a step, he declared his stream was starting and bam, lashed out with a swift kick that sent her crashing back out through the window. Like it was nothing, he said he just had to shut it so nobody could hear. And there she sat, stunned in the cold air, while Kanata began broadcasting. He kicked off his stream, totally unaware that something lingered just outside his window. Then it hit Crow like a gut punch. Whether it was an assassin's razor-sharp focus or his loyal listener's uncanny instincts, Kanata and that streamer were the exact same person. Her professional instincts screamed that she couldn't let him clock her ever, not even for a heartbeat, and she forced herself not to blink, even as pain started to flare. But deep inside, the fan in her was screaming with joy, buzzing to finally see him face to face and hear his stream live. Right when her nerves tangled into a knot, Kanata just casually turned to his chat and asked for food recommendations. Elsewhere, Prince Aguila let out a smug chuckle, convinced he'd heard Assassin Crow was nothing but pure brutality, imagining her torturing her targets without mercy. But the truth shattered that fantasy. Crow was actually loving her, first live public recording, hanging upside down right outside the window. Inside, Canada's focus snapped to a message from the nameless princess. She collapsed without a moment to rest, and even the legendary Crow eventually ran out of steam. She'd stayed in Kanata's room all night, guarding him until exhaustion finally dragged her down. Yet he slept peacefully, barely shifting as the darkness crept in. His eyes snapped wide, and a scream ripped out of his throat because right there in his room stood a tiny, unfamiliar girl, wearing a faint smile that felt straight up wrong. From his bed, he lurched up and shot a trembling finger at the intruder. "Who are you? Why are you here?" he demanded, but Crow didn't even flinch. All she cared about wasn't some mission gone wrong. She was thrilled that Kanata had finally noticed her. With total ironclad confidence, she got ready to tell her side. She shot him a bright, cheerful wink. "It's so nice to meet you," she chirped, calling herself a totally normal, harmless nobody just like that. Kanata just stared, stunned, then blasted back. "And you expect me to believe that?" From that moment on, his streaming life was about to go straight into chaos, even though he had zero clue yet. Kanata goes speechless when the young assassin who tracked him home finally steps into view, Mira, because in that instant he realizes she knows who he is and everything about him, and pure panic hits his chest. She begs him to trust her, swears she's just a fan, then flashes a bright grin and introduces herself. Mira telling him she's also known as Crow. He locks eyes on her, then flicks his gaze to the plague doctor mask lying discarded on the floor, and he finally blurts out, awkward and uncertain whether she's the bird, the legendary assassin, only for Mira to grin and cheerfully say, "Yep, that's me," and he still can't wrap his head around it at all. Mind racing, Kanata can't believe it. Why would someone this notorious slip into his room and watch him sleep? His panic spikes as she insists, dead serious, that she has one reason she's his fan. Kanata grimaces, knowing this talk is going nowhere fast. She blurts out that he's the reason for her troubles, and then immediately admits it's true. This whole twist feels nothing like his old life. When he looks distressed, Myra snaps, twisting his pain into rejection. Her face turning cold, she says she gets it, tells him goodbye, and yanks out her short sword. She staggers toward the edge of her own life, then Canada explodes forward, yelling for her to stop. She doesn't even blink, calmly telling him, "I'm dying right now," as she presses the blade to her throat. He lunges for her, panicked and demanding answers what's wrong. And is she really trying to die? She snaps back cold and simple. It's because she caused him trouble. Then he growls at her to drop the sword. Her calm face doesn't move an inch as she snaps that if he sees her as a nuisance, then she's worth nothing at all as a person. Those words hit Kanata like a thunderclap. His chest tightens, his heart races, and he drops to his knees. He's stuck on the floor, drowning in overwhelm, and he realizes her obsession is so extreme it doesn't even fit any label. He knows just the weight of it hits him so hard he feels like he's going to cry. Stuck, he rakes his fingers through his hair, admitting to himself that this is not what he wanted, and he can't even think straight anymore, because deep down he knows her current state is his fault. He snatches a glass of water and gulps it down to calm his nerves, then whips back to the kneeling girl and barks one order, "Stay alive for now," and adds, cold and blunt, that if she bites the dust and cuts her head off, cleaning up the blood afterward is going to be a total nightmare. He drops to one knee in front of the young assassin, calling her by her real name Mira, with pure frustration, and starts grilling her about what's going on in her head, only for her to twist it into an offer to take her life somewhere else, so he snaps back fast. It's not her location he's worried about. Leaning in close, she locks eyes with him and says, in a voice that means business, that he's the only one who knows her real name, then drops the chilling question now that he knows who she really is. Does that mean she's next to die? Still, he won't buy it. He doubts she's truly the infamous assassin and demands proof. After a long beat, she starts bragging about how perfectly she can vanish in plain sight. Then her thoughts totally derail. She snaps that she wants to know who else is going after him and vows she'll take care of them on the spot. He just exhales, realizing this talk is going nowhere fast. Mira proves her skill in a blink. She just vanishes into thin air. Kanata's left alone in his room, staring around like he's seeing a ghost, because he felt zero magic, and that tells him her escape wasn't caused by a spell. He stares at his own hands, trying to wrap his mind around what just happened. Then, Myra's voice floats out, calm as ever, saying she's standing right in front of him as a faint, shimmering distortion ripples over his palm, and he feels a subtle touch from the unseen girl. Suddenly, she pops into place and slaps her hands against his chest. He jerks back and blurts out an apology, and she laughs it off like it's nothing. Then her smile lights up as she gushes that just being touched by her lord makes her happiest. But he's left reeling in a swirl of embarrassment and pure exhaustion. He steadies himself for a breath and demands, "Why are you back in my room?" Then she flashes a confident smile and starts telling him her reasons. The explanation wipes the fight out of him. He drops to the floor, stunned, unable to process it, while she smiles like nothing's wrong, admitting her moves could get her killed as long as it keeps her close to him. She's freaking ecstatic, and he just gapes in horror at how twisted this whole world is. He cautiously asks if this means she's done trying to kill him, and she snaps back with explosive certainty she'd never heard him swearing she'd rather protect him, then turning her sights straight onto the person who hired her in the first place. Her confession snaps her to a stop, because the truth hits hard. Her first job was to kill him. She starts cursing the client who ordered it. Then the story jumps ahead. Kanata slumps at a classroom desk, wondering when his lessons will finally be over. Outside the window, Mira keeps her eyes locked on him, counting down the second day of her brand new life as a stalker. Elsewhere, the fallout from Myra's defection finally hits amid the smashed wreckage of a room. A plague doctor masked figure freezes stiff, teacups still clutched in their hand, while outside a furious shout tears through the air, calling the defeated operative, Crow, a traitor. Mira slips back beside Kanata, grinning like a kid who just pulled off a miracle. He throws up a confident thumbs up at someone out of sight, then blurts out an apology for making everyone wait. She wraps up her report with a bright, cheerful bow, then slips in a sweet little request that still lands like a warning. Don't go picking fights and causing needless killing anymore. He chews on her words, judging if she's a real bodyguard while panic screams about how close she is. Then his thoughts get yanked to a stop when the comm terminal on the desk starts glowing. He reaches for the device and can't help wondering if the letters he begged for are finally here, hoping the distraction will slam his racing nerves to a stop. He freezes, staring at the glowing screen in pure confusion, while an unfamiliar voice spills out and snaps, "My lord is..." The screen suddenly erupts into a bold, brutal message. "Streamer, you are a mass murderer." Canada's eyes blow wide in pure shock, and the accusation keeps rolling. His crimes are unforgivable, and he supposedly used monstrous acts just to chase fame. The message breaks it down to throw your voice that far. You'd need mana on the same massive scale, and the only way to pull that off is to siphon it from a crowd of humans, because trying it alone would get him killed. A shadowy figure snaps onto the screen, their voice dripping with accusation as they demand answers just how many lives the streamer has ripped away, and how much suffering they had to stack just to claw his way to where he stands now. The message ends with a cold, unbreakable vow from his accusers. They swear they'll never forgive him, and they'll strike him down for good, no matter what. He just stood there, frozen stiff, the words on his terminal slamming into his head as he tried to figure out what that cinder could possibly mean, and right beside him, Mira stared at the accusation like it was a match, knowing that kind of rumor could blaze through the whole town in just a few days. Kanata's mind snapped into defense mode, insisting he was only feeding those streams with his own mana, until a bizarre sight cut him off. Miro was on her knees beside his bed, smothering her face in his pillow and breathing it in like it was treasure. "So this is my lord's scent," she whispered. Rage and exasperation hit Kanata all at once. Great, this was going to be a nightmare. He couldn't wrap his head around it back in his old life. Rumors like this always got celebrities slapped with the strangest reputations, and now it was happening to him. As his mind spun, Mira suddenly stepped up beside him, eyes sharp with worry. "My lord," she asked, "what happened?" Her question hit dead air, and for a split second the danger got shoved aside. He jabbed a finger at her like a weapon demanding answers. "Hold on. What did you do to my bed earlier?" Mira just tilted her head, acting totally innocent. "What are you talking about?" In Ataraxia, being a streamer wasn't just a job anymore. It was a legend people said with respect. The streaming culture he sparked spread through the streets fast. But the people who fell for his values and beliefs didn't just listen. They got completely obsessed, turning into what you could only call Yandere listeners. The power of it sparked huge societal change. Profession-based discrimination started to crumble. Bandit guilds got wiped out. A ceasefire with the demons finally held, and even the slaves were freed. That power shaking whole countries with one single word had everyone green with envy, and now even the jealous types were scrambling to pull off their own version of that same wild magic. Meanwhile, in a tiny country just south of Rogias, inside the Sindai noble estate, a young woman crumpled to the floor screaming that the mana was nowhere close to enough. She and the others begged for mercy, but their strength crumbled. Then a man yanked her by the hair, forced her gaze up, and screamed that every single one of them was worthless. Master Rickbaugh lounged in his chair, staring like he couldn't believe he'd ever trusted such ungrateful minds, when an old attendant stepped in and snapped, "You know this already. Master Mana is as vital to us as blood." The attendant kept talking, saying this was the final shipment of slaves, no more were left to siphon mana, and warned Rick not to push them to the brink, because once they'd die, it'd only jack up the costs for no reason, so they should rest. Rick fumed and cursed the kingdom's princess for tightening the laws on slavery, making fresh stock impossible to get. Then he smirked, claiming he'd already pulled off a win. Guard followed in close, and Rickba slapped a grin on his face as he confirmed they'd snagged an SS rank adventurer the day before, only for the guard to scoff at the thought of treating the slaves kindly, barked orders to haul them back to their cells and let them rest. Then he spun toward his attendant and demanded a status update, and the old man, eyes locked on his clipboard, reported the prisoner had mana for 5 minutes of streaming inside a huge capsule. Adventurer Akuta drifted in healing water, freshening up after the grind of his travels. He stared at the device in his hand, eyes bulging with pure disbelief. 5 minutes. And he still couldn't wrap his head around how that streamer had the mana to pull off a broadcast like that. Rage boiled over as he shot up from his seat, roaring that no single person could possibly hoard enough mana to power a whole night's dream. demanding to know how many lives that streamer had paid for. And right then, like a match catching fire, the dark rumors started to spread. He faced his assembled soldiers and demanded they buy into his conviction. Then he laid out their mission to expose the streamer's sins, drag him down to hell, and get every last detail by anonymous report, and they all answered in one fierce roar, ready to obey. To kick off his plan, he demanded the mana needed for a 5-minute stream, then declared he'd jump in at the absolute last moment of the streamer's broadcast the very next day. Meanwhile, completely blind to the trap closing in, Canada stared at his own device, and a flicker of surprise lit up his face as he read the message. He pushed back from his desk as Mira, holed up in his room, asked if they should just leave everything as it was, so Kanata shot back that he wasn't sure, but he'd rather wait and watch what happens next. She glided in, panic in her voice, terrified that her malord would get twisted and misunderstood out in this world, while Kanata rubbed his neck and stared, thinking she was just hanging around, then blurted, "So when are you going home?" Right on cue, Mira snapped on a pair of glasses and stepped in, promising she'd handle his pain and swear there'd be no killing involved, only for Kanata to freeze and ask, "Where did you even get those up?" Mira slammed the idea down so hard it hurt, but she wouldn't back off. Then she cooked up an even nastier option, selling their organs. Elsewhere, Maria and her friends huddled around their own devices, watching a broadcast until one of them started eagerly licking the screen. Maria let out a heavy sigh, realizing the hard way that her fans weren't the gentle angels she'd hoped for. Nope, clearly they were not. Back in his room, Kanata hit a wall with his thoughts and decided to take a walk to cool off, and Mira practically bounced in to join him. Only, he let that happen on one rule: she couldn't be seen. When he asked what she wanted as payment, Mira just smirked and said that bringing her along was all the price he needed. Under the full moon, he stretches and soaks up the cool night air, while Mira beside him turns beet red, clenches her fists, and snaps that she's not some kind of stalker. Just when he finally caught his breath, his phone suddenly buzzed. Boom! The calm shattered. A broadcast launched, and Rikba's voice sneered at the fools blindly loving the streamer's show, swearing that in 5 minutes he'll reveal the truth behind the streamer's evil deeds. Across the whole city, people freeze mid-stride as the broadcast blasts through their phones and speakers' murmurs ripple like a firestorm, and you can see doubt clawing its way into minds. Even Alfana, Akuta, and Rebecca lean in, faces tightening, because the claim that the streamer murders people by the dozens starts to feel too real. Elsewhere, Maria locks onto her screen, and the confusion in her face snaps into full-on wide-eyed shock. Those words tumble out of her mouth before the slander's weight fully hits, and disbelief hardens her expression like stone. Her shock detonates into pure rage. She screams that he could never, ever do something like that, and she hammers her device to pieces in a vice-like grip. The broadcast doesn't stop there. It spreads even farther, and Lady Shrausa keeps hearing those same accusations, her face twisted with silent, dangerous rage as she stares straight at whoever's behind the signal. Up on the rooftop, Kanata shouts for Tamira, instantly sensing her breaking point, yet she can't answer, just trembles, barely holding back a rage so destructive it would wipe out everything around her, and deep down she knows his presence is the only thing stopping her. While Ripa meets a mystery stranger, a nobleman who has no clue what he just unleashed, has basically yanked the leash on a sleeping tiger. Now his trouble is waking up fast. The stranger finally speaks up, begs for a favor, and admits they're both walking straight into danger. While Akuta and Zeus stride off for the day, Kanata plops alone on a campus bench and starts plotting his next move. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, the clock keeps ticking loud, like lessons are about to kick off. Right nearby, he catches Maria and her friend talking about his stream from yesterday, doubting the rumors that he kills people, and flat out refusing to believe anyone could handle that much manpower solo, while they also rave about how hard his broadcast is hitting. In class, he can't stop thinking about all the questions he's gotten about how his streams work. And he keeps sidestepping every single one, because the only real answer he has would be the useless truth. He can do it simply because he is who he is. He's got a reincarnation gift, an endless well of magic that lets him fire off elite spells again and again with zero mana worries, and even laughs at energy-draining attacks. But one slip of careless timing could make him absolutely obliterate everyone nearby before he even realizes it. Keeping this power locked away is the only way to dodge trouble. So long as he can still chase his dreams, he's satisfied. Strolling down the school halls, he can't shake the fear that the conspiracies about him are spiraling out of control. Then bam! An assassin named Mira drops out of nowhere, and even as he's reeling, she blurts out a sorry for being late. She hands him a letter and swears she did everything she could to dig up the info he needed, and Kanata, so rattled by how close she is, blunders out that she should give him some space, leaving her staring in total confusion. He thanks her for everything, then leans in and quietly asks her to lay off the violence. Mira's cheeks flare red as she admits she had to go a little rough, but she swears that if it's his order, she'll do anything he asks. The praise hits the assassin like a wave, and she's overwhelmed. She can barely take it while Lord Streamer keeps thanking her. Mira's strength snaps, and she drops hard, passing out from exhaustion, while Kanata can only stare in shock as she falls asleep right there on the spot. He cracks open the document she handed him, and the intelligence screams that the mastermind is a noble from Roja's kingdom. A tiny, far-off land that shouldn't even matter yet somehow pulls every string. He tore through the documents and realized this wasn't just a rumor, it was way uglier. A whole organization, fueled by pure envy, had rallied against him. Mira, the one who dug up the intel, watched it all with a smug smile, proud of every bit of it. Mira's efficiency left him stunned. She'd cracked the truth in record time. Kneeling at his side, she offered to dig up even more if he wanted, and Kanata only asked one thing: was she really okay doing all of it? Without a second thought, he shoved a fresh assignment into her hands and gripped his comm device, telling Mira to use her network access to slip into a targeted stream, and she snapped to attention and took the mission on the spot. Later, in a school uniform, Canada leaned over the rumor report and studied every word because it painted a nasty scheme. A trusted manipulator who worms his way in with former slaves, then drains them of every last drop of magical energy. He read it with a bitter scoff, furious at how they tried to twist the story, calling his supporters brainwashed and claiming his death was the only solution to their so-called crimes. Then Mira tore herself away and sprinted into her next mission. His calm shattered. At last, he slammed his fist into the wall and burst out a bitter laugh. Rage tore through him because those selfish assumptions weren't just coming for him anymore. They were coming for his listeners, too. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Kana snapped into a full-blown destructive rage over those rumors, and her comrades had to physically hold her back. Lady Shroudza just watched with icy calm, already tallying up the damage and how brutally expensive the repairs would be. For now, the crowd who actually buys the slander still feels pretty small. Back at the academy, Kanata strode through the courtyard when he caught a group of students, Maria included, huddled in whispers, debating the rumors and calling them fake. Then one voice slipped and admitted the slander was chillingly believable. And that's when it hit him. These lies had spread way too far. He slipped into a quiet spot, staring down the mess and thinking fast because he knew his words wouldn't be enough on their own. And if he ignored it, this misunderstanding would only grow teeth and fester. Then it hit him, staring at his audio-only setup. He realized he could finally show his hands during the stream, and the second he imagined copying the school entrance exam like that, he knew it could flip everything. The whole plan hinged on one thing, and Maria clocked it in a blink: the mana measurement orb from the entrance exam, the tool that sized up a mage's magic capacity. She instantly knew he'd need one of those. He knew that if he could unleash it on stream for every listener to witness, it would be slam-dunk proof he really was broadcasting with his own power. But when he dropped onto a lonely campus bench, the truth hit him like a weight: an orb that was way too expensive to be casually handed to some normal student. And from afar, Alfana and Maria clocked his panic instantly. Maria couldn't stop watching him, and she blurted out that he was just like her right down to his ugly truth. Alfan shot back, like the lying Lord Streamer. Maria snapped, that she meant his burning drive to wipe this world clean of sinners, and she made it clear she wanted the same thing. Their choice was made, then two figures closed in, calling his name loud enough to yank him out of his stormy thoughts. She shot up on her feet, stunned to see Princess Maria and Alfana standing right there. Alfana stared at him with sharp concern, demanded to know what hurt, then insisted he didn't have to spell it out for her to get it, because inside, a fierce need to help surged, and she realized she'd better hold herself together, or she'd lose control of her own feelings for him. She stared him down and said he reminded her of himself, moments flashing back where he'd stepped in to help people in trouble. And then she hit him with the truth. He was someone you could trust. So she shot her hand out and made a proper offer. Now that he was the one struggling, they'd step in and help, and she pushed him to lay all that weight on them. Turns out it was all simple born with power and clout. They had the kind of blessings and resources that they could now throw behind his cause. She kept her plea coming, saying their power and resources had to be used to help people who were desperate, then clasped her hands and looked up at him, begging could he please rely on the... His heart hammered like a drum as he clenched his fist, and pure relief crashed over him, because if it was them two, then he could finally trust them for real. Right as that thought hit, Maria cut in and asked both him and Alfana for a favor. He lifted his hand to his chin, and seriousness hit his face like a wave. Then he apologized and blurted that before they went any further, he had to say something. He's a streamer. Alfana and Maria are left totally frozen, eyes bulging with pure shock as the truth finally lands. With his arms crossed and nerves rattling, he fidgets like he can't stand still, convinced his confession hit way too fast, terrified they won't even believe a word he says, and he keeps mumbling a small, shaky apology for how abrupt it all was. Alfana cuts into his thoughts with calm certainty she's known all along. The stunned Canada blurts out, "Since when?" And she answers, "Since the moment we first met," pointing back to that tiny wound she noticed on the right hand. She goes on to say that the moment they'd met, she caught a glimpse of his hands during his stream, and bam! The connection clicked instantly, leaving Kanata stunned as the realization hit. Suddenly, Maria explodes in shock. Her face crumples with horrified clarity as the truth finally slams into place. Kanata is Lord Streamer. Alfana nods and admits it was weirdly simple to figure out, especially with that accent. He panics, realizing he must have been spilling information without even meaning to. Alfana and Maria shrug it off like, of course they'd catch on. Then Alfana steps in, softly taking his hands in hers. She grips him tight and tells him, "Even with the truth out there, they're still your fans. No way they'll ever mess with you or get you into trouble." Her face turns ice-cold serious as she snaps. "If you did that, you'd have zero right to call yourselves fans." Maria strides up too, placing her hand over theirs, and says she's in. She wants to keep hearing his voice and bask in that same fearless attitude. Then she leans in so close it steals your breath, snaps you to drop the formal stuff, and demands you stop calling her princess. And under the crushing intensity, Kanata can only stammer out that he's agreed. He just stood there, half stunned, as Alfana and Maria claimed they were allies, and then Alfana reminded him she was both a princess and a priestess, promising she'd grant him anything he wanted. He could barely do more than nod and say their names. When each of them took one of his hands, he realized something wild. Despite knowing exactly who he was, neither one of them ever spilled his secret, and they kept it locked up tight. He trusted them with his whole heart. But then this eerie unease slithered in because their vibe felt way off, sharp and unnervingly intense. They leaned in until their faces were almost touching, staring him down, and Kanata's stomach dropped. Panic hit hard as he spun his gaze around, terrified someone would catch them or overhear. With a confident wink, Alfana smirked. She'd seen his worry coming and already thrown a privacy spell over them, so the world couldn't eavesdrop. And Kanata exhaled in relief as he thanked her. Then her smile vanished, and she got straight to it. They weren't just chatting. She wanted to dig into the rumors and conspiracies swirling around his identity as a streamer. She broke it down for him, saying she'd asked her mom and dad to dig into the whole thing, and thanks to a mysterious helper, they'd already tracked the rumors straight back to their source. Kanata's jaw dropped at how fast it all happened, and Maria only smiled, proud as ever, like it was nothing. Alphana kept talking, and she made it clear, sure, the rumors screamed that he was a mass murderer, but their country's investigation turned up zero proof. The only hard truth they found was way worse when he acted as Lord Streamer. The mana he used was so insane it dwarfed anything a normal person could ever pull off. That clue lit a fire under her parents and every ruler on the planet, because they could only land on two brutal possibilities. Either he had more mana than anyone alive, or he was secretly powering it all with some mystery machine that somehow manufactured the energy to stream. Maria clung to his back and pushed him to remember he didn't have to lean on just them. Then she dropped the truth the name Lord Streamer now carried real weight, and the common people had his back in a way that wouldn't budge, with many of them already moving to shut down the nasty rumors before they could spread. A gut-punch realization hit him hard. So many of his believers were ready to throw down for him, and they'd never let him suffer a wrong that troubled him. Sure, he felt grateful, but he couldn't let anyone else mop up his mess, so he clenched his resolve and swore he'd prove his innocence himself. He swore he trusted both Maria and Alphana, but the heat of embarrassment rushed to his face as he looked at their mess. Then the two girls, sprawled on the ground, blinked up at him, dazed yet unshaken. With everyone finally upright, he steadied himself, grabbed his thoughts, and geared up to lay out his strategy while Alphana, blunt as ever, pushed him to spill the plan. His entire plan latched onto that one orb they'd all spotted the moment they walked into the academy, an artifact everyone called priceless, and the kind you weren't allowed to even touch, let alone carry away, because it was locked up deep inside the school behind serious security. Now they're side by side on a bench, and he lays out his plan with iron confidence. This is a problem he has to fix himself. Alphana and Maria leaned in so close their faces were inches from Canada, and the heat in the moment made him completely flustered. Alphana even swore that no matter how this turned out, she'd own the outcome and use her princess authority to get every permission needed, while Maria nodded and backed it up by granting her own okay as the priestess. He was genuinely thankful for their steady help, but part of him kept begging for a little more breathing room. With this new alliance locked in, everything was finally set in motion. The streamer and his believers had officially teamed up to crush the rumors, and his next move was about to hit. Fast. Outside the school, once the last classes ended, Kanata pivots toward Alphana and Maria, clutching a shattered computer monitor, thanking them for everything and swearing he'll have it all ready for tomorrow. He makes sure everything's ready, then locks in the plan tomorrow at 6 in the evening at their agreed meeting spot with a determined grin, and Alphana and Maria both nod like, got it. Moments later, a sharp knock hits the door, and Maria swings it open, eyes snapping up to see who's finally here. Alphana storms into the room with a tight, severe face, and Maria blurts, "What's wrong?" But Alphana's gaze is stuck on something else as she snaps, "Is this about Lord Canada?" Maria nods, and the truth hits Alphana like a sucker punch. Lord Streamer is her classmate. She grabs Maria by the shoulders and rattles her like crazy, shaking hard enough to steal her breath. Maria begs her to calm down, but Alphana, drowning in panic, yells that she can't possibly do that. Agitation detonates in her. She smashes furniture and shatters glass as she shrieks that her idol is her own classmate. Then Maria has to dodge the flying wreckage, begging her to stop wrecking the room. A moment later, the room snaps back to normal magic, and Maria looks down at a bandaged, flustered Alphana on the floor. Alphana blurts that she's not lying at all, swearing she wasn't sure, but she had a hunch, because his voice always felt weirdly familiar. She keeps mumbling Canada, like she's stuck in a trance, and Maria slides in right beside her, snaps her out of it, and tells her to quit the whispering. Now she can turn every one of their meetings into a move that makes Lord Canada fall for her. That one suggestion flips Alphana's mood on the spot. Now she's standing at a chalkboard packed with equations, eyes blazing as she wrestles with which name to call him, while Maria just stares, shocked that her focus snapped into place that fast. She instantly jumps to some wild conclusion, her brain sprinting straight to wedding plans because with them knowing each other's identities, she figures they're basically married already, and Maria just watches, deadpan, and calls out the whole logic fail. Her mind snaps, and out comes a savage, roaring version of herself shouting, "I'm Lord Canada's bride, not Maria." While Maria just laughs at the joke, faraway Canada fires off a warning when Alphana taps into her princess authority. She gets completely unhinged. The brutal fantasy drops away, and Alphana's cold, serious side takes over. He jabs Maria sharply and growls that she'd better not stir up trouble at his school, because there, he's Lord Kanata, not Lord Streamer. Maria's stomach sinks as she hears Alphana's vow. If she interferes, he won't let it slide. Then Maria locks eyes with that fire in Alphana's face, something she hasn't seen in ages. Her ferocity slams Maria back into their childhood, back when Alphana, looking feral, confessed that she'd swapped Maria's alarm clock with a bomb when they were just 5, and the younger Maria can only stammer out an apology for some mystery mistake she can't even name. Maria snaps Alphana back to the present and tells her to clear her head because once this mess is finally over, it'll be just the two of them who truly understand the real idea. She leans in and lays it out. This move puts them leagues ahead of every other fan, and now they can finally back him up in person, starting right away. And the moment she finishes, Alphana's obsession smog snaps, and the logic crashes through. This is the real secret behind their edge. Almost nobody listening knows the streamer's true identity, and the tight crew behind it is just Kana, Maria, Alphana, and Rebecca. Meanwhile, one of those rare listeners, Demon Lord Shrausa, gapes at her monitor, stunned and furious, because there's no stream schedule posted for today. Back in the room, Maria nods along as Alphana finally clicks into place. Then they both swear they'll stand by him in the shadows, any way they can, so the world never sniffs out his secret. Alphana tightens her fist, and pure resolve hardens like steel. She insists this is what real fans, ones who truly understand, should look like. And the scary, obsessed image from before was just wrong, because now she's saying they've uncovered their real calling guardians. That new pact with Maria flipped everything suddenly. They weren't just fans anymore. Maria sealed this new alliance with a hard, no-going-back handshake, calling Alphana her friend and ally to back Lord Kanata. Then Alphana lit up and agreed with blazing enthusiasm, all of them locked in on the same mission. It looked like the kind of friendship that makes your heart light, two young women, bonded in the purest, happiest moment. But under all that friendly energy, a brutal rivalry sparked dragon spirits versus tiger spirits, and Alphana quietly swore she'd become Canada's favorite, while Maria dug in just as hard to seize his true #1 spot. Their arguments dug deep into the past they shared with him. Alphana swore she was the first to spot his gifts, but Maria shot back with a bigger flex, claiming she was the first person on Earth to uncover the streamer's real identity. Thinking they'd ever just be friends was a total mistake. Now they're locked in a possessive, all-consuming obsession. Alphana snapped back to the point and raised a tiny device, then smirked. Lord Kanata was knee-deep in prepping for the coming revolution, so he wouldn't be streaming, and she was quick to make sure Maria was just as hyped as she was. Then she pitched a bold idea: tap into his archived streams to blast their morale through the roof for tomorrow. Her eyes flashed with approval, and Maria nodded hard. She said with no classes on the calendar, just hunkering down and hoping it's enough. Won't cut it. The competitive fire flared up in an instant. Alphana leaned in and asked which archive stream Maria had in mind. Maria didn't flinch. She took the challenge head-on, naming the exact stream where he hosted a question-and-answer session, all while wearing that effortlessly cool, "I've got this" attitude. Just as they were about to watch, the little device suddenly blasted a recording of Canada's voice, charming, playful, and loud from the tiny speaker. "Say, you guys, how about you all become on?" Then Canada broke into a light, happy laugh. When his voice blasted through that tiny device, every trace of restraint snapped instantly. Maria hurled her fist up and roared her love for Lord Streamer, while Alphana collapsed in a wave of emotion, writhing on the floor as she screamed, "We love you," right along with her. And once they stopped trying to hide, their fiery devotion tore through the night. From Canada's side, everything is locked in Maria, and her crew confirmed they'll meet the next day at 6 p.m. He clenches his fists, buzzing with anticipation, because even if it's just a misunderstanding, he can't wait for the special stream tomorrow to set everything straight, and to get there, he's got to prep first. The plan slams into a wall fast, because a teacher is standing guard at the school gate. Stone-faced and refusing to let anyone out at this hour, Kanata realizes that, as just a normal student, he's got zero chance of talking his way past a guy like that. He starts wondering if anyone could slip past that guard, and right when the thought hits him, Mira suddenly latches onto his back. He jerks in shock and fires off how long she's been there, only for her to cut him off with, "Did you call?" Swept across the night sky, he tilts his head back, grinning like there's no stopping him. Mira watches him and asks why he's reaching for the capital at this hour. Then he tells her exactly what he wants: the help of a specific adult waiting there. Her gaze locks onto the rooftop. Kana has been waiting there the whole time. She tells him she's ready to jump straight into business, but a flustered Kanata blurts out fast that his visit has nothing to do with that. He hurries to ask for an instant introduction to a tailor who can whip up an outfit fast, and he's ready to pay any price, as long as they stay totally discreet. Kana snaps to attention, tells him not to worry, and promises to send him a map right away. With Mira sprawled on his back, he tears through the capital all night, ducking into shop after shop, including an armor smith, until the sky finally breaks at dawn, and they're still scrambling with just 1 hour left before that all-important meeting. He finally reaches the spot Maria named a massive, castle-like site that stops him cold. Then he just gapes upward, thinking, wait, are we really allowed to borrow a place this grand for simple stream? Inside, he's dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, grinning because his ally's work is spot on. He checks his brand-new, detachable streaming camera, gets everything rolling for the broadcast, and just when he thinks he's finally ready, bam! A knock hits the door. He calls them in, because he knows this is where the real fight is about to start. He ends up with Alfana and Maria both shaking like they're about to bolt, so he tells them they didn't have to come. But they shoot back that being there will make it way harder for anyone to sniff out that he's a commoner. This all came from their meeting the day before he'd been weighing whether to finally reveal who he really was. In that conversation, he suddenly realized his own offer would give him away as a dorm living student, and Alfana confirmed it with one look at his hands, crushing his hope in the worst possible way. Cornered by his problem, Alfana didn't hesitate. She offered her secret villa for the stream. She swore it was so hidden, even her own parents had no clue it existed, and the craziest part, you wouldn't spot it even if you stared straight at it. She told him it all came from her saintess magic. She didn't fight people so much as she made them stop caring about the place, like it just vanished from their minds. And that power was so ruthless it once left even seasoned adventurers standing there like, something's wrong, while failing to spot the huge castle right in front of them. Alfana swore he'd tweak the barrier so he could finally see it, and then Maria lit up with a plan she'd fuse her magic with Alfana's to carve out a space where they could stream without a single worry about their location getting tracked, leaving Kanata just standing there in awe of what they could do. Maria said her magic was a sacred inheritance and there was no way she'd betray her vows except for him. The moment she finished, Maria and Alfano latched onto him like he was the last chance, shouting that they had to go with him to open the villa and make sure nobody spotted him. With panic clawing at his chest, he finally caved and agreed. Right here, in the villa's lavish interior, he stood still as the walls crackled with shimmering magic, and he swore he'd thank them properly later. Right when his mind started to spin, Mira popped up, flashed him a quick thumbs up, then disappeared like she never existed, and that snap realization hit him hard. She'd only pretended to leave. Mira sat perched outside like she owned the night, sipping her drink as if nothing could touch her. Somehow she dodged Alfana's brutal magic and took the guard position so Kanata could keep streaming until he was fully satisfied. Across the city, Kana clutched her device and stared at the screen, dread rising as she wished her luck would finally turn. Meanwhile, a crowd packed in to watch the broadcast, buzzing with hope but itching with doubt, while Akuda and Zeus stood right there, convinced the streamer would cook up another excuse and bail before showing up. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Lady Shrausa sat there with a smug grin, loudly betting on the streamer and feeling absolutely sure of it, But her subordinates didn't buy it. One swore he felt unlike any other human. Another worried he could be a threat. Still, they all locked eyes on the same thing, ready to watch his final stream unfold. In the hidden villa, when the clock struck the exact hour, Maria whipped her head toward Canada and told him it was go time. Alfana stood right there, silent as a shadow, watching every move. Kanata nodded at them like, "Yep, stick to the plan," then took a steadying breath. Sure, his nerves were screaming, but he forced himself to savor it anyway, the world's very first live stream evolution. As he got ready, Prince Aguila stepped out in front of a roaring, packed crowd, all eyes locked on him. Then he declared that no excuse would save the streamer, because this would be his last broadcast. Aguila yanked the spotlight onto everything the streamer's real face, his hands, and that brutal, awful voice, forcing it all into the open for everyone to witness. Kanata didn't flinch at the prince's loud threats. His fist clenched hard. Then he snapped one last command to his companions, telling them to strike the moment an opening appeared. The moment the stream went live, a jolt of shock ripped through everyone, watching Kana, Lady Shrausa, Prince Aguila, even the king, and then a single unified scream of disbelief thundered out across them all. Their shock hit the moment a figure burst onto the screen, not some random masked stranger, but the streamer himself, fully in his helmeted persona, waving at his listeners and firing a question. Were they really waiting for him? Confident words rang out across the world. Then boom, the curtains dropped, sealing the end of streamer's short-lived instant legend. Across the land, the masked streamer crashes onto the screen in a blaze of hype. Then he greets his viewers and asks, "Do I look good?" before admitting they'll have to forgive him for keeping his face hidden, and his wild way of speaking and moving has Akuda and Zeus frozen in jaw-dropping amazement. Lady Shrausa huddles by the broadcast, burning with fierce resolve she's done letting those allegations stick, so she chooses a totally different kind of stream this time. Meanwhile, in another room, Kana thrashes around, glued to every second of it. The whole controversy sits right on a throne, and Prince Aguilo lays it out recently. A certain country has been claiming the streamer kills people en masse, just so he can film his broadcasts. He watches the stream himself, and contempt twists his face as he realizes this whole mess is pure suffering. He can't stand watching people get branded criminals on nothing but wild guesses. He reads the streamer's words like a threat, sneers, then hurls it back at his own viewers, yelling that they're idiots and daring anyone to challenge him. Guards choke back their laughter as his outburst hits, then scramble to apologize fast. While on the broadcast, the streamer grumbles that these recent troubles have him only getting sleep at night, and that realization annoys him like crazy. Then his voice flips the whole vibe. He tells the crowd, today's the day he'll show exactly how his streams run, and before anything else, he demands the camera so he can introduce his accomplices. Meanwhile, the live chat rockets up the screen, packed with viewers yelling for him to prove his innocence. As the camera glides across the scene, Lady Shrausa freezes in disbelief. Someone helped him, and it wasn't her. On the screen, she spots two figures, and the streamer swears they trekked in from afar to rescue him. Two young women stride up to the baffled crowd. One says she's Maria Adaraxes, the third princess of Rogius, and the other drops her name as Alfana, the saintess everyone knows. They confess they're both fans, beg the streamer to let them join, and he agrees. But when Connor watches through his device, it hits him like a punch. These two aren't just guests. They're brutal rivals. Alfana snaps into control. She lifts a finger and orders the whole audience, in the saintess's name, to obey her, then hurls a spell that forces everyone to lock onto Lord Streamer's every word and move, while Kanata in the back sputters and flails, totally thrown by her sudden boss-level authority. He snaps back to himself fast, throws up a thumbs up at the two women, and thanks them. Then the crowd starts going. Focus! Don't judge! It's all just guesses. Kanata decides right then to bury those comments in the archive, mumbling to himself about how ridiculous the whole situation is. Elsewhere, Prince Aguila grips his head in pure frustration. Those streamer S-words keep slamming into his mind, turning everything into a fog that won't let him focus on uncovering the man's real identity. All his followers can do is apologize for the mess. Meanwhile, during the broadcast, the masked streamer leaned over and got ready for his next big stunt, turning to the Saintess and declaring, "The main act starts now," while he pointed at a mysterious object waiting on the table. Then he ordered the princess to bring the item up, and once she did, he turned to the crowd and explained that the device was an orb built to measure just how much mana a person carries. He boldly claimed his mana was limitless, powering his streams with zero help, and swore he'd prove it right now to set the stage. The Saintess explained that the orbs are ranked by their color and how fiercely they glow, and that her own SSS mana flares in a blazing gold, but the crowd, including a stunned Aguila, couldn't believe what they were hearing. That plan was cooked up the night before Kanata, maskless, laid out his mission to pour mana straight into the orb, admitting it could sound like a cheap trick, and the Saintess didn't deny it was a gamble with such a simple method still. Kanata was certain that with both a princess and a Saintess standing there to vouch for him, nobody would doubt a thing. He stormed back to the live broadcast and barked at his audience, "Don't look away." With sheer determination on his face, he grabbed the orb and declared he was all in for the demonstration. He jammed both hands on the crystal sphere, and a surge of raw power shot through it the second his touch landed. The result hit them like a curveball. Maria and Alfana stared in shock as the orb flared gold, then slid into a pitch-black, eerie glow, and finally snapped back to gold again like it was toying with them. The orb started to shake violently, and Canada let out a breath of relief. This time it didn't crack, but the Saintess stared, stunned, as his infinite mana clawed at the orb's prison, fighting to break free, and she'd never seen anything like it. Suddenly, the orb ripped itself off the stand, hovering in midair and blazing with rainbow light, and Kanata, Maria, and Alfana just froze. Maria gasped, "It's floating," while Alfana blinked in disbelief. "I've never seen it throw out colors like this." Then wham, the orb tore off like a comet, scrambled up onto the roof, blasting his voice into the night as the orb tore away. "Get back here. Where do you think you're going?" Realizing he couldn't snag the loan, he bolted back inside, yanking both Alfana and Maria with him, and blurted an apology for the rush, then begged them for help, and Alfana snapped up in surprise and immediately said yes. He sprinted to the balcony, yanking away from his streaming gear, and his phone still clamped on that shaky tripod slammed to the floor, broadcasting his chaotic escape while his audience stared in total confusion. Across the world, viewers snapped into shock and confusion, and even demons were like, "Wait, was that a fluke?" Royalties and common folk got the same orders: drop everything and stare at the wild spectacle outside. Students clung to their screens, baffled about what could have set the streamers off like that, while others pointed at the sky, straight up disbelieving what they were seeing. That strange light blazing across the sky sent everyone scrambling inside their own heads. The assassin mirror froze mid-breath. Shrausa, the demon lord, stared, awed, and creeped out at the same time, and in a dim room Kana watched it too, swallowing the fact that it was terrifying and gone before she could blink. Kanata stepped onto the balcony, and the two women leaned over the rail to stare at the chaos overhead, an enormous shimmering curtain of light spilling across the night sky like the world was on fire. Alfana instantly clocked it and said it was basically an aurora, while Maria, totally clueless, could only blurt out what an aurora even was. She cradled the now Damana orb in her hands as a plan sparked in her head. Then the orb's power seemed to fade, slipped right out of her grip, and plummeted while the aurora kept painting the city rooftops in wild light. Then it hit her like it was landing in all of their minds at once. That overflowing mana didn't vanish at all. It spilled from the orb and powered a miracle, and she swore this aurora wasn't stuck to just one country. It had spread everywhere else too, screaming that the streamer's mana was truly infinite. Her words hit the crowd like lightning, and suddenly the whole incident didn't look like an accident anymore. It looked like a divine miracle, and people started whispering that the streamer might be a holy messenger until they missed the one crucial detail. The king and his advisors didn't miss it for a second when the sky finally calmed. The king's eyes went wide with alarm, because in ataraxia, auroras were unheard of. Not a single soul had ever seen them. That meant the streamer had shattered the natural order so thoroughly, they had zero chance of beating him. In the demon realm, the crowd splits in two. Prince Aguila crumples in despair, clutching a device and snarling that it's all lies, convinced the streamer siphoned mana from slaves, begging for help as he insists they shouldn't have to fight a god, while on the other side, Lady Shrausa and Kikiki shoot their arms up in victory, crowing that every second of that spectacle was totally worth it. People can't stop talking. Everyone's convinced the streamer handpicked the stars on purpose, like he actually controls the sky itself in their eyes. That breathtaking night display wasn't just a show. It was a one-night miracle so intense it could make you drop right there from pure awe. This wild, burning devotion is crashing straight into a stunned Kanata, Alfana, Maria, and even young assassin Mira are staring at him like he's everything. While Alfana and Maria vow to ride with Lord Streamer for the rest of their lives, Kanata grips his device and can only break into sweat, thinking they've totally lost their minds. Across the capital, the buzz hits like thunder, crowds cheer. Flags snap with the streamer's symbol, and people can't stop asking if he'll go live again today. The king stands beside a noble woman, calm as ever, then smiles and says he's grateful he lived long enough to see it, because that aurora felt like a divine miracle, lighting up the moment a new legend was born. Even in the demon lands, the rumor is flying now, a three-eyed demon turns to his goat-headed buddy and asks, "You watching too?" The goat-headed demon nods, grinning at those streamers who somehow burn through infinite mana, and he can't help hoping he'll get to visit their country one day. Back in his room, Canada props his chin on his hands, weariness on his face, but he still lets out a tired little smile, replaying how he shot into fame so fast. Yeah, being this popular feels like an honor. Yet the moment lingers, begging you to notice the crushing pressure underneath. Fatigue crushes him. He's been running non-stop between the capitals, student dorms, and Maria's estate, barely catching any sleep, just when he finally tries to nod off. Excited students outside his window explode into shouts, gushing over how the streamer's divine miracle lit up the sky and pleading with him to keep them from losing their rest during their breaks. Later, as he strides through the school, he spots Maria buzzing with excitement as she shows another student her device. Then she points to the phenomenon and names it an aurora. He hears every word, and boom! Kanata freezes, hit by a sudden realization. Why on earth are they all crediting him for it? He keeps scratching his head over the phrase, divine miracle, because in his old life, auroras were just a real ancient sight around, since before the Common Era, so the gap between his two worlds hits him like a punch. Right nearby, Mira is dead asleep on the bench, drained to the bone and stuck there, showing just how utterly wiped they both are. That fame crushes down on his companions. Then a swarm of students storms Alfana and Maria, bombarding them with non-stop questions. Desperate to know what Lord Streamer was really like and what they talked about, Maria tries to shove her way through, claiming official business. But the crowd closes in fast, clawing for any juicy behind-the-scenes scoop. She leans to the school window, nudging her glasses into place, and when the day's about to start, she can't stop thinking about the debt she owes her friends, so she vows to thank them the right way. Then she waves at someone waiting outside and sends them off with a smile. See you next week. Meanwhile, Kanata slips away from the crowd with one thought, get home and finally rest. Then Agila's fury erupts, blasting out loud at him for daring to act like he's better. Like who does Canada, just a commoner, think he is? Maria and Mira immediately jump in, shutting him down and calling out his petty jealousy. He freezes for a beat as it all clicks, and when he turns back to that seething noble, Kanata realizes the truth. This exact rage, the aristocracy's resentment, is what sparked the recent chaos. The story snaps to the aftermath of the Rikba incident right after the stream, Maria explains. The royal knights tracked Rikba to his home, forced him to confess, and hauled him into custody, but they spared him exile. Before Rikba was thrown into prison, Whether guilt finally swallowed him or the fallout completely shattered him, he emptied his entire fortune and handed it to his slaves. Right there, sprawled on the floor, he tore his pride out and offered everything as a trembling apology, claiming he didn't need a single drop of wealth behind bars. 1 hour before the night even arrived, a flashback tore everything open. Demon Lord Shrausa cradled Rikba's head in her hand, praised his apology with a cruel smile, and bragged that her sharp subordinates uncovered his bug faster than he ever could, mocking his security as pathetic compared to the streamers. Back in the present, Kanata walks solo, eyes locked on his next move, and he decides he has to tell his listeners to slow down and judge with care before this kind of chaos blows up again, while he can't stop thinking about how wildly people reacted to his new hairstyle. As Alphana trails right beside him, he lets out a heavy sigh and admits the ugly truth he thinks he started it all, so from now on, he has to be way more careful with how he handles everything. Alphana greets him with stiff formality, clocking his exhaustion, and then points out right to his face that he can use magic too before he can even breathe. Mira pops up out of nowhere, hovering inches away, and whispers fiercely, "Did those earlier thoughts mean he's really thinking of shutting down his streaming?" When Kanata answers her, he flashes a brave grin and vows to keep streaming like nothing happened, even with that unwanted attention breathing down his neck so he and his listeners can still enjoy it while his identity stays hidden. Right beside him, Alphana lets out a huge sigh, admitting she and Maria were genuinely worried. Flustered, Kanata thanks them for the support and hurries off before he can overthink it. As he walks out, Alphana locks eyes on him, her face burning with quiet intensity, and she can't shake the thought those two aren't just friends with her, not really, and that realization hardens her resolve to back him even harder from this moment on. Later, he storms back into his room and calls out that he's home, scanning that empty space like something's off. Then he dismisses the idea that Mira might be waiting, only to look down and find her folded on the floor. Head bowed, she snaps out that she's ready to help, asking what he needs. That shocking sight hits him like a punch. He stumbles back onto his bed, panicking, and from the floor, Mira just tilts her head up at him with wide-eyed, innocent confusion. She straight up demands to go home, even tossing out, "Are you trying to become a stalker?" But then Mira pops up with a bright grin, declaring she's quitting her assassin gig, the one they call the Crow. And when Kanata asks what she'll do now, Mira just laughs it off. She only ever wanted to protect him. Her explanation leaves him completely stunned, so he blurts out questions about her logic, baffled why she'd say something that hooks his curiosity until the whole ridiculous scene hits him, and for a second he swears he can feel his late father watching from above, proud. He tries to shut her out, eyes locked on the news feed on his monitor where it says Crow's disappearance is being blamed on that streamer. He just prays it won't spiral any worse, but Mira won't back off, begging him to make her his official, publicly known bodyguard. At that exact moment, Maria finally slips home after her duties, exhausted yet locked in on one mission seeing Kanata. Then she spots him down the hall, blurts his name, and sprints toward him like her whole world is waiting. Her bright smile crashes to a stop the moment she sees it. Kanata yanks Mira by the hand and shouts that she's some unemployed weirdo, but Mira doesn't flinch as she fires back that he's dead wrong, then declares that from this day on, she's going to be Lord Kanata's bodyguard. The moment the word bodyguard hits, Maria's face snaps into a furious, possessive glare. When Kanata tries to brush off Myra's claim, Maria storms ahead, her voice sharp as a blade, straight up declaring that if he wants guards smaller, then she'll be the one. And while that tension explodes between them, Alphana just stands back, watching the whole showdown unfold. Outside the school gates, Connor spotted the chaos brewing, and the loud, strange commotion made her instantly wonder, was Kanata at it again, stepping in to help someone? As Kanna weighed her thoughts, a mysterious woman with sharp, pointed ears and dark skin swept in, tugged her sun hat, and decided she'd see this for herself. The newcomer clearly clocked Kanna right away. Saintess and Priestess Kanna just hoped Kanata wouldn't be blindsided by her sudden appearance. The woman closed in, brow furrowed, and asked Kanna if they'd met before, only for the stranger to shrug and say the flame war was already over. Back with Canada, Things didn't just worsen, they spiraled fast. Mira boldly claimed she and Maria were already his bodyguards, and Alfana nearly choked on shock. But that was only the spark, because right after that, Kanata started pulling everyone's focus back to him again. From some mysterious spot, Crow watched everything unfold, knowing the streamer wasn't about to slow down, while Kanata stared at his own progress and realized that once he started vlogging, the doors in front of him were suddenly wide open, like there was no limit anymore. He tried to shut out Maria and Alfana's argument, clapped his hands over his ears, and pretended their bickering about manners and status didn't exist because Canada decided the only way to survive it was to grow even bigger. Up in the sky, in a glowing celestial realm, an angel watched everything unfold with a bright, joyful smile. She was the one steering Kanata's path, blessing the road ahead, and even keeping a close eye on his whole reincarnation journey from heaven. Then she cleared her throat, cheeks tinged with embarrassment, and heaven's idea clearly tickled her like it struck a nerve that made her want to laugh. The goddess finally confessed she'd been watching him the whole time, laughing at his antics and staring at him like he was fascinating. Then she admitted she never thought he'd spend the mana she gave him on streaming. Not after that line he tossed at her, but the next thing she did was grin and say she couldn't wait for his stream that night while wearing a shirt plastered with his face. Back on the ground, exhaustion slammed into him hard. He told the gathered women, Maria, Alfana, the mirror, and even the newly arrived Kona and mysterious elf that he was wiped out and had to go home to prepare, and everyone watched him leave. He spun to leave and the whole room erupted at once. Lord Kanata, Alfana, and that dark-skinned elf woman shouted together. Kanata echoed Myra, Princess Maria, and Kana in the same breath, all tangled in disbelief and desperation, while even Demon Lord Shrausa looked stunned by how fast he bolted. Their calls sparked a full-on frantic chase. He kept drifting away at that steady pace. But behind him chaos erupted as everyone lunged to catch up. Mira flew through the air. The dark-skinned elf sprinted so hard her hat shot off her head, and Princess Alfana with Elf Maria reached for him with pleading faces, while Kana stumbled and crawled forward, desperate just to keep pace. Sitting on a bench in front of a massive church, Kanata looks totally lost, then points at himself like, "Wait me," as that one question hits hard his supporters. Alfana and Maria stand in front of him as the building looms behind them, and Alfana makes it clear this is exactly why they dragged him here, pressing him to spill his thoughts on the matter. They wrap it up, basically saying it's all about sponsors and followers. Alfana backs that up, and even though a week's passed since the Aurora, everyone's still totally locked in on it. She explains that the court artists are already duking it out to nail his exact likeness. Then Maria winks and says, "Sure, paintings are nice, but wouldn't it be way better if we had real stuff people could actually hold in their hands?" Kanata didn't see the merchandise idea coming at all. He thought it would take ages to get here, so Alfana and Maria practically leaned out of their seats, all fired up. "We're investing," they said, laying out that if he makes goods, it'll spread belief in their Lord streamer. Kanata still looked uneasy, though, asking if they were really sure, since he knows they've got their own duties to juggle. Kanata quickly let out a reassuring promise it wouldn't show up on any official records, and it wouldn't mess with their work, only they'd stay in the loop, and they were happy with that. Their sincerity hit him hard, and for the first time in his usual online chaos, this felt like fresh air. For a split second, he even got overwhelmed with emotion, daydreaming about marrying them both, then immediately crushed the thought as impossible. If he hadn't been denied back then, and if he hadn't given them permission, that fierce devotion of theirs would have only burned hotter, and a terrifying fate could have sealed his end. Back in the present, Kanata strolls alongside the two women, grinning as he wonders what merch they should tackle first. Then the fun snaps to a halt when he freezes mid-step, eyes locked on something up ahead. Right in front of them towers a huge statue of the goddess now trashed with an shirt splashed with Canada's face. Alfana blurts out that it showed up this morning, and they still can't track down who did it. Canada goes wide-eyed in disbelief, stunned anyone would pull a stunt like that, and in Alfana's mind, it's already a win. Maria just watches, her expression sharp and thoughtful. Then she offers a calm explanation with her eyes shut, soaking in the moment since the statue now has Lord Streamer on it. It should be fine, because that's what everyone agreed on. Still, a cold shiver zips down his spine as he watches in silence, wondering if this church has completely lost its mind. He grinned as he told her all his fans were lurking everywhere, and Alphana jumped in saying they were using magic to mask their faces from every single onlooker. Just as they were talking, two of Maria's school friends showed up and grilled Kanata about who he'd brought with him before he could even answer. Alphana's eyes lit up with a wicked plan. She said if the goddess had truly carved the message into the vandalized statue, then that ugly thing could count as a divine oracle, and Kanata snapped with panic. He immediately shut that idea down, snapping at her not to toss jokes like that. Alphana spun around fast, insisting it was only a jest while across the way. Merch production kept rolling, an angel flashing off a completed shirt as her exhausted partner groaned and asked how many more they were still stuck making. As the conversation wound down, Kanata suggested they call it a day, still thinking it was early enough to rest. Alphana cut in and said she and Maria weren't finished yet. Kanata pressed for details, assuming it had to do with politics, because he knew those problems never came easy. She slipped in a knowing smile that felt almost creepy, told her Malor he'd get it soon, and then after she and Maria waved off the cheerful goodbye, Kanata was left totally stunned by that cryptic line. Later, walking solo through a lively city stretch he never set foot in, it didn't exactly feel refreshing. Then a giant crowd snapped his focus in front of one store, and he couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Out of nowhere, a girl popped up like a jump scare and started casually munching her snack. His heart shot straight into his throat. She pointed toward the shop and asked if he wanted to check out the brand new store that just opened. He grabbed his chest, completely frozen, shocked by how fast she appeared. He finally got strong enough to snap at her, calling her Mira and grilling her like, "How long are you planning to hide out?" Then he hit her with his rule, "Find your own place," but his voice eased right after that, praising her for how much she helped through the assassination attempt and for keeping his identity locked down. Mira lifted her gaze, stunned by what he'd just said. Then she gently snapped some sense into her stalking is wrong. Mira still perched beside Lorneley in a cardboard box, hushedly nodded along, and Kanata noticed she didn't look like she wanted to go back to her home country. Mira insisted she'd still track down a place of her own there. Resolve crumbled in an instant. Tears spilled from her eyes as she looked up at him from the box and begged, "Pick me up." The police hit Kanata hard, and his mother's warning about taking in strays snapped back like a spark. He wanted to hold himself together, but Miro's heart was already flooding over with emotion at what he'd done. He strolled through the city beside Mira when a familiar building snapped into view ahead. Vinity, the brothel where Kana worked then. Right nearby, two men froze and stared in disbelief, yelling like they'd just seen a ghost. A voice snapped his name out of nowhere, and he whipped around to find Kana herself standing there, grinning like she'd been waiting for him. Kanata froze in surprise, and Kana laughed it off, saying that even at noon the place never slows down, packed with customers, mostly adventurers and soldiers fresh off her night shift, while Mira quietly watched every word. Her warm smile vanished the second her eyes landed on Mira. Boom. Recognition hit Kana, realized Mira was the same girl she'd spotted at the school 6 days earlier, and Mira's stiff, tense face told the truth she remembered Kana too. The air turned heavy with unsaid fury, leaving a totally bewildered Canada stuck between the two women as they kept the silent, razor-sharp standoff going. He couldn't stand by, so he nudged Mira forward with his own hands, introducing her to Kana on the spot to shatter the awkward silence. The intro finally clicked for Kana. Her face eased with understanding, and she said she could see what was really going on now, but it just left Kanata staring, totally lost about what they were even talking about. She swept them inside, and that lavish room hit Kanata and Mirastunt like a punch so rich it stole their breath, and Kanata suddenly realized he'd never lived anything close to this in his past life. Then the terrifying thought followed, how much would this cost? Right then, a cart stacked with a feast rolled in, and Kana breezed in with a grin she was about to eat and pulled them along, Like their timing couldn't be more perfect, Kanata and Mira were so thrilled they practically shot their utensils up, barely holding back their excitement for what was coming. After that incredible meal, every plate was scraped clean. Canada poured out his thanks, saying he never in his life thought he'd be able to afford food this fancy. Then he leaned in and asked Kana if she normally ate like this with people, and she told him she usually does, right alongside her co-workers. Then her voice snapped sharper as she leaned in close and asked straight up if he knew Princess Maria and Saintess Alfana Kanata froze, startled, but admitted he did, and Kana dropped the real bomb she'd just shared a meal with them, leaving him reeling as his followers finally started to link up and connect. Over a meal, Kanata questioned Kanata and Miro about how they'd met. Kanata leaned in and said that after she tangled with a troublesome noble, a bunch of royal knights got stationed at her place, so she and Miro clicked instantly, shared dinner, and even talked about Kanata. Then she grinned like she had a secret, saying it all sparked a real business connection with the royal family, while Kanata kept sipping his drink and soaking up every word. She announces she's starting a whole support group for him as a streamer, and that bombshell makes Kanata choke and spray his drink straight onto Myra's face. Kana, totally clueless, just laughs and asks what's up, casually admitting she's member number 3, even if it's not official yet. Mira stays stone cold, but a thin little streak of water slides down her cheek. Stammers as he begs Kana to hold up, grilling her about that fan club rumor. Then a flash hits Alfana gushing to Kana about dreaming up merchandise. Back in the moment, Kana nods and her face softens. She reaches for Kanata and admits it. His words saved her, and to her, he's the most important being in the whole world. Mira wipes her face like nothing happened and admits she overslept, so she totally missed the meeting, and that's why she had zero clue about the plan. Kanata just stares, completely stunned, while Mira dives back into her food like it's business as usual, and he finally nods weakly, mumbling an excuse to wash his hands before he stumbles away. Kana can go for it, but she snatches Kanata by the collar, yanks him close, and shoots him a look that screams trouble, then whispers, "So do you want me to be your first, Ta?" Kanata freezes in pure shock, insisting it's way too soon, and just when he thinks he's done for, Kana grins, winks, and drags the moment back by admitting she was only messing with him. Later on, the trio finally tears themselves away from the place, thanking Kana for the feast before she tells them to come back anytime. Kanata smiles, realizing that even though it was short, those moments together were still a blast. He has no clue what to do with the rest of his day off, then snaps his head up. Mira's totally vanished, probably hunting for a house. Right when he's still trying to piece it together, a hooded figure drops into view beneath the night sky, and Kana is there too. The stranger steps forward, smiles at them, and introduces herself as Alfana, the founder of the streamer support group. Inside a nearby church, the hooded Alfana leans in and grills Kana, who can't believe how formal she's being. Alfana says the whole point of this meeting is to build a space where the streamer can really grow, and for now, they only need people who already understand the game. As she talks, a brutal whirl of dark energy churns up behind her, and Alfana can't help but notice it. Energy whips into the shape of a shadow that lunges straight at her. Alfana snaps into action, slamming up a dark energy barrier and barking, "Who are you?" Then dread hits as she realizes her attacker isn't some random intruder, but someone who slipped past her full power spell. A shadowy assailant lunges and then bam! A flash of motion smashes through the dark. Mira bursts in, hits the figure hard, and drops it instantly. Kana stares in stunned silence as Alfana, calm but uneasy, quietly wonders if this is some kind of entrance exam, a test to see whether she's strong enough to defend him. Right in the middle of the meeting, two newcomers crash the moment. First, a small, dark-haired girl strides up with fearless confidence, declares she wants in, and reveals she used to be an assassin. Then a second figure in a pale, robe-like cloak steps beside her and quietly asks the same thing, insisting she's just a normal demon. Their sudden arrival sparks every kind of reaction. Lady Shroud's lips curl into a wicked little smile. Mira, the young assassin, looks genuinely stunned. There's anyone else besides her, and Kana and Alphana immediately clock the two from that school run, with Kana realizing that since one of them is a saintess, they're probably allies. The robe demon snaps into acceptance, her voice ironclad as she nods and steps forward, hood down, showing that determined young face, and she declares she's ready to work with all of them, because her purpose is absolute. Everything is for Lord Streamer. That vow locks their pact tight, and then hands flood in from all sides, rising together in one fierce, symbolic promise. Somewhere out of sight, watchful observers lean in as an angelic presence whispers that this story just got even crazier, trading thoughts with Lady Shrausa about whether Streamer becomes famous should be the perfect name for this chapter, while far away, oblivious to the cult-like crowd he's building, Canada is soaking in a hot bath and living it up on his day off. While Kanata's live streaming, a viewer blurts, "Do you like beautiful girls like the princess and the saintess?" Kanata lights up and says, "Yeah, absolutely," and admits that if someone like that were by his side, he'd be a truly happy man. Next thing you know, his chat full of self-proclaimed single bros erupts in rage, yelling that he's betrayed them. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Princess Alphana and Elven Lady Maria both vanish fevers, they say, but in their own rooms, each of them catches Kanata's broadcast confession, then freezes in stunned, red-faced silence as the words hit them. They're apparently his type. Today, the last students kick off combat training as their teacher lays down the rules, then reveals their enchanted uniforms shut out any outside magic, and the badges on their chests shatter the moment they take what should be a fatal hit. So the goal is simple: smash the opponent's badge. The first match throws a sneering student against a hulking, bald rival, and it's over before anyone can blink. One brutal, contempt-filled hit cracks his opponent's badge, and the muscular kid scoffs that the whole thing is pathetic, while he crushes the shattered emblem in his fist. With victory in hand, the bald student snaps his gaze to Kanata, thinking Alphana being gone means he can do whatever he wants. He needles the peasant with a snide challenge to a fight, and the crowd ripples with uneasy whispers, but Kanata just stays calm and accepts. The teacher snaps the start, and the challenger goes off the leash, blasting Kanata with a roaring wall of fire. The spell howls toward him, ready to land, but at the last second it just disappears, leaving the attacker stunned. He admits he built a magical wall, a defense move he remembered from the fantasy manga he devoured in his past life. And even though his nerves were screaming while he tested it, the wall holds, proving he's got real talent. Then he snaps his confident gaze up and declares, "Now it's my turn." With a snap of two fingers, Kanata fires off a razor-focused blast right into his opponent's chest, blowing the protective badge apart into a glittering storm of fragments in an instant. The muscular student crumples to the ground, his uniform singed, yet his body untouched like Canada's control is proving itself again. And again, the teacher glares, furious that the noble superiority rule keeps surviving even after stunts like this. From the sidelines, Aguila watches, dripping with disdain. Canada, though, feels completely safe because as long as he's got Maria and Alphana, he knows everything will be fine. As his match ends, Canada turns to leave until Aguila and his crew step in front of him, right alongside the two students who just fought Aguila spots. Canada's spare uniform smirks cold and barks, "You're coming with us." Canada's eyes widen as the group crowds in. Stand silently, as Aguila rage boiled in his veins, as he slapped his own bald-headed follower for stepping out of line, snarling that the boy already got beat by Kanata. Then Aguila snapped his focus back to Kanata, looming and asking if he wanted a real demonstration of his power. Maria and her friend tried to slip away, calling him a coward, but Aguila didn't flinch. Kanata just thought, since something good finally landed, he should head home. Just as he's about to bolt, the whole world slams to a stop. Aguila and his crew freeze mid-sneer, frozen so hard their bodies hang in time. Canada, though he doesn't budge, he scans the silent classroom and confusion hits like a wave when he realizes everyone else is stuck, perfectly still. His confusion spikes when a white dove flutters past the window, the only thing moving besides him. He watches it vanish, and right behind his back, a calm voice cuts in, snapping that it's rude for lowly humans to try and touch him, calling the whole thing a sin. He whips around and freezes. Towering over him is a radiant angel surrounded by other heavenly figures, and she declares that even if they're beneath her, anyone who follows him isn't the same. Canada just stares, recognition sparking in his eyes as he scrambles to remember where he's heard her voice. Then his gaze drops to her shirt, and there it is, an image of his streamer persona, somehow right there on her chest. The angel's sweet smile snaps into something ruthless as she stares at the frozen students, then declares that before they even celebrate their first meeting, she has to handle these fools she'll never forgive because with stone-cold resolve, she's ready to erase them. With her decision sealed, a sharp pop snaps through the silent room. Then the angel herself flashes a bright, wink smile like she knows exactly what she just did. Canada, somehow now totally shirtless, can only freeze in raw, jaw-dropped shock, his brain scrambling as he realizes his own streamer identity is somehow burned right across her chest. With a bright smile and a burst of popping sounds, the angelic girl declares that this is pain, and then she says she'll take care of everything in one clean shot down below. Canada just gapes, staring at the now empty spot where his classmates were, completely stunned, like what in the world just happened, and why would she do that? He jabs a finger at her, terror snapping into his voice as he spits that she's the one who brought him into this world 17 years ago. And the goddess just nods like she already knew the truth, finally slams into him. This is her, the same monster he's been raging at in his head, and though 1,000 questions claw at him, he quickly forces them down. Before Nada can even get a straight answer, she starts laying out her philosophy, saying that if someone vanishes, another will just step in to take their place. Calm as ever, she adds that if the whole world got wiped out, it'd be rebuilt, and everything would roll right back to normal, like it's no big deal. And that's when Nada finally loses it, appalled by how casually she throws existence away. That power to stop time turns her into a nightmare monster, not some shining goddess, he snaps back, insisting that even if there are people he can't stand, he never once thought about wiping them out. The goddess fires back, that getting everyone to like you is a joke, impossible. Then she declares her way of handling people isn't cruelty at all. It's her own brand of humanity, and the only life she knows. She keeps talking, admitting a few of his followers are straight up extreme, and yeah, that didn't make her life any easier. Then she leans in with this knowing wink, and suddenly it clicks. Now she gets why he bothers trying to charm the noble students. With a look that says she finally understands the real him, she leaves Kanata on edge, and he can only stammer out what she's planning to do next. She reels him in with a soft, steady hug, hushes his worries, and admits her earlier words were just a test. She wanted to see what he'd do. Kanata's left totally flustered, eyes wide as saucers from that sudden touch. She leans in and nudges him back just a little, stammering while he fires off the question of why a goddess would dress in clothes that look so brand new, and she lights up, proudly saying she stitched them herself, and even dressed her own statue in the church with them. Then the real bomb drops. She's his oldest fan, his quiet listener, who's been watching his live streams from day one, and when the truth hits, Anata is left totally frozen, unable to speak. The goddess starts reminiscing, saying he wasn't exactly full of passion back then, and when she even recalls it, she just walks off to wash her hands, leaving his few listeners staring in shock. Kanata snaps, shouting that she has no right to say stuff like that with such confidence. He grabs his head, cursing the way the world is. Then she fires back. If a goddess like me feels weird, then the world must be strange too. And Kanata immediately blurts out a rushed apology. Kanata genuinely looks touched when someone finally comments on her clothes, like it's the first time it's ever been said like that, but Kanata is spiraling inside, realizing her outfits and her common sense are totally wrecked. His thoughts slam back to those mass-produced shirts he spotted yesterday, and he instantly wishes he'd grabbed a few. Then the goddess steps in, asks what's wrong, and offers him her clothes only for Kanata to refuse her with pure, furious conviction. The goddess rises upward, explaining that today's the rare exception because normally she can't touch his world like this. She warns that lingering too long in this realm could shatter the balance between everything here, and that weight crushes her. Then, right as she starts fading, she drops one last line. Her friends have been talking about him non-stop, and when she vanishes, he's left utterly frozen, stunned by the silence she leaves behind. He reaches for her as her goddess form turns more and more transparent, and she declares she's been chained to a new mission to outshine his reach and snag more fans than he ever could. All he can do is scream her name while she slips out of his world. With one last bright wave and a simple "see ya," she disappears for good, then bam! A brilliant flash blinds him, and the next second he's yanked back into his classroom chaos while a nearby student screams. That brutal snapback hits him like a truck sweat pours, his head spins, and he can barely think straight. One thought claws its way to the top. This world is utterly insane. 3 days drag by, but the memory of that encounter stays razor sharp, like it happened seconds ago. A loud commotion erupts and shatters everyone's thoughts. Aguila and his 2 followers are crumpled on the classroom floor, squirming and begging for forgiveness non-stop. The prince yells at the top of his lungs that they need to stop, screaming that his body feels like it's being ripped apart, while a teacher stands there, completely stunned and clueless. As Kanata gapes at this wild spectacle, she can't believe how fast their attitude flips now they won't even meet his eyes. Meanwhile, in her own realm, the goddess watches the whole thing on a monitor, and she's thinking, "This has been draining for me, but I guess it's time I'm stepping in because I have to, yeah." Just as the silence settles in, a second figure steps out another her, dressed in dark clothes, wearing a stern stare like a warning. "So you're looking at that world again." The newcomer demands. The angelic goddess just sprawls there, unbothered, and replies with a grin, "Yep," because that world is literally what keeps her alive. In a cloak of shadows, the goddess drops the terrifying truth. When Kanata panicked that he'd gone too far with the nobles, she didn't hesitate. She erased the parts she hated and remade them. Dead serious. No joke at all. Then she admits the real source of her insane power. It's not magic from some mystery place. It's because she simply doesn't understand people. In a blinding burst of searing energy, the muscular demon subordinate gets slammed and swallowed by a crushing attack. Lady Shrausa snarls that his thirst for power dies with him. Then the light dies down, and she freezes because he's gone. Teeth clenched, she realizes it's light magic's calling card, and she glares, knowing he slipped out the moment she blinked. With a tight grip on her courage, she bares her chest and snaps that the human realm is in real danger. Her tiny winged familiar darts in to check she's okay, and once it's sure she's safe, she barks the order. "Get Lucia here now." Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard, Canada sits all alone, wondering if the goddess will show up again. Canada's not worried for long, though his memories of his reincarnation are all blurry, so he has no clue how different she's become. Just as Kanata tries to breathe in peace, Alfana and Maria suddenly cling to both sides of him too close, too fast, and he blurts out why they're acting like this. They giggle back that it's totally normal for friends, and ever since they came back, the affection hasn't stopped. They've been chasing him across the grounds non-stop. Alfana finally catches her breath and declares she has time to make up with him, and Kanata's left staring like, "Wait, is this really normal here?" Alfana proudly unveils brand new merch, a badge stamped with Kanata's streamer avatar, and slips in the wild demand that they need to wrap production before the clothing line is even finished. Kanata just stares, stunned, because his outfit is about to blow up everywhere, and the promo image shows Kana rocking the new look with the badge on her bag. Alfana then reveals they made 2 types, and Kanata can only pray fakes won't multiply. He says it makes him grin knowing they trust him this much, and right then, Alfana and Maria lean in, eyes blazing, swearing no lowlife could ever copy his charisma. Alfana shoots off on official duties, promising she'll meet him tomorrow. The group starts to part ways, then Mira pops up behind Kanata like a jump scare, and he snaps around, yelling that she's here, demanding to know why and whether she used a spell. She snaps the puzzle into place and realizes she's the missing 4th supporter. Then he can't help thinking how a woman from a different race just ended up with them, even though nobody ever pressed her for her roots. Alphana and Mira stick shoulder to shoulder, and Alphana says that in the end, we're all the same. Mira lowers her voice and asks if that's truly a good thing, and Kanata, deep down, admits he never in a million years expected the legendary crow to be standing among his supporters. As Mira settles quietly on a nearby bench, Kanata blurts out why his warding spell won't bite, and Alphana cuts in with the simple truth: Mira's got enough power to push back against his mana, and that's the whole reason. She thinks for a beat, then fires back, asking if it means Mira's weaker than her strained smile flashes. Alphana snaps back, yes, and makes it crystal clear it's just plain opposition, not some total denial. She breaks it down for everyone. Her spell hits so hard across the whole school and town because nobody treats the Saintess like a threat. Still, she warns that Myra's mana is way beyond normal, and her stealth and fight skills are seriously impressive. Kanata hears that and goes, yeah, I shouldn't lean on my warding spell like it'll save me. Later on, Maria leans in and tells Alphana that her family has been itching to meet her, and the moment Kanata overhears it, he turns to Alphana like, do you know Maria's people? Alphana shakes her head. Only clue she has is that Maria's dad and mom are the king and queen. Then a flashback hits Maria grinning with her royal parents and 2 younger siblings. It all clicks for Kanata. He has to thank them for helping, and he immediately starts brainstorming, remembering how he'd literally ended up sleeping between those 2 girls just yesterday. He tells Alphana he'll back her the same way eventually, and just as he says it, she shrugs it off and says his cinnamon is already more than enough. Nearby, Mira stands watching, her face set like stone, unmoving and unshakable. At the interspecies summit in the capital, Demon Lord Shrausa slams into her speech from behind her desk, apologizes for the wait, and announces she'll reply to the letters the people have been sending. The king shoots back on the spot. Sure, he and the others had liked the streamer too, but mixing personal interest into an official meeting is a line they can't cross. The moment he voices his worry, the whole table lights up while the king grips his head in panic. One of the guys suddenly cheers and swears the very first letter from the vegetable-loving king is his. Shrausa gets swallowed by her own frustrations. She bemoans the fact that the meeting is set to drag on for days, cutting her off from hunting Liga. She tightens her fist, steels herself to do her best, and puts her hope in Lucia to hold things down while she's gone. Back in his room, Kanata's streaming when a message pops up. Someone says they donated money to support him. He freezes, eyes wide because the name. It's the same scammer from before, and behind him, his supporters scramble, realizing they might have been too quick to swear things off without waiting for Kanata to know what was going on. As the supporters break into instant worry, Kana blurts out why kids are donating in the first place, and Alphana snaps everyone to ignore any sketchy people saying she won't take donations on stream, while Maria decides to investigate and cuts the broadcast on the spot. Meanwhile, Kanata stares, confused, just as a masked figure slams against his window. It's Mira, his bodyguard, announcing she's here and making him jerk back in pure terror. The fake donation scandal has blown up all the way to the top. At the meeting, the king corners an exhausted Shrausa and admits they can't even stay on the agenda because the scammers got everyone rattled. Shrausa grimly weighs how this kind of chaos can spiral. And then she points out that demons are built for tracking people, so she makes King Ataraxes a straight deal, lend her a hand, and she'll drag the culprit out within 1 day. The king's face ignites with excitement at the chance, and Shrausa pounces on it, ready to test whether this demon truly wants friendly terms with humans, swearing she won't forgive anyone who uses her name to pull off fraud. Right beside her, the demon massively transformed thunders that he'll seize Liga and push through to restore peace in the human realm. And just like that, both races lock eyes on a brand new, shocking cooperation. Beneath a blazing full moon, Max, just some ordinary guy, cackles like he's won the lottery as he dumps a whole bag of coins onto the table, still shocked at how easy it was. He only pretended he knew that famous streamer, acted confident, and the donations kept flooding in without a single doubt. And now he's soaking in every second of his filthy scam. He spots that cracked comms device, and his whole early, easy attitude flips into a grim, troubled look. Then he tells himself all the time he spent stealing and shoplifting can be erased now that he's got a way to make money, insisting it's not even a scam after all. If he drops just one coin from the bag back to the streamer, he swears it technically counts as support. Suddenly, a brutal knock slams through Max's broken-down room so hard it makes him jump and wonder if the stream's already done. In the doorway, a cloaked stranger stands there, voice asking, "Are you Max?" Max freezes, eyes bulging with shock at the sudden mysterious visitor. You yanked back her hood, and bam, out stepped a breathtaking woman with long, dark hair and sharp, pointed ears. Max froze, totally stunned, like his brain couldn't process how someone that beautiful could exist in this country. As he stumbled backward in raw disbelief, she just flashed him a playful, knowing smile. She closes the gap, her voice dropping into a seductive whisper. Then she taunts him, asking if he bought her smile earlier and followed her here. Max stammers, cheeks burning, because she's suddenly right in his space, face inches from his as she demands to know if he's excited and what he's planning to do with her. He stammers, totally hooked. She goes wild over his husky voice, and when he scrambles to figure out what she's after, she shuts him down, leaning in close with a whisper that freezes him solid. "I want it, your heart." The pretty lie instantly cracks then with a savage grin. She drives her hand straight into Max's chest. Blood bursts out, and she taunts him. Donate to her, because he once stole from Lord Streamer's fans. "What you took from them," she sneers, "gets taken from you right now." Max can only shriek in pure agony. Kanata stares at the scene with a grim face, and the air's sickly sweetness hits him so hard he fears he'll lose control. The woman now showing off tiny demonic horns stands over the fallen Max and fires off a question to Kanata. How did her killer method really stack up against the one from Night? She sprawls beside his unconscious body, smug as can be, while Kanata demands whether she really killed him. She scoffs and says that thought is stupid, then casually admits she only lured him and knocked him out, meaning he's stuck in a nightmare where she slowly rips out his heart. Her full demonic side bursts to life as huge bat-like wings slam open behind her. Kanata gasps and realizes, yeah, this is exactly how succubi fight. He admits he expected a demon to be way more savage, then wonders if Lord Streamer would have chosen something peaceful instead. The succubus grins and cheers along. As Succubus breaks it down, she says the demons are already scrambling to adapt to Lord Streamer's ideals, turning into good, die-hard fans. Then she drops the real twist. Lord Shrausa ordered them to steer clear of any unnecessary conflict. As Akuta shows up, Kanata slips in her thanks to the succubus for the help, tells her to team up again if they cross paths, and watches her fade away while the scammer stays sprawled and out cold. Then Akuta, fully armored, charges in and asks if Kanata caught his target, and when she confirms it, they lock in and get ready to leave. Over in the shadows, Demon Lord Lady Shrausa weighs her link to Lord Streamer, and the truth hits fast. She can read the mana of demons like her, so spotting him would be effortless, but she smirks, saying their massive pride won't let them notice him because his fans are everywhere. Then she leans in, waiting for that perfect accidental run-in to happen one day. Her mind snaps to what's right in front of her. Sure, she already dealt with the scammer, but the real threat is still there. They haven't found Liga, the rogue demon. She remembers how they pushed him out to mask his own mana. Then he sparked a rebellion. Now the entire Demon Lord's army is hunting him down, because one move in the human realm could wreck the fragile peace she and Lord Streamer fought to build. Lena stares at the aftermath. Liga is badly hurt and can't fight for a while, so this is the perfect opening to catch him then. Just as she's thinking it, a hand shoves a message into hers. She flicks the paper aside, then dives into Lucia's message. Lucia's stuck in a meeting inside the capital and can't break away. The letter lays it out. Lucia's been quietly compiling a full list of every settlement in Ataraxis just to flush out the scammer, and now she's demanding Shrausa join in. Shrausa snaps, crushes the paper in her fist, and snarls that she'll shield the capital all by herself. The story snaps back to Kanata. He's with Mira now, and he admits that ever since that incident, every country is cranking up defenses against these crimes. But unbeknownst to them, up on a nearby rooftop, the assassin Crow is perched beside the wounded demon Liga, watching as someone else has already slipped into their target location. Mira shoots her own mission into focus, cheeks flushed with determination. She clenches her fist and vows that next time she'll be Kanata's personal bodyguard, catch that criminal herself, and finish it with the sweet pat on the head she's dreaming of. Like he could read her mind, Kanata ruffles her hair and thanks her for the help, even though she's not his bodyguard. Then he leans in and asks Mira to assist him with an experiment, telling her he's planning to switch things up and move to a new streamer stage. Mira freezes in pure flustered panic, but Kanata slips away, promising he'll be back for her thoughts. He nods along, lets her in, then slams the door shut and kicks off the experiment right after that. Mira crumples to the floor, palms digging into the ground as she gasps for air. Her face is blazing red, and she can barely breathe. That was close, she thinks, realizing even as a former assassin, this hits way harder than anything she's faced before. She shakes on the floor, fully realizing that this feeling spells danger, and she almost crumbles right in front of him. Right beside her, Kanata stares at his own hand, where a faint aura flickers in the air. He blurts out, "Did it work?" with hope burning in his eyes, praying she actually liked it. Now that the recent scam finally got shut down, the king strides in beside a grinning Alfana and turns to Kanata declaring, "So you're the streamer," and making it clear how thrilled he is to meet him at last. King lets out a chuckle and says that short meeting was totally worth it. Then he shifts his focus to Kanata and the mask, asking if it's true he stayed awake until 4 in the morning, and behind them, Alfana's got 2 little kids bouncing with pure excitement. Kanata pushes on, and then bam! A towering, intimidating building hits his eyes, so grand he's frozen in awe, trying to figure out what kind of place this is, while a jittery Alfana stumbles over her words, insisting the honor is completely hers. Up on a towering high spot, Alfana leans forward and stares into a massive hall. There sit her parents, the king and queen, waiting like they've been holding their breath for her arrival. King leans in and tells Kanata straight up what he's planning, since he's the saintess. He can't just let the incident slide. Then he says the real way to thank Maria is simple: go meet her little siblings. Inside, Kanata's mind screams, because he never once expected to run into the king face to face. He sits between Kana and Alfana, staring at how close they always crowd in, mind racing, because why does it feel like they're glued to him? Kana leans in and whispers that Alfana's right, telling him he doesn't have to be so stiff not in a place like this. Suddenly, both royal kids bolt ahead, begging for a word with him, while the king scrambles to apologize for the outburst, only for them to snap that it isn't fair. Alfana watches the whole mess with a warm, loving grin, whispering that she adores her father. Kanata asks if they're Maria's siblings, and they practically burst with yes. The boy beams and declares, "I'm ours," while the girl, cheeks burning after biting back her excitement, mumbles, "My name's fine." He grins at them, praises their names, and reaches out. Canada gently pats both of theirs and Fina's heads, shocking them, then sending them into pure delight. The king breaks into laughter, telling Kanata the gesture is totally fine, and the kids waste no time. They beg him to perform the introduction straight from his dreams. Kanata swallows, clears his throat, and gets ready as both children stare at him, hanging on every second. He kicks off his performance with his legendary signature opening, hitting it straight for his 2 biggest fans, and the royal kids, Ours and Fion, react instantly. Their eyes go wide with pure awe as they get completely hooked on the streamer's electric energy. His dazzling aura floods the throne room, and the king and queen jerk back like they've been burned while Maria stays stone calm, watching the panic with a cold, grim satisfaction. She figures the castle's resident can handle him for now, but they won't be ready for real help for a while. With the show wrapped up, she grabs Kanata and tells him it's time to head to her room. Following her lead, they slip into a far more private chamber. Kanata shrugs off his warm jacket and finally exhales in relief. Then he tells the kids, still staring in awe, that he's just repaying them for their support. Meanwhile, beyond the castle walls, the whole city starts to buzz outside. A massive crowd gathers in the streets, and Akuta and Zeus are right in the middle of it, all for the release of limited edition goods that are only available in 3 countries. The demand is so wild that they shove the normal release to later, then drop an advanced sales lottery instead, complete with postcards from the kingdom of Raghus, the principality of Bondi, and the demon world as prizes, only to pull in way too many customers. The sheer avalanche of applications turns everything into a logistical nightmare. Kana and Lady Straussa are drowning in a mountain of postcards, and Straussa frets that she should have begged the church, the royal knights, and even the demons for more hands to make sure the lottery stays fair. Back in the castle, the talk turns grim. What happens next? Maria tells Kanata and Fionn that if that scamming mess hadn't been shut down fast, the entire merchandise sale would have been frozen, and it would have spelled disaster. Kanata swallows hard, because he realizes they'd be buried in debt by now. She lays it all out, confessing her worst fear with fans. This troublesome, canceling the sale would have detonated a full-on riot. Her mind instantly paints the scene, a raging crowd clawing for their merch, while she, Kana, and Lady Straussa fight to keep them back. From a nearby window, Kanata watches the real chaos finally kick off, praying the documents he handed over are enough to save them. To stop the chaos, the sales venue snaps into strict order. Right then and there, a church woman with a cross stamped on her forehead grabs a megaphone and barks orders to line up the right way, warning that anyone causing trouble gets dragged out by force. Akuta stands at her side, shouting the same command back. Then the notice hits sales in the demon world are frozen until Lega is caught, and the demons go berserk, launching a furious hunt. With the crowd finally under control, she fires off the last command. Then the sales counter shutters rocket open as she declares, loud and official, that sales are now live. Kanata's hard work finally pays off in a flood piles of boxes stacked so high they look unreal, and message after message from devoted fans crashes in with pure, long-awaited hype. One fan swears they wrote 1,000 postcards like a lucky charm, claiming it's the jackpot for the whole family, while another cheers that their father is the best for landing the goods. Seeing the insane turnout, Zeus just freezes, staring like he can't believe his eyes, whispering that none of this is real, and while he's stuck in shock, Kana, Rebecca, and Alfana are buzzing with joy, admiring all the goodies they grabbed for themselves, and Kana even says it's crazy satisfying to score a reward just for you. She snaps her eyes to Kanata on the balcony, staring down at everything like it's all under his control. Then a quiet smile creeps in as she realizes this is the real source of his power, and the big question hits her hard. Does the crowd actually want what he's offering this badly, or are they just being pulled in? She sneaks up behind him, crowding his space so close it chills him, then murmurs his name like a secret, asking what happened last night, and insisting that for the first time ever, he and Mira pulled off something truly amazing. Her suspicion didn't come out of nowhere. She traced it back to that earlier chat, remembering how Mira stormed into the castle that morning, bragging to her and her mate about the event right before she slipped out. Her eyes narrow like daggers, her face turning ice cold as she pushes Canada for a straight answer. She's demanding to know if Mira's claim is real. He stammers, totally blindsided by the question, then admits yes, it's the first time, for real. Alfana's mind twists his words, and she decides Mira should have warned her to keep it secret, like there's a hidden affair brewing. Her mistake spirals into crushing self-doubt, and tears spill as she blurts out, "Was I never good enough?" Kanata spots how wrecked she is, but he has no clue why, so he rushes to reassure her, saying he gave it everything for her, and his power matches Myris, and might even outshine her. His words don't even slow her down. Jealousy detonates. Her smile turns vicious, and she yanks him close. She demands he explain what Mira meant when she bragged about the sweet whispers he supposedly gave her in his bedroom. Kanata just stares, terror slamming into him as he realizes he's seconds away from getting killed. In a glittering room, Kanata gets cornered by Alfana and Maria, who slam him with one question. Did Mira say the truth about what he and Maria were up to the night before? Kanata doesn't dodge. He admits it and tells them they were basically allies, nothing more. Alfana and Maria snap to attention, exploding as they demand to know why he and Mira are so rattled. And then their real anger spills out in perfect sync. They weren't included. Canada's left scrambling with nothing but a pathetic apology. He tries to calm them down with a desperate offer, basically promising he'll do the same for them if they'll just forgive him. Then his words hit the air like a punch, and both girls freeze, stunned into silence. Fana is the first to snap back to reality. She hates being behind, but she still nods and goes along with the deal. Maria jumps in just as fast, saying compatibility matters. And honestly, it's not like Mira's exactly the best match anyway. Seeing they're on board, the flustered Canada blurts that they should come to his room later that night and he'll get everything ready. Right as they start to leave, he thanks them, and Fauna. As they head out, Kanata flashes a confident grin and thinks his sales pitch is crushing it. Then it hits him. Every single tool is back at the dorm. Later, as night closes in, Maria and Alfana sink into a steamy hot bath, prepping for the encounter ahead. Maria tells her to get out, but Alfana won't budge. She insists. They need to be spotless, ready to be at their strongest. Then a grim thought hits her like a blade. If Kanata's really going in with tools, how could they possibly stand a chance against an assassin like Mira? She shakes the dark thought off, then clamps onto Maria's hands like a lifeline, and Alfana declares they've got nothing to fear, so they march forward together. Maria feels her courage lock in, and she nods. It's time they take the initiative. They lock in their decision. The two stand side by side, fully dressed at last, and even though their hands shake with nerves, they exchange a knowing look and silently agree before heading straight to his room. As soon as they show up, Kanata bursts in with this totally unexpected energy, hits a bold pose, declares it's time to kick off the ASMR experiments, and promises he'll score tons of data with their help. The two girls are left frozen, just staring like, wait, what? Mira, who's already there, blurts out how lost they both feel. Then Kanata admits he just wanted to try fresh streamer content, and that sweet angel hovering above leans in, saying, so that's what ASMR means, autonomous sensory meridian response. Because in his past life, he loved turning strange ideas into something totally interesting. He lays out his mad plan magic to warp his microphone's output, so the voice crawls straight into your head and sparks tingles in your brain, and when Mira sees it, she gasps, clamps both cheeks, and demands, shaking, if this is some kind of sound-based attack. Her reaction jolts him into explaining himself, and he admits that weeks back Maria and Alfana praised his voice, sparking the whole idea for this experiment. So now, calm and ready, Mira accepts it and agrees to play his bodyguard. He kicks off the test and asks Mira for her terminal ID. She hands it over instantly. Then from his desk, Kanata says he's going to launch a private stream just for her, and Mira's jaw drops. Can you really do that? The experiment kicks off. Canada growls that the first numbers aren't what he had in mind, then shoots the girls a quick apology for the wait. Admitting he's been just as desperate for this, he decides the first tests don't cut it, so he cranks the signal even higher, sending a brutal surge of energy that makes Mira gasp and cry out in pure shock. The amplified hit slams all three girls into a daze. Alfana's voice feels like it crawls straight into her skull, and she can't stop calling it terrifying, while Maria blurts that if she keeps listening, she'll snap and go insane, and Mira can only stutter out, it was, something like that. Even with their distress screaming in every face, Canada flashes a grin anyway, apologizing while insisting it's for the data. He tells them to hang on just a little longer, and then the three girls get slammed by sensations so intense they can't fight through it. With his test subject sprawled on the bed behind him, he drags his fingers over his chin and goes quiet, thinking hard, admitting he barely knows a thing about ASMR. He still remembers the buzz. People eat loudly and whisper sweetly for laughs and chills. He stares at their crumpled bodies, clocking how perfectly they're reacting. And it hits him that he didn't build this tech just to help. He built something that's going to change everything, and this scene proves it. He closes in on the bed, bends over the wiped-out Alfana, and asks what she wants to get off her chest. She keeps pressing him, saying it can be anything, and he tells her, yes, it can be anything. She stares up at him, dazed, and quietly whispers his name. Then Canada flashes a warm smile, thanking her for stepping in and rolling with his experiment. He clears his throat, lifts the script he already had set up the day before, and eyes locked on the girls, orders them to recite the exact words he wrote. Then he kicks off the next phase of the experiment and reads their names straight into his terminal: Maria, Alfana, Mira, and the second the words hit, the three girls snap their heads up, hooked by his voice. His words hit like a shockwave, and Alfana's whole face goes red as she blurts that she'll live for him from now on. Mira, just as overwhelmed, confesses she needs him in her life too. While they're locked in, Kanata quietly wonders if this kind of line is really what drives people, since the pleasure sells it, but the technique still needs serious refining. Still stunned by what just happened, Alfana and Maria cling to each other like they're afraid to let go, then burst into a plan for the long haul because Kanata's going to need way more data to pull this off for real. Kanata nods from the background, completely on board, and thanks them for teaming up. Once the experiment ends, he leaves with Alfana and Maria, and the bitter truth hits real. ASMR streams still feel impossibly far away. Once they're safely out of earshot, Maria whips around to make sure they're totally alone. Then Alfana, running on empty, nods and admits she's reached her absolute breaking point, with zero energy left to even hold up a basic barrier. Her strength finally snaps. She and Maria crumple to the ground, shaking from the aftershock still buzzing in their bodies. Maria can't stop thinking about it. The power is terrifying and unbelievably wonderful. And then she worries, what if unleashing it on the world is too dangerous right now? So she lands on the same conclusion. They should keep it hidden for a little longer. Meanwhile, back in his hometown, Kanata sits down with a local woman, and she immediately checks on him so he confesses the truth. His merch didn't sell nearly as much as he prayed for, but he still made enough to sneak some money back to his parents without setting off any alarms. This fate is about to crack, because in just a few days, a brutal demon is going to tear into his hometown. Next thing you know, the world snaps into chaos. Villagers scatter in panic as a monstrous, spiky appendage erupts, and Kanata with his party scrambles to fight a threat they can't even see. In a sun-blasted field, Mesa, tall and power-built, dabs, sweat off her brow and leans on her tool after a brutal day. Then her eyes lock onto a traveler, and she realizes who it is. Liga, a young man, waves her over with a grin, says he's awful with names, and reintroduces himself like it's the funniest thing in the world. Later, with his arm in a sling, he turns to Mesa and fires off questions about her injuries, dead set on the idea that everyone should be healed by tonight. Then he breaks into an embarrassed laugh, as he remembers just days ago they almost got killed on a mountain near the village. His expression turns gentle with pure honesty. Then he blurts out that he'd been clawing to escape the bandits. But ever since he met the villagers, he's finally felt real happiness. Eliza listens for a moment, then admits that every time she sees him, she can't help but think of her one and only son, Kanata, who's about the same age, and she keeps worrying whether he's doing okay in school, while Liga just flashes a calm, confident smile. Sure, he's fine. Then Maze's husband yanks her away for lunch, and she tells Liga thanks for worrying before she slips off. The second they're alone, Liga's smile falls apart. He trembles as a monstrous demon specter towers over him, and a whisper slams into his head. He's worthless, even in God's eyes. His face snaps into a vicious grin as he waits for his mana to fully come back by nightfall, and then bam, memories of being bloodied and shattered hit like a punch. Rage simmers in silence as he pins the blame on Shrausa, the woman who's still stuck recovering in that vile, disgusting place. His eyes blazed with pure malice as he swept across the village, sneering that Maze's husband was nothing but a filthy creature with so little mana he wasn't even worth eating, and his death didn't mean a thing. Then his stare snapped to Maze and the others, and with the night just beginning, he swore he'd feast, tear them apart, and wipe them all out. That evening, The unsuspecting villagers crowd around tables piled with food, clink their cups in a happy toast, and cheer loudly, celebrating Lega's recovery like it's the best news they've heard all year. That joyful mood snaps into horror. Villagers mock humans as idiots, and even when an old man barks for Lega to shut up, it's already too late. A sickening crack tears through the air, and Lega's body erupts into violent contortions, transforming before their eyes. The transformation finishes, and a towering horned demon looms into view. The villagers freeze in pure terror. One blurts out that the ceasefire is busted. Lega snaps his head back and unleashes a guttural roar, proving their fears are right and declaring that for all their stupidity, they're all going to be his dinner. He eyes the fleeing villagers, picking his next snack until something rips through the moment. Meza, standing her ground with a farming hoe, shouts for the kids to run and buys them seconds with pure courage, while her husband charges in and throws himself between her and the demon, daring it to take him instead. The demon sneers, then toys with the air, wondering how long the man will survive. The demon snaps the challenge away with a brutal backhand, and the man gets launched into the air. Then it jeers at Meza, sneering that she must be thrilled to remember her son, Canada, right as her husband's about to die a useless death. Crushed on the ground, the man can only choke out apologies to Canada for failing him. His attack gets cut off when a high-heeled boot smashes his jaw, and a dark-haired woman with horns lands like a dancer, grinning with instant relief that she made it in time. Her info was spot on. He stumbles backward, eyes bulging with pure disbelief. Then his whole face lights up with shock as he realizes the newcomer is a succubus. He lunges for answers, demanding how she slipped in without him even noticing. Then his eyes lock onto it. She's got the unconscious young man Kanata in her arms. A voice cuts in, saying she just copied his mannequin's sealing skill. Leg's shock detonates into pure rage. He whips around and screams, "Shrausa's name." Across the clearing, two demons lock eyes. Lega sneers and snaps that Shrausa is nothing, an insignificant demon, while Shrausa stays ice calm and calmly confirms who she is. Her eyes snap to Mesa as she keeps gripping her tight, and Shrausa turns to Lega and tells him straight, using what he said to the human woman, she's about to make a judgment call. She whips fully around to face him, demonic power blasting the air as her long hair snaps in the wind. Then she growls his name in a low, dangerous voice. Her face twists into a full-on fury mask, one eye blazing wide, the other pinched tight in a snarling glare as she screams the accusation, "You tried to kill Kanata's parents." That declaration hangs there like a bomb about to blow. Shrausa, breathing hard with fury, slams his claim down and screams that what he did can't be forgiven before swearing he'll kill him, while Mezzo just stares as the two demons are left rattled by this sudden twist. And then, oh no, the Demon King has kicked off her rampage. With a furious roar, Lega rockets forward, his fist crackling with deadly energy, shouting that Shoes has her guard wide open while she stays cool and says it's a real shame he's about to lose himself. Right before Lega's punch connects, a brutal force yanks him backward, and he fights it with everything he's got. Dazed, thinking he's being dragged into some teleportation vortex. In the distance, Xiao's voice booms, asking if Lega forgot something. Was a total farce. Lucia, right by her side, dares Makareth to watch her reveal that shameful side, then explains it all. Her specialty is illusions, and what Lega swore was a space vortex was nothing more than her. She snaps that she planted the illusion right before Lega got punched, then the danger's gone. With the threat cut off, Shoes orders Lucy to calm the others and get his subordinate moving right away, immediately. In the blink of an eye, Lega gets dumped into a dead, rocky desert under a sky that looks dead wrong, and he whips his head around, utterly lost. Then Shuzo steps in and tells him this place, miles from both the capital and Rajin, will. He locks eyes on her, and that blazing energy mask settles over the bottom of his face. Shiza snaps back that she can't split the outside world from the demon realm on her own, but in this special space, she can do it here. Lega fires back that he's not the same anymore. Then, as his power keeps climbing, Shiza can't hide her mild shock. His mana is 10 times. He bragged that his power was multiplied 1,000-fold, then slammed out a crushing strike smack right into her torso, blasting her backward like a battering ram. She wobbled, only muttering as dust swirled around her. He doesn't even clear the scene before he spots it, Liga on the floor with a massive, blood-soaked hole where her chest used to be. He freezes, staring in pure disbelief, and just then Shu's boots step into view, while she stays calm and says, "Oh, but it's real." Standing over his body, she leans in and starts talking pure conviction in every word, demanding how Liga, after getting to know humans, could have missed their kindness. She flashes back to demons and humans laughing side by side, helping each other survive, and declares that kind of bond is what makes her human, and she won't back down, even if he... Your mind snaps to that brutal image, an inner wedding demon lifting his human bride out of a church, ringed by cheering people of both races, and that memory ignites his fury over Liga betraying the whole damn dream. It infuriates her that he'd still believe humans are good and worse, that he'd ever want to marry one. The very thought spits in the face of everything he is. With her arms wide open, she declares it again once the world finally bows to her kingdom. She'll force the promise of marriage between humans, and that bold dream didn't come out of nowhere. It was fueled by something painfully personal, and when she stared at her own reflection, she swore to herself she'd be rewarded with the streamer's child. Her wild fantasy crashed into stammering disbelief. Liga, battered with injuries, snapped, "Are you out of your mind?" As if he was crazy for not realizing she couldn't possibly forget the thrill of slaughtering humans, a demon tradition that's ruled for centuries. He just kept asking how she could lose that pleasure, but she wouldn't budge. She only shrugged and called her and her kind the leftovers of a dead age. Right before the attack, she snapped her will and her cloak erupted into mighty wings, sweeping around her like armor. Her wings snapped open not to defend, but to go. Then she smashed her fist into Liga's face with a brutal hit, screaming that this punch wasn't just anger, it was for the victims, for Kanata, and for... Rage wasn't done with him yet. She kept firing off those sharp jabs, aiming every single one at the streamer who'd wished her engagement would get delayed, and the brutal punches stopped dead, and an unseen force snatched Liga up into the air, then left him frozen, unable to move a single muscle. Seeing his panic, she stayed calm and said she hadn't introduced herself yet, so now she would. Now, she snapped her introduction shut with a chilling verdict pointing straight at the paralyzed demon. She declared him her spouse, gave no room for doubt, and ordered him to live with it in hell, while Liga could only freeze, his face locked in pure, horrified terror. Sentenced, she unleashed a storm of power right at his finger. A sickly sphere of dark energy formed and then detonated, wiping Liga clean out of existence. Even in the void, her final desperate thought tore through the silence. She'd never even dated anyone. The pocket dimension crumbled away, and the world snapped back to the ruined village where Kanata and his crew were scrambling to fix what they could, and then Shiza showed up right there, turning to Lucia to demand an update on the cleaning. Then it hits. Shiza finally snaps, dropping after 5 straight days of sleep-deprived collapse, and Lucia, her subordinate, bolts over screaming her name in panic. She jerks awake, heart hammering as she realizes she's sprawled in a bed that isn't hers, and then a smiling, light-haired woman leans in asking if she's finally up while Chausa, totally lost, tries to figure out where she is, with Lucio quietly watching. The woman introduces herself as Mesa Kanata's mom and breathes out a thankful thanks to Lucia for looking after him. Then she can't hide her shock as she blurts that her own son is suddenly friends with the demon lord. Lucia whips around to face her lord and blurts out an apology, admitting she tried to hide their presence at first, but in the end, she decided it was better to lay out the whole situation on Mesa. Shahzah hears him say thanks for guarding the village the night before, and when Mesa learns the new demon lord is actually kind to humans, and even apologizes for not having an... Right then, Lucia's cheeks burning, she finally spills the truth to his shows at night, because with no other choice left, she has to lay her lord to rest on Canada's bed. Then she flashes that same old armor like it's straight out of a highlight reel. Lucy jumps in and says Kanata dubbed it a school festival cosplay, shipped it to her mom's place to stash it, since she had nowhere else to put it. The revelation slams into Shuza like a sucker punch because this is the streamer's real armor, right in front of everyone. She yanks Lucia close and demands, "Tell me, is Lord Kanata the Lord Streamer?" Lucia answers fast, then shoots back that the villagers are fine. They don't even know live broadcasts exist, and the mayor only has one tablet, so he's got 0 skills. Wait, what? Lucy snaps out the details, slinging an illusion over the armor, so only the folks already tied to the streamer can recognize what's going on. When the truth finally gets ripped wide open for what it really is, they realize they're probably the only ones who know, and they agree on the spot, no questions asked, because for Kanata's sake, her secret has to stay buried. She and Lucy listened as a village woman chatted with a warm smile, but Lucia caught something off. She blurted out that the rack near them had closed just a moment ago, and the woman nodded, saying someone had been sent to grab them. Aldine kept chatting with her, praising how gorgeous their black hair was, and she lit up, saying her husband had black hair too, a rare gift among her people. Then she laughed and told her son, half joking, that if he ever dated, he should pick someone. His words slammed into the 2 demons with shocking force, and you could see it land, faces healed, eyes burning as they finally understood the impact. Unbeknownst to everyone watching, those 2 driven demons were already hawking the streamer's legend across the land, all while disguising their real selves. But I'll save the rest for later. Back on that previous night, Kanata was way out there, watching a whole city, until a flash of light snapped his attention. Out in the city of Randall, miles from the capital, Kanata stayed glued to the far-off flashes, totally clueless to everything crushing her hometown, while Okudo's voice buzzed in her ear as she kept wondering out loud if they were. Fireworks crack in the sky, and Kanata plus her team freeze in shock because the world just hit them with a wild surprise, a trip to Randall in another one. A young noblewoman with flowing light hair thrusts her hand forward and blurts out an apology for the late notice, then says she heard from Alfana that they're the rare kind who judge people by their hearts, not their social rank, especially Canada's, so she makes it official and formally invites everyone to meet with her the very next day. And just like that, Kanata and the others bolted out at 8 a.m. They were already soaring in a gorgeous carriage, yanked along by serpents, and by nightfall, Kanata was back at his desk, staring at the calendar like, "Wait, I've got 0 broadcasts lined up for the next 2 days. The trip couldn't have hit at a better time." Maria lands in Randall and blurts, "Why isn't Alfana with us?" And just as the question hits, it clicks her own problem is just as messy as the capital's rules. Meanwhile, across the group, Canada leans in and tells a co-worker, "This Paris sells magic items, and they could totally level up my broadcasts." When she hears that, another girl can't help but think it's downright romantic, but Kanata shuts it down fast. There's nothing they can do to change her situation, so they need to move on. Their conversation gets yanked to a halt when the noblewoman who invited them steps in and formally introduces herself, Athena Faratoa, daughter of a duke, and the students instantly freeze, because a duke is the top of the noble food chain, while Maria's jaw drops hardest of all. She'd been sure Athena was just some royal friend messing around. She steps up to the group, declares it's time to start her studies, and orders everyone to show up at her mansion on the dot. Then she whips her focus to Maria, apologizes for the early rush, promises a meeting is about to begin, and asks Maria what comes next. As Maria gets dragged away, 2 of Canada's classmates rush up to him and blurt, "So what are you going to study?" Canada shoots back that she's already chosen. Once he made his choice, both of them snapped with disappointment, telling him they'd meant to invite him to join, then admitted they couldn't, because their fields don't match his. They waved him off with wishes for luck, and after they left, Canada stood alone, staring into the distance like, "So this is what people mean by youth." He keeps trudging forward by himself, mesmerized by the foreign streets but drained by the grind, until 30 minutes later he starts doubting he's even in the right artisan district, so he throws in the towel and drops onto a nearby bin for a much-needed break. He trudged through a strange city when a couple on a bench cut in with loud, no-hiding love, and it left him nauseous, so his eyes slid to a lone girl nearby, silent and deep in thought, and then a jolt of dread smashed into him. That day, Kanata stumbled on the terrifying truth of obsessive listeners. Bam! She was suddenly hovering over him, clutching a doll made like him, face inches from his as she whispered about how soft his lips were. Then she crowned him Lord Streamer, and Kanata just couldn't believe what he was hearing. She backed away, all demure on the steps, apologizing for the racket she made while she played with her dolls. Kanata's shock hit harder and harder. Then horror snapped into place as he realized the doll looked exactly like him, like she'd crafted it with her own hands. He finally stammered the truth. She wasn't a random stranger. She was one of his biggest fans. As she closed in on him again, he spotted that the doll still wore the brooch he'd totally forgot to take off. And when he realized he couldn't dodge this, he braced himself as she crowned him the best. Her interrogation kicked off. She pinned him as a capital student, then demanded every detail on how he met the princess and the saint, even quizzing whether the newspapers had spilled the story. Her face sharpened into something dangerous, her voice dripping with possessive jealousy. She insisted she could forgive because, she said, it was all according to his will. Nada just stared, unsettled, as her intensity poured out like a wildfire. He found her weirdly beautiful, but that intensity hit like a warning bell, straight up frightening, and it dragged him back to his very first run-in with Mira, making the whole moment feel way more dangerous than he could handle. More dangerous, she tightened her grip on the doll, clutching it to her chest as his warning look hit her. And when he spoke with total sincerity, he made it clear his words saved my life. Then she switched gears and dove into what happened months ago right from the start, so Kanata seized the opening and asked if he could send him to the artisan district first for his report. She grinned and said she'd walk him there while she kept her story going. As they walked, he replayed the whole encounter in his head. Sure, he'd tangled with obsessive fans back in his old world, but this was different, colder, sharper. He kept wondering, was she really the only one around here this unhinged? Then a montage of other intense faces bombarded his thoughts. Nope, she wasn't. They pulled up to a building tagged with tools, and Kanata tilted her head, thanking him with full-on formality for the conversation. She clasped her hands, glowing with joy, and fired back her gratitude for having him as a... He watched that young, smooth woman scramble to apologize for keeping him waiting, then play it off like she was just an ordinary peasant girl, while admitting his good looks fooled her at first into thinking he was a nobleman. She even echoed Lord Streamer's words. Social status didn't matter at all. And right when she promised she'd talk about the streamer again later, she took her leave, leaving him momentarily stunned and speechless. He turned his gaze to the artisan district and let it sink in, really enjoy the view until the truth hit him, a brutal line drawn in the streets, where some shops catered to nobles only, snapping no to students and commoners, while others welcomed everyone without a second thought. Right as he started speaking, a massive uproar erupted inside one of the shops. A hulking guy burst out yelling that the place was awful and a total waste, and Kanata froze in fear as he ranted that a commoner's skills shouldn't be brushed off. The store bully yanked the young artisan by his shirt, sneering that every single thing in the shop was trash, and that he should quit, head home, and stop hoping. But when they mocked work made with love and heart, rage ignited in Canada. He surged forward, snatched the bully's wrist to shut him down. He snatched a small rectangular flash drive out of his own world, then declared, "They call me trash, but I know I'm amazing." Rage flared in the bully's eyes when that brat from the capital challenged him, so he backed off, furious, fully ready to strike. But the moment things turned bad, the man snapped into panic and bolted like his life depended on it. He kept apologizing, swore he'd never come back, begged for forgiveness, and only then sprinted away. Meanwhile, Kanata just froze there, stunned and totally lost, like he couldn't believe what he'd witnessed. Before he could even think it through, the young craftsman bolted up to him, eyes blazing with admiration. He couldn't believe what Kanata pulled off, how he made the man scatter like that, and asked if he was okay. Then Kanata introduced himself, and the craftsman beamed, proud as ever, saying he was the store's artisan manager. This chance run in between Kanata and Shidu wasn't just some coincidence. It was the spark that forged a partnership meant to rattle the whole world one day. And trust me, this story is only getting. In a distant future, in a bustling workshop, craftsman Shido welcomes his visitor, Canada, and immediately clocks that he's been worn down from the trip from the capital. He pours tea, flashes a friendly finger, and tells him since they're the same age, there's no need for stiff formalities. Speaks. Then another customer, young Lisa, grips a tiny dark object to her chest, cheeks blazing as she blurts out, "Is it really mine?" Behind her, the worn-out Shido snorts that having 2 customers in one day is unheard of, tells her to head home, and, later, sprawled beside Kanata, Shido spills the truth about his money problems, barely scraping by each month by taking jobs for nobles, and when Kanata says it sounds like nice collateral, he can only let out a dry, helpless laugh. He jabs his glasses up, and the truth hits hard. He's just a commoner, with 0 fame and 0 connections, so if he wants to survive, he's stuck scraping by on only about 30 of a normal salary. Kanata listened with a grim, clenched face, realizing Shido's troubles are even worse than hers, because even as a commoner, he still refuses to let go of it. That spark hits Shido like lightning. He rises to his feet and blurts out his dream in full passion. He wants to craft things that bring happiness to everyone, no matter their status, because he's sure discrimination doesn't exist for any real reason. It's just people refusing to be open-minded. Just as his passion is about to spark, a girl with pigtails barges in, sneers at his shop like it's trash, and grips a flash drive while Shido grits his teeth, moaning that he keeps inventing stuff with no matching parts, can't prove himself behind a box, and still insists he has passion, even though he's got neither money nor talent. Then he yanks out a set of headphones. He can actually recognize things that definitely shouldn't be here, and demands to know why Shido even made them. Shido blurts that it's a killer question, then admits his whole idea was stolen from a streamer. One image shows a crowd of girls glued to the broadcast, staring so hard you'd think they're spellbound, hanging on every word because that streamer's voice is so well known. It can even pass as background noise. And the streamer, it's the climber who's staring back in total, jaw-dropping shock. He'd pictured people like Ms. K hearing that voice straight in their ears, no speaker at all, and he was convinced that this was the absolute best way an expo could work. In the present, Kanata slaps on the headphones and freezes at what he hears. When he asks how Shido's getting them to work, the craftsman admits the sound quality is solid, but there's still a stubborn bit of noise, and he's got no compatible device, no magic, and no training to make this invention perfect. She struggles to put it into words and just blurts out the instinct response. Meanwhile, he admits to himself that explaining how he copied Bluetooth devices by stitching their mana waves together would be completely. When Shido slips the devices into his ears, his eyes flare wide with awe. He blurts out that he can hear a river rushing like it's right there. And just as hope surges through him, Kanata shoots him a quick hush, telling him to shut up and listen. Kanata's grin hits him hard. He asks to buy 6 pairs, slaps 6 gold coins down on the table, and Shido just freezes. Stunned that Kanata actually paid, Shido blurts out that he has no money at all, and that he suddenly remembered something. Later, he slips on his headphones mid-broadcast and streams that soothing sound of water. Your chat instantly goes wild for it. Meanwhile, Shido, still stuck in his workshop, hears it and clocks that it's basically the same background track a streamer used the day before, but Kanata won't let him spiral. He snaps the topic away and hands Shido a brand new product as a gift. He can't stop thinking about that streamer he admires so much that he records and edits every broadcast like it's his heart's calling, and somehow that love has no gender at all. With a breath of relief and a shaky smile, he tells himself he's finally dodged trouble, but his mind can't help racing to what's coming next. As Kanata announces she's leaving, Sheitu stares at what she's holding, and it hits him hard. Her words actually saved him, turning his whole life from bleak to worth it. He snaps into action and calls out right away, begging her to wait. He catches up to him, voice shaking with raw emotion, and thanks Kanata like he's never felt anything like it, swearing those words lifted him when he needed it most with a bold fist bump. They promise they'll see each other again and part ways. That heartfelt gratitude wasn't for the streamer at all. It was for Kanata himself, because it was the exact moment he finally made his first same-sex friend. And while all that hit, Alphana and Kana leaned in and watched the broadcast with faces shining pure joy. The Chronicle snaps us back to the present. Akita and Zu urgently pushing Kanata to get back with the group, when Kanata turns around and spots what looks like fireworks blazing in the distance. Turns out the whole commotion comes from a celebratory banquet. Kanata dives in, thanking Athena's law for the meal, but she cuts him off and insists he thank Princess Mary instead. His friends gush over the feast, and Athena says it's an honor for them to spend the... At the dinner she hosted, Kanata poured out her heartfelt thanks to Princess Maria, then praised her deep kindness, how she treated even plain acquaintances like family, to the point of ditching her own class duties for them. Athena's face lit up with a knowing, satisfied smile after his heartfelt compliment, while Alphana went bright red and buried in pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, across the table, Rebecca and Lisa leaned in and fired off excited, "Yeah!" after excited, "Yeah!" Feeling that rush and loving every second, Athena took action and officially introduced her friend Lisa to Maria, then dropped the bombshell that Lisa is a fellow fan of the streamer, leaving Kanata totally stunned and Alphana wildly shocked. His shock spiked when he realized the two weren't just strangers, they were friends, and then he clocked the tiny circular brooch on Lisa's uniform, blazing like a clear emblem that branded her as a... She didn't push me to talk to Alphana. She basically warned me that Alphon is one of the rare few who's actually met the streamer face to face. Alphano suggested they keep talking while everyone showered together, and the poor guy only agreed if they kept it classy and restrained. Lisa and Rebecca loved that idea right away. Meanwhile, in the boys' room, Kanata tried to cram his studies, but his mind kept sprinting back to Maria and the others, imagining them in the shower, chatting away like a bunch of girls, and somehow all of it circling back to him. His imagination spun a wild, hazy scene that had him blushing with fury, so he shoved those thoughts away and snapped back to focus, then turned to his crew and confirmed who was who. Ron, the one with the glasses. Then he shot them a heartfelt apology, admitting that even though they sat in the same class, they barely talked, and when trouble hit, he never stepped in to help. They brushed off his apology in a flash. Ron told him not to worry, and Thomas jumped in with, "Look at it! Our commoners see Canada trying so hard. It's inspiring." And suddenly, it wasn't them who needed forgiveness. It was them who felt like they should be thanking him. He reaches out, grateful, but Ron shuts him down. "No, it's me who should thank you." Thomas can't contain his excitement and yells that they've got to celebrate this new connection, and Kanata, all smiles, agrees, already hoping they'll stay friends from. He lifts a pillow with a sly grin, fires off a question to his new friends. You know what a pillow fight is, and little by little, Kanata finally starts getting welcomed in. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, the mood turned weird. Alphana tried to unwind, but a grave thought hit her that streamer can't drop his guard, because not every love is clean. Just outside, Lisa kept bubbling with excitement, talking about something she'd used from the streamer while Athena. With her drive surging, Lisa slams her palms into the fog-thick barrier and yells for Athena to jump into the water. Waiting is not an option. With her face burning red, Athena finally caves with a shaky, breathless nod, and she blurts out. Under the full moon, Canada pulls Ron and Thomas aside and admits he's been sweating a bit, then says he'll hit the bath first. He swings the door open and freezes. There on the floor, plain and sitting on the other side, waits as if she's been expecting him. She smiles and greets him, as Lord Canada, saying she's been waiting for him and that their reunion was meant to happen. Canada recoils with a sharp, startled gasp. She steps up, cheeks blazing, and practically begs them to take an evening stroll through the garden so they can talk about streaming. He snaps to it. She's the same girl from girls' night, the one who awkwardly dodged his offer. Then he tells her he's about to hop in the shower, and Lisa's face drops as disappointment hits. Her shoulders sag as she swallows his refusal, saying there's nothing she can do. Then she motions him to go ahead and calls the DG streamer. Guilt crashes over Kanata the moment she starts to walk away, but he snaps his voice out, asking her to wait. He steps up to her and goes straight for the truth, telling her voice matches Lord Streamer's right down to the tone, but her pronunciation, her rhythm, and even the size of her hand are a little different. Lisa tilts her head and admits, "Yeah, people say that sometimes," and she feels wildly honored by it. They breathe a quiet sigh of relief inside, realizing just how close that came to disaster, because he still remembers what his friend warned him when he's not broadcasting. Be careful, watch his intonation, and don't mess up the signal. And yeah, those new gloves are way too big, so he decides to ditch them before he goes on air. The princess blurts out that she's sorry for being so intense every time she thinks of Lord Streamer. Her excitement explodes, then she clenches her fist and swears his broadcasts are the heartbeat of her life, a claim that only Canada finds even more heartbreaking. She wishes there were a broadcast today because this is the one time she truly enjoys, and if she can just hear you by the end of the day, she can survive anything. After she gets everything off her chest, she declares she's leaving, and Kanata watches her go. Rounding the corner in the hallway, he realizes her fierce honesty scared him at first, but the shock of hearing it straight from her for the first time actually lights him up inside. It brings Athena to mind, and now he can't help wondering if Lisa is more than just some commoner. Then, when he turns again, he spots Maria. He asks Princess Mary and Athena's law if they've just gotten out of the bath, and Athena, fan in hand, says, "Yup." Maria chimes in that they also burned up in the sauna for ages. While she and the other girls were stuck in the hallway, Kanata cringed hard at their presence. Right after he got out of the shower, he blurted an apology, said he was planning to shower before he could finish his report, and then tried to. Ateno's interest flared, and he stopped dead in his tracks when Lisa told him Kanata was insanely diligent in magic class. He stared at her like he was measuring her worth, then formally demanded a sudden, brutal challenge, leaving both Kanata and Maria totally stunned. He tried to duck out, mumbling that he reeked of sweat and that staring down the Count's daughter as his first opponent was way too much. Then she surged forward until her face was inches from his and snapped, "Duel me!" Behind them, Lisa was boiling with jealousy, while Maria was... Later, the group finally reached the tender garden, only to realize Lisa was gone, and Maria figured she must have slipped into the outside garden, with guilt gnawing at her. Kanata pushed the group onward. In the moonlit garden, Athena stood poised with her sword in hand, declared the duel's rules would be simple, and then claimed she'd be the first to step forward. Once she spelled out her win conditions, she only needed Kanata's shield to shatter, or for him to give up, but Kanata smirked and swore that if he could weather her strike, then the victory was his. Maria stepped in as referee and the duel kicked off. Athena dropped into a low crouch, swore she'd end it in a blink, then sprinted forward as magic surged at the tip of Kanata's blade. She snapped her secret technique, crane launch, but Kanata just smiled, brimming with his infinite magical power. That brutal thrust didn't smash steel at all. It slammed into a glittering magical shield that sprung up in front of Kanata, and Athena's shock turned into a challenge. She'd fire off 10 straight thrusts. The moment his barrage started, Kanata didn't flinch. He just layered his shield thicker to take every impact. She snapped her assault to a stop and taunted him for leaning on magic, then flicked her sword with a razor-quick feint that stole his focus. She was on him in the blink of an eye, tripping him hard and pinning him down while her warning hit like a hammer. Hand-to-hand combat kills. Pinned under her, Maria bolted into a panic, screaming for Athena to get off him and yelling to Kanata if he was okay. Kanata looked up and told her she was fine. Since Athena had held herself back then, he finally went, "Okay," and formally surrendered. He scanned the area in confusion, still wondering why the guards never showed up after the duel's chaos, until Athena, fan in hand, calmly told him they were deep in the inner garden, where soundproof barriers powered by magical machinery were already up, so there was no need. As she guided them deeper across the grounds, she kept talking, then dropped the bombshell the guards inside the mansion didn't exist, even with all that security roaring outside, and she insisted the whole estate was built as a blueprint for stopping future crimes, a plan that would depend on. As she moved through the garden, she dropped the truth every inch of this place hid magical machines under the ground, and if some random intruder tried slipping in without the right entry pass, the whole system would snap to life instantly. Kanata got it right. Then this plan only worked because of Athena's. A suited man with a dead serious stare marched up to them, and when he got close, Maria couldn't help but point out how wildly different this place was from the capital. The attendant nodded at once, saying the security here had the same level of power as the systems from their previous lives. Then he leaned in and added, "And there's more." Before the attendant could even finish, Athena smirked, tapped a button on her fan, and beep, a wave of energy slammed into Kanata and Maria, and in the next blink they were hit with instant drowsiness, wobbling as their strength crumbled. The attendant stared at them like it was nothing, scoffing that they dropped off so fast, and that even a magic combat expert is a total rookie when real danger hits. Kanata fought to keep herself upright on her knees, while Maria was out cold on the floor, completely gone. Floor. Their clash barely lasted a heartbeat. Then Kanata finally caved to the sleep spell, her head sinking softly into Athena's lap. She stared at him with a shy blush, realizing just how little fighting experience he really had, and how totally that left the streamer exposed and in real trouble. The duel finally crashes to a stop. Kanata hits the ground, beaten, and Athena drops to her knees beside him, apologizing for knocking him down, even though that move was totally allowed in the fight. She scoops his head into her lap like it's something precious, cheeks blazing as she blurts her love for Lord Streamer, and admits she couldn't really bring herself to fight him. Kanata stares, stunned, asking how she's so certain of who she is. Athena just smiles and says she'll lay out her 4 reasons, like minors playing a song. With a soft stroke over his head, she jumps right into it, starting with how Maria's stare at him matches the exact look she pulled during the Aurora broadcast, then pointing out that even with his best disguise, his height, shoulders, and whole build line up almost perfectly. No surprise his name wasn't on the badge winners, so now it's down to only the people directly involved. Any one of them could be the bearer. She blurts out that her rapier has a brutal trick through the tip. It sucks the opponent's magic dry. Even SSS-ranked adventurers can only hold out for a few scorching seconds, yet he blocks every strike, and his magic doesn't even tremble. That's when she goes for the throat of the truth. Only the Lord Streamer, the one who brings infinite magic, could pull that off. When her 4th point clicks into place, Kanata's consciousness suddenly fades to black. Now that he's out cold, Athena's calm shatters. She bends over him and breathes him in like it's pure heaven, eyes burning with bliss. The only thing on her mind is that he needs a bath, and she practically swoons as she insists no perfume could ever beat what she's craving. She says her very cells hunger for his essence. Your self-control shatters straight up. She blurts that she can't hold back anymore, then decides to take a quick taste before dragging him to her room, eyes blazing as she loosens the chocolate necklace, convinced that even if he's the wrong guy, he's way too irresistible to ever be wrong for her. Her eyes burn with reckless want as she licks her lips, then mouths a silent apology, because until the real one shows up, he is the one who's going to have to bring her to her knees. She leans in, her lips closing in on his. Athena, the principality of Randall's second listener, isn't just smart, she's a dirty, dangerous yandere, nothing like the one you've seen before. Right before she can even touch him, a brutal kick detonates and flings her away from Kanata. Then a brand new figure drops in beside him like it's nothing, and the Chronicle makes it clear the royal capital is home to a pure. And that newcomer Mira, a young girl with a sword, keeps watch over the sleeping Canada, calm as the night. In the background, Athena lurches up to her feet, and Mira just steps in and says, "I'm Mira." Then she explains she's one of the Royal Academy students, here temporarily for their group. She snaps her blade toward Athena and demands answers. How did that noble get inside the mansion? The young guard fires back, accusing her of not just hurting the princess, but also trying to swipe a kiss from the student, and the chaos turns into Kanata's roughest wake-up call. He jerks upright, still half asleep, while Maria, panicking beside him, blurts to Mira, "Are those accusations really true?" Athena snaps her wild gaze to the princess and flashes her offer a kiss, if she wants it. Then Athena laughs off her own shock, saying her numbers swore. Kanata would stay out for another hour, but his reaction proves her instincts right, because yeah, he's the streamer. Maria stares at Athena like she's magic, gushing that she never once saw Kanata as just another student. Mira's mind races. She even considers knocking Athena out, but she stops herself, because that move would scream suspicion at the whole class. Then she lands on one thought. A real princess would never react. After the Aurora incident, the princess says she's been sure the saint was mixed up in it, and to keep Kanata's secret safe, the only people who knew the whole truth quietly banded together and turned themselves into a fan club front for a secret protection crew. Then Athena demands answers, and Maria hits back with the very same question. Athena, all piqued curiosity, slips in a sharp hint of regret and then lays down a deal. If they let her into their organization, she'll wipe the whole incident from the record. His request hits the room like a spark. Maria and Mira explode in unified outrage, shouting that they're the ones refusing to look past what he did and demanding to know why some weird listener gets to stay in the conversation. The princess shot back with a smug snap, declaring they only keep good behavior and integrity, then jabbed Athena with a sharp question, isn't she already satisfied? A bead of sweat slips down Athena's cheek as she watches in silence. Then Maria drops to her knees beside the unconscious Kana, grinning with pure happiness, while Mara stays planted in a ready guard stance over them. A dark aura blasts off Maria and Mira as they draw up a brutal purge, and Athena visibly buckles under the pressure, admitting she finally understands just how terrifying they are. She agrees to push Mira toward the support group, then slams in a hard warning for what happens next. Tearful, Mira begs for proof. Her actions will be swept under the rug, and Athena snaps at her too. Meanwhile, Canada kept snoozing soundly on the grass, totally clueless about the brutal negotiation that just went down above him, watched by the three young women. Then it hit him. He slowly clawed his way back into consciousness, checking if he'd even been asleep. And as he finally sat up, Maria greeted him with a warm smile and told him the truth. Athena had accidentally triggered a sleep trap that knocked them all out, and they'd just now come to two. He yawned hard, and somehow the whole thing made sense. Mira jumped in right there, firing off her own explanation. She told them she had a part-time job tending the principality's gardens, and she just happened to pass by chance. And when she saw everyone crashed out asleep, panic hit, so she decided to wake them up. Athena clocked the whole act from the jump, scoffing at the crazy coincidence, and remembering why she'd even invited Maria. She wanted clues about the streamer she'd been chasing through her whole life, and the fact that Maria couldn't see the bigger picture. It made Athena's skin crawl, like the support group would have loved getting recognized by their idol in a much more personal way. Her mind snapped into focus as she sized everything up. Mira wasn't just a guard, she was a force to be reckoned with. And this support group was more dangerous than she'd assumed, especially the members she hadn't even met yet. Guess it was time to trash the original plan. A confident grin burst across her face as she licked her lips. No panic, no hurry, she had already decided, and she was going to be the one who took the final win. As the group headed back to the school building, Maria leaned in close and told Mira it was pure luck she'd lined up that entry pass ahead of time because it let her shield Kanata from right inside the principality. Mira just nodded, confirming it without a word. When Athena finally reached the door, she spun around and apologized to everyone, insisting she'd just been in the shower. Like that explained everything right then. Maria leaned in and murmured to Mira that she wished Athena had offered help way sooner, and Kanata, catching every whisper, snapped, "What are you two talking about?" Maria brushed off his question, spun to him, and asked if she could slip a quick goodnight to Lisa, because yes, this was her room, and he agreed without hesitation. Maria slammed the door and shouted Lisa's name, but the silence hit hard, no answer at all. Kanata muttered that something felt off. Lisa was almost never out of her room at this time, and the door was locked tight. Mira, all ears, whispered that Lisa might be in the garden outside, and said everyone should go look right now. Kanata sprinted to find her, remembering he'd just run into Lisa when she said she was heading to the garden. Then it hit him like a punch. They were the only ones inside the inner garden. A chilling thought crawled into Myra's head. Lisa was terrified of insects, so why would she even step outside at night? A few moments later, the search collapsed in silence. Mira rushed back to the others and reported that no students or guards had seen Lisa, and every defense system was still fully running. With a grim face, she finally snapped the question that nobody could shake what was going on. She shot up a finger and laid her findings in front of the stunned Kanata and Maria faint magic traces, plus clear signs of seasoned attackers, so the conclusion hit hard. Lisa was most likely kidnapped. His investigation unearthed a ruthless gang of thieves running the underworld, the Cadra Thieves, a greedy crew that hacks, robs, and kidnaps for pay. And because they're so damn expensive, she figures the client has to be ridiculously rich. Athena clenched her fist, and a brutal truth hit her like lightning. She knew the Inclide's handiwork, the legendary assassin family that had just been wiped out. Maria, still trembling, couldn't wrap her head around it. Someone really had been taken. She keeps her internal monologue going, and then drops the bomb she's been hiding. Lisa's real name is Lisa Inklet, the daughter of the Count of the Kingdom of Ilva. Athena shoots her a silent apology, because she knows she had no choice but to expose her. While everyone digests this bombshell, Kanata blurts out that he always had a hunch Lisa used to be a noble, and Maria ups the mystery by revealing that, for reasons no one can explain, Lisa got disinherited by her own family right before. Before her thumb even dares to drop, her thoughts are sprinting, one crushing question hovering in silence. If Lisa's been disinherited and her family's been shattered, then what in the world could anyone possibly gain by caring? Kidnap her now under a full moon, inside a crumbling ruin. The truth snaps into focus. Lisa's father, Count Inclid, drags out a ritual and lights it up for all to see. Lisa gets tied up and hoisted inside a glowing magic circle as he raises a grimoire and screams that his wish is finally coming true. Yeah, he's bragging about his daughter, spitting that she's a failure, now finally useful as a catalyst, until one of the thieves he hired cuts in and snaps at the Count to shut up. The thief then hammers the point that forbidden magic is bleaching Lisa's hair from black to white, and they're in this for money only, never for her, not their personal crap. Suddenly, a terrified young woman's vision flashes into view. She slams both hands against an invisible barrier, screaming a warning meant only for this stranger. Because of him, this world is about to be destroyed. The Count roughly hauls the unconscious Li's chin into place and shakes her until her eyes snap open. Then he snarls that everything is about to land in his hands, spilling the real truth: he's going to use his own daughter. 10 minutes after they brought him to the main house, Lisa's desperate face slammed into Kanata's mind. He clenched his fists and his resolve turned iron cold, because she saved him once, and now he swore he'd be the one to save her. Athena opens up about the dark truth. The Inclid family didn't just live free. They secretly traded drugs and humans for power. Their daughter, Lisa, was kept clueless, raised only to be a pawn in a political marriage to a noble family across the border. But then, days before the wedding, her engagement gets yanked. No warning, no answers, and when Lisa finally stumbles onto what her family truly is, something snaps, and her whole attitude flips overnight. Maria rips into the conversation, saying she can't believe it, because with the political marriage plan smashed and the air cut off, all that family hatred and abuse got dumped straight on Lisa, and now they're planning to use her as their punching bag to vent their fury. Athena finally breaks her silence. She tried saving Lisa, but her hands were trapped when she stumbled on an ancient book of dark magic, and now she's sure the family is using Lisa as the spark for their illusion tricks. The polished act is shattered, and that rage looks like they're hunting for power strong enough to threaten a whole country. So the kidnapping isn't random. It's the last piece of their plan. Athena hears it, and her face hardens with grim realization. As the shock of it hits Mira, her mind snaps to something vital. She blurts out that Lisa's fiancé wasn't just anyone. He was a nobleman from the Xander Empire, and everyone freezes, stunned. The murdered nobleman's mission crashes into Kanata like a nightmare, and horror grips him as he blurts out he finally gets it. He's the reason that engagement fell apart. Athena turns her face away, and her fear says everything. His mind snaps back to that old broadcast where he handed out love advice to some mystery listener, and the horror hits fast. It was Lisa all along. Then the investigation drags everything into the light, revealing her fiancé's house was tangled up in a slave trade, and because of his damn advice, the engagement was headed for disaster. Athena nods, confirming what she sensed after Lisa unearthed Lord Streamer. She started worshipping him, convinced he saved her by stopping her family from going further, and that heavy, unintended ripple crushes Kanata as he realizes he might be the one to blame. With everything teetering on the edge, Maria steps in, orders Athena to ready the horses, and says they're leaving at once. Then she begins to explain. He yanks Maria's arm and demands to go with them, and even though he hasn't known Liz for long, he's drowning in this desperate need to help. Then he pleads with them to let him come, despite admitting he can't be trusted. And when Maria and Athena spot the raw sincerity in his eyes, they trade a look that screams one thing: he's genuinely responsive. With their purpose sessions complete, Lisa's brand new rescue squad rides out on horseback Canada, charging first on a white stallion, waving a rough-made flag while Maria calls the plan out loud, insisting the Count wouldn't wait if he really feared Lisa's recapture. So he has to be somewhere inside the principality, not his own land, and they'd better race across the border before their target slips away. Mira jogs back to the group and tells them she cracked the likely possibilities, then spots faint magic stains in the ruins, ones she can now see on a map she never looked at before because she couldn't reach the basement in time. Maria cheers her on for scouring an entire country in half a day, then squints at Mira's weirdly bright mood and says she's being... Following her lead, the whole crew presses toward the ruins, paranoid that their horses' hooves might give them away. Maria swings back to Kanata and tells him to drop the guilt. She makes her stance crystal clear. She won't mock the kidnapper's cause of freeing slaves, but his choices still call for punishment. Then she leans in and says that if she were standing in Lisa's shoes, she'd make sure Lisa gets the message out too. She tells you to lock in on the job, make it back safe, and repent before the saint. Then she grins like she knows your secrets, saying that if he were broadcasting, he'd be busy thanking his viewers and sending you straight into an embarrassed, flustered mess. The moment they arrive, Kanata spots the structure and snaps. Lisa has to be underground. But before he can focus, Maria breaks in, totally lost in a daydream about being his strict future wife, counting her vow all the way to 100 kisses. Their arrival hits like a strike right away. Masked thieves from Cadril launch an ambush, and one attacker dives toward Canada, only for Maria to snap in and intercept the blow before it lands. The thief freezes, stunned that she even knows his parentage. Athena quickly rallies the group to stick to the plan, swallowing her apology, and admits that because she and Maria are the real experts in enhancement magic, they'll have to burn through their superior reserves to cut through the dark magic. She orders him to harden his feet with body strengthening and grab the first chance to slip underground, while Mario just watches Maria's stomach drops with nerves, because she knows his massive magic should make him the perfect enemy for dark magicians. Until Athena snaps the truth into focus, they misjudge their targets, since only 2 of the 3 humans are here. Maria moves fast, using the opening to surge forward and fire off a heron attack. This strike lands like a hammer, and the casual thief reels in stunned shock from the sheer force. Nearby, Mira keeps another thug pinned, insisting she's only holding back because Kanata's right there. Maria hovers over her downed enemy, her voice ice cold, as she declares that any bandit brazen enough to try and kill them has to understand He drove his staff down with brutal finality, declaring that his punishment is worse than death itself, while Mira spots the bandit clutching a signal flute, and she realizes they've got to wipe out every last of the... At the signal, the forest floor erupts. Dozens of hooded Kajaro thieves burst up and ring the small group in total surround sound, while the beaten bandit sneers and laughs at how easy this was supposed to be. Athena doesn't flinch. She fires back. This is our speech. As Kanata stares, Athena, Maria, and Mira band together and face the horde head-on. Athena even slams out a terrifying warning They'll make the Horde pay for what they did to Lord Strymer and Pure Lisa. Then his threat snaps into focus with a magical letter showing Count and Clit's face. And just like that, the real brains behind it all is exposed. In the moonlit forest, Athena Fairtow steps out from the ambush and faces a whole wave of murderers tied to the thieves who raised her, a confident grin on her lips as she taunts the hooded figures, beckoning them closer and demanding, "So what's the problem?" Meanwhile, Kanata rockets through the sky toward the enemy base, face twisted with pure terror, even as his body technique shields him from any fall damage while down below. A watchman's distant panic erupts, just an emergency flute, warning his companion that Athena and her group. Count Enclid spills his real plan to a cadre member, saying he never meant to throw away his own life for his daughter, and now that the ritual's done, she won't need a bodyguard. He smugly boasts that once Liz wakes up, she'll protect him, and the moment the thief raises a concern, he shoves it aside and orders them to prep the reward. Under his breath, he calls them idiots while he gears up to unleash his dark magic. His monologue gets cut off when Kanata storms into the room like a fireball. He snaps straight at the nobleman, demanding to know if he's counting Clyte. The Count jerks back in shock, convinced Kanata is Athena or some knight from the kingdom. Then he's left with a half-finished thought. He demands to know who Kanata is, and the second the Count starts to stutter, Kanata barrels past it, eyes locked on the unconscious girl he recognizes, rage igniting in his chest. Then he whips around to Conti and asks if he's ready to cough up payment for the crimes he's been part of. Conti stammers, stunned, and asks who he even thinks he is, only for Kanata to cut straight through him. He's just an ordinary student, and the Cadgerolls have betrayed him. Client, Count Ree roars that it's already too late because with black magic, Lisa is their puppet now, and as her wounds vanish in a flash, he orders her to wake up and slaughter the man standing in front of her. Her eyes snap open, glowing with something inhuman, and when the chains burst, she answers in a flat monotone, "Yes, Fa." Before Lisa can lunge at Kanata, a grotesque, shadow-clawed thing bursts from her back and drives into the Count's chest, pinning him through the heart. The creature puppeteering. Lisa stares at her dying father and demands why he won't answer her. Kanata can do nothing but freeze, stunned by the horrifying twist. He freezes in horror as the thing finally shows its true evil, and he screams, "Who are you? You're not Lisa!" Then it laughs and says it was trapped inside a spell book and now it's taken over her body. Lisa's face curls into a wicked grin as the entity remembers its long, buried plan to tear the world apart. Your mind snaps back to Lisa's gentle smile and warm words. Then you see that evil smirk. He demands she give Lisa's kindness back, and the creature laughs, spits, "Human boy," and says it'll use him as a warm-up. It lunges forward with shadowy claws, and Kanata steels herself to block with. The magical shield snaps up in time, dodging the strike as his body's strengthening technique kicks in. Then he pounces on the opening he blew against Athena. The entity inside Liz watches, stunned despite itself, as Kanata rockets forward and drives a fist straight for her face. He stumbled back, his strike losing power mid-swing, because even as an enemy it still wore Lisa's face, and the idea of landing a hit froze him solid. His hesitation didn't get sympathy, it got mocked. The possessed. Lisa sneered at him for being so dull. Then without warning she commanded a swarm of dark tendrils to rip through the air and finish him off. Dark, twisting appendages lunged at him at breakneck speed, and panic slammed into his chest. His shield just wouldn't form in time to stop the lethal. Right when the shadows were about to crush in, a blinding light tore through the darkness and a winged, angelic figure appeared between him and the attack, freezing it in its tracks like it was nothing. Kanata gaped, because it was the goddess behind her transmissions. She didn't hold back, scolding him for drowning her in his power and calling out how he's been way too defensive lately. Then she added, "Sure, I don't like your boring streak, but being too interesting can get you into trouble too." Then she blurted out a way to save Lisa, and time was running out. No delays. Kanata, shaking with desperation, demanded what he had to do. That angelic thing felt the same awful interference again and snapped an order like it was urgent. Start transmitting right in the middle of dodging the possessed girl's assaults. While Kanata tried to make sense of the wild instruction, she broke it down fast. Lisa's soul was just lying dormant inside her own mind, with zero memory of what happened after the kidnapping, because meanwhile, her body had been totally hijacked by a monster. She said that, and Lisa's soul, without even meaning to, fought back the entity just enough that the monster slipped up and missed Clid's vital spots. If they got first aid to him fast, he might still live. She told him the plan straight up. Kanata would keep pouring words straight into Lisa's soul until she finally snapped awake. Then Lisa would seize control, reclaim her body, and trap the monster in her own mind. And if that didn't work, she'd smash the monster herself, for him. Kanata shut her down on the spot, saying he'd caused the mess, so he'd be the one to finish it. Then the angelic being praised him for going that far with kindness. That praise lit a spark in Kanata, and she snapped that she'd handle it for Lisa, slipping into her masked streamer persona while assuring everyone not to worry because she'd return to her school uniform once she was. With the transformation finally done, that angelic beauty wrapped her arms around him from behind and shoved good luck into the moment, then hissed, "Don't mess this up. It'll be a complete nightmare if you fail now." Across the wrecked chamber, possessed. Lisa stared, stunned by the sudden. It all changed. His attack got slammed aside with shocking speed. Right in front of her stood Kanata, but now he wore a crazy horned mask and shouted her name like he knew exactly where she was. The thing puppeteering his body could only freeze in bewilderment, staring at that mask and trying to figure out how he dodged it in the first place. He tore off the mask, gratitude blazing across his face, and the angelic voice poured out of him thanking the invisible listeners and warning that without them the transmissions would die out. Then, Hinata stepped in with his own voice, admitting that even if he could have saved Lisa himself, they'd saved him just as much, and as a thank you, he vowed to dedicate the whole broadcast to saving Lisa, urging everyone to stay and listen. The moment his voice hit, the thing puppeteering, Lisa stumbled back, grabbing its chest in pure confusion as that angelic presence lit up with a knowing smile because deep inside Lisa's mind, her real soul tore awake to her husband's voice, greeted her Mr. Streamer with warm affection, clung to the bond like a wifely privilege, and yanked herself away from the dark, renewed by. With that unforgettable call, the fight explodes across two worlds at once inside the mind. Mira clashes with Lisa tooth and nail, while in the real world, Canada lunges at Lisa's possessed body. Canada snarls for answers, furious because Lisa remembers nothing about being kidnapped, and vows to carve the truth into her bones because the idea that some girl dares. Mira charges in, and Lisa snaps her head back with a furious scream. "Mira!" As Kanata, stuck on the ground, yells encouragement, begging her not to get crushed by the monster or let her family's next move unfold. Those words slam straight into Mira's mental world, where she lands a devastating hit, forcing Lisa to grudgingly recognize her as Lord. Even through the brutal fight, Liz's heart is screaming one childish thing. She just wants her body back so she can listen to streams again. And in the real world, that tug of war drains her power fast, making Mira cry out in agony. Count and Clid stare at the monster, baffled by how suddenly it crumples, while Kanata's eyes snap wide. Wait, the goddess must have shoved something into his pocket. When the power cuts out, Mira stumbles back and her sinister aura vanishes at once. Lisa snaps her focus to Kanata and declares, "This is your moment to strike." He snatches the moment and lunges ahead, shouting at Mira to shut that annoying mouth of hers, while his hand digs a small, mysterious object out of his coat. He reaches her and firmly presses the objects into her ears, then goes straight for the explanation. He says he had to weaken her body so his attacks won't hurt her anymore, because after he's landed a hit, it's only fair she gets one back. Mira can't move, just stares at him, totally lost by what he's doing. On her knees, drenched in sweat, she demands to know what he shoved in her ears, and he slams up his streaming device, only to flip it open and reveal its headphones from his pocket. Even the thing's forehead screen flashes, Miranda line recording data as he gets ready to hit play. He asks what she thinks about the world's first ASMR broadcast, and her voice plays in his head, insisting she's indispensable and begging him to keep living for her. The emotion hits like a thunderclap, and it shatters the chains on her wrists. Nearby, Clidio counts the seconds, staring in disbelief that her will was strong enough to break his control. Before Mira can even catch her breath, Lisa suddenly pops up behind her and yanks her into a tight hug. Mira screams, not from pain, but from a wave of something intense that she insists isn't just surging. Mira clutches it while trembling and blushing, and Lisa slips over with a soft welcome, yet the moment it clicks, Kanata and Count Include stare in total shock, baffled about what kind of sonic attack could push them into that state of pew. As Lee's power sinks in, Mira freezes in place. Heat surges through her body, and her head won't budge an inch. She knows she has to smash the device Kanata is gripping, but her body won't obey. Far off, Counting Clyde just watches, replaying the moment he first thought the streamer's voice was a good sign. Lisa's presence erupts inside Myra's mind, wrapping her in a wave of sensation. Then she beams and urges Myra to give in, drown in pleasure, and join her as a follower, insisting that streaming is the ultimate entertainment. Meanwhile, Clyde just stands there, utterly lost, staring like, is Lisa really trying to charm the monster in Myra's head? And in Myra, resistance starts to wobble, turning into the first wild thought of accepting pleasure instead of fighting. The creature inside Mira bursts out and slams Kanata to the ground. He yelps in shock as the spiky-haired girl pins him there, staring him down. She snaps that he needs to stop fighting because she thinks it's boring, then leans in close and asks for one simple thing, whisper her name. He shoots, "Wait, have you lost your memory?" because her words leave him totally baffled, and the spirit finally admits she's a creature once trapped inside a grimoire, then pauses when she realizes she has no name at all. Kanata lights up and offers one, Pell. The name hits her like lightning. She snaps to her feet, buzzing with energy, and proudly announces, "That's me," before demanding he whisper it to her again. He gives in, and Pelso's attitude slaps him awake with instant warning. She tells him to stop fighting and start being friends. And even though he's still baffled, he commits to one thing, no matter what her past holds. They have to team up so a tragedy like this can't happen again. And when his honest resolve lands, his words hit the crowd hard. Everyone watching can't help but marvel at what just unfolded. As Pell grapples with it, Liz's presence crashes back in, and she drops the truth that tight, restless ache in your solar plexus is love. Liz confesses she grew up without ever tasting real love, but then, through the streams, every one of her followers pours their feelings in like a steady tide. Pell's stunned and she blurts out, "So this is what love is," just as she realizes Liz might be something way. She finally gets her closure. Pell closes her eyes and smiles, because after being revived, she feels whole again. She realizes Kanata didn't just throw her life on the line for others, he also understood the weight of her enemy's situation. That's why Pell lost to the stream's love, and why, now, she can lay down her heart and rest in peace. Right beside her, Liz wipes a tear and blurts out that she loves the streamer Victor. Her body starts to fade to nothing, and she's vanishing right in front of everyone. Kanata snaps her name like a siren, but Pell stays ice calm and tells him not to panic. She says she'll be gone soon, and once she disappears, Mira will wake up with zero memory of what happened tonight. The only thing that won't get fixed is the damage to your clothes. Lisa takes it all in, thanks Pell for the heads up, and watches as Kanata somehow even gives his enemies a closure that leaves them spotless. As she fades away, Kanata calls out, "Live a long life," keeps streaming, and swears that if she comes back, he'll crack a path into her world. Pell's breath catches, hands flying to her chest, eyes brimming as she vows she'll sprint back to him with every heartbeat and her whole soul. Her form crumbles into glittering particles of light then. With her final breath, she says goodbye to the boy, and to the streamer too. Kanata slumps in the alley, clutching the now unconscious target, and raises her aim at the last flickers of Pell's. He grips the unconscious girl and races through everything that just happened in that mental world. Pell walked away in peace, all thanks to his ASMR broadcast, and somehow that even snagged him a new follower. He snaps his focus back to the girl in his arms and apologizes to Lisa for the whole mess. Then, like she can hear him, she murmurs in her sleep, telling him she'll see him tomorrow and calling Lord Streamer her hero. He stares, stunned, and whispers her name like it's the last surprise he expected. He lowers her to the floor, then snaps his gaze up through a hole in the ceiling, determination blazing in his eyes because one thought hits hard. It's time to go. As the dust settles on another brutal battle, Maria, Mira, and Athena stand tall in the moonlight, victorious at last, while the Kajiru members they defeated are pinned and tied up right in front of them. Now that the fight's over, one of the captives drops the next mission. She's going to hunt down the other one. With the last thief who fathered her knocked down in an instant, Mira erupts. She's at her absolute limit. Athena and Maria watch, realizing they bought Lord Streamer some time, but they still thought he'd handle it by himself. Then he finally steps out, and Mira shouts to him, asking if Canada, and he bursts in with unconscious Liz in his arms, smirking like he can already tell the others are done too. Then Athena, Maria, and Myra see it, and instantly gasp, stunned as they realize it's Lord. A wave of intense feelings hits all at once. Athena snaps a hand over her mouth, cheeks blazing. Maria clamps her hands together, eyes full of pure admiration, and Mira, tears pouring down, gives a trembling thumbs up like, "Yes, I approve." That warm, shared moment snaps into rivalry the second Athena flashes a mischievous grin and declares she should be the one Canada carries. Then one of the defeated thieves, who turns out to be her father, edges in to warn him that Lisa isn't in serious trouble, but he needs to rush her to the hospital anyway, and Canada nods, already prepared to bolt out. But the masked thief steps in and blocks his path, then pushes Kanata to come along too, because if people find out an academy student handled a case that big, the spotlight will slam onto him and wreck his whole school life. And with a sharp glance at Kanata's torn jacket, they hint there's another problem that needs fixing. While Maria weighs the offer, Athena corners her and spits out a furious demand. They have to wipe out the Count's gang for kidnapping and for dragging Lord Streamer through the mud. Athena adds, they'll need to tidy up everything and come up with a solid explanation. Then she whirls on Kanata, pressing him hard. Is he really planning to head back to his classmates after all that and not even bother with his own injuries? As the crew strides through a narrow alley, this strange alliance just clicks into place. Mira and the thief Kadru walk side by side, both flashing peace signs like it's totally normal, and from behind them Kanata blurts out, "Am I the only one who can feel how wild their friendship became overnight?" Before he can even think, Maria and Mira barrel in, grabbing his attention as they shout they'll fly home. Then a dark, winged shadow lifts into the sky above them, and Canada guns it to keep up, instantly agreeing. Later on, Athena's caught clutching the shredded remains of Kanata's jacket, still unmistakably his in every cut, length, and width. Maria barrels in, demanding answers, firing off "What did you do?" and "Did you finally show them who you really are?" Athena meets her stare and delivers the truth with a look so sharp it cuts, confirming that Maria found. Her eyes flare with manic joy as she hoists up the ripped fabric, swearing the jacket will be replaced first thing in the morning. Then a weird problem hits. What about the smell clinging to the original? Before anyone can answer, she drops a shocking idea, splitting the pieces between the... With her offer clearly accepted, she lifts a precious scrap of fabric high and formally welcomes Maria and Mira into the fan club. And with a victorious grin, she also thanks them for helping break Lisa free. While Mira just watches, stone still, Maria suddenly finds herself wrapped up in another piece of... Later, inside a hush-filled room of the mansion, Athena slides beside Lisa's bed only to find Lisa awake, sharp, and insisting Athena has nothing to apologize for. Then Athena steps in, tallies the damage, and brings the bandit status up to date, because even banged up like this, they're still alive, no fatal injuries, and they'll get their chance at a fair trial once they're back on their feet. Lisa keeps talking, voice ironclad as she fully owns what happened. She swears Lord Streamer, who ripped open her family's corruption, and Athena, who took her in, did nothing wrong. The guilt sits squarely on her family and on the choices she made in the night. Moved by her friend's raw conviction, Athena snaps forward and yanks Lisa into a fierce, tight hug. Lisa sputters in shock, then catches the moment and clings back as Athena braces to speak from the heart to everyone. She scoots back a little, clutching both of Lisa's hands, and locks eyes with her as Athena pours out a real thank you for coming to rescue her, while Maria and Mira watch in silence from the doorway, like they can't even blink. A huge, satisfied smile lights up Lisa's face. She laughs and shrugs off last night like it vanished from her mind. Her doll's shattered, and her badge and device are busted too, but even with everything in ruins, she still feels an overwhelming rush of victory. Athena spots the exhaustion on her friend's face and tells her to get real sleep, promising she'll come back later. As Lisa sinks into slumber with one last thank you, Athena stays quiet, staring into the dark, thinking how her friend must feel the same way she felt after one of those brutal, all-night streaming marathons. Athena slips away from Lisa so she can rest, then hooks up with Maria and Mira, now rocking maid uniforms. She checks the clock and growls that the graduates should be up any minute. Then bam, your device spits out a voice you know all too well. Hello, time to stream. Athena freezes, shock ripping through her as she lunges back, even spilling her drink because she swore Lord Streamer was asleep. A sickening thought slams into her mind. What if he's broadcasting right from inside his own mansion? The dread hits so hard she jerks out of her chair, and if that's true, she wastes no time. She storms straight to Canada's room. Before she can bolt, Maria and Mira slam in front of her faces, blazing with irritation and betrayal, as they grill her about why she never woke them up, accusing her of trying to keep everything to herself. Panic hit her hard when Maria and Mira cornered her, and Mira snarled that she was the bottom of the fan club. Then Athena yanked her cell phone and thought, I'm out of time, but first I have to wake the other two up. Once she made up her mind, she sprinted down the hall, Skid stopped, and burst into Maria's room shouting that she was finally there. Bursting through the doors, she found Maria and Mira passed out in an ornate bed. Then she snapped, You two, wake up! Because Lord Streamer was right in the middle of a surprise transmission. Despite their frantic screams, they still kept sleeping. Athena stared at her phone in pure disbelief, begging the universe to explain why everyone was out cold. Then jealousy hit like a freight train, wrecking her focus so hard she couldn't follow the broadcast. And that's when a shocking idea finally snapped into place. His eyes snapped to Kanata passed out peacefully in the same room, and it hit her hard. If Kanata was right here asleep, then who on earth was broadcasting? She stared at the live stream icon on her phone, heart pounding, and demanded answers for who this imposter could possibly be. A jarring noise yanks Maria out of sleep. She blinks, panics, and apologizes to everyone already awake as she scrambles to figure out what's going on at this ungodly hour. Her eyes go wide when she realizes she's not just sharing a bed with a sleeping Canada. Mira's there too, and when she sees Athena standing nearby, watching in stunned silence, Maria grips her transmission device and laughs, saying this is the greatest wake-up call she's ever gotten. The chaos doesn't stay trapped in that room across the whole city. People stare at their screens, and a wave of confusion and adrenaline races through them as they watch something they've never seen before. Back on the broadcast, the chaos finally jolts Athena awake. She groans through her sleep and mumbles, "What's all the fuss about?" That sleepy question lingers in the air as sharp, silent looks snap back and forth. Maria stares at Athena. Athena fires her gaze at Mira, and Mira finally locks eyes on Canada. Still. Mira goes still, and suddenly it clicks hard. Sweat beads on her face as she clamps her fist tight, insisting she finally gets the whole situation, then blurts that they need to move somewhere else so she can explain it. As Maria hatches her plan, she and Athena are still trying to figure out where the chaos even started. Athena clutches her device and demands answers. Why is that transmission blasting while Canada is asleep? Maria's nerves spike as she blurts out the real question. Why was she the one sleeping with him in the first place? Mira hears the panicked exchange, snaps into control, and tells them both to calm down and follow her. Athena still protests, swearing she was alone in the room when she fell asleep. But Mira, later, in a huge hall, Mira launches into her explanation to a finally awakened Kanata, who's down on the floor, crushed with despair. Then she tells him it's time to head back to the mansion and promises she'll fill him in on everything that happened while he was... This heavy, dark mood snaps in an instant. Mira yanks up the transmission device, grinning as she declares she'll do a guerrilla transmission right now. With a joyful shout, she lunges forward and playfully clings to him right there. Your burst of joy barely dents his confusion. He demands to know why they need a broadcast at all, insisting today is supposed to be a day to rest, and even asks if she's building an alibi. Mira shuts him down with a nod, saying her suspicion was right and that she understood everything the moment. It stares at this new reality, still shocked that his words can swing the lives of everyone listening, while Mira jabs at his transmission device and blurts, stunned, that he's only just now catching on. He started broadcasting because he thought it was salvation and hope for her. Her frustration spikes as she pictures the powerful figures he swayed, remembering how his words once shifted the fate of entire countries. Shoved the chat back to the present. Then Mira demands to know if he's really planning to broadcast with zero of his usual gear. Kanoto admits the system is busted and only spits out signals in 10-minute bursts. But he's got a sub-terminal to fix the problem. With magic acting like a remote, he'll link it to the main terminal in his dorm, build a quick transmission source, and fire the signal out for everyone to hear. She locks in on the data and cross-checks it against the Wi-Fi networks from his old life, and boom, everything clicks. If it can latch onto the main terminal, it can beam the signal from anywhere. Kanata nods and says, "Yep, you're right." Then he drops the real bombshell he uncovered in secret testing on top of the 10-minute limit. There's a 5 to 7 hour transmission delay, and Mira realizes that means everything he says right now won't reach his audience. With everything finally set, he tells Mira she can head back to the mansion and get some rest, promising he'll come back the moment he's done. Then he thanks her for everything. She's not leaving no way out of nowhere. She pops a chair and a listening horn into existence and swears she always keeps them on hand. Kanata just stares for a second, realizing she's one of his most dangerous listeners, and that it's basically official. Now she gets to hear his words before any. At the same time, Athena Ferratoa and Maria Alpha leaned in, gripping every word of the transmission, until Athena finally told the confused Maria the truth. It was the real streamer, not the imposter, and their broadcast was already cutting through. The second Athena and Maria hear Myra's voice crackle over the broadcast, they both lose it, screaming in pure regret at how unfair it is that Myra gets to be there with him while they're locked out. In a separate scene, Alfana and Maria Alpha sit down with Canada, while Alfana stretches out a scrap of fabric and tells Mira they saved pieces just for her, then urges her to take a deep breath and smell it so she'll understand. Everyone else follows suit, filling their lungs at once, and Moro just stares in confusion, baffled by the word remains. She and the others finally discovered what those leftovers really were, because the transmission wasn't some mystery gift. It was Kanata's own chat with the spirit pal, awkwardly probing how to wipe out prejudice and stop the fighting, the exact promise he'd sworn to her, and that message pulled Alfana, Mira, and Maria Alpha straight toward a terrifying turning point in their lives, leaving them in a state of... The shockwaves from that transmission kept spreading, and rumor says a ceasefire was actually struck in one country's war because of it. Some people laughed it off as childish fantasy, but others ate up every word, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. For Alfana and Maria Alpha, it was straight up too much to handle once they got fully swallowed by the broadcast. The live ended before they even noticed, and now they're left. They dropped into unconsciousness from sheer exhaustion, and since they'd missed the event, they decided to play the file later. But the moment her eyes landed on the bed, her attention snapped to the danger, and she yelped, "Ah!" Frustration snapped in her chest when she stormed up to the other two. Athena demanded to know what Kanata had done to them while they slept. Alfana and Maria swore nothing happened, but their cheerful laughter kept cutting deeper, until Athena's rage detonated and she screamed. There was no way it was true. Yeah, after the broadcast wrapped and Kanata got cleaned up in the mansion, exhaustion hit him like a truck. Moro even found him passed out in the hallway. Since the other girls started treating his slump like some sacred spot, Mira snapped into action and hauled him up, terrified he'd catch a cold or get targeted by Count and Klit's daughter. With a grunt, she lifted the sleeping streamer. As she pushed through the charge, she admitted her body was wiped out from moving all day, and she pointed out her room sat on the 3rd floor in the east wing right where Maria stayed, but her thoughts slipped away. She shoved him onto the nearest bed and told herself she'd only sleep for 30 minutes before heading to her own room. Then she immediately crashed, right beside him. Moments later, Athena stormed in, screaming for them to wake up, and blared that Lord Streamer was starting another guerrilla. Then she laid out the whole situation to the crowd that had gathered Mira and Kanata, looking completely wrecked, because they never even realized they'd walked into the wrong room. They just felt. Hearing that, Maria Elfa strode up to Mira and warned her if this had happened anywhere else, Kanata would have been hit with brutal stigma. Then her face softened as she leaned in close, telling Mira that everyone messes up, but what matters is learning from it. "So do the same for me next time, okay?" she asked, her real feelings spilling out, leaving Mira. As the tense morning drags on, Athena Ferrado declares she's done and heads out, dumping the rest of the drama on Alfana and Maria Alpha, while Mira snaps her shutters shut and walks away too. That quiet retreat explodes into a full-on sprint down the hallway. Maria Alpha, face frozen in alarm, spots the fleeing murderer and blurts her name. Suddenly, Kanata bursts out of the nearby room, clothes a mess, face blazing with panic. Then she yells, "It's all a misunderstanding," starts tearing into the reason he ended up sleeping in Maria's room, and keeps apologizing nonstop as he bows again and again, while Alfana and the others scramble to calm his frantic rant. Maria Elfo stared as Mira vanished, and she instantly nailed the truth he couldn't be hiding anymore. So he must have slipped away too. "Wait, what are you doing?" she demanded. "And what do you do next? What the heck is he doing?" He fired off the question to the girls about the coat, then stormed out into the wreckage. Right there on the floor lay the shredded remains of his uniform. Athena mutters that even the best can slip up, though Alfano looks like he never even got the chance. With a confident grin, Athena brushes off his worries and tells him, "A soldier's already hunting down that coat." Then she slides the conversation elsewhere. "Now, let's grab breakfast while we wait." And the others instantly jump on board. As the group strides off, Athena whips her gaze back to a nearby building right as a bat-winged carriage bursts into the sky, and she clocks to herself that their timing is dead on. Later, Kanata swung by Ron and Thomas, and they bombarded him with questions. "Where were you last night?" because they'd been seriously worried. Right after that, the flustered Canada can't even get a word out. Athena swoops in. She keeps her voice smooth and spins a lie he'd been hunting for parts in the artisan district for the magical device Lisa gave him. Then, with a wicked little wink, she privately thinks, "A wife's job is to rescue her husband from every mess." Jam keeps pace with Canada, talking her through how he's been riding in her car, while Ron and Thomas stride off toward the dragon-drawn carriages, waiting just ahead. She leans in so close she's almost touching him, whispering thanks for saving them both, and Kanata shoots a look of shock at how close she's gotten and what she's just said. Elsewhere, Mira gathers the brand-new soldiers and tells them their next training is all about crushing drowsiness. Then she turns to Kanata and asks him to step in as a temporary instructor. Kanata doesn't hesitate at all and swears she can count on him for as long as she needs. As they say goodbye, Athena swears to Kanata she'll come see him in the royal capital. Then his expression snaps, irritation flashing across his face as Maria and her friends happily take the seat. She snaps her gaze back, fierce as ever, and pulls her fan right up to his face, then admits that living a long life as a noble has thrown her out of the rhythm of normal life, so she wants to stay in her dorm. Kanata goes stiff with nerves, laughs it off as a joke, and argues that the royal family's lodgings would be way. She steps in until their faces are just inches apart, shoots down his suggestion, and declares that the only way she'll truly understand his way of life is by staying right at his side an experience she swears will tie her to the politics of the principality. Then she blushes hard and begs, breathless, if he'll let her stay. He stutters, totally blindsided by her intensity. Then he's hit with awe, sure she'd drop her own comfort for the principality's good. Overwhelmed, he nods and promises, I'll make sure your room is spotless before you step inside. Inside one of the carriages, Maria looks crushed, wondering why boys and girls have to ride separately. Then, just like that, two dragon-drawn carriages roar into the sky and leave the academy behind. In the other carriage, Kanata sits shoulder to shoulder with Ron, scribbling notes, and as the ride rattles on, he leans in and tells him how life in the Principality of Randall changed him, because the people he met there made him see so many truths. He keeps talking to himself, admitting, yeah, even after all this time here, he's still got a rookie's nerves, not a master's confidence. And then he tells Hong how meeting people who absolutely love his streamer persona and others who spot him just as Kanata is what built him into who he is today. He used to think his streaming was everything, so satisfied with being good enough that he chased fame without ever pushing himself to grow into more. That belief was forged in his ancient world, where he'd learned newcomers had to be friendly to the core, something he couldn't be farther from. He even recalls one shaky try at working with others, right up until a voice cuts through and calls his name. Her voice belonged to an angel, crystal clear as she watched Kanata's latest journey inside the crystal ball, then broke into a smile, praising the bright ending where he made new friends and uncovered what he'd been looking for. In the vision, Kanata and his crew were roaring with laughter, and one of them even teased that a report won't write itself just because he gets distracted. She keeps staring at the orb, and with a sharp, knowing look, she realizes without him even noticing that his streaming has stolen everyone's attention, so she snaps a warning, "Don't let yourself think it's over her." Her words hit like a warning, because his broadcast wasn't just talking, it was shifting minds, easing fights, and turning hype into real-world money, with merchandise flying off shelves and tourists flocking to every place he lands, until even academics had to step in and start studying just how powerful it's become. Her influence spread so far, it rewired her focus. Now that she's a goddess, she'll admit Athena's scheme to grab unlimited magic first hijacked her attention, but she's hooked on something else. Kanata, the outsider, is reshaping how people think, down to the core of common sense itself, and she can't wait to see what he does once he's finally brought to ruin. She scoffs at the whole idea, saying flat out that winning him over is impossible, then flashes a smug grin as she drops the real reason the power he's built on is the same power. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, two of his followers are locked in talk. One of them, a man, leans toward Anise and snaps that her face is way too calm as she spaces out, swooning over how wonderful Mr. Streamer is. Meanwhile, Anise clutches her hands and begs her lord to come faster, especially if danger's lurking. Elsewhere, a massive, intimidating building with a big cross carved into it looms under a bright, clear sky. Inside one of his rooms, a tiny creature with a TV for a head groggily awakens with a yawn, sniffs out the dusty mess, and then grins, calling it a paradise, because when she gazes at Kanata peacefully passed out on the bed, she can't help dreaming that things will get way more thrilling the second he starts attracting more obsessive, yandere-style followers. In the royal capital supposed to be safe, something feels off as Lady Sho's demon crew watches the streets with hungry, obsessive eyes, packed with figures just waiting for Kanata to come back, their excitement burning bright and dangerous. Out beyond the city's chaos, that angelic beauty lounges with a mischievous grin, and she blurts, half excited, half impatient, "So, are they moving yet?" Then she dangles two cherries in front of him like a teasing promise, each one holding a tiny, flawless picture of Kanata and Maria, her smile screaming. She can't wait because deep down, she's already bracing for the disaster coming next. Chaos erupts, and then her eyes snap into focus on the tiny globe in her hands, where Kanata's image flickers to life like a strange, otherworldly streamer. Kanata quickly spills where he's been while his friends headed back to their chores, and Maria got back to hers. He slipped away to a brothel, Then Kana and Mira burst in Kana beams and asks if the Principality of Handle was actually fun, and Mira just nods like, nice move, praising his genius plan to dodge getting caught. Tana keeps talking, her voice cracking as she apologizes for not finding him sooner. And then boom, she admits she completely forgot the brothel was running a customer appreciation festival, so her request for time off got shut down. Her face darkens fast when she reminds him they were supposed to eat together that night, and she grips the table like it's the only thing holding her up. She admits she's crushed. She has to go, but lights up at the moment she got to see his face. Then she flips the plan and says, forget lunch. Come on, I want to visit you as your client. Meanwhile, Mira's in the background, wincing and mumbling about how brutal it is to be a it. As Kana heads off, she hypes him up to crush it at work, calling him an innocent soul. Kanata looks totally thrown. He begs her not to leave, but then Alfana's right there, and his focus snaps away fast. He quickly apologizes, admitting everything's been piling up and he just has to get it out. Alfana turns beet red and agrees, and in her head she's like, wait, is this what people call a date? Now Mira plops down at an outdoor cafe, chomping her snack while totally mangling what Kanata meant about everything piling up Kanata. Meanwhile, hammers away at his report and tells the fan, sure, it's due next week, but he doesn't have to rush it. Alfana snaps back, furious, asking if he's trying to provoke her after she's waited that long. Myra's imagination spirals out of control, and suddenly she's picturing Kanata and Alfana in all these dangerously intimate training scenarios, breaking free from ropes, sharing the same chair, even brushing each other's teeth, so she grabs her head in pure panic, wishing she could drop every last shred of logic and just escape the thoughts. Her wild fantasies spiral into self-defense drills and counter-assassination training, but it's basically just a massage, and it drives her over the edge. Mira snaps back to reality, blurts an apology to Alfana, and declares that she is. The real moment is way calmer. Alfana stays perfectly composed, reminding herself she's the saint and has to keep her cool and proper before things get awkward. Kanata just smiles and tells her, thanks for waiting, and Alfana reassures her, everything's totally fine. He takes a sip and brings up the park incident, the whole Bell case, but before the words even settle, he shuts it down fast, saying that since Bell's gone, there's no point picking at it anymore. Sensing the shift in everyone's mood, Alfana knows something huge just went down, and so she dodges the conversation fast. Pointing at a nearby statue of the goddess now somehow wearing a hooded sweatshirt, she says they've been allowed to recreate the piece in Canada size, though she can't shake the feeling that a custom-made version wouldn't sell. Then she quietly adds that the goddess still messes around with knowledge from her past life. He demands that Alphon try on the new outfit, shoving his coat into her hands as he turns away, and even though she worries she'll look like an overhyped fan, she gives in. Then the moment she slips it on, that lingering smell from his coat hits her hard, and her brain starts spinning. The fabric feels like a perfect replica, yet the tiny detergent differences scream. It's been swapped out since just 2 days ago. Before she could even process it, he came back rocking the new goddess hoodie and asked her what she thought, smiling like he'd nailed the perfect fit. Alfana, though, was losing the battle to stay composed. She even eyed a second coffee in her mind, trying to steady her nerves. Because sure, a normal person might have jumped at a kiss, but she was a saint, so she had to hold the line. Then bam, his gaze snapped to the cup he'd left behind. Her rational thoughts get steamrolled like they're nothing. Instinct takes the wheel. In a split second, she lunges across the table and snatches the cup he was drinking from. He can't even catch up before his mouth brushes the rim she took, giving her an accidental, indirect kiss, and the moment becomes an unforgettable win as euphoria crashes in. Waves of motion carry through her, and he heads back to the table, grinning as he thanks her for waiting, and tells Alfana that the new outfit fits her perfectly while she tries to play it cool, glancing around and blurting that she can't find her coffee. Sure, the staff must have grabbed it. With his report wrapped up, he turns to her and asks what she wants to do next. They decide to hit the city streets, and Mira joins them now, too, rocking one of those fresh hooded outfits. The three of them stride through the busy chaos side by side, slipping into the crowd like they belong there. As they stroll along, he takes a bite of ice cream, his face lighting up as he raves. It's insanely delicious, like it's the first time he's ever heard of something this good. Myra's eyes snag on a jaw-dropping street artist nearby, but Alphana won't look away from Kanata. With a radiant smile, she declares she'd follow him anywhere, and he's honestly a little stunned, so he suggests they keep wandering around the castle town, asking if she's on board. She shoots his plan a quick yes, then right through a wave of shyness asks, "Could you hold my hand for a second so they don't vanish in the crowd?" And he grins, fully agreeing, as he stretches his hand out toward her. His hands were clasped together when he burst into laughter, saying the spot was actually pretty nice, and that the lovely girl he'd guided here earlier had had a great time too. That happy vibe snapped like a glass. Alphana froze, her face turning cold and dangerous. With a smile so sweet it felt fake, she demanded he explain himself, pressing him on whether he'd brought another girl here before her. One careless joke and he'd just lit the fuse on disaster. Kanata starts blurting an apology to Alphana for not telling her about his dealings with the demon tribe, and Alphana just stares at him cold and unreadable, then lifts two fingers like she's tallying every crime he missed. Even as she thinks to herself that Lord Kanata is just too kind and too defenseless, and somehow that both annoys her and makes perfect sense. Suddenly, she surges forward and locks him in a fierce hug. "Being close to demon girls is one thing," she blurts, "but I'm terrified of what could happen next." Then she drops the bombshell she's a kingdom diplomat, so she's got key intel about what's really going on. Kanata spots her fear and, stung by it, rushes to apologize for hurting her. Her apology gets a response he never saw coming. She pats her lap, plants her feet, and orders him to rest his head there. Kanata freezes, totally thrown off, but when she repeats it with steel in her voice, he can't argue. He finally agrees, quiet and still. Rests awkwardly on her lap as he sprawls there. Alphana leans down, eyes on him, and lets out a smug little snicker as she whispers yet another apology. To realize she's got acting chops, he totally bought it, thought she was furious. Alphana finally blurts that she was only messing around, confessing she'd been a bit jealous of his demon friends. Then she blushes and says she's doing this so he can feel her warmth and won't cheat. But inside, she's melting, overwhelmed by the way his head rests in her lap, his weight, his breathing her own idea of paradise. She could have stretched the act even longer, but when she finally spoke, it wasn't fake at all. He thanked her from the heart, saying that the moment she and Maria noticed him when he was alone at school, they became more than friends to him. They're his benefactors. Alphana listens, completely moved by his sincerity. He keeps going, voice cracking with truth, and admits he was terrified the moment he heard what was happening back in her country. He lays out every brutal hit he's taken lately, shutting down a scammer, getting hunted by robbers, and even risking his life just to reach her. As he talks, tears spill into Alphana's eyes, and she begs him to stop treating himself like he's invincible. She tells him his magic won't cancel the danger, and she can't stop worrying about what happens when he can't stay in the kingdom forever. Nada doesn't even notice her tears at first, until her heartbreak snaps into pure, dangerous fury. Alphana blurts out that she's terrified of him, wandering into danger far from home. Then she erupts into a wild, manic laugh and warns him if he won't be careful, she'll tie him up and keep him from going anywhere ever again. With her threat hanging in the air, he slips his hand up and brushes her cheek, wiping the tear clean away, then tells her that even when she goes that extreme, she's still way too kind. He pats her head to steady her, and from across the room, Mira watches the whole moment, her mind racing, since Kanata's one hand is tied up. What is she supposed to do next? His small, kind gesture snaps the tension in half, then both of them break into a warm, honest smile. And just like that, the fight is gone. Their bond is back stronger than ever. He drops a real apology to Alphana for making her worry, then digs in and says he's still streaming no matter what. With a sharp edge of exasperation, she snaps back that he'd better. He breaks it all down, saying the lessons he got from his experiences and from the Principality of Randall shaped him in ways he can't ignore. So if he wants his streams to level up, he's going to live as a human in this world first, because he's convinced his stream's growth rises with his own growth. With a soft smile, he tells Alphana that if anything ever happened to him, that's just the kind of person he is, and if she's still hurting, he'd understand if she walked away from supporting him as Lord Streamer, leaving her completely stunned for a moment. Alphana rushes in to set things straight. At first she had feelings for Lord Kanata, but every moment with him only made her crave to know him deeper. Then she snaps back and admits the truth. Her heart isn't for the noble at all. It's for Lord Streamer. Her cheeks blaze as she steps toward him, voice trembling with raw emotion as she launches into a heartfelt confession starting with, "I lo," and Kanata just stares, utterly stunned by the sudden declaration. That single word hangs in the air, then it wrecks her composure, leaving her open, flustered, and exposed in front of him. Alphana stammers, can't quite get the words out, fingers fidgeting as she clutches them together, hands shaking with nerves. Kanata, still reeling, blurts her name like a question, and the moment hits her so hard she whirls like she's about to run. Right then, he's gone. Alphana spins in a blur, staring at nothing but empty air where he stood. At the same moment, the sky opens and rain pounds down like a storm with a mind of its own. Athena and Mira clock the sudden downpour too, and lurking in the shadows, Demon, Lucia holds an out-cold Canada in her arms, smirking like, "Yeah, I figured this would come." A fresh, messed-up chapter is kicking off for the streamer. With long, light hair flowing, a young woman introduces herself Athena, one of the Lord Kanata fan club's original founders, and right beside her, the demon Lucia admits she's on Lady Strauss's capture squad. Then Demon Lord Straussa steps in, gripping a struggling Kanata, and declares that he's staying in the demon realm starting today. Athena, clutching a tiny, sharp tool, flashes an unsettling smile and tells Kanata to clench his teeth. 5 minutes earlier, Straussa was buried alive in paperwork at her desk, trying to keep up with the mess of being a functioning person. Then this morning she'd finally learned where Kanata was. Now she's grumbling about the pile she's ignored when Lucia strolls in, smiling like it's a party, and plops down another brutal stack of documents like, "Let's go see Lord Kanata right after we finish all this." Kanata's been kidnapped. He crumpled after a brutal gust slammed into him while Straussa tore through the sky, and now he snaps awake, dizzy and confused, trapped in her arms like a prisoner. Her eyes burn as she grips him tight, swearing he'll never slip away. He blurts out what's going on, and his memory slips like smoke fuzzy, broken. Straussa snaps back that his earlier curiosity about the demon realm, she's fulfilling it, and they're going there right now. He just finished talking to Alphana, and she tells him to brace himself because a warp is coming. With one quick apology to the priestess, Straussa declares that Kanata is about to be dead in the colors of that realm. Then they launch in a blinding streak of light. Athena shoots back to where Canada was taken, and with zero hesitation, tells a flustered Lucia that every fan club member will get a fair shot, because the club's main rule only says they have to get Lord Streamer's okay, not stop themselves from approaching him at all. Her whole stance is pure fire and movement, totally different from the calm persona she puts on during streams. He's dropped into a bleak, lightless wasteland, under a sky that snaps with lightning twisted, gnarled buildings jut from the ground, and demons tear through the air, including Kikiki riding a broom and a winged Liga until he freezes, staring hard, realizing with full certainty this is the demon realm. Straussa lands on a jagged, skull-strewn path and sweeps her arms wide. Then she formally welcomes Kanata into the realm she rules, while he just stares, frozen, overwhelmed by the chilling sight. Then she shoves him into the spotlight and introduces her guest, a massive, muscle-bound demon with one eye burned into the middle of its forehead. Kanata jerks back, instantly clocking it as a cyclops, just like the monsters you see in video games. Shrazen shrugs it off and says it's her guest, someone she ran into while she was in the capital. Flashback rips open the truth of how they really met earlier. Straussa zeroed in on the terrified Cyclops, basically crushing him with intimidation, then demanded he hide her real identity as the demon lord from her guest and act different around him. Once he finally agrees, Shrausa turns to another demon and orders him to tell Lucia to head to the castle when she arrives. When Lucia slips back into the present, she strides up to Kanata and fires off a smooth lie she's Shrausa's childhood friend, and she's the demon lord's castle CFO, taking a well-earned holiday right now. Kanata buys the trustworthy title hook, line, and sinker, and Lucia turns on the spot to make a proper announcement. She's back, and she's here for Lady Shrausa. She and Shrausa watch as a fresh demoness in a dark gown glides forward and introduces herself to Kanata. Then, with a dramatic flourish, she declares she's Rushaya, a succubus from the Office of External Affairs. Rushaya points out that Shrausa finally looks calm and says it's time to swap the outfit for something more presentable. And as she grins and admits her hobby is listening to Lord Streamer, Shrausa immediately breaks into a furious scowl. She grins at Kanata, absolutely glowing because she's finally face-to-face with the legendary Lord Streamer, and Rushaya urges him to relax and talk to her straight, telling him she clicks with the rest of the demon tribe like they were made for her. Then she leans in and admits people used to say she only looked her happiest around others, but ever since Kanata praised her, she feels like she can keep shining exactly that way. While Rushaya keeps fawning over Kanata, Shroud's expression twists with pure irritation. She puffs up her cheeks and clenches her fist, glaring through the jealousy that's only getting louder. Later, at the dining table, Kanata wipes his plate clean, no matter how grotesque and shapeless that creature looked. He smiles at his hosts and politely tells them it's delicious. He's stunned, actually invited to eat at the Demon Lord's table. Shrausa laughs it off, saying it all started the moment he pushed for peace, because the Demon Lord only began moving after hearing his dreams. Kanata panics, blurting out an apology for butting in, then clamps down. No more talk about the demon realm. Still, his mind spirals. Did his audience's opinions even change that drastically? Shrausa shoots up, calls for an urgent work talk, and swears she'll be back in a jiffy. Then she's gone. Right away, Rushaya slides up to Kanata again, leans in close, and murmurs that real guests are a total rarity. They mostly get adventurers. And as a succubus, she admits she'd way rather have a streamer because she can't resist the urge to milk his endless magical energy. Her plan snaps into place fast, and it's downright scary. She and the other succubi close in on an overwhelmed Kanata. Rushaya leans in, wine glass tilted in her hand, and asks if he wants to let her and her friends steal a little energy from him. That shameless offer hits Kanata like a punch. It's too intense to handle, so he blurts out Rushaya's name in sheer panic. Rushaya just fans herself, giggling that the talk has left her hot and bothered, then tells him to help cool her off by calling it succubi healing. But Kanata spirals into a frantic protest, screaming that he's still an underage student. Just like that, a light-haired demon swoops in and lifts Kanata off the ground with effortless strength. The stranger calls him brother from the capital, and the words hit like a punch, reminding Kanata that he was the one who took Agila. Kanata's still trying to process the shock of floating when Shrausa drops onto a nearby balcony, winged familiar Guru beside her. She stares the intruder down, snarling that he needs to think about his timing, then snapping at him for barging in and ruining her moment with Kanata. She yanks the demon up by his collar and crashes into his face, and he just grins, smugly asking why she'd want a meeting with no reason. Then Shrausa's eyes go stone cold as she tells him the chief external affairs officer is hunting him and orders him to vanish right now. The light-haired demon waves the confrontation off and snaps at Kanata to quit swinging, saying he and Rushaya go way back as childhood friends, and that their roughhousing is just what they do every day, even though he can't help but admit it's nothing like the human bonds he knows. Then he drops it and beckons Kanata to follow. While they move, Jiru, the tiny winged familiar, soaks happily in a huge tile bath in the background. After the demon's invitation, Kanata suddenly finds himself inside the bathhouse, totally thrown by the sudden change. A small, familiar-looking demon steps in and introduces himself, Garura, An executive officer from the Birdman race in the Demon Lord's army Kanata panics, scrambling to keep his cover. He claims he's just a plain student who booked the whole place for himself, but before the lie can stick, the light-haired demon closes the distance face inches from his and clocks him immediately. Kanata the streamer, aren't you? And just like that, the fear of getting exposed becomes real. The four-horned demon steps in front of Kanata and shrugs off his frantic denials, then says upper-class demons can read magic power, and the truth hits him because his suspicions were proven right after Kanata's stream in Aurora. Still, he leans in and promises he'll keep this whole thing under wraps from the Demon Lord. In a sunlit sea of flowers, Russia Daydreams was already scheming, laying the groundwork for Lady Shraza's fate to collide with a streamer. And as the plan unfolded, the four-horned demon studied her and realized they'd tracked Kanata without a single shred of magic detection. That kind of win. He could barely hide how impressed he was. In the bathhouse, he leans in and tells Kanata that nothing is uglier than a man hiding behind excuses. Then he goes for the throat, threatening to set off an explosion tied to their sworn contract. Unless Kanata finally confesses cornered, Kanata breaks and reveals who he really is. The demon smirks and says he's the only one who figured it out, since the other two are lower tier, and he keeps grumbling about having to do all this just for his sake, then glances toward Russia. He jabs a finger straight at Kanata, demanding why he's hiding his identity even from the Demon Lord. Then Kanata barely catches up when the demon snaps. Here's the real reason. He just wants friends. And when the demon reveals he's Garura, Kanata freezes in shock as Garura swears he'd never betray a friend, not even if the Demon Lord herself ordered it. Garura finally spills why he rented the bath. He's ready to train Kanata in techniques that keep her hidden from the other upper-tier demons. This is the least I can do, he says, grateful to the streamer who's the whole reason the war got shut down. He tells them that mastering magic power is just like flipping a tap on, then off, and he wants to teach Kanata how to control it so he can live like a human, a species with naturally low magical power, but Kanata has no clue what that even means, and just blurts out, "So what is magical power?" Garura pushes him forward, shouting that if he locks in, he can absolutely learn the skill. Kanata answers with a fierce, determined shout of his own, and then Garura fires off a sharp warning. This technique only shields him from magical detection, not every other way someone could uncover him. Still, he's sure Kanata already planned for it because the thought of all the powerful women in his life is already proving how dangerous discovery can get. After the lesson, Garura leans in and tells Kanata to lock in that feeling, because one day it's going to save him. Then he turns to the bigger picture, grilling him about what the demon tribe is focused on now that the war's finally ended. Meanwhile, Rashaya is drowning in paperwork, cursing her fatigue and wishing she could just go meet the streamer instead. And Lady Shrausa lays it out since the demons are isolationists. Their realm has to study other countries now so they can climb to the same level of cultural development as humans. Kanata asks if Garura's got that same dream, and Garura shoots back that once life calms down, he's hunting a tall human girl because he wants her as his girlfriend, and admits she's way more his type than the girls back home. Kanata's eyes sparkle as she nods hard, saying tall girls are incredible, especially the muscular ones, and the two of them bond instantly over that shared obsession, until Garura's smile snaps tight the moment he feels someone closing in. The door swings open, and there stands Lady Shrausa with Rushaya. Rushaya claims some cleaning machine went berserk and wrecked Kanata's guest room, so they had to clean up, but Shrausa's smug smirk screams the real truth. She did it on purpose, just to get a shot at seeing Kanata naked. Kanata and Garura freeze in shock, and Kanata's face drops as horror hits, because the bath wasn't separate at all. It was a mixed bath from the start. Lady Shrausa and Raushaya grin at him with a crazy offer apology accepted, they say, as they all three can sleep together at Shrausa's house. With this happening, Kanata's stomach drops. He's instantly begging Garura to save him. Then Lady Shrauser smirks and spins a total lie. She claims that the highest hospitality for a demon is to sleep with the guests, but Kanata isn't buying it. He blurts out that he'd rather just go to Garura's place instead. That desperate plea shoves his friend into a nightmare of an impossible choice. Garura drops into an apology, admitting there's no way out now, and all he can do is grab Kanata's bones later. Then Lady Shroudza declares she's taking Kanata, and Rashaya lunges, yanks a stunned Garura close, and demands they disinfect themselves immediately. Soon after, he's down on his knees on a lavish bed inside a glittering, opulent room, shaking as he tries to convince himself this normal demon realm stuff is just tradition, and that he's only an underage student. Frozen in shock, Kanata watches as Lady Shrousa and Rashaya stride in draped in sheer, tempting nightgowns, and Shrousa laughs that the stimulating cooking is already hitting him, while their battle dresses will now drive his desire straight past the breaking point. Lady Shrousa's intentions are crystal clear. She strides to the door like she dares fate itself, wondering if even stopping time wouldn't throw off her big entrance. She steps through and boom, a radiant angelic figure materializes in front of her, swallowing her recoils in a shroud and demanding her name. The angel snaps, calls her an idiot, and rants that it's so unfair she can't fully manifest. From the side, Garura stares in shock, trying to figure out what spirit is even bound to this human. Lady Shrousa regains the upper hand and jabs a finger at the spirit, roaring that she's in love with Kanata, sending the angel into a full-blown panic. She snaps back fast, insisting she doesn't love people like that, and that she only found the whole thing interesting. But as she talks, Shrousa starts to fade, as if time itself is ripping her apart. Right when it feels like everything resets, Shroudza and Rushaya snap back at the doorway, stunned by what they just did. Then their eyes lock onto Kanata again as they push forward, insisting that the knight is still too young and he needs to get ready. Kanata sits there, cheeks flushed, and blurts out that his body's too hot and his head won't stop fuzzing. Maybe he just caught a cold, so he should sleep somewhere else. The two demons don't bat an eye, though, and say if he's sick, they'll hit him with the demon tribe's traditional cold treatment method. He clamps down on his composure and scrambles for excuses. These revealing pajamas are totally normal in the demon realm, and this is just harmless goodwill, right? Then Lady Shrousa and Rashaya close in, their whispers turning slick and loaded, insisting this is how the demon tribe drives out bad bacteria and he needs to step up. But the moment their plan hits him, it's too much. His senses get slammed, his thoughts splinter, and his sanity starts to fray. That crushing question hangs there like a trap. Will he stay rational, or will the yandere demon girl's sweet, deadly pull win? His face is flushed and panicked, while Russia just smirks with calm, confident charm. Under a sky blazing with stars, Lisa grips her cross with trembling devotion, praying Lord Kanata won't be tainted, because tonight will finally expose what this massive battle has decided. Her prayer clings to a harsh rulebook, the fan club's first commandment. You don't just go along, you need Lord Streamer's express blessing first, and that stubborn code is a direct smack in the face of the yandere demon tribe's next move. In the demon realm, Kanata wakes up trapped in bed, pinned tight by two succubi, Rashaya and Lucia, and the moment panic soaks through his sweat, he realizes their idea of deepening bonds is way more brutal than he ever dreamed. Russia presses in closer, voice low as she promises to act the second his excitement snaps at the breaking point, but he's not playing along at all. Real dread hits him hard as a strange cold floods his body, and his own desires start spilling over, forcing him to fight for control while he tries to hold it together, so he blurts out the question, is that demon realm fever-breaking method really kicking in on him? His mind races, snapping the chilly air into place with his arrival in the demon realm. Then he understands why it feels so different, thanks to the mana in the air. Garura's words hit him an armor of magical power, so he pours his own mana into a protective membrane, and click, Roshai's influence gets pushed back. Still, his thoughts won't settle, so he grabs hold of one thing he loves, his mother's face. The moment he focuses hard enough, the strain finally knocks him out cold. An hour later, Kanata's out cold, sound asleep, while Lucia turns to Lady Shroudza and asks what they do next. At the same time, Rushayan keeps staring at his weird breathing from earlier, Alarmed, and once they decide there's nothing else they can handle right now, they all hit the hay too. Press doesn't come that easy for him. Just because he's dating a succubus doesn't stop Russia's attacks while he's out cold. She towers over him, seething to pick up the assault again. Lucia slams the brakes and fires back, asking what the point of all this effort is if Rashaya can just act on her own. As Kanata rolls over, Lucia gets lost in her tribe's words, how they're bound to the one they love. Then Lady Shrausa shows up and coolly cuts in, saying she doesn't mind being the second lady. Watching it all unfold is just their first test. She steps up and declares, "I'm the demon tribe's light, a full-on revolution in human form," and vows she'll start preparations right away. Then she and Lucia gear up to leave, and Rushaya shoots back, but Shroudza stays cool, reminding her of the fan club's first rule: no moves without Lord Streamer's consent. Rushaya rants that this breaks their own rules, and Shroudza just smirks like, "Keep doubting, a private reward for Kanata is waiting." Fuming, Russia shreds every bit of pretense who cares about some fan club. Roaring inside, she drives a dark, clawed hand toward the sleeping youth and swears Kanata will belong to the demon realm and nothing else. Ambition gets snuffed out in an instant. Garura snaps in with a swift karate chop and barks, "You can't!" As Kanata slips back into sleep, Garura lays into the stunned Russia, urging her to stop backing a foolish superior. Lady Shroudza watches with sharp eyes, quietly thinking that just standing beside Kanata would be her greatest happiness. Quiet room. Lisa grips her book like it's armor, but her mind isn't on the pages at all. It's on Kanata. She mourns her own body and wonders if he'll ever look at her and see just a woman. No trophies, no titles, only her, because what she wants isn't fame or approval. It's his heart, his love. And in the end, her deepest wish is simple: be with Kanata, not as a fan, but as the one he truly loves. She can't stop thinking about her fan club friends, people who welcomed her with open arms, even after learning she's part of the demon tribe, and now they're packed around one table, eating together and clinking glasses in a toast. Glory to Lord Streamer. That devotion is their bond, but Lisa feels one step away from tossing it all aside to chase what she wants. Her thoughts crash back to the present, the moment she stares at Kanda, fast asleep in his bed. The sight twists her chest and makes her give a small, shaky sniffle. She lets out a heavy sigh, helpless as her heart goes wild, and then she finally admits it to herself. She's the kind of woman who could only resort to kidnapping him. Her sorrow flips into a chilling, possessive glare, tears spilling down her face as she swears Kanata will someday finally feel what she feels. She demands his love, commands his eyes, and claims his sleeping face as something no one else gets to touch because one day it'll be hers alone. She leans close and whispers again and again, "I love you," like a secret spell, then forces herself to wait just tonight, cradling him tight as he falls asleep. As night fades, two angelic watchers hover in another realm. One breathes a huge sigh of relief that the mortal world stayed calm, with no horror in sight. Next morning, Kanata shuffles to the school's back door, yawning like crazy, and blurts out how he even fell asleep while Shrausa, right next to him, fires off a scolding for that yawn. He turns to her, spots those dark circles under her eyes, and shoots back a worried, "Are you okay?" Shrausa just laughs it off like it's nothing, then reminds him she's the one who invited him. With a grin, she teases that if he's into it, he could even move into the demon realm. When she sees him shiver, she smirks at how his demon attire's way too revealing and jokes he could handle a succubi brothel after graduation, then immediately waves the idea away. Then he hands Shrausa a folded shirt and admits it's a gift from his streamer fans. He even tried it on himself, but backed out of wearing it. Shrausa takes it anyway, promising she'll use it for research and development, though she bluntly points out that his physique is still a bit underdeveloped. Right then, their escorts roll in, and Shrausa tells Kanata it's time for the morning meetings, so it's goodbye for now. Her face falls as she promises she'll see him soon, and Garura, right nearby, lets out a low growl like it doesn't like the separation. Kanata nods, and they split off in different directions. Kanata turns back toward the dorms, then a carriage ahead slams to a stop and an attendant throws up a halt sign. Before she can move, two shadows explode forward at terrifying speed, Alphana and the elf princess Maria, eyes blazing, screaming in perfect sync, "I found you!" A chaotic morning reunion ignites as Alphana and Maria rush up on Kanata. Alphana snatches him and blurts out if the demon realm dragged him away because she swears he told her it happened, while Maria crowds in too, demanding to know if he's okay. Kanata's overwhelmed, so he can only shove at the closeness as the rest of their friends stare in disbelief. Alphana and Maria step in and inspect his condition, then press a holy cross into his hands, explaining it'll only stay intact in the grasp of someone truly pure, because if an unworthy soul touches it, it shatters. With fearless, glowing smiles, the two girls lift the cross together, and Canada watches from afar, totally baffled that nothing explodes. With security seemingly locked down, Kanata's left staring in disbelief, while Alphana and Maria skip off like nothing happened, swearing they'll see him tomorrow then. When the carriage fades into the distance, the two girls crumple with pure relief. Alphana laughs that Shrausa finally must have had a little sense after all, but Maria shakes, admitting she nearly died of fear because the kidnapping hit right in the middle of his confession. Alphana tells Maria to calm down, warning that next time her anxiety will only make things worse because Canada's acting like he forgot the second half of their date. Then she leans in close and hisses a shocking question. Does Maria realize Lord Canada's jacket has been copied? Maria's eyes blow wide with pure disbelief as the truth hits. Way out in the demon realm, Lady Shroudza strolls in wearing the original jacket, smiling as she grinds at her desk. And when Lucia and Kikiki beg for the next assignment, she snaps right back, asking what's left from last week. They freeze, saying she cleared every bit of it instantly, with zero food eaten. Shroudza only pats the jacket like it's magic, and credits it for her new power. Shrausa is stunned by just how efficiently she's been moving until she looks up and realizes it's already night. Lucia steps in, saying she's calling it for the evening, and then it hits Shrausa like a punch. The stream starts now. Right then, Kanata plops down in front of his monitor, fires up the setup, and gets ready to go live, announcing he's back on the usual schedule, because even though it's only been a few days, it honestly feels like he's been gone forever. His comeback hits the airwaves, and emotions slam into everyone at once. Alphana and Maria stare at the stream with tears starting to spill. Alphana so overwhelmed she slices her memorabilia in two, while Maria insists the whole broadcast is unreal. Then Alphana's possessiveness ignites, and she snaps at Canada to never thank any super chats that someone else sent. Meanwhile, scans the chat and smiles at all the praise, until one odd message snaps his attention. A brand new super chatter asks where the best place is to propose or to be proposed to. That question hits Kanata hard, dragging him back to the stunning scenery he'd seen, all of it so wildly different from the life he'd lived before. When that gorgeous new dimension sparks an idea, Maria and Alphana decide they'll plant a sea of flowers right in the capital, and over in the demon realm, Lady Shrausa catches it through the stream, staring out at the dead, blood-soaked plains of her kingdom, where nothing grows and the earth stays barren, and wondering what her wasteland would look like if it ever burst with flowers. She keeps listening to Kanata's broadcast, eyes narrowed like she's piecing something together. Then he says, "If you're gonna fight, just turn back and make up, quietly." She talks to his image on the screen and wonders if he'd really be willing to throw down in a place this beautiful. Her on-screen persona suddenly lights up, blurting out that it's because she's truly interesting, like that compliment hit her in the face. Meanwhile, the chat explodes. His viewers start calling him naive and cute. Some guess he's the unpopular kind, and one person goes full chaos, declaring he's totally their type and begging him to be their marriage planner. The moment marriage planning lands in her mind, she spirals into a blazing daydream picture this humans can finally slip into the demon realm like it's nothing, and she and Kanata can drop their masks, confess everything, and start fresh. Her resolve hardens, and she declares her plan she'll turn that demon world into a garden of greenery and flowers. In her fantasy, she stands beside Kanata and announces that first, They'll carpet this very field with blooms, and once it's done, she can't wait to proudly show it to him. Elsewhere, Garura barges in with a burst of laughter, taunting Kiki by saying she can imagine anything she wants. Now, Lucy hangs nearby, rolling her eyes with pure exasperation. Kiki snaps back, flustered, reminding Garura their job isn't done yet, and she still wants to catch the live stream. Then he steps in and offers to take half her workload. Kiki's face explodes in a blush at his honesty, so she brushes it off, calling it cringe, and vows to head home. But Garura shifts gears fast and hits her with heartfelt advice. If she really wants him, she has to win his heart, not just throw out her looks. The moment finally lands on Lady Shroud's grand fantasy. She's glowing in a flowing white wedding dress, clutching a huge bouquet of white roses. While her phone lights up with Garura's super chat, he reveals his earlier words weren't random. They were an early celebration gift for her, and the chat explodes with questions about how many kids she wants. Then a quick memory flashes the very next day. She sprinted to a florist, grabbed an unheard-of amount of flower seeds, and lined up right alongside the other customers. In the Rawado Republic, a wild little tale unspools. There's a toy-loving lady whose dreams keep crashing in public on a packed street. People whisper that this young woman, Remu the toy maker, never sells a single thing, and they almost scoff like she should have chosen a normal job. Tight in her hands is one of her creations, but her face is pure despair. She sold nothing, and her mind slips straight to a streamer she can't stop watching. A month earlier, Rumi Ao had begged a shopkeeper hard to let her sell her toy, and he couldn't ignore her grit, but he still doubted his shop could survive something so tough. She told him her dream was simple, spread joy and happiness with her creations. He didn't budge, sneering that she should just make easy toys and skim quick cash off kids. Her heart sank, so she fought back, cutting her dividends down to almost nothing, begging for one chance and swearing her toys would never make it into stores if he said no. Rumi was met with pure fury. Her patience drained, the shopkeeper snapped, grabbed her by the dignity, and roared that her ideals couldn't put food on the table, then slammed her out the door on the street in total defeat. Rumi could only stare ahead, crushed and wondering where she could possibly go now that this place had turned her away. Right now, she sat alone, swallowed by worry rent was due this month, and she had no clue how she'd pull it off. Still, she took a shot and messaged the streamer for advice, even though she figured he'd probably never see it. She hit send anyway. Kanata practically gasped as soon as he read it, because right there, from her dreams, a creator begged for help, saying she couldn't get anyone to buy her stuff. Then came the fix: she should hawk it right on the roadside, and that idea hit Rumi Ayu like lightning. She swallowed her pride, sold every piece of furniture she owned to buy a 1-month business license, and now stuck on a street corner with only a sad little pile of stock, she let out a weary sigh until Mira, dressed in full dark assassin gear, stepped right up to her stand. Mira leaned over the weirs, eyes blazing with curiosity, and asked what kind of shop this was. Rumi Yu explained that the card-like things were tarot-inspired toys, but they sat unsold because nobody knew how to play them. Mira, who was usually only good at smashing things, couldn't help admiring someone who could actually create. Then she pointedly asked the price. Rumi shrank back and finally whispered that it cost 3 copper pieces. Mira blinked at the tiny price tag for something handmade, then rushed to apologize. She only had 5 silver pieces and pressed them into the toy maker's hands, urging him to trust himself more. Rumia Yu was stunned to be paid so generously, tears spilling as her heart flipped into renewed determination. And with tomorrow as her final day, she swore she'd give everything and walk away with 0 regrets. As the day wound down, she watched families drift past and felt the weight of it. At 26, she had to face real life, while her friends were already raising kids. Across the room, Mira suddenly popped back into Kanata's room, and his heart jumped. Had she really been gone to Rancel Kingdom for weeks? She waved it off, telling him not to sweat the details. Then she leaned in and blurted, "I've got a souvenir for you." And before he could even blink, She threw on a pose like it was totally normal, offering him the rights to turn her into a body pillow. Kaneda just froze, jaw on the floor, because she was dead serious and somehow still unbelievably absurd. Her wild offer shocks her. Kaneda slams her into a tight headlock, all flustered and furious. She yanks at him, and he snaps back, yelling that if she's free to mess with him, she should just go home. Then he catches himself fast and admits it was all a joke, as he studies the real souvenir she actually brought. His gaze snaps to the deck of cards in his hands, and his eyes go wide because he instantly recognizes them as the same poker cards from his old world. Then he blurts out in nostalgic awe, and his mind races straight into what games to play next, like Diff Ugo, or at least jumping into a two-person poker match. Mira spots that spark in his eyes and scoots closer with hope burning in hers, asking if she can borrow his idea because she'd really love to learn how to play straight from him, and that heartfelt request leaves Kanata completely stunned. At the market square, the toy maker snaps up her stall and drags it into the dying light. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper beside her just stares, smugly proving his first hunch right. Rumi exhales, admits she barely sold a single piece, and still feels damn lucky she sold at least that. Just as she's about to leave, her comms suddenly crackle and incoming live stream starts rolling. Her eyes go wide when she realizes it's coming from the exact same spot as the Aurora stream she saw before. And this isn't some rerun, it's a real-time event, with the mass streamer princess, Alfana, and Lady Maria right there on the screen. Her eyes snap to a brand new figure on the screen, a woman in a fox mask, who claims she's the guard and introduces herself with confidence. She then announces that to keep the princess safe, the broadcast will run with all four of them. Rumi AU watches, hooked by this rare evening show, while chat explodes with comments from every other viewer. Princess Alfana beams at the audience during the stream, then jokes that her guard handed her a souvenir, only to freeze when she realizes she never asked where he got the wild mask she's wearing. The streamer strides up, and the crowd instantly locks in. He announces today's topic, messing around with this fun toy, and the chat erupts, some asking if it's just a toy meant to coach kids, while others are like, nah, we're here for the stream. He raises the deck and shrugs. He doesn't know their real names, so he'll call them cards. Rumiu stares, spellbound, as a viewer snaps that it's nothing but a toy. But the streamer hears it, smirks, and promises to show them what a real toy is, one that can light up a grown-up's childhood spirit again. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he declares the start of his game session. In a grand estate, a masked streamer slid into a table with Alfana, Maria, and Mira, and fired up their game of old-made 53 cards, dealt one by one. Then any pair snap away until only the loner is left. The mission: don't be the last one stuck holding the single unpaired card, the Joker. With a dramatic flick, he revealed it in his hand and smirked. This round starts with me. As the game races forward, Maria snatches the very last card from his hand, and once his deck is empty, the streamer throws his hands up and calls the win. The whole clash gets streamed to a device where some unseen viewer watches the mental warfare unfold, stunned at how addictively fascinating it feels. Alfana snatches the Joker from Maria and clamps it to her chest like it's her last lifeline, thanking her with fierce resolve as she swears she'll carry Maria's wish all the way through, while the streamer just stares, totally thrown, wondering if they somehow missed what the game was really supposed to be. 2 rounds later, the whole game explodes in intensity. Maria flings herself backward like she's been knocked out, screaming in dramatic defeat, and Alfana immediately grabs her attention, urging her to calm down because they're friends, not enemies, while the stream audience goes wild at the totally unexpected turn. Maria drops out just like that. Now it's only Alfana and Mira left standing. Alfana leans in, cool as ice, and tells Mira to settle this and pick the victor. The moment hangs in the air, heavy and tense, while everyone else watches with tight, shaking bodies. Mira's eyes lock in like a laser, and when she reaches for a card, one lone bead of sweat slides down Alfana's temple. Then Myra snaps her hand shut, yanks the card free, and declares, "I've got you." Mira grins as she finishes the pair, Then Alphana snaps the truth into place, exposing her trick fast. She admits her real strength is water magic, and she'd quietly turn the left card cold and clammy. Mira freezes. Realizing she was played from the side, the streamer nods like, "Yeah, that was a smart move." Her plan works. Boom. Alphana gets swept into Maria's excited hug. As Maria praises her for a marvelous win in defending the streamer, Alphana's baffled, because she's not sure she deserves that praise, so she can only ask questions. Maria shrugs and proposes they rename the game Guardian. The streamer tries to cut in and say Alphana actually lost, but his protest gets drowned out as the two of them go wild. Three girls huddled together, kicking up their frustration, but still clearly loving the chaos of the game, while Alphana clutched the Joker card like it was a trophy, and the streamer watching them shrugged, saying it hardly mattered what the result was as long as everyone had fun. Then he flips the whole dream on its head, raising a tiny toy box and insisting everyone should be dying to know who made it. Then he reads the name off the lid, and boom, Ms. Rumiayu from the Roado Republic flashes into view, spiral lens glasses and a beret and all, and she blurts out a stunned gasp. Remu the toy maker locks eyes on her phone, stunned as Canada's stream keeps roaring, while his viewers lose their minds, begging to grab her Guardian game. And Canada himself hypes her up as a genius. Overwhelmed, Remu can barely speak, stammering that she wants to buy a few cards too. She starts sobbing, happy tears pour down her face like it's too good to be real, and she whispers her thanks to the streamer and the girl from yesterday. Meanwhile, on the stream, Alphana, Maria, and Mira gear up for round 2, and Mira snaps. Furious and determined this time, she is not losing. A frantic thought spiral hits as a deep blush spreads across her face, because this is the first time any man has ever praised her work with that kind of real sincerity. Wild ideas start racing. If he loves her work, does that mean he might love her too? Her eyes spin with dizzy emotion as she clutches her phone, swearing she'll treasure his cards forever. That rush of new emotion hits like a drug. She'd always treated love like a chore. Until now, when it feels straight up incredible. Ideas crash into her head, and she grins as she decides her next creation is a card game inspired by a newlywed life with the streamer. And just like that, Rumi Yu, the spark behind a nationwide card frenzy, had her home uncovered by Kanada's fan club the very next day, and in the days that followed, royalties and commissions started flooding in from her other works, proving that this wasn't just luck. It was success blooming fast for a woman who'd only just fallen in love. 2 weeks after the card stream, a secret meeting goes down under a church's roof. Alphana, Maria, Mira, Athena, and Lisa crowd in wearing matching fan club shirts, all insisting they're a totally healthy club, but the tension snapping between Alphana and Athena screams rivalry brewing right under everyone's nose. Right then, in the capital, a mysterious woman with long, light hair stands on the rooftop, and her sneer turns sharp the second she senses that familiar presence. She snaps that it reeks of that hateful woman and demands what happened to Pell, the one who is supposed to be dead. Down below, Canada is still peacefully asleep, totally blind to the danger that's just been unleashed. Maria comes roaring in with the newest fan merch shirts blazing with Canada's face, plus matching badges ready to hit shelves in both the Kingdom and the Demon Realm, and the girls are already lined up to see it. Mira, Athena, Lisa, and Russia step out in the brand new gear, rave about how comfy and awesome it feels, and Mira nearly explodes with joy, saying having Lord Streamer's image on her body is the best feeling imaginable. Elsewhere, Lady Shrausa watches the streamer's wild devotion unfold. Some fans love him so hard, they slip into the Yandere listener label. She studies the ones plotting for his future all on their own, and wonders if rallying into an official group is really smart. Next to her, Garura thinks about the rising fight to become Kanata's official wife, praying it stays bloodless. Shrausa tries to hold back a giggle, though her secret wish is that Kanata would wear a shirt she designed before she gets flustered. In the meeting hall, Maria steps up to the crowd now joined by Shrausa and Garura and Mira, fires off a question. "Have you heard of student marriages?" Maria shuts it down on the spot, saying that idea doesn't exist in the demon realm. Then she leans in with full confidence and declares she's the only one who's truly meant to be Kanata's wife. Case closed. She turns the page and announces the last agenda item, bringing in the new members. Athena kicks things off by stepping forward and calling herself an aristocrat from the Randall Kingdom, right on Maria's say-so. Then Rushaya, the succubus, proudly chimes in that Lady Shrausa recommended her. Mira can't help but grin, saying it's totally like that streamer to pull in heavy hitters. But Lisa murmurs that a harlot like her doesn't belong here until Maria snaps back hard since they're a group recognized by Lord Streamer. Every single member earns respect, and their rules will be enforced without mercy. Her voice snaps into a command as she hammers the group's rules into place. Never move against Lord Canada's will, and never lay a hand on him. Then she leans in and drills this into their hearts only. Lord Canada decides his official wife. She holds their gaze, eyes sharp, and demands, "Do you understand me?" Schilling's gaze crackles with ruthless intent as she lays it all out. This show of dominance keeps a Lord Streamer from dropping in danger and shuts down any rebellion trying to spark inside their own ranks. Then the new recruits quickly rise. Maria snaps that the meeting is over, and as everyone scatters, Rushaya, clueless on what comes next, shouts for Kana. Rushaya barrels up to Kana, and Kana snaps. What's wrong? But Rushaya is so starstruck she blurts out that Kana's seduction power is unreal. She gushes that as a succubus, this is the first time she's ever seen abilities this potent. Kana tries to set the record straight. She's just a human prostitute, but Rushaya takes it as an unbelievable honor, drops to her knees, and begs Kana to accept her as a disciple. Lady Shrausa corners Garura with a heavy sigh, saying she heard he took Lord Kanata through the demon realm. He doesn't deny it, but he insists it was only a simple tour, nothing beyond that. She rockets over to Mira, practically shaking with excitement, and once she hears the demon realm's food is legendary, she begs to sit at their dinner table, swearing she'll do anything, even wash every single dish Mira watches, stunned. And before the silence can even settle, Maria calls out to Athena, inviting her too. Then Maria and Lisa start booking it out, and Maria pushes everyone to hurry back to the dorms. They head out, and Lisa blurts that Athena feels way more introverted than she'd expected. Maria nods and admits her head's in the clouds more often than she wants to be. But while they're talking, a shadowed figure watches from the sidelines as they disappear. Later, still wearing their fan shirts, Maria and Lisa dive into the brand new merch. Maria's stunned the designs actually hit, but Lisa says sure, they could sell the clothes, then asks if they can also change the design itself. She teased Kanata into signing her shirt, and he immediately caved in. Totally flustered Athena and Russia watched as a sudden knock slammed through the door, and the second it hit, Kanata hissed, "Wait!" then tiptoed toward it like something was about to go terribly wrong. Before Kanata could even blink, the door ripped open. Lisa stepped in, knife dangling casually in her grip, smiling like this was fun. She calmly said she'd just tap the back of her blade to knock everyone out. Behind her, Maria and Athena were sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Kanata froze, yelling their names in pure disbelief, while Lisa reassured him they were okay. He demanded to know why she was there, slamming the truth like a threat she was supposed to be in the kingdom, then stumbled back and begged her to put the knife down before she stepped any closer, and Lisa just dropped it with a loud clatter. His thoughts thundered as he tried to figure out how she could have reached the door when he'd built a human repelling barrier, yet Lisa burst in with tears streaming, calling him a cheater and screaming that he brought other women into his room, insisting she'd only knock them out. She closed the distance until her face was inches from his, eyes blazing, and she didn't waste a second. She laid down the terms for forgiveness he had to stream for her and her alone, and every single night he had to lean in and whisper softly right into her ears. Knife biting into his cheek, he demanded to know whose fault this mess really was, even muttering that maybe it was the Count's doing, while Lisa snapped back instantly, hands blazing with denial, saying it was his fault for making her sad. Then she went even further to her, streaming to endless people was nothing but cheating. Suddenly, his eyes snapped into focus. He grabbed her face, startled her, and blurted that she was Pell, like she was just hamming it up with a cheap performance. Then he insisted that Lisa, even sick as she was, would never hurt anyone, because she didn't even know who he really was. Plus, he'd already clocked that her body didn't look the same. Then she processed a new figure loomed over him, wild, light-haired, that same braid, and a torn dress grinning like she owned the moment as she called Kanata, her husband, flat on the floor. Kanata stared up in total shock, demanding how she was standing right there when he was sure she had already died. Kanata snaps his gaze up from the floor in total shock. There's a young woman with light braided hair standing over him, a bloodied knife clutched in her hand. She speaks the truth of what she thought about him, and the moment her words land, Kanata's mind slams with a brutal memory he died once. She starts spilling her own story, then drops the bomb after she died. She didn't wake up in heaven. Somehow, her soul got yanked into a tiny doll, and the first thing she sees is Lisa's hospital room where she freaks out, because the body she's trapped in can actually talk. The story keeps escalating because she couldn't seize Lisa's body. Lisa trapped her in a birdcage, locking her up tight, and that girl's existence kept under wraps like a deadly secret. Her face twists into manic glee as she drags her tongue across the knife's blade. Then she blurts out that she saw a girl rocking a Haishan design tailing her before she slammed right into Kanata, and to her, it can only mean one thing: fate. The scene snaps back to the present. She pins Canada to the ground, knife pressed close, and screams that she'll never stop asking, when did he ever earn forgiveness for cheating? She dares him to look at her alone, to drown in a love so brutal it hurts, and then hammers him with the question, was he really serious about that earlier talk of resting in peace? She shoves her back and tries to talk some sense into her, but he straightens it out fast. Those other two are just friends, and he and she aren't even dating still. She twists every word, and after forgiving his cheating, she vows to clock him with a slap. Her mind snaps back to a memory from last week, a wild dream, where his masked streamer self knelt in front of her with a bouquet and asked her to marry him, and that image ignites an ironclad conviction. She lunges at him again, eyes blazing with devotion, and blurts that she believes every single thing he's ever said, whether it happened in a dream or in real life, because that's how she loves him. Kanata's terrified out of his mind, convinced she's the craziest person he's ever met, and then she twists the knife with another dream quote from him straight from last night. Leaning in close, she hisses that he told her he wants kids soon. Canada's face goes pale, panic hits hard, and he explodes in denial, screaming that he never said a word like that. She totally shuts down his denial, orders him to get ready, and tells him to strip. Then Kanata, crushed and blazing red, mutters that she just needs to turn around, and she happily does. He lunged forward in pure frustration, using body reinforcement to blast himself out of the way because he could feel it. She was about to pounce. Right behind him, the yandere fan flashed a manic grin and clicked a device, while Maria and Alfana screamed in alarm. He sprints off, and that yandere fan barrels after him like a storm because he knows her eyes are locked on him alone, and right now, he'll do whatever it takes to pull her away from Maria and Alfana. Her threats explode into something darker. She snarls that she'll wipe out the whole area, pointing at nearby kids like they're her hostages. Kanata's stomach drops as he realizes the live streamer has turned into a monster, and then he spots a wagon and grabs onto the one opening he can use to escape. He barrels toward the vehicle, yelling for the driver to get him away, now full speed, no people, and just when he expects nothing, Athena Faratoa is right there, while Lisa's already inside the wagon, staring at him like, seriously, what are the odds of running into us like this? From across the distance, the Andra fan locks eyes on him with Athena, then fury twists her face the moment she recognizes the noble woman, and she flings a tiny doll-like object down in a rush of rage. The showdown hits instantly. An Andra fan lunges in with a knife, screaming that they dare to cage her, demanding answers. Athena's already locked in, glowing orb blazing in her hand, and she calmly declares she knew the hunter was out there. Later, in a hidden, quiet corner, Kanata and Athena climb a twisting spiral staircase, and as they rise, Kanata finally confesses that he's been on edge all morning. Everything started the moment a messenger from the principality delivered the news the fans had escaped. She slumps against him and blurts out that their reunion had to happen like this, then wonders out loud why nobles always stick so close. Right after, she scoots even nearer, smiles, and draws him in with that pleasant scent, then asks him to touch her hair and swears she takes great care of it. He hesitates and finally gives in. He nervously brushes his fingers through a strand of her hair, and she breaks into an amused smile at his reaction. Then he blurts out that he's just not used to touching hair as beautiful as hers. His focus snaps back to Lisa, who's finally sitting up, so he blurts, "Are you okay?" Lisa shoots back, "Why'd you hit me?" He tells her the truth. He'd been through something like this before. Then Lisa glances toward the entrance and confirms the yandere fan is out cold, still asleep in the wagon they left there. She listened as Athena Faratoa laid out what happened to the now unconscious Purr, explaining that her magic sword could drink the purse mana out of Lisa's body, saving Lisa, unharmed, but wiping her memory of the whole incident. Then Athena's face tightened. The mana Purr had given her earlier had seeped out from the sword's tip and soaked into a nearby doll. That doll, twitching with borrowed life, was the whole reason she tied it up in the first place, because no matter what she did, it kept clawing its way back to life. Kanata stared at the bound doll in his hands and with a shaky voice apologized for the mess. Then Athena spun to go, said she'd still have to drag the doll back to the principality even if it hurt, and finished with, "Can I stay at your place again?" Later, a fully recovered Lisa cornered him and demanded answers why Purr had been with him, because she clearly remembered Purr tailing them all the way to Maria's dorm. He told Athena everything, and she snapped the whole thing into place in seconds. Purr heard a voice that sounded like Canada, thought it was him, and struck first. Canada showed up and confirmed it. Athena nailed it perfectly. He dropped into a deep bow to beg forgiveness as the carriage pulled away outside, and Athena warned him that she'd let it slide this time, but if anyone else heard that excuse, they wouldn't have spared him. Then she leaned in close, eyes blazing with mischief, and with a slow lick of her lips she taunted him, saying he looked adorable when he panicked, and that pretending he didn't notice was its own kind of fun until Canada was completely wrecked with nerves. As night crept in, a thought hit hard fantasy and reality don't belong together, so before you act, you better factor in what the other person is feeling. Trying to snap back into his routine, he geared up for his dream, but his focus just wouldn't come. Alfana and Maria sat right behind him, staring with unsettling intensity, and while Alfana munched a snack, it felt like she'd vowed never to mess up like that again. Meanwhile, in the demon world, his broadcast lit up the screens and got way more hype than he ever expected. Lady Shrausa and her crew were cheering like it was the top-tier epic of the century, but not everyone shared the joy. As Garura lay sprawled out on the floor, she was knocked out cold by the realm's outrageously expensive food. During a live stream, Canada finally gets his very first super chat, an ugly one at that. It insults him, calls him boring, and tells him to quit. With a lone steel coin tossed in for good measure, he's stunned, but he keeps his cool, shoots back a calm thanks and thinks, "Yeah, it's time to shut this down for the day." Right as he's about to sign off, more donation chimes start stacking up over and over, and he whips his eyes to the screen, stunned, because it's been ages since a troll with this much free time dropped in. They reveal the donations are coming straight from Princess Alfana, watching the stream and absolutely seething. She explodes on screen, screaming for the name of the insolent commenter so she can execute him on the spot. Then her own 40 gold coin donation slams onto the screen with a message. That troll is unforgivable, and "Don't worry, Kanata, you're a good boy." Her fury ripples through his other loyal followers, and Lisa's already muttering that they need judgment, and they need it now. Purr's eyes are wild as he blurts out, "Did the troll say goodbye to his family yet?" Then Kana T.S. Gas chimes in, snapping, that's exactly why he can't handle women. And Lucia, claws gleaming like sharks, hisses that she's going to wipe him out completely. Right at the peak of their combined fury, the original commenter panics and shoots off another message packed with terror. He's begging for forgiveness, swearing his life feels like it's seconds from ending after his disrespect. Kanata clocks the protective replies and the trolls pulling back. then tries to cool everything down, thanking the people defending him, telling them to hold off, and even choosing to forgive the terrified commenters. He leans in and tells his fiery crowd straight up he never wants to jump straight to violence as the answer. If they're going to rage for him, then channel it into a warm, heart-to-heart lecture, like a parent's gentle little warning tabs meant to guide a kid, not crush them. The words hit like a spark, and his followers instantly feel it. Lucia and Strausse look dead serious. Kana watches with sharp curiosity, and Lisa's finally easing down. Pear clenches her hands together with laser focus, while Athena Ferratoa stays perfectly composed, sipping her drink as she listens. Among them, Princess Alphana finally settles down, clutching her communication tips close, then fires up the chat calling out every single person who had rushed to defend her and Kanata. She thanks everyone for worrying and chokes up, saying she's genuinely honored, and the other fans light up with relieved, starry-eyed admiration then. With everything finally settled, Kanata ends his stream for good and calls it a night. Right during the broadcast, Kanata spun around from his desk and Mira stood right behind him, tears blazing in her eyes. She said his stream words really landed hard. Kanata looked wrecked and tried to thank her, but he begged her to go home, muttering that they're back to this again, and tomorrow's going to hurt. Mira didn't take it well, snapping that he was being cold to them. He stood in his room while Lisa leaned in and asked, "So what's happening tomorrow?" Mira lay in bed staring off, and he nodded, confirming he had a class, a special one. Lisa replayed a fresh conversation with Zickert. He told her a teacher had ordered him to wow the SS class with a magic demo, then leaned in close and fawned over her, saying her magic was the most beautiful there was. But when he casually added the show would run all day, Lisa caught the weight in her chest, quietly worrying she might not crush the pride of those noble students. A wild thought hit her like lightning. She snapped back to Kanata and told him, point blank, that tomorrow she and the others had official duties to handle, and the whole mystery clicked into place. The next day, Lisa was already behind schedule, sprinting across the school grounds with toast shoved in her mouth, and as she barreled past, students stared laughing at how ridiculous she looked, yet grinning because she was crazy cute. She screeched to a stop right before him, snapped, "Where's the outdoor practice supposed to be?" He pointed straight to the second courtyard, and the second she thanked him, she shot off in a blur, leaving him frozen for a beat. When she arrived, she saw Kanata standing right in the middle of smashed clay targets. He scratched his chin, embarrassed he might have gone too far, while Lisa watched from a distance, totally stunned by the sheer force he'd just unleashed. Just when his display was heating up, Zickert and his crew rolled in, and the noble student sneered, snarling that Canada was an annoying commoner who'd shoved himself into business that wasn't his. Lisa snapped her head hard, but she fought to stay calm. She kept whispering, "Patience," to herself, because if Kanata could take it, then she could too. She swallowed her hesitation as the teacher told Zickert it was his turn to show off water magic, while Kanata's mind replayed his live stream words, "Violence isn't the answer," preparing himself for what came next. With a sharp cry, Zickert blasted a tear of water, insisting his hand slipped. Then the stream slammed straight into Kanata. The teacher gasped in panic, but Kanata shot back an instant apology, taking full blame for standing in the wrong spot. Still, Zickert brushed it off with a fake sweet apology of his own. He slumps on the damp ground, forcing out a weak smile, and he's quietly relieved he didn't dodge because if he'd moved, the students would have gotten hit and soaked for sure. Right beside him, Lisa stares at him, torn between worry and pure frustration. Later, inside the classroom, Zickert's jacket hangs there, drying. From the top rows, two of his followers slide in and act like they're worried, sweet talk dripping with fake sympathy, talking about how brutal it must have been, then reminding him he's got that hands-on demo later that afternoon, and asking if he wants them to go with him. Elsewhere, Lisa fights to stay composed. She grips her head, clenches her teeth, and forces herself to believe she's okay, whispering thanks under her breath for their concern, while silently vowing she won't be crushed by class discrimination. The harassment doesn't stop Zickert's followers slam themselves at the restroom door, shove a guy backward with a bottle, and bark, move like they own the place, because that bathroom is only for nobles. The one they shoved was Canada. Now he slumped dejectedly on the floor outside the door. Zickert and his crew, including that short-haired female student, watch in silence as one of the bullies sneers that a commoner who reeks like a beast should be happy getting pushed around in the bushes. As Zickert turns away, he smirks at his crew and waves off the black-haired commoner as a joke. Then he promises that during the afternoon class, they'll mess with him as much as they want. His lackeys erupt in laughter, all agreeing that Kanata's face was pure pathetic. The showdown spikes into chaos. Then the bald follower snatches Canada by the shoulder, shoves into his space, and snarls that this place is only for noble men. In a blink, Lisa rockets forward and slams the bully across the face with a blazing, glowing fist so hard he stumbles back in shock. Then she whips away, bows her head, and apologizes to Kanata for being a bad girl. Meanwhile, Zicker and the rest of his followers just freeze, staring in pure disbelief at the sudden punch of violence. The aftermath is deadly tense. His bald follower is sprawled on the ground, blood leaking from his head, while Zickert roars that he can't understand why Lisa is crying. Lisa stands over the fallen student, sniffling, as another follower snaps that she's gone completely insane and that violence is forbidden, and Zickert fights tooth and nail to keep his rage from exploding. His fury finally explodes. Zickert whips a trembling finger at Lisa and screams at his remaining followers to fix that crazy girl's attitude. The idiots charge in instantly, and Lisa stands her ground as the attack comes flying. Right before Zickert's followers can move, a new shadow in a dark robe plus a white plague doctor mask suddenly crashes in and stomps one of the students into the ground, blood splattering across the floor as Zickert freezes, stunned that the violence just erupted out of nowhere. The masked figure flips the truth on him. It's Mira, a young girl now. She's sitting on top of the downed student, Rikia Yoroya, and snapping, "What the hell are you?" A totally stunned Zickert blurts that he wants her identity, and Mira just shrugs like it's nothing. Learning your name was easy. Then she lifts a document and goes even harder. She can dig into his registry records, and she even knows the ins and outs of his parents' business. Her voice claws through the air with pure fury as she spits that she'll never forgive trash like him, trash that crushed her husband's dream of a world where class differences don't matter. From the floor, Riki Ai jerks up and demands to know exactly what he ever did to earn her wrath. While she talks, a second, much taller figure, same mask, same robe, steps into view, and Mira's voice turns ice cold as she warns Riki Ai mess with any other commoner student, and this newcomer will wipe out someone from his family. With one cruel, towering motion, the figure pulls out a long, needle-thin blade and hovers it over the shaking student, Riki Ai's breath catching as he begs, swears he'll never do it again, and pleads for mercy. Then the figure snarls that he has to apologize to every student he's ever wronged. Mira watches as the tall man throws aside the pleas and drives a brutal, bone-shattering fist into Riki Ai's face, his lesson turned into impact, and Mira can't help but admit his words hit her like a loving truth. Riki Ai gets slammed so hard he rockets backward through the air, and as he tumbles, Mira blurts out that she's grateful for something too, then cuts herself off while her tall companion looms over yet another of Zickert's downed followers. Not long after, a bruised, blood-soaked Riki Ai and his buddy drop to their knees outside Kanata's house, begging for forgiveness and begging Kanata to flash his beautiful magic for worthless fools like them, while Kanata just stands there, completely stunned at what he's seeing. Little does he know Mira is dangling upside down from his roof, staring through his window with a face full of pure love, while a tiny heart floats beside her as she watches her unsuspecting husband. Locked in his room, Kanata fires up a live stream and hypes up his online crowd, shouting out the nameless princess the moment she drops 10 gold coins asking if she's all right and where that money came from. Meanwhile, his number one fan, Alfana, just flat out collapses from pure joy, gushing that her donations are literally paying for his adorable broadcast. Just as the celebration feels like it's peaking, A loud knock rips through the moment right at her door. Irritation sparks, and she snaps, wondering who would dare steal her streaming time. Outside, two maids catch the tail end of her excitement and trade whispers like, she's totally lost in her streaming life. Still stuck in her pajamas, Alphana swings the door open, and there stands her attendant, Seabass. He's quick to apologize for barging in, but then he blurts that he has to deliver a message. King Adira Shisu, her father, has summoned her. Alphana's face burns with embarrassment as the realization hits hard. She's been caught in the middle of it. Later on, a new Princess Maria steps up before the king, and he wastes no time asking how her life as a student is going. Maria answers with pride that she's going all in as a princess, pushing hard in her studies and even more fiercely in her martial training. He nods, says she really is his daughter, then drops the bombshell that there's something he's been desperate to talk about, while Maria, totally in the good girl zone, laughs with her friends and has zero clue the vibe is about to flip hard. King's chill attitude evaporates. He snaps up a device showing a familiar profile and demands answers, then stares Maria down and barks, "Who is this nameless princess with that kind of money power?" Maria goes rigid, eyes wide, because the moment she sees it, she realizes they've uncovered her secret identity. Mind races and panic spikes. She scrambles to craft some kind of defense, telling herself she can spin the donations as just pocket money and sell it as her simply being a wholesome listener. But the moment she tries, she realizes her father's way too sharp to fall for something that flimsy. When she stays quiet, the king snaps in a straight shot, "Stop this donation life right now." He orders Maria's bank account frozen on the spot and tells her dorm stay is over before the week even ends. He lays out his logic. Kindness can be a sweet, slow poison, and he'd rather see people toughen up through hardship than wrap them in bubble wrap. So that's why, for her future, he let her live in the dorms in the first place. To turn up the heat on his fury, the king yanks a nearby official by the collar and bellows that he never approved the donations just to bait a comment. This isn't a simple donation at all. Maria and her friends stare, frozen, and then it hits her. Her father has completely misread everything, thinking she's putting money in instead of trying to give it away. Instead of a single apology, the whole court erupted into a wild public show. His daughter Maria beamed and declared she'd fund the streamer's wedding because that was the star she adored. Right there, beside the king in total shock, Princess Alphana didn't let him breathe. She called out the glaring problem in plain sight. As royalty, she couldn't possibly marry a commoner. She snapped around, jabbing a furious finger at her totally stunned father, and Maria blurted that the childhood promise to marry her was her birthright. Whoever blocked her from love was just a useless nuisance. And as her friends gossiped about why the king had suddenly fallen out of favor, Maria raged and stormed off. 3 days later, the fallout from her father's mess hit hard, so hard you could feel it in the air. Walking through town with Kanata, Maria's mood was pure poison. She glowered and yanked at the brim of her cap like she could strangle the anger itself. Kanata caught it right away and, with innocent curiosity, asked what had her so upset. His question died on his lips because the moment his eyes landed on a fruit stand screaming, "Sale!" everything else vanished. He perked up and told Maria they should stop, and that grin was the spark that set her off. Maria whipped around, grabbed his face, and dared him right there to fix her mood. Kanata yelped in pure panic, stunned, unable to even make sense of what was happening. Canada gapes at his bank book and lets out a heavy sigh over his busted finances, cursing how, in his past life, taxes and sky-high prices crushed him, while donations are basically his only lifeline. Then, just as he's spiraling, a young woman in a witchy hat creeps up from behind, calls his name, and asks if he really is Canada. She steps way too close, eyes blazing, and points out that lately his streams are getting fewer comments and less money from his viewers. Then she straight up warns him that if this keeps going, she'll have to step in. She keeps pressing, asking if he really wants to meet that girl. Then Kanata looks totally lost. She snaps it down for him. She means the nameless princess, and the fact that she won't react to anything is driving her absolutely crazy. Right there by the building, she demands, Is the nameless princess in the dorm? And when Kanata nods, she whips around and drops the bombshell she's the princess herself. That declaration rips a memory open in Kanata. He sees Maria, the elf princess, gripping a strange device and praising the nameless princess's dream like it's her whole heart. It hits him in a flash. Maria was the one quietly propping up his life the entire time. Right when he can't even process it, the mysterious fan crashes in and kisses him, then declares that from this moment on, she'll be the one to back his life. Meanwhile, far away, Strausse and her subordinates lean over a monitor, glued to every second of what just happened. He casually shoves her aside, saying he just got paid, so he's good for now, leaving her frozen in shock. Then Kanata spins back to his streaming setup, grinning like crazy as he watches his named viewers climb from a nameless princess onward, and he can't stop smiling. Blushing furiously, she snaps, asking if that's truly all he's got. Canada meets her gaze, tells her yes, then adds a heartfelt thank you, saying he's always grateful, and the moment he finishes, her whole body starts to tremble with pure delight. Later, Kanata finally talks to the real princess, Maria, straight up telling her he streams just because it thrills him, and he couldn't care less about the reactions. The thing that lights him up, he says, is knowing his viewers crushed by work or school can kick back and actually relax while watching Maria listens, blush creeping over her cheeks, realizing her daily donations probably weren't the point he cared about most. Their talk wrapped up fast. Kanata said he was heading back to the inn and gave Maria a quick goodbye. Then he slipped into the chaos of the crowded street, and Maria just watched him fade away, admitting to herself she couldn't bring herself to tell him to get out of the dorms. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Kanata and his crew at the foot of that towering tower, her mind racing as she tried to figure out what her next move needed to be. Meanwhile, inside her mansion, Demon Lord Strausse finally let herself enjoy a well-earned day off until her subordinates, Rashaya and Lucia, stepped in. Rashaya clocked it right away. Strausse must have summoned them for advice, and Lucia, the ultimate go-getter, immediately volunteered to put her newly learned techniques to the test. Shocked to find Lucia there, Strausse leaned in as the demon grinned and admitted she was using her day off to train at the mansion. Then Strausse lit up, spilling that her real joy came from her donations, which pushed Kanata to train his body until he'd be fully protected, and she swore that feeling was the best one ever. The three of them erupted into a triumphant high five, Strausse practically buzzing with joy. She finally got his mindset, and she swore the donations weren't wasted at all. Her excitement fizzled into serious thought, and she made it clear she wasn't scared for him. She was terrified of the day he'd be forced to gamble his own body, and she kept wrestling with the best way to get Rashaya's and Lucia's attention. Because they were listening so closely, she had to make them understand her point. She checked a user report for her Rampage Noble Lady persona and realized something huge. If she carved out her own name and status, her opinions would hit like thunder. Sure, she understood her father's fears about the money, but she figured diving into more than streaming could actually calm him down. Meanwhile, deep in the mansion, two other demons were whispering up a storm about a bright, beloved newcomer, praising her as absolutely essential personnel for their crew. Russia snaps back with blazing determination. If her superior orders her to stop, she'll still cast magic and make him hers. Lucia watches her in calm silence, then reassures her that it's totally fine, because Kanata isn't about money at all. After that, she tells Russia to get ready, and says she'll be right there, watching from the sidelines. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the realm, the attendant Seabass tells Maria, "I'll take you to the dorms," then urges her to head straight to the castle once she arrives, because the diplomatic mission starts right after. As they talk, a tiny hunched figure nearby is caught furiously scribbling on the ground. Maria's transport rattles on as her face twists into pure, manic focus. She barks orders into her comms, swearing she'll outdo everyone in sincerity and dedication, while her mind spins through a dizzy storm of tasks and responsibilities. By dawn, her work is already shaking. The royal court officials stare at the screen and rush to tell the king that Lady Maria's orders to the territories were razor-sharp and right on target. The bewildered king turns to his daughter and demands an explanation, and Maria just flashes a soft smile, saying she only helped her father since he's always so slammed with everything. Right as he starts with this modest explanation, another official suddenly barrels in, gasping that the problems they've been stuck with are finally getting cleared, land disputes are settling, market relocation messes are being fixed, and trade is roaring back after the demon plague village is dealt with, leaving the king so stunned he can't even speak. She glances over and sees Maria soothing her little brother, Hours, and when the king locks eyes with her, he feels that fierce, unshakable stare hit him again, because it's the exact same expression she wore back when she trained for her slave liberation exercises. Dread floods his chest as he blurts out to Maria that she needs rest, warning her not to turn into a work demon only for her to shut him down with that unnerving smile, claiming he should sleep instead while his obedient daughter takes over his duties, and the king recoils, shaken by how intense she's being. She holds her calm like armor, then sweetly tells her father she loves him and truly appreciates everything, while the king can only sit there, shaken and helpless watching as she calmly talks about choosing dorm life and living off donations. Suddenly, she scoots in close and her smile flips into full-on possession. Then she whispers to her father, asking which he wants her to call him, Papa, or Haitian Summer. The king's whole body erupts in cold sweat, terrified of what that hint could mean. Fear grips us tight as we cling to each other, and the king blurts out that he loves Papa just as much right on cue. Hours chips in that he loves father too. Maria beams, then turns and skips off, cheerful and unbothered. She strolled up to her father's desk with a calm, glowing smile and reminded him the meeting was almost here. Then the king, drowning in paperwork, snapped his gaze up and asked, "Did you forget something?" Maria shot back, unwavering, "No, not a thing, my smile's here to prove it." She leaned in so close her voice turned into a soft, no-nonsense whisper like her mother's, and then she ordered him, point blank, to say the words again. "You're the best in the world, my beloved daughter." The king just sat there, stunned, with a bead of sweat sliding down his brow as she clamped his chin in her hands. The king's desperate plea slammed through his thoughts like a prayer. "Please, Haitian, take my daughter." And in his mind, he saw Maria barreling toward the unsuspecting streamer with wild, terrifying energy, while her friends stared in horror and assassin. Mira slept soundly on a nearby branch. Meanwhile, Canada got a message from the nameless princess, and relief hit him like a wave. Her father, the king, had officially recognized him. Maria's words confirmed she'd been forgiven, and that the treasury had already sent his payment for the day. Up in her own room, Maria gripped her device tight, eyes burning with determination, thrilled that her scheme to be acknowledged was finally working. Plopped at his desk, Canada lets out a tired cough midstream, and then a viewer's message pops up. "You good, man, cold." They even warn him to be careful, say it's getting late, and pitch, "Let's go grab a fan together sometime." And somehow, that one thought lands and sticks in the exhausted streamer's head. Even though exhaustion hit hard, he suddenly snaps back with fresh energy and slaps a determined thumbs up at the crowd, then vows he's streaming all night, thanking everyone for worrying about him while promising he'll keep going. And boom, the chat explodes with non-stop cheers and support for the impromptu marathon. When the declaration hits, it sends shockwaves through his whole audience. Rebecca and Maria are already out cold, but everyone else snaps awake. Mira freezes at her screen in pure disbelief, then swears she'll stay by his side. Russia jumps in with an eager yes that comes with a blush. Meanwhile, Lucia and another demon grumble that a morning meeting keeps them stuck outside the stream, and the streamer, he's already face-planted at his desk, passed out mid-scroll. The next morning hits like a hangover. The night's streaming left Kanata dragging himself toward the school, utterly wiped out, while Mira, Maria, and their friends stroll in beside him, fresh as ever, flashing bright grins as they greet the day. Across the school grounds, Maria's friend blurts out why everyone's trailing after the day's can right then. Ron and Thomas stride by and joke about the bright morning sun, totally clueless that he's running on pure sleep deprivation. Vera points them down a new path and tells the group her classroom is that way, while Kanata, still wrecked from exhaustion, can barely even process her words as he keeps moving, drawing a curious look from Maria. He finally barges into the S-class classroom and collapses into his seat while Ron, Thomas, and Zekerd are already sprawled there, and someone's audibly gearing up for another brutal day of studying. Hours later, he's still crashed out fast asleep at his desk when a hand starts tapping his shoulder. Ron and Thomas are standing there, telling him the day's classes are finally over. Canada drags his head up, blinking hard like he can't even place what's happening. John then admits Canada wasn't the only one wiped out. Almost half the S-class had binge-watched his non-stop all-night stream, then crashed right through their lessons. The moment Canada spots his classmates dead asleep, his eyes pop wide in shock. After school, he strolls with his friends, joking that skipping those morning lessons was the smartest move. Now he can finally crash at home for real rest right on cue. Dizziness hits like a truck. He staggers to his building, calls out that he's home, and then his legs give up as he crumples to the floor. He barely scraped into his room when his body suddenly turned to stone, and he realized too late that he should have paused the streaming. Now his head was blazing with fever as he stumbled. Then thud, he dropped to the floor, every last ounce of strength gone. Later, he jolted awake in his bed, dizzy and drained, when heat and chills crashed through him as he fought to remember what time it was. Then a woman beside him sat in the dim light, murmuring a gentle scold for how reckless he'd been. His mind slipped into a foggy dream, and a faint feminine voice echoed through the void, warning him how a fragile human body could be wiped out by a single deadly wound. Her shape blurred and wavered before his eyes as the words lingered in the air. As he jolted awake and blinked, the dream evaporated, and there she was, a young woman kneeling at his bedside, looking straight at him like she knew he was hurting. Startled, Kanata shot up and demanded to know who she was and how she'd gotten into his room. In his fever haze, he blurted out that she should take over the stream, and she agreed without hesitation. That's when it hit him. He finally recognized her. Alphana. From the pitch black, a message bursts into view beside a sleek microphone icon, declaring that this broadcast is the greatest entertainment on the entire planet. Tada jolts awake in his bed and finds a woman who looks exactly like Alphana hovering over him, clutching a tiny device, and she teases that his misery is too irresistible for his audience. Then she suggests they go live to film him right now. Tata snaps back, panic spiking as he fears he's trapped inside a nightmare, and the worst part is, he can't even stomach the thought that Alphana could be this cruel. In a playful pose, the woman unfurls stunning white wings and a leafy halo, and feathery wisps drift down like slow snow. She smiles at Kanata and calls out, "It's been too long," warm as sunlight, while Kanata stays stuck in bed, realizing in an instant this isn't Alphana. The moment he feels her presence, he knows the truth. She's finally seen the curse clinging to him. As he groans in fever, the angelic beauty snaps at him for overdoing it, leans right in with a cup in hand, and murmurs that she'll take some of that weight off him. Canada's world rips away, turning into a stark white void so weightless it feels like he's melting, stunned as he asks where he even is. Then the angelic figure drifts in front of him and says they've plunged straight into the deepest corners of his own subconscious. The scene snaps back to his room. His body is still out cold, while an angelic figure lingers nearby, quietly smiling as she thinks. That so-called Canada is a headache out there, but here in his dreams, talking to him is way better. In the dreamscape, he barrels straight at her and demands answers. Why is she wearing Alphana's face? The thing he now sees as a goddess, like Spectre, just answers calmly and crushes him. The body she's wearing is the real Alphana, no doubt about it, and his hand twitches in total shock. She tells Kanata Alphana is a good, healthy girl with deep faith so perfect it has to be her, the ideal vessel. Then a nightmare slams into Kanata's mind. Alphana, clothes ripped, brutally tied to a cross. While the angelic figure smiles and says she picked Alphana as her host, Kanata just goes completely numb with terror. The being keeps talking, telling her that crossing paths with him in the real world like a goddess is a huge deal, and that using a vessel keeps the damage off the world itself. She warns that a safe surface life is nothing like an empty, non-existent one, because that can make concepts unravel. Kanata snaps and charges at her mid-lecture, yelling for her to hand Alphana back right now, yet she just waves it off and tells him to calm down. She grabs his tunic hard, yanks him close, and her voice snaps into something colder. "What are you talking about?" Then her face tightens with real worry. She swears she'll be back for Alphana, but first she has to handle the crisis in front of them. And yeah, maybe she's overprotective, but she refuses to let him spiral into some fatal illness and die. He's hit with a wild burst of flashing images like a film reel, each one dragging up memories of his brutal recent fights. While the angelic voice in his head hammers the same chilling truth, he's stuck in a deadly loop of peril. He clocks it. She's talking way more than usual. The thing using Alphana fires back, that he's only lasted this long because pure luck keeps rescuing him, and that his entire life has been one non-stop crisis. Her whole vibe flips suddenly bright, confident, and fearless. She tells him to ask for anything, swearing she'll answer every question. Calling it a once-in-a-lifetime chance to speak with the goddess Kanata freezes for a second, then cautiously asks if he really can ask whatever he wants. He plants his feet in that endless void, feathers swirling around him, and with fresh resolve he blurts out the one question crushing his chest. Why did he get chosen to be reincarnated? When he asked, his mind flipped inside out. Boom! Everything dropped as they fell through a blazing grid of light, tumbling together, and she seized the moment to sharpen his question. Is he really asking why he was the one selected to be reincarnated? In a featureless void, Canada squares up with a radiant angel, asking if she remembers her past life because while he can still recall the culture and hobbies from his previous world, his own details like his age and job are maddeningly blank, and that uncertainty is driving him crazy. The winged girl calls herself a goddess and waves off his worries like it's nothing, then swings her staff and summons a glowing map to a specific island nation. She tells him that in his past life, he was from Earth, Japan, and the moment those words land, Canada visibly recoils in shock. After that revelation, her confidence crumbles. She freezes up, cheeks heating, and stumbles over her next words like she can't believe what just happened. Canada blurts that he can't recall anything big, then realizes that reincarnation memories usually fade away while the goddess panics inside because her own recollection feels wrecked. And then it hits. Canada was the one running her reincarnation, so everything about his current world crashes back into place with that. He finally deciphers the Heisenstream mystery from 6 months ago, and a huge wave of relief sweeps over him as the missing memory comes roaring back. He reloads while hanging upside down, smirking at the goddess to let her know if anything else comes to mind. Then he hears the goddess snap her finger at him and blurt out that it's time to come back and ask a question. She leans in and demands to know what he's planning for his future life. His face shifts into deep thought. Then the truth hits: this whole place is a dream. The deepest part of Cannot isn't just dark, it's your subconscious, a place his waking mind can't reach. Right in front of him, a key forms out of thin air, sliding into a waiting keyhole, and when the lock clicks in his mind, bam! He realizes it's guarding feelings he's locked away, feelings he's sure he knows all too well. The dreamscape explodes, and he's yanked back into his room, slamming into his chair at the desk, hands up in disbelief. It hits him in real life. He can't just talk to her like that. His gaze snaps to the monitor, and raw fear flickers across his face. From the screen, the goddess's voice blooms cheerful, sweet, and totally disarming. She winks that if being alone feels weird, she'll just pretend to be one of the bots from his past life and play the role of a listener. Kanata can't help but think, even in a dream, why is she so damn chatty? He steps up, clears his throat, and finally answers her, admitting his old life memories are fuzzy, but insisting his new one feels way better. Then he steels himself and declares what he really wants to keep streaming. And yep, deep down, he's still chasing that same human stuff: status, honor, and money. He cuts himself off, then snaps his hands over his face in full-on embarrassment. Right then, He remembers her asking about why Hyzen is suddenly all anyone talks about, and it hits him. People's love for Hyzen mirrors how he loves his own friends. He imagines himself as this plain, nothing special guy, powerless to steal attention from a cuter teddy bear, and even in disguise, he's terrified he still won't be loved for the real him. His eyes flick to the monitor and boom, there they all are, every woman in his life, stacked on the screen. He can't help but spiral, staring at his own thin self-belief, even after he pulls off those amazing moments. And then he catches his reflection in the ugliest thought of all, just another student, wondering if the girls around him are truly as cute as they seem. That worry hits like a freeze ray, and he can't move. One single idea scares him to death. What if romance turns his whole world upside down? He kept wrestling with what it all meant, refusing to waste his second chance on pure worry, because if his life changed, then his tiny circle of friends and how he spent every day would shift too. He feared that any change would wreck his dreams, and honestly, he was totally happy with how things were because this exact broadcast format brought him real joy. Maria's vision snapped into existence beside his desk, her voice ringing with the very words he'd once thrown out just enjoy streaming in the real world, but doubt gnawed at him anyway. He locked eyes on his keyboard, scared that if his streams or he himself ever changed, his loyal listeners might not stick around. A streamer's style can drift over time, but sometimes it doesn't get better. Some folks start cheap, then somehow get swallowed by the chase for money, and others lean on their pets for content, only to watch their daily routine turn stale, dry, and flat. That fear hits hardest in Kanada's most devoted fans, because then a breaking news alert screams that the streamer has a girlfriend, and his support corps goes into full shock. Lisa, the yandere fan, and the imposter princess collapse into tears, clinging to despair as they wail that they really truly believed he wasn't wanted by women. In a surreal stretch of space, an angelic figure bends over Canada and declares that this wild outcome is exactly what he begged for, then promises, "I'll grant your wish," but only if he lands a girlfriend, because trust is the whole deal, and she makes him remember this moment. Then he got yanked straight into a vision, ringed by his most obsessive followers, each one dangling a different future in front of him. Lucia swears it'll be all lust. Mira promises they'll pioneer a whole new world. The yandere fan wants him living high and untouchable, and Lisa offers a quieter fate, simple gratitude for every day they shared. He recoils from the overwhelming chaos, but an angelic figure locks her arms around him from behind and murmurs that only he can decide what happens next. Vision snaps again, sharper, darker, and way more terrifying. His fans start chanting that if he doesn't pick one, his listeners will never forgive him, while a yandere fan with a knife grins and pushes the idea that they should all end it together. Canada yanks himself away from the nightmare, rubs his head, and admits it's lonely. But what can he do? The angel girl turns her back, pouts hard, and snaps, asking if he plans to love his girlfriends forever, then grumbles to herself that it should have been her. With a cheeky wink, she says she's gotten scary good at arguing, and hey, if she wants, she can pick a goddess instead of a human too. Canada sighs with pure exasperation. He stares at his dead empty streaming setup, snaps, "Get real and stop messing with me." She lifts into the air and tells him, "From now on, I'll be borrowing Alfana's body, so don't go chasing me," adding that their faces are too different for a simple swap. Canada jerks his gaze up, stunned, and asks if that means he's not supposed to come see her anymore. The goddess straight up tells him to come back once he's found a better way, so Kanata flashes a smile, because only a goddess could have clocked his real identity, and even she just lets out a resigned sigh, muttering that there's nothing to do but promise she'll figure out another plan. He jolts into a swirling, half-made space, and the angelic girl tells him it's time to wake up. Then she makes it crystal clear, whatever he remembers from this dream is up to him, because this is just how ordinary sleep works. The goddess waves him off, demanding that next time he meets her he calls her by her real name. Isra Canada stares, still respectful, then bows his head in gratitude, thanking her for every bit of help she gave him. His eyes snap open to that familiar ceiling, and it feels like he's still trapped in a dream, until a voice slices through his haze. Alfana's sitting at his bedside, asking how he's feeling, and when he jolts, he blurts her name. He jerks upright, dizzy and lost, staring at the world like, why am I even here? His memories blur to mush until it hits him. He must have been asleep. Alfana leans in and tells him someone ordered her to watch over him, like maybe he got a divine sign from a god. Canada fights to remember his fever dream, and when he finally recalls talking with Isra, he admits she hit him with a simple healing spell so he could finally sleep, and yeah, he's feeling a little better now. As he talks, Alfano stares at him like it all clicks, and a flash of understanding lights up her eyes. Her thoughts slam back to their very first meeting. She remembers his hand shaking, and that same memory hits Kanata too, as he drops back onto his pillow. She leans in and admits soft but heavy that she regrets not using healing magic the right way back then, and that she hasn't seen him since, yet she's still smiling because now they're finally in a world where they can meet. Leaning in, Alfana demands to know if he's finally healed, and Canada, still half asleep, mumbles that he's fine since he's the patient, but her face snaps hard. She pinches his cheek and tells him, I'll be lenient this time, just don't get used to it. As he drifts off completely, she bends over his sleeping form, replaying the confession he poured out only for everything to get swept aside as the latest chaos crashes in. She leans in and plants a soft kiss on his forehead, whispering, the gods will forgive me for this, right? As he sleeps, her hand resting warm over his chest. That sweet moment of affection didn't last 2 days later. Kanata was streaming again, and the cold he'd picked up had jumped to Akuta instead. Now Akuta lay in bed, coughing weakly, while Kanata stood at his side with shaking hands pressed together, apologizing non-stop for getting him sick. Alfana watched the whole thing and inwardly panicked, thinking, if it had been Kanata's cold, I'd have taken it gladly. During a stream, Kanata spots a comment from the familiar name Ice Maiden, calls them an old fan, and asks how they're doing, especially since school's been a whirlwind. Ice Maiden replies that they're thrilled to hear his voice after a whole week, loves how calm and easygoing his stream feels, and even tosses in a donation of 5 silver coins. Elsewhere, Lisa, yeah, the fan, everyone talks about, slams her fingers on her device like she can't wait, glowing with devotion. When she hears Kanata's concern, her heart flips. She totally gets his message, loving that he treats her like an equal without stepping too far in. Emotion hits hard, and she blurts her love for him, then drops another 5 silver coins, making Kanata pause and remark on her usual intense streak. In the demon world, Lady Shrausa and Garura lock eyes over the same live stream. Shrausa lights up and can't stop smiling, declaring she'll try it herself the moment her 1-week restriction is up, while Garura watches her point at the screen, her username glowing right there. I'm a Demon World resident. Any questions? With only 7 days left in her deal, it already feels unbearable, and the next day she collapses over her desk, drowning in boredom. On the final day of her restriction, she glares at her device, praying Kanata is doing okay. Garura's patience finally crumbled. He slumped asleep at his own desk, and in his dream he muttered the start of Strauss's chosen username, like his disappointment and exhaustion had finally caught up. While Schrouser sinks into a steamy bath, a long-awaited stream notification finally hits, and boom, her body shatters like glass, reforms in a blink, and she snaps into an alert seated posture as Kanata's voice comes back. A colossal, winged, demonic beast tears into existence above the demon capital, right in the middle of the stormy skies, yet the stream flashes a message that says the demon world is calm today, and the massive thing can't stop smiling as it bursts out, I'm fine, staring at the giant text on the screen. The very next day at the academy, Garura, now disguised as a human student, with pigtails to boot, turns to someone we never see and delivers a warm thank you, then insists with polite confidence that the honor was theirs all along. The pair turns and heads out, and the young woman tells Garura she'll take care of the paperwork, then orders him to go on to the carriage. Garura nods and follows. Right nearby, Kanata catches the whole thing, stuck wondering if they're transfer students from another school. He looks back, meets Garura's eyes, and Garura shoots him a flash of irritated recognition. In a classroom packed with eager eyes, a sharp-eyed teacher with spiky, light-toned hair and glasses steps up and starts drilling his lesson chalk in hand. It crackles with faint energy as he explains his attribute magic acquisition limit, snapping out sharp, distinct sounds while he shows how it works. Then he announces that, as part of an exchange with the Xandered Empire's Academy, a magic mock battle is about to kick off, and Kanata, seated at his desk, goes deadly serious, soaking in every heavy word. One of Kanata's classmates leans over and asks what the event even is, and when Kanata glances up, Mira suddenly pops into view outside the window, hanging upside down, eyes locked on him, muttering that she thought she heard a voice outside. Then the teacher lays out the rules. It's basically a team battle where you use mech-style territory control to go after the enemy general. The moment the news hits, the whole classroom erupts in loud buzz, students going wild over a magic battle and a cutthroat selection. Right in the middle of the chaos, Lisa snaps into pure terror, shaking so hard she can barely sit still, nails chewed to the quick as the thought repeats. She can't let Imperial Academy take him. Panic spikes in her chest. Who's going to take the blame if he gets hurt? And just like that, her dream of a peaceful life with him back in the capital is hanging by a thread. At the academy, Maria's mind was in chaos over Kanata. 1 second she was grinning, imagining herself on his team for the mock battle, and the next her face crumpled into sheer panic. She kept tightening her grip, begging for one thing: apply pressure, stop him from getting picked, because she was terrified he'd be tricked and shipped off somewhere far away. Meanwhile, Kanata hunched over his desk and fired up his stream, cracking open with a casual hello while chewing his dinner, telling everyone he'd be right back soon until a notification chimed on his monitor and snapped his focus instantly. Hey, Maria was glued to her own screen when the chat started acting up, and she scoffed like, "What kind of perverts are watching, and why are they begging for rewards?" But the moment that noise faded, her focus sharpened on something bigger. The Empire's political instability was getting worse right now. A viewer's message lit up the stream. She introduced herself as a student from the Empire and spilled the details. Her school runs a big, traditional mock battle every year, and they invite students from other academies too. She admitted the rumors about the country's instability might be true, but then she grinned and added that her whole class is pumped for the friendly competition. That shook Canada so hard it showed on his face. Back at school, he blurted his doubts to Maria, asking how anyone could even let something like that go on. Maria, cradling a tiny orb of light, tried to calm him, saying a mock battle was way safer than a real war where people got hurt for nothing. Still, the worry wouldn't leave her, and she prayed for it to end fast, while Canada stared back with a sharp flicker of suspicion. The words finally soothed him, and a grin broke out as he said he could head to the Empire without a single worry right then. Inside the Empire itself, a terrifying new power erupted. A colossal, eye-patched warrior rose before a roaring army, axe blazing overhead, while a soldier stepped forward to report that this man's unstoppable strength had already crushed the Empire with total, swift defeat. This new conqueror clutched a familiar streaming device, sneering at the words glowing on its screen, laughing off the idea of turning this country peaceful with one broadcast as nothing but a prank, while behind him, bound citizens, even kids, squirmed and couldn't move. And yet when he stared at the device again, doubt hit him hard. Could he really spread peace just by streaming from this land? His cold, cynical mask cracked instantly as he snatched the device. His face twisting into desperate obsession, he roared that the Empire was his to seize and swore nothing would stop his political rise. Then his voice snapped into wild, manic joy as he screamed. He had to meet the streamer, Heisen, because he'd been dreaming of him for ages, so they announced he was coming to the Empire. Conqueror finally said what he wanted, and boom, back at the Academy. An official announcement hit for the Imperial Academy's upcoming mock battle. Their class reps would be Kanata, Ron, Thomas, and Alphana. Ron and Thomas stared it down as Maria's face lit up with pure joy. But Kanata just froze, stunned and wondering why everything in this world was speeding ahead without warning. Not long after, Maria hunted Kanata down, outside, stood right in front of him, eyes blazing, and told him if he was going to be convinced now, it was going to be by her, because only she could pull it off. Maria's heartfelt plea didn't get brushed off at all. Kanata lit up with a big, cheerful smile, and he even covered his mouth as he blurted out how excited he was, catching the whole room off guard. And that sudden wave of enthusiasm totally rattled Maria, leaving her flustered and stuck without a single word. Kanata slid into his seat and snapped his eyes over to Alfana, who was dealing with the exact same proposition, face tense, shoulders slumped, and a tired sigh escaping her. She muttered that there was no way around it. She'd have to shield him with everything she had. And for Saintess Alfana, that surge of protectiveness was brand new, like nothing she'd ever felt before. For the first time in her life, a real maternal instinct hit her, straight to the core. 2 weeks before the mock battle with the Imperial Academy, Kanata and the crew went into full training mode. Anis, Faiz, and their jacked companions stood on standby, ready to go, and when Anis promised she'd take over the streaming, Kanata couldn't help but look a little overwhelmed by just how intense they were. Right before the match, Kanata's energy sinks. He sits with Ron and Thomas, staring into what's coming, and all he can think is, this fight is about to start, while he quietly worries his teammates are way too fired up. He lays it all out. Those twins aren't just tough. They're a whole storm, with siblings and their niece backing them up, and even Glavolt stands as a monster of a fighter. The niece is the ice user, Glavolt is the one with blazing flame magic, and Thomas warns them not to get crushed by any of them. Then he hits the bigger truth. They're the kids of a famous noble house, legendary winners of martial arts tournaments, and the Imperial Academy is packed with powerhouses like them. Ron smirks and goes, "Cool, then I'll take one of them on." Kanata's confidence hits like electricity, and the three friends slam their fists together in a ruthless huddle, Kanata grinning like, "Yeah, we're going all in." Meanwhile, Maria spills her raw frustration to her friend, screaming that she can't stomach the team setup, how the kingdom splits teams by gender, while the empires mix everyone together, and it only gets worse because her saintess duties are about to ship her to another country. She clings to her friend and breaks down, wailing that it's totally unfair she can't get closer to Canada in front of everyone. In Fortuna's welcome hall, the border city split between the kingdom and the empire. Students from both academies clash in the same hall until Kanata and his crew finally spot tomorrow's threats. Anis and Glavolte, all swagger and confidence. Then a waitress calls dinner, and Ron shoots up like, "Eat fast, battle's coming." Thomas dashes toward the dining hall, yelling at Kanata to save them some food from the buffet, and just like that, Kanata's stuck alone in a corridor that goes dead silent. Kanata's lonely quiet gets shattered the moment Mira pops in, grinning like nothing's wrong, and drops the biggest surprise she brought his streaming gear, plus a meal ticket to a fancy high-class inn, as a gift, telling him it's all ready and he can eat there tonight. Flustered, Kanata stammers that it's really okay and he accepts the ticket. She scoots in close, face lighting up, and spills the truth she's been craving this moment all day. Kanata goes beet red, shushes her, and then nods. He'll meet her at the stealth viewing area later, so she should go ahead. As he turns away, he tells himself he'll sleep in his own bed tonight. Meanwhile, Maria hypes her friend to hurry up, because they've got to make it to the venue. Just as he's lost in his thoughts, Anis, one of his followers, stumbles, smashes into his back, and they both hit the floor hard. FaZe barrels over to help her, while Canada watches with a grimace. In that moment, he realizes he needs his people on edge and scanning everything around them, because his real problem isn't the building at all. It's the followers he's bringing with him. He squared up with his opponent's confident, long light-toned hair on the young man, and an energetic girl with those insanely long twin tails. Cannon couldn't believe it, because everyone knew the Empire's strongest twins, and there they were. The young man grinned and said, "I'm FaZe Glavolt." Then his sister chimed in, "I'm Anis." And while they admitted the strongest claim could be argued, they made it clear he'd picked the right fight. Anis flashed a huge smile, waved like they were old friends, and greeted him warmly. He jumped right back in, introducing himself as Canada, and while Glavolt watched Canada and his teammates huddle nearby, he snapped, "Why aren't you guys enjoying the dinner party?" Kanata grinned and said, "Because we're literally on our way there right now." His words lit a spark in Anise, and before Kanata could even blink, she snatched his hands and blurted that she was hungry again, then insisted he had free time, so they should go sightseeing. Kanata just stood there, stunned, while Glavolt let out a tired sigh. Knowing her impulsive streak was back, no one even got a chance to argue. Anise hauled Kanata off anyway, shouting for the sky to freeze as crackling ice ripped across the ground behind her. Rain starts to pour, and Kanata and Anise, this young woman, suddenly get trapped in something way off the map. "What is this?" she blurts out. Kanata snaps to attention when he realizes the raindrops aren't falling at all. They're freezing in midair, defying gravity like time has just stopped. She grins and says she's built a little roof between the buildings to keep everyone dry. Then boom! Another guy steps out, his hand blazing with flame, and Anise's companion snaps at her to stop wasting time on the outsiders. He snaps his focus to Kanata, crosses his arms, and demands if he even realizes how much chaos he drops on his doorstep, then calls himself FaZe. Like that explains it in the background. Anise keeps pushing, shouting that he should leave them alone. He ignores her, jabs an accusatory finger in her direction, and grumbles that it's always her fault he's in trouble. Then Anise goes full theater, exploding in outrage and shouting right back at the accusation. Frustration snaps back. Kanata FaZe grabs him by the collar and demands to know if he even knows the streamer in the capital, and when he blurts out his own cute little sister. That sudden outburst startles Kanata so hard that FaZe freezes, shocked he just revealed that much. The emotional pressure snaps his limit. His shirt tears open in a burst of pure energy. He lets out a thunderous roar, grilling about a fresh lottery for new merch in the capital, and demanding to know whether Kanata snagged any of it. His hardcore fandom explodes into the open, and Kanata plus his niece are left completely stunned. Still caught in that shirtless phase, Kanata carefully asks FaZe if the capital's newspaper has said anything about the streamer. FaZe just glares back like, "Are you calling me weird?" And Anise instantly chimes in, apologizing for her brother's behavior. With a sly grin, she teases that her brother's top somehow bursts into flames the second his excitement hits. And then we cut to Faye, freezing stiff under a filthy umbrella of solid rain, whining that it's ice cold out here. Rummaging through his bag, Kanata yanks out a few goodies. He admits he worked part-time at the sales event and grabbed a shirt and 2 badges as souvenirs, then says he won't be using the badges and offers them to FaZe, and both siblings freeze in total shock. Denise yanks the badges out of his hand, declares that if he's handing them to her, then tomorrow she'll smash everyone except Kanata and snatch MVP like it's hers. She clutched the towel to her chest, choking up with emotion. "Thank you, Canada," she cried, confessing this was the one piece of merch she'd wanted more than anything. Right beside her, her brother Faiz was over the moon with his own prize. Kanata watched them light up, happy for them, but thrown off by how intense their devotion was. Then he spun to Anise, asking, "Are you okay?" Her whole vibe flipped in an instant. She ripped the towel open, and there it was, Kanata's face printed right on it. Then she slammed it toward him with pure fire, claiming she was one of his original listeners, someone who'd been with him from the very first stream, and that his comments always lifted her up. So, yeah, she was his biggest fan, while Kanata just stood there, frozen, shocked by the intensity blazing in her eyes. Anise's intense focus snapped to life when she spotted Alfana nearby, and her resentment burst out as she demanded right then why the princess and Saintess got to meet Kanata, before her Alfana only shot back a calm, knowing smile and praised Anise's talent. But FaZe tried to step in and beg her to cool off too late. Jealousy detonated in Anise's chest. Jealousy twisted her face into a threat, her eyes blazing with possessive rage as she admitted she wanted to snap Alfana's beautiful neck, deadly words that froze Kanata and FaZe in terror, because whatever was happening in the capital just detonated into a full-blown crisis. Anise's face contorts with wild devotion. She snaps that things for FaZe and her are rough, but now they're sworn allies to her precious Kanata. Then her grin turns cold as she jabs toward the enemy and insists a vixen is coming, guided by God, and just when she thinks she's got it handled, a brutal surge of power rips through her, her body twists, and she realizes she's about to lose control. When she explodes, FaZe snaps into action. He screams her name, calls her Plan C, and blasts a freezing power that cages her upper body in a solid wall of ice. Kanata and Mira just stare in stunned silence. Then FaZe slams in hard, shattering the block in one brutal hit. His chilling move is called Thawing. The impact hurls the niece straight through the air, and FaZe, now shirtless, just calmly yanks his clothes back on, saying he finally cooled off his temper. The niece hits the ground, bursts into laughter, and confesses that when rage took over, she almost froze the whole town. Then he swivels to Kanata, rushes out an apology for the chaos, and tells her straight up that this is just how they have to handle a niece's rampaging magic. Then he takes her hand and reminds her that Maria isn't just anyone. She's an important friend to their master, and that means she matters to them too. FaZe tells Canada to hold up tomorrow's when the real fun hits, then thanks him and swears they'll meet again as they head out. Anise flashes a bright wave goodbye, grinning that she's starving and rushing home. As Kanata watches him vanish, he mutters about how brutal it all is until Mira suddenly pops up right beside him, chomping down on a huge chunk of meat. She declares she's back from guard duty, then claims it was a stealth patrol, and Kanata just stares, shocked, wondering if she was eating this whole time. Mira snaps her answer before Kanata even finishes the thought. Ice spikes explode up from the ground around her as she says, cool as ever, that if she had to take on her niece one-on-one in FaZe alone. She figures she's got about a 60 shot. Then Kanata presses her. What happens when it's both of them at once? She swivels toward him, still clutching the bone from her meal, and shoots back stone cold, sure that her odds are 60, even if it's all three of them going at it, while a faint blush creeps across her face as she apologizes for not spelling it out better and leaves Kanata completely stunned. Later, back in her room, Kanata drops into her chair, fires up her live broadcast, and starts streaming at her desk, then decides, eat first, stream next, sleep after. She ends the show with a smile, tells her viewers, see you tomorrow, and jokes that the stream will cut out in 5 seconds right as everything cuts to. He spun away from his desk, then froze at the shock in front of him. Alfana and Anise sat politely on his bed, while Mir sprawled on the floor. They all greeted him at once. Canada just stared, totally lost, thinking, why are they all in my room? Cornered by Alfana, who hooks her arm in his like she owns the moment, Kanata is forced to confirm Mira really is separate and staying too. The second Kanata nods, Alfana beams, cheers them into action, and tells him to get ready for tomorrow. As she talks, Mira, perched on the bed, swears she hears her own voice for a split second, then brushes it off as nothing. Alfana turns back to Kanata and declares that if anything goes wrong, she and Anise will be the ones standing between him and danger. As he jumps in, snapping that reckless moves are banned now, the room door swings wide and both girls whip around to face Canada with chilling intensity, swearing together that from this day on, they'll always protect him. That possessive vow sent a cold shiver skittering down his spine because he suddenly saw them in a nightmare, monstrous and furious, ready to rip into Maria the moment she even thought of betraying them. Then it hit him, sharp as a blade. If he snaps at his niece tomorrow, he's done. That scary premonition gets blown apart the moment reality hits Mira. Now in casual clothes, fan waving with bright energy tries to lift Alfana's spirits, even while the tension in the room screams underneath when Kanata sees them. His fear snaps into resolve, and he understands he has to be the one who shields Mira and Alfana from Anise. Far from Fortuna, on a brutal rocky plain, the students gather and hold their ground when a booming voice cuts through the air and declares the magic mock battle is starting, and every single fighter tightens their guard for what's about to hit. Nada studies the rules of engagement like it's a chess match with stakes on the board, win by grabbing the enemy base in under an hour, or wipe out every opposing player. He clocks it for what it really is, a strategy game where who you send and where you place them decides everything, weighing a tight defensive setup against going full assault. And while he's thinking, some rival student in the back is already throwing a victory party for scoring an early win. The battle kicks off instantly. An announcement blasts that the royal capital side already wiped out Base A. In the chaos, a student gets slammed out of the fight, their badge cracking like glass. Then the rules snap into place, land a killing strike, and a special badge shatters instead, swallowing the uniform into nothing and sealing their elimination. Alphano watches a fallen student with a look of quiet, mild concern. That weird rule hits like a shockwave. Anise, one of Kanata's followers, takes a hit, and her clothes simply vanish on the spot. FaZe barrels in fast, demanding to know if that badge really saves people from dying. Anise panics, but she's totally unharmed. She got caught in a spontaneous combustion spell, and somehow she's still standing. He screams in alarm that if that fatal chest wound hits, her breast will be exposed. Then he pushes her to rush to her assigned position right now. Meanwhile, Kanata's core crew is straight up chilling, no pre-battle jitters in sight. Kanata keeps fidgeting, while Alphana lounged there, casually dealing cards with Akuta, Zeus, and Rebecca. She even claims she's their guardian, then admits she honestly figured they'd win without breaking a sweat. The whole vibe feels weirdly, suspiciously calm. She keeps playing like she's on top of the world, flashing a winning card in front of the fed-up Rebecca, while Canada just watches and mutters that it's exactly what he'd expect from the princesses, and Alphana's tried to break the tension, and it's working even if it still grates on her companions. Then it all swings to Akuta. Kanata locks in on their 5-squad plan and fires the question, is Akuta really ready for it? He admits the plan will demand a brutal sacrifice. From just a few steps away, Zeus and Rebecca quietly watch that intense talk unfold. Rebecca lays out the battlefield plan for Alphana squads 2, 3, and 4 smash together as the attack group, while squads 1 and 5 hold the line. She warns that they have to back each other up, or they'll get cornered into some desperate relocation. Alphana, though, won't let go. She grips Rebecca and insists she'll deal with the odd formation herself, because saving Rebecca is the only priority that matters. Alphana whips the group into shape, yelling that punching through the enemy's weakest spot is their only play, and Mario throws his weight behind it, insisting that if all 5 stay side by side, none of them die. The core crew shoots their hands up and roars in one big, united cheer, and just then, a notification blares. The Royal Capital's Prometano Sarita team has been wiped out. He and his teammates just stared, stunned, as defeat alerts lit up the battlefield like a nightmare. Then one of them blurted how their strongest forces could have been wiped out in the blink of an eye. Kanata froze when he realized the entire Second Army was gone for good. And when another teammate confirmed that the Royal Capital team, Ratesuki and Azano Academy, had also fallen, the only move left was a temporary retreat to regroup with Maria's team. Meanwhile, the real reason behind the chaos stepped into view. An intimidating young woman with long twin tails, and she just calmly said her targets were nearly in range. Before anyone could react, one of her allies shouted that something was closing in, so she waved it off, told her team to lock in, and blasted out a brutal incantation, Frozen Ice. A spell slammed into the world like a brutal wall of ice, swallowing an entire team of students in an instant and blasting away their clothes just like that. They were gone from the match. Kanata's squad stumbled in at the last second to watch the chaos. Seeing the danger hit full force, Kanata barked for his crew to shove behind him. On the far side of the frozen chasm, the Ice Maiden, smirking like she owned the stage, showed off a snapped badge, because right from the opening of the battle, she'd already walked up to what felt like the final boss. Long, icy twin tails swaying, a young woman with a smug smirk pops into view on a needle-sharp ice spire, clutching a deck of cards as she calls out to someone unseen, welcoming the Ice Micro Girl and cheering on every last one of Kanata's followers. She stands right in front of Canada and his crew, Alphana, Akuta, Zeus, and Rebecca, and from afar, that niece is staring, face tight with dread, because in the blink of an eye, their opponent isn't some stranger anymore, it's the Ice Maid. The Ice Maiden storms in and vows she'll wipe them all out by herself. Then thick ice snaps up in the cases and seals the party from the waist down. Alphana still refuses to back down, declares she's going to crush this newcomer personally, and the Ice Maiden sneers, telling her to stay out of it. She confesses that she'd planned to freeze every last person except Kanata, but he's proving way too skilled. Then a device kicks on and blasts a message straight from the archive, spelling out the brutal truth in this battle royale. Even your own teammates can be targeted. Anise just stares, frozen in shock by what she's hearing. The Ice Maiden whips up a towering scythe, and with a snarky little remark about how lucky she is to be called in, because Alphana and Rebecca are just too cute, she snaps with pure irritation that her very first appearance got stolen. Before she even moves, Kanata cracks his icy prison with one brutal punch, boom, and shouts for his friends not to slack as Ron and Thomas smash free too, firing body reinforcement, thunder, and healing spells in a rush. Then Kanata barrels forward, and the Ice Maiden's smug, confident face snaps into pure shock. He rockets forward in an instant, snatches the Ice Maiden in his arms, and yells that his human cannonball plan actually worked, while the spectator in the distance just stands there, completely stunned and confused. His weird, unorthodox capture sends Alphana and Rebecca into an uncontrollable tailspin of panic because they remember how Canada grilled them that very morning, pushing them to trip up and wipe out any stragglers. And when Ron and Thomas realize what's happening, they just look away, mortified to the core. Suddenly, a heavy boot slams into the rocky ground. Anise snaps her head up and grumbles that her bad habit is kicked in again. Why does it always happen? Meanwhile, two other followers trade comments, shocked that the stream has turned unexpectedly entertaining. A muscular man with long, light hair strides forward, his fist blazing like it's packed with pure power, and he orders FaZe to get out fast. Anise snaps that he should shut down the pervert and head back to Kanata's side. He smirks and asks how he's supposed to handle the young lady. Then his eyes narrow as he realizes he's picking up that familiar scent of a sister. Kanata turns to his unseen powerhouse and barks orders to carry the captured Ice Maiden carefully, admitting her move was just a clumsy imitation and telling him to take the hit and endure it for the princesses. At the royal capital B garrison, the battle's wreckage screams for attention as the Ice Maiden, still bound up tight, mutters that she can't move while Kanata, half trapped in rock, just tells her to go home. Anise stands there, stunned, saying fighting Kanata is a nightmare, especially with the muscle his followers and gear bring to the table. Later, in a fancy room, Kanata leans in and calls his streaming alter ego Haishin. He flashes a souvenir for the broadcast, then announces its cue, a time. Right there, the captive Ice Maiden in the room goes dead silent, stunned out of her mind. Mira snaps into action at another location, cranks up the device, and fires the broadcast to life, acting as the streamer's stand-in while a ready-made setup of batteries, recorders, and a computer handles all the tech behind the stream. She taps her comms and hurries back to Kanata. It's 9 o'clock now. That announcement jangles Kanata's nerves because he wanted to handle the Anise weekend properly, but he'd already pulled the recorded data for his 7 o'clock broadcast, and now the thought of getting home late won't let him breathe. Down on the floor, Anise frowns and mutters that maybe her own prep for the streamer's guerrilla broadcast still isn't enough. As Kanata streams, he thinks about his rivalry with Anise and says straight up that admitting defeat and picking a fight with a real worthy opponent is how you level up. Meanwhile, Anise watches his broadcast with steam practically pouring out of her, misreading his words as if he's trying to sell her stuff like a rival, and that mistake flips her rage into full-blown fury. The confrontation crashes into the fantasy world. Anise challenges Kanata, saying if he's going to beat her, he'll have to forge her stronger too. Then, with a dramatic snap of her hand, she unleashes a massive snow golem at full power. Kanata freezes at the sight of its bizarre shape, instantly realizing this isn't a run-of-the-mill monster, and he braces hard, telling her not to mess around when he's up against her. With zero hesitation, the golem slams its massive fist down and wipes out the little creature Kanata just summoned. Then Kanata's stuck there, watching his own familiar get obliterated in an instant. Denise snapped into a fluster and started yelling at him, calling him an idiot for messing with her black hair, while Kanata didn't even flinch, clocking the same old pattern from their past fights and calmly firing off a body reinforcement spell, his fist igniting with raw power. He lunges and smashes into the golem's torso, but his hit won't land. His attack just bounces off like nothing, and from way back, Anise laughs that non-elemental magic is totally useless against her creation. With a smug grin, she spills the golem's secret 5 elemental magic cores jammed inside for fire, water, dark, grass, and thunder, and she swears it can't be beaten unless you hit those exact weak spots. But Kanata flashes a sudden idea, remembering a scene from an anime he once watched. Kanata grips his power and unleashes a brutal combo of elements, smashing the golem's chest with one devastating strike that obliterates it on the spot. Anise freezes, staring in disbelief as she whispers that her golem has been beaten for the first time, and the result is way more than she ever dreamed possible. He towers over the golem's shattered remains and tells the stunned Anise, "I didn't just fight it, I blasted it by chaining all 5 elemental magics at once," then admits with a grin that it was the first time he'd ever been this resourceful. Right as he wraps up his explanation, Anise gets absolutely blasted by a sudden waterfall dropping from above. She freezes in perfect stillness, dripping wet, completely stunned. Anise blurted out that her hair ties had melted, and when she reached for her loosened twin tails, it hit her like a punchline. She'd been freezing her hairstyle with ice the whole time. Still stuck on the ground, she stares as he storms off, admiring how strong he is. Then she snaps, "No escape for you," and a monstrous hand of ice erupts from the earth, slamming down to cut off his path. Maria and her friends lock eyes on a towering pillar of ice, and Maria can't help but blurt out, "What is that?" because she swears she can't see through it at all while her companion stares in pure awe, saying Anise's magic is straight up breaking the limits. Trapped inside an ice dome, Kanata faces Anise head-on and demands why she's part of the capital's 5 military corps, but she swats the question away, claiming that once they're inside her dome, no ally and no enemy can reach them. Watching the showdown, a brand-new young woman never seen before licks her lips like she's craving more, and quietly mutters that she wants to know everything about Kanata caught off guard. Kanata stammers that they'll talk later, then tosses out streaming tips about lighting and how far to place the device, and boom, this new heroine just detonated onto the scene. Anise freezes on the floor, phone in her hand, staring like she can't believe what she's seeing. She was invited casually. Then her message got read and totally ignored. From his desk, Kanata leans into his streaming device and basically tells her, "If you want to talk, jump into my stream anytime." Anise lets out a quiet laugh, realizing it's not a conversation at all. It's just one-sided noise. Blushing hard, she clutches the device and lets a thought hit her. Does she really have the right to show up at Haitian's place anytime she wants? The whole mess spiraled fast. Kanata first tried to wave her off, claiming she was just wrong and that he was only a student back in the royal capital, but Anise brushed him aside. Still, he pushed back, and even through his device he told her to stop bothering him. Later, in a rocky clearing, Anise closes in and squares up to Kanata, then notices it. His voice feels familiar. Like everyone keeps telling her, she refuses to back off, hounding him with a tough question. Does he know anything about tribute limit acquisition magic? Right when she presses, a teacher's lecture on the exact topic booms in the background. Maria breaks it down for everyone. Humans and demons can only juggle a limited set of magic attributes. Most people grab just one, while a rare standout might manage 3. Then she smiles, because she has 3 herself, which is already wild. The only ones who break the rules are transcendent beings who've outlasted history, like the Demon Lord, who can wield an infinite amount. And with that, Maria connects the dots. If Haitian truly has limitless magic, then everything suddenly clicks. He smirks at his niece, bragging that because he can sling around 5 types of magic, he's basically elite back in the village, and then, with zero shame, He casually drops that he's live streaming right this instant. Her eyes blow wide with horror as it finally clicks. This isn't some casual surprise guerrilla stream, it's on camera, and it's recording her every move. A donation alert chirps. Anise slaps her hands over her face, mortified that she's been flat out ignoring comments and donations. Meanwhile, Kanata facepalms at the worst possible time. He can't believe the gas he forgot to notice is capturing his very first broadcast. His power is enormous magic beyond imagination, yet he still keeps around loyal officials and guards like Maria, Athena, and Mira, and he's even willing to swap top-tier goods for land just to keep supporting people because his influence is rising so fast, the royal capital can't stop it. Kanata snaps back to the present and whirls on Mira, who's crouched to the ground, and he explodes, demanding why she never told him the real worth of those goods, firing back that she must have known since the day before. Only watch as his niece, sitting across from him, shook with pure rage, she snapped that he'd been with other women, swearing she'd given her whole life to him, and still he'd lied. Her jealousy burned like a living thing. Her anger flipped into a wicked, smug grin. Maybe his endless magic had twisted him, or maybe the Fox girls were messing with his head again. And right on cue, two of his die-hard fans stepped in to back it up. One rocked a witch's hat. The other had fox ears. Both swore he'd been hit with a nasty mental contamination spell. With that, Anise made her choice. She was going to rip the poison out of him herself. Her voice lit up with wild joy, screaming that her poison was finally gone and that her love for him made her unstoppable, while Kanata stared on, realizing he was trapped inside the fortress of her own obsessive delusions. He whipped out of her swift strike, barking that she was being reckless and that there was no time for games, while he hammered home that no miracle like resurrection ever happens, and that he could feel his own death closing in Anise, though acted like she didn't even hear him, turning his warnings into praise for his greatness. She swung upside down from her weapon like it was a throne and laughed in his face, daring him to come closer, then snapped that she despised getting sliced by his limitless power, yet if he ever managed to bring her down, she'd rise as the strongest. Even above him, Kanata caught the real meaning. She wasn't just talking, she was gambling on the fact that he might not even be human. He finally called her out, no more sugarcoating her impossible attitude, and he refused to waste another second. His whole presence flipped in an instant. He snapped, "I'm Haitian, the streamer," and swore he'd unleash limitless magic. Then fire tore out of his hand so hard it left everyone in the east reeling. Right as his fiery assault hit, she snapped back on the spot, yelling at him to stay back, then blasted him with a crushing ice spell that froze everything in its path. The ice spell detonated like a storm, crushing Kanata's attack so hard it looked unstoppable, and then a message snapped onto the screen. The royal capital team had been wiped out. Anise raised her head like she'd won, and right on the spot, her face twisted into shock, because the whole thing ended way too fast. With the royal capital team crushed, Kanata stands triumphant right in front of him. Anise drops to a crouch, stunned into silence, staring at her own defeat, realizing her power was never enough, and that even with magic this huge, she's still just an amateur when it comes to real combat. Meanwhile, Isra, the angelic figure, keeps her eyes locked on a screen as the chaos plays out, and with a serene little smile, she confirms she's successfully captured Kanata's announcement, proving this isn't just some ordinary livestream. In the second arena, a brutal crash rings out as Kanata's strength finally snaps. He pitches forward and collapses, knotted with exhaustion, knees buckling underneath him. He winces, throws up the truth he can't move, then his knees stare up faces inches apart. He yanks out a tiny device, flips it to mic mode, and with a quick, sorry nod to Anise, he slides one earbud right into her ear, then she jolts, staring up at him, completely stunned and lost. The plan, hatched days ago, was to make her break without force, just pure pressure, mastered technique, and an overpowering rush that would swallow her whole now. Back in the present, he presses the device to his lips and whispers, "Anise, can you hear me?" The moment it hits, a hot blush erupts across her face, her eyes popping wide with shock and this wild, guilty kind of pleasure. She gasps hard, totally blindsided as those intimate sounds come crashing into her ears. Squirms, then he scoots closer and tells her he's running an ASMR stream, whispering, "So is your brain tingling from this e-hanim?" He keeps broadcasting, tossing every ounce of shame aside to hit her with the full experience straight to her ear, then warns her she won't be able to run from him tonight. Anise hears it all, flustered to the core, fingers shaking as she presses the earbud in place. Lies sprawled on the ground, utterly crushed, and he leans in to sneer, asking if she's nothing but a weakling for getting hit so fast, then orders her to shut up and listen. Anise swears he's a pervert, yet the heat in her face gives her away she's hooked. Seemingly back on his feet, he keeps streaming with total confidence, smirking and asking if she can still fight while her brain is melting. Anise can only stammer a breathless yes as a wave of pleasure hits her, and seeing her like that, Kanata decides it's the perfect moment to make her a promise. He leaned in close, his voice a hushed whisper against Anise's ear, and swore her an oath with two deadly conditions. Her secret life as the streamer Haitian stays locked between them, and he won't lay a finger on Maria or her friends, no exceptions. Anise was still reeling from the chaos, and all she could do was tremble as his words hit like a shockwave. Then he rose to his feet, staring down at the girl he'd knocked down, and smirking a little, admitted he was just borrowing FaZe's brutal words. "Yeah, you're a pain," he said. But the truth hit harder. He was genuinely thankful for how she'd supported him and fueled him with feedback during those early streams. He stretched out his hand and told her to drop more comments again sometime. His sudden kindness hit her like a punch to the chest, and she couldn't even process it, her face burning with confused shock as she stared at how fast he changed. Then she spun around and bolted, leaving him behind with nothing but silence. As she vanished, he snapped his eyes to the device, muttering in the mic mode that he might have just gone way too far then. Far off, Anise screamed in pure anguish, hands flying to her head as her hair clips shattered, because she couldn't stomach the idea of losing to Haishan. That thought snapped something in her pure frenzy. She whirled around and barreled back, slamming into him with terrifying strength, and he yelped her name, totally blindsided by the sudden impact and the way she hit him. Their clash slammed the door on the mock battle right on the field. A towering ice monster crumbled and melted into water. As official voices called it, Anise and Kanata were both withdrawing. From afar, Anise's teammates stared, shocked at how strong she was. Then the timer ran out. Anise threw down that Haitian wouldn't beat her, and a random outsider declared the match over. Several days dragged by, and at the academy the Imperial team still looked drenched to the bone, like the battle soaked straight into their souls, with its mental scars refusing to fade. Meanwhile, Anise looked like a whole new person. She clung to the window pane with pure, ecstatic joy, giddy that she'd finally slid back into her normal life, shocking Maria with how over-the-top she acted and driving Aguila into sharp, blazing envy. Her new normal didn't feel normal at all. She latched onto that super uncomfortable Canada, kept licking his face like she was obsessed, and wouldn't stop repeating his name, while he just blushed, sputtered confused protests, and wondered how it all spiraled here, all of it happening under Maria and her friends' horrified stares. A few days earlier, they staged a mock battle, and it exploded at the worst possible moment. The whole thing came down to the final seconds, when one of Kanata's friends burst through the Imperial line and snatched their flag right as the clock hit 0. Final score 1-0. Victory locked in for the capital. Even with the win, Aguila's crew couldn't shake the emptiness because Anise's solo moves basically locked the whole Imperial force in place, so the flag capture felt way too easy, and Aguila, he just couldn't believe he'd truly earned it. Right now, Canada slumps in the classroom, looking completely drained, replaying how he's back in the capital and still can't wrap his head around why he's stuck in school, especially since Maria and Alfana are gone on official business. Guess it's study, he finally decides. Canada's thoughts get cut off when a girl with long, light-colored twin tails strolls into the room and confidently declares herself Anise Kravitz. a transfer student from the Xandard Imperial Academy. She says she's been assigned to study with them for a short time as a prize for how she crushed it in a recent mock battle, and Canada just stares in total disbelief while Aguila watches, stunned. She spots Aguila and practically yells, "Comrade," from the mock battle, then grabs the seat right beside him while Kanata's brain is still spinning over the fact that every fighter from that battle is now in the same class, and Anise slides into her spot with a bright smile that only makes Kanata squirm. Their faces are so close they almost touch. Anise leans in and hisses right into his ear that she's come for him, saying his name like only her audience should know, and doesn't that make his eyes blow wide with pure, shaking terror? The eerie encounter rattles him to the core, and later, as Kanata crosses the school, Aguila suddenly calls him out on duty, meaning he's got to grab the materials from the staff room. Right then, Alphana pops up with a bright grin, says she's on duty too, and offers to help. She winks and snatches that heavy stack of documents right out of his hands. Side by side, Alphana grins and teases him, asking if he's mad that the Saintess is dumping all this work on him. Then she jokes that if she were on duty, it'd surely shoot Canada's reputation through the roof. Caught off guard, he blurts that her teasing is going to land them both in serious trouble. Back in the classroom, Anise instantly becomes the talk of the room. She's cracking jokes and laughing with Ron, Thomas, and a bunch of the other girls. From his desk, Kanata glares in disbelief, watching her slide so fast into the crowd. He tries to drown out the noise by locking onto his book, but then Anise pops up at his desk, cheery as ever, asking if he's enjoying it, and the moment he doesn't look up, her smile vanishes, and she snaps that he can't keep ignoring everyone, ordering him to come talk with the group and putting him on the spot. Right when he thinks he's got a moment to breathe, his friends crowd in, cheering as they warmly welcome Anise, gushing about how smoothly she and Kanata click, and how locked in their teamwork looks until Anise leans right into him, eyes sharp, and declares she can sense a hunter in his blood, asking if his outer defenses are cracking, because to everyone else she's just the stunning, popular girl. But Kanata knows the truth is way darker and far more complicated. The second class ends. He tries to slip out quietly, but his niece cuts him off, claiming they've finally got a moment alone and pushing him into a real talk. Perched with playful confidence on a statue pedestal, Kanata's overwhelmed, and all he can do is stammer weakly as he protests. He fires off the reason he's racing back to the capital, because when he snapped back after the match, she was already gone, and his words hit his niece like a slap. Her face falls apart, tears spill into her wide eyes, and she cries that he can't just leave without a real goodbye, not after they even had dinner planned. Her panic snaps into full-on fury. She yanks him close and demands answers. Why won't he show his real identity to her follower, FaZe? She throws back his promise, reminding him she vowed to guard his secret, and he's caught completely off guard by how intense she gets. Kanata can only squeeze out a shaky, "Thanks." He tries to calm her down, telling her she's drawing all the wrong eyes and begging her to help keep his peaceful school life intact. Then he blurts that he has to chase his dream, and a flustered niece snaps into agreement fast, promising he'll see her tomorrow. He finally slips out before she can stop him. Safe back in his room, he fires up his stream, holds up a book his viewers begged him to show, and admits the twist behind the childhood friend's real identity genuinely blew him away. Then he grins and promises to read every page with them, even while confessing he hasn't gotten to the end yet. As he dives into the pages, a donation alert suddenly dings right from that mysterious princess, demanding he drop everything and read her book. Instead, he lets out a heavy sigh and blurts, "So my own reading doesn't matter anymore." And while he doesn't see a thing, Maria watches a live stream, her face lighting up with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Anise fires up a stream and watches the comments explode across the screen, her face darkening fast. Then she clamps her hands together, seething with a vow to protect Kanata, while her shadow lashes across the wall and morphs into something monstrous. Next morning, a sleep-deprived Canada trudged towards school, while his friends ahead were buzzing about a cute girl and who she might be there for until Canada turned and his drowsiness vanished, because Anise was standing right there, smiling and calling out a bright, "Good morning, Canada." She tells him she stayed put exactly because he begged her to protect his school life. And now that she's taking his promise seriously, she marches right beside him to the school doors while he's stuck lugging a pile of books on his own. With a crushing stack of papers in his arms, Kanata runs straight into Anise. She snaps that if a mob like him tries to get close to her, jealousy will roar in and bullying will follow, so he'd better keep his distance for his own sake. Kanata's caught off guard, and he even stares like, "Wait, what do you mean dignity?" Right then, she snaps her tone, grabs his arm, and beams that she'll freeze any damp troublemaker who comes near him so he can finally rest, leaving Kanata totally flustered by how close she's getting. In the back, Ron and Thomas are watching Ron steps in to greet him, while Thomas can't help but point out how kind his niece seems to be for jumping in to help. Maria's friend gets comically shoved aside as they watch the chaos, and she leans in, stunned by Anise's slick talking. Then she flicks her eyes toward Canada, thinking, "I like Thomas, but what if Canada hits harder?" Yeah. Denise whips around to her friends and offers them the meal ticket she snagged from her father's business partner, then pushes the idea of a lunch hangout since school's letting out early. Meanwhile, a dejected Canada slumps in the background like she's been left behind. But she doesn't let him fade. She turns, shoves a ticket into his hands, and tells him to give it everything. And the moment she does, Kanata's hit with a sudden jolt of memory, like a glimpse from a life he swears he lived before. He hooks back up with Ron and Thomas, and they start needling him because apparently girls love the thrill of falling for someone else's romance. Then Canada finally clicks some people don't even mean to, yet they can still steamroll a whole social scene, just like Anise did. Right before his brain can catch up, his niece and her friends swoop in and haul him away. He's totally overwhelmed, cheeks blazing, staring like, "How did we jump to this?" He just came to stream. Then after he became the MVP in a mock battle, now he's getting dragged straight to a beef bowl restaurant. While the others watch from afar, Maria and Alfana are livid, Alfana snapping that this is an emergency, and Maria shaking with fury, demanding why Canada's acting so friendly like he already knows another girl, before she swears she'll never forgive it. Outside the restaurant, Anise beams and gushes about how delicious everything was, while Canada slumps on the ground, completely wiped out, stunned that he couldn't even manage to sit right through the whole meal. Inside, he broods that because of her, he couldn't even taste his food. As he talks, Anise slips in close, spots the mess on his mouth, and right in front of him, wipes it away with one gentle swipe, eyes locked on his, freezing him into total silence. He stammers, trying to wrap his head around that intimate move, while Anise swipes her fingers clean with a lick and tells him his cheek tastes good. Kanata only manages to blush, caught between cute and way too much. And in the back, Maria and Alfana's simmering rage finally hits the boiling point. Kanata's embarrassment doesn't even have time to fade when a blonde student slams both hands on her table and explodes, accusing Kanata of flirting with the girl he's crushing on right in front of him. He rants that he's been swallowing his feelings, got shut down, and now he has to sit there and watch this. Then he grabs Kanata by her tunic, yanks her closer, and snarls that he'll finish ruining his meal by venting his anger on him. Right before he can even move, his body locks up. Ice snaps over him so fast he can barely breathe, and he yelps as his limbs go numb. Canada stares, frozen in shock, when Anise suddenly slips between them. She wears a face of razor-cold fury, glares at the trapped student, and vows she'll shield Canada because he has no clue who he just picked a fight with. Without thinking twice, she yanks Kanata by the arm and drags him out of there, leaving everyone else gaping at the frozen guy. Kanata panics on the spot, begging her to stop, because if her cover as an exchange student gets blown, her move could spark a full-on international incident. And right behind them, the ice-encased student finally fractures and shatters. She yanks him outside onto a quiet walkway, and Anise spins back with a bright smile, telling him she's glad he followed her. Kanata isn't buying any of it, arms locked across his chest. He snaps right at her, saying her behavior for the past 2 days has been nothing but erratic and demanding, and he wants answers. What's her real objective? She blurts out that the only reason she showed up was to see him no more, no less. Anise admits she had to scramble for a student visa that lasted just 1 week, but she still drove herself to make it in time. He stays suspicious and says, if she just wanted to see you, she could have sent 1 trip to the Empire and it'd be done. Then he presses, hard, on why she can't let him go. That question absolutely shatters Anise. Her expression twists with pain as she blurted out that the princess and the saintess can find him anytime they want. Then she snaps, demanding to know why she, the one at the very top, keeps getting shut out. Jealousy bursts out of her as she spills what she thinks is going on, and she tells Kanata she's sure that after his streams wrap, it's just him alone with Maria and Alfana. Anise practically paints the picture in her head, seeing Kanata in his streamer persona while Heian gets sweetly kissed by both of them, acting like they're always wrapped up together. But right behind the scene, the real Maria and Alfana have already shown up listening in, their faces frozen in pure shock. She gets more and more worked up, her voice climbing higher as she rants about the injustice, rage practically spilling out of her. Then she turns on Heian, demanding how someone like him could pull that kind of move, calling it a straight-up betrayal. Kanata is hit with the accusation out of nowhere, and all he can do is stammer, totally lost and staring at the world like it just flipped upside down. Her fierce rage crumples into desperate pleading. Anise drops to her knees and clamps her hands around his, begging him to be intimate with her too. She blurts that she's wanted to be his first woman for ages, swearing he can't turn her down after she's held back for so long. Then she clasps her hands tight and pleads again, leaving Kanata completely frozen and speechless. He froze on the spot, utterly stunned, as Anise dropped to her knees and begged him, swearing that while everyone else might turn on him someday, she would be the one who never did. Maria and Alfana sat on the sidelines, staring in disbelief as it all played out. Her stare locked onto him, and Anise practically blurted that nobody could ever compare to her love. She swore she was the perfect match, adorable, ready to learn how to cook for him, and willing to do anything just to make him happy. Her sharp words knocked the air out of Kanata, flustered, tongue-tied, unable to speak. While he scrambled to make sense of what she just declared, Maria spun toward Alfana, her voice shaking as she blurted out the real question. What on earth could Anise's request even be? Clasping her hands tightly in his, Anise shot him a desperate look, eyes blazing as she blurted out, "That's my request, please. Make me your girlfriend." Then she swore she'd pour her whole life into making his heart happy. She surged closer until her face was just inches from his, her warm breath brushing his skin, and Kanata's cheeks burned sweat trickling down his brow while she purred, "You're a boy, Kanata. Aren't you curious what a girl can do?" While she clutches a stack of documents, Canada digs into Nice's earlier declaration. He demands to know what she meant by protecting his dignity. Nice shoots him a stern look and snaps that if a guy like him, the kind a crowd turns on, gets too close to her, he'll get dragged into bullying and jealousy, so she's telling him to back off for his own good. She yanks him in out of nowhere, presses her face right up against his with a too-close smile, and promises bright as can be that she'll freeze any insolent fool who dares. So yeah, he shouldn't worry. Kanata is visibly rattled by how intense she is, and behind them, Ron and Thomas catch him at the gate, grinning as they tease him about how sweet Anise is for stepping in to help. As Anise walked, one of her friends snapped out a comment about how slick and smooth she's being, like she's got someone's charm to blame. Then the friend shot a look at the group and thought, sure, Thomas is fun, but is she starting to like Anata even more? Hands Kanata a pair of meal tickets and tells her she got them from one of her father's business partners. Right then, her friends start clapping in, saying they should cash them in for lunch because school's ending early, but Kanata just looks utterly wiped out under the spotlight. Coils in the offer, and then bam, realization hits like lightning. He remembers something from a past life. Behind him, Ron and Thomas roar for Nissan, chanting and cheering her on. Thomas fires back, "What's in it for me?" And Ron leans in like, "Trust me, girls love seeing romance spark and grow." Then the moment clicks. Thomas realizes he's been steering this whole thing without even noticing, and Anise is absolutely thrilled. With the whole crew closing in, Kanata feels crushed, overwhelmed to the core. He was just the MVP of the mock battle and meant to keep streaming, but now Anise is practically yanking him along, bubbling with excitement like she can already taste the meal they're about to share. Just as she's about to push forward, another student steps in this brand new heroine with a hard, stern stare. Then she storms up and rips into Anise. She demands to know what's going on, like it's some twisted test meant to put her on the spot. And Anise snaps back with a glare, saying Kanata is only being shy, and she isn't about to let this interruption slide. Later, Kanata slumps on the ground outside a restaurant while his niece stands over him, grinning and praising the meal like it was the best ever, while he can't even figure out why he couldn't manage to sit down right. Deep inside, he realizes that thanks to her, he can't taste a single thing. Anise clocks a crumb at the corner of his mouth and leans in close. Then with one soft puff of air, she blows it away, her face sweet and calm, leaving Kanata frozen in shocked, sudden, quiet intimacy. He flushes with embarrassment as Anise licks a crumb off her fingers and jokes about the taste of his cheek, but their moment gets ripped apart when a blonde-haired Stewie erupts with a furious shout. Enraged, the student yanks him by the collar and blurts out that he'd been flirting with a girl who had a crush on Canada, then rants that she got rejected because of Canada. And now that she's seen him act so at ease, he's about to take that frustration out on him. Right as the aggressor tries to strike again, a sudden splash of water slams into him, and his whole body locks up instantly. He freezes in shock while Anise steps forward with icy eyes, swearing she'll keep Canada safe from any nuisance. She snatches Canada's hand and yanks him out right as a frozen student is left behind, and the onlookers go, "Oh!" in stunned murmurs. Panic hits him hard because if anyone finds out Anise and an exchange student got mixed up, it could spark a full-blown international incident. He begs her to stop, insisting the guy will thaw soon enough. She grabs a calm spot on the walkway and beams at him, thrilled he came along. Then he plows right through the small talk, bluntly saying her behavior for the last 2 days has been off, and pressing her for her real motive. She tells him she was chasing this meeting with everything she had, but because she was rushing nonstop, she couldn't land a long-term student visa, so she's been grinding herself to the edge, and now she's got just 1 week left. He's baffled. Why can't she just meet the princess and the saintess to win that trip to the Empire, since they're always at the academy? Her mood snaps into anger as she fires back that if anyone can't meet them, it's not her. It's the top student like herself. She spills why that wild rumor about streamer Hayne dating both the princess and the saintess started, then practically paints the picture of them swooning over him after every stream, while Hayne just sits there with a grimace as the other students keep trading the same gossip. Frustration detonates in her throat. She erupts in a furious shout, furious that Hayne might feel superior, and she demands to know what makes him so special. All he can do is freeze and stare, stunned by her explosive outburst. Her rage evaporates in an instant, and she drops to her knees in front of him, sobbing that it's not fair. Then she begs for just one request, swearing it'll be easy, even pleading for his health. He just watches as his niece stays kneeling and fires up the 2 girls beside her. She swears that everyone else might someday turn on Hayne, but not her, because her feelings for him run deeper than anyone's, and she'll never be replaced. Then she snaps her focus right back to Kanata and keeps pleading, saying she's cute enough, and she'll even learn to cook for Hayne. She swears she's strong, ready to bend, and if it takes it, she'll walk 1 step behind him just to stay with him. He goes quiet for a beat, soaking in her desperate pitch, then finally snaps back with one question: what exactly does this favor mean? She lunges forward and grabs both his hands, then looks up at him with pleading eyes and blurts her request make her his girlfriend Haynes, because if he says yes, she'll guard his happiness for his entire life. Her grip tightens as she leans in until she's just inches from Kanata's face. He flushes hard, completely thrown off by how close she is. Then she whispers, asking him, since he's a boy, if he isn't curious about all the things only girls know. In the neon-lit streets of the city, Anise sits and lets the small kindnesses hit her like a wave. How at a company dinner someone stepped in, pulled her away from a harassing section chief, and flip the whole conversation, earning instant praise from a superior, and she realizes every single one of those moments has been quietly stacking up in her heart. The moment slams into action. She snatches Kanata by the tie and drags him into the spotlight, staring daggers as she blurts out what he feels. He freezes, stunned, and she can't help thinking, is this really the kind of cheesy old movie scene? She's totally stunned when a glowing crystal suddenly appears in her hands, cheeks burning bright, and she blurts that he doesn't have to be so formal, because yeah, she's happy, but she still has to apologize. Kanata just freezes, staring like he's missing something, wondering why she'd even say sorry in the first place. Her pleasant smile crumbles, and pure fury snaps into her voice as she demands to know if it's her face he can't stand. Then she shoves her own anger at him, barking that he needs to look at her right. Out of nowhere, a spiked knuckle duster swings into view, and she tells him flat out to take his off because things are different. Now she's done with being just a student, and he'll feel that change. Kanata clutching a marriage registration form like it's priceless, he blurts out, completely flustered, that he's finally ready to make his long-cherished dream real, marry the very first person he dates, and build a happy family together. With that lesson in his heart, he drops into a deep bow to his niece and offers a real sincere apology, then admits he won't jump into a relationship on a whim, insisting he has to learn every part of her first before he can ever say yes. His apology doesn't earn understanding. It sparks sinister glee. Instead, Anice's hands start crackling with a strange, wild energy as she grins menacingly, brushing his excuses off like they're nothing but a nuisance. Glowing hands slam together into a massive, ornate scythe, and she tells Kanata the Haitian Sama he fell for was just her online mask, not the real man. Then she jokes that the real Kanata's maternal instincts are weirdly ticklish, before promising she'll make him understand her someday. She yanks him by the collar and screams that this foolish pig belongs on a shipping cart to the market, then locks eyes with him and demands to know, "Are you a psycho or a masochist?" Her grip clamps down as her face goes stone cold, serious. Then she leans in close and fires the question straight at him. Does he really think Kanata and Heshin Sama are two different people? She leaned in until her face was just inches from his, drove her point home, and made it clear his streamer act and the real him were the exact same, because you can't be caught off guard. He only managed to stammer, begging her to explain what she meant. She hissed, coiled tight, yelling that he was wrong because he was nothing more than Haitian. He snapped back that people naturally slip into different masks, depending on who's in front of them. Family, lovers, friends, even enemies, and that every side adds up to their real charm. Unmoved, Anice coolly just cut through his rant and told him to calm down. Then, in the very next heartbeat, she slammed down her new technique. Ice prison crystalline bars blasted out of the ground and locked him inside. Trapped in that brutal ice cage, he hurled a desperate fire spell only for the flames to sputter, weakly dying against the enchanted frost. Anice stepped up to the bars, scythe heavy in her grip, and pointed out that his magic reserves were huge, but his technique still wasn't there. Then her patience snapped. She told him they were done with this and that they'd finally have their long, slow talk. Just as the niece lunged in, a brand new figure snapped into the way Mira Blade held his ground, warned Kanata to stay back, then flashed a small smile and said, "I'm Mira, your official bodyguard. I'll be with you for the night shift." Confusion hit hard. While Anice was tumbling away in the background, Mira hurried to apologize for the last recorded stream, but Kanata waved it off, told her to forget it all, and thanked her for helping, even as a million questions burned in his head about why she'd shown up at his home. He snapped that if he kept going like this, he'd be late for his own stream. Meanwhile, across from them, his niece was coming back to her senses, ordering Mira not to mess with her date and calling her a pest. Kanata, fed up, blasted that he had to get ready for dinner and promised the niece he'd see her. Unbeknownst to the trio, every word of that clash was watched from afar, and Maria's friend and Maria themselves just froze in shock. One blurts out, "So this means you'll be a mistress," while Maria, horrified, demands, "Are you sure you really saw my confession?" Anise pushed the group forward and said they were headed for lunch when, out of sheer luck, they bumped into Mira as she came back from her part-time job. Mira swore she'd been watching in silence, but her patience snapped, calling what she was about to do self-defense. Right then, Maria shot back that they shouldn't trust enemy intel or put faith in Kanata. She snapped into a desperate lunge at Mira, but Mira effortlessly swatted the strike aside, and Anise burst out laughing, so impressed by Myra's power that she hurried in to make Myra stop dodging and fight for real. Mira let her sword sag with pure exhaustion, and Anise, copying her, casually kicked her weapon aside. Anise leaned in and tapped Mira's stomach lightly, and the bodyguard doubled over in shock. Then Anise praised her, as Maria's friends stared in pure disbelief. The truth hit hard the second Mira dropped her guard. It was over. The grind of her night shift crushed her, and the sheer relief of seeing Kanata safe finally broke her. So by the time Maria's crew rolled up, Mira had already collapsed. Denise clocked that she'd stolen her opponent's attention, then zeroed in on Mira like, "You're the one I saved for last." And with a smug wave, she snapped back to the chaos, calling out for Mira, while everyone else tried to get her back. Turn all your focus to Maria and her companion. Anise wears a cold, confident smirk. Maria's eyes sting with angry tears as she vows she'll make sure her own happiness and Myris's too come true, and Anise only shrugs it off, telling her to just watch from the sky. Then she snapped into action. Bam! A massive scythe forged itself into her hands, and she swore she'd make Maria regret stalking Canada, grinning like she couldn't wait to enjoy it for Maria too. Power hits like thunder as Anise and Maria trade punches, the air screaming with every impact. Maria pants hard, trying to keep up, but Anise looks downright thrilled, saying it's finally time to call it a day, and that sparring with someone with real strength is the best kind of fun. And right nearby, Mira watches the showdown, because only allies can't bring it down on the ground, at least not yet. From his room, Kanata leans in and watches the stream like it's a lifeline, only to clock that Anise and Mira are still going at it. Then he notices it. Mira's actually pairing up with Anise, stepping in to help her when it counts. Right beside him, a bruised, battered Lisa grits her teeth and clenches her fists, yelling that Anise is a monster, way worse than anyone's been saying. He leans toward his monitor, then shoots one last quiet command to his viewers. He whispers that, if they can, they should drop everything and stop. Anise snaps into action and catches Maria's strike with zero effort. Then she tells her, straight up, to go take a bath, get some sleep, and be ready for tomorrow. The two turn and leave, but Mira, who'd been sprawled out dead still on the ground, suddenly jerks upright, yawns huge, stretches, and mutters that she slept great, then wonders what's going on. Anise and Maria decide that since their streamer told them to, they'll scatter for the day. On the third day of the exchange program, life at the academy keeps firing on all cylinders, and Anise can't escape the non-stop, eagle-eyed watching of Princess Maria and Saintess Lisa. During a meal, Lisa tries to feed Canada, but Anise snaps in like, "Nope, you're not taking him away," and steals the food back, insisting she wants to eat with him too, while Maria just sits there, silently fuming. The fourth day hits, and another after-school showdown kicks off, this time in a hidden spot where pride is the prize, and the clash explodes so hard it topples a massive rock formation, while Mira watches from safety and realizes, plain as day, that Maria and the others are getting crushed. On the fifth day, a weird new routine has taken over Kanata and his crew cut through the halls, and there it is, Anise and Maria strolling arm in arm, while Lisa hangs right behind them, strolling straight toward the clueless students, looking like gorgeous academy flowers completely blind to the savage rivalry brewing underneath. After school on day 6, the fight doesn't even slow down. Anise's breathing turns sharp, yet she still fires off real compliments, admitting that in just a few days, their moves have leveled up hard. Maria, catching her breath too, nods along. They've truly gotten stronger. From across the room, the brand new heroine sits right beside Lisa and blurts out, wondering how Kanata can stay so calm, surrounded by girls this gorgeous. Then Lisa's face hardens as she recalls how she's dealt with them for days. She finally turns to the new heroine and snaps that getting praise like that feels amazing, and that she wouldn't mind if she praised Kanata too. After training, the group finally sinks into a break, cheeks burning, and Mira strikes a huge pose with a grin so wide it's basically a challenge. She yells that sure, she might look like a total airhead, but she's actually great. And the moment she says it, Anise, Maria, and Lisa all flush bright red from pure second-hand embarrassment. The comment hits and instant chaos erupts. Miro spins around, cheeks puffed with fury, demanding to know what makes her an airhead and insisting they buy her tea. Anise leans toward Maria and admits, under her breath, that she totally agrees. Maria blushes and admits she's jealous of how blunt Anise can be, while Lisa just silently gives the same vibe. She watches the gang bicker and laugh like nothing else. And it hits her. Kanata has grown so close to them, they treat him like he belongs, like he's on the same level. Anise can't believe the ruckus is so normal, but she figures it's only natural being a transfer student and being a saintess. The way people treat you just won't be the same. The whole vibe turns electric when Maria yanks Anise's face toward her and snaps. You want a real fight? Fine, I'll give you one. Lisa and Mira erupt from the sidelines, cheering, like they can't believe the spectacle unfolding right in front of them. Roughhousing dies down, and the talk takes a sharp turn. Mira admits there are all kinds of feelings, and though she loves being a guard, she's never once felt the urge to sneak off and get all worked up about someone while he's gone. That line jolts Maria and Anise, and they practically shout at the same time. So is this the first time? And you can tell they're sniffing out a brand new crush. That little talk hits Lisa hard. She suddenly remembers how her strength always set her apart from everyone else, and how she'd convinced herself it was easier and more fun to go solo than to squeeze in with people she saw as weaker. Then it all clicks in an instant. Her obsession didn't start out of nowhere. She began watching his streams, and right then, that fixation took root. The playful brawl finally ends with the niece sprawled on the ground, breathing hard, but grinning like she's daring the world to doubt her because she swears she hasn't lost. As everyone watches, Maria leans in and murmurs that back in the Empire, she has no friends at all. Her words light a spark in her niece, and that fun, playful mask vanishes the second she shoots out a trembling hand, eyes burning with pure desperation as she blurts, "I don't want to go back to the Empire," then freezes, shocked by her own outburst, and admits her thoughts are a total wreck. Right then, the brand new heroine steps into view, clutching a cross, and flashes them a warm smile, offering a place in a group that supports Haiyan, no matter who you are or where you're from. Mira, Maria, and Anise are hit so hard by the offer that they can't even find words. With a fierce, determined look, Anise tells Maria and the new heroine, "We're companions now, we can share everything." And the new heroine chimes in, "We meet regularly, we're packing serious combat power, and there's still so much to learn, so no one's going to be lonely." She signals her answer yes, she'll join them, but the second her eyes lock in, that competitive spark ignites, and she snaps that once she's grown, she'll turn into a wonderful woman who'll outshine Anise, calling her a fool for accidentally helping a rival. The room went dark, thick with a shared, menacing focus, and they finally managed to lock away a deadly element. While the new heroine made a hard vow to herself, Maria may be her friend, but Maria is too close to his heart, and these meetings are the only way to keep her under control. On the final day of the study abroad trip, Kanata strolls beside Maria and looks back at that wild, turbulent week. Then he blurts out an apology for losing his focus during the back half of their time together. Maria reassures him, it's okay, but her words trail off like she's holding something back. Stares at the three girls huddled close, whispering like they're plotting something, and can't help wondering how they clicked so fast. Then panic spikes, sweat pouring down his brow as he frets they'll spot him tailing them all the way to the castle town. The goodbye moment slams in Anise waves farewell, hugging a stuffed animal like it's her lifeline, thinking she'd be hated if Ron ever found out. Right then, Faze bursts in, saying he came to pick her up, and Anise blurts his name. Brother Faze bows deeply to Kanata and the new heroine, thanking them for keeping his wild sister in check. then tells them to make sure they entertain her if they ever come to the Empire, watching as the siblings roll out together in a carriage. Right when they're about to step out, Anise rockets back in and clamps onto Kanata's hand so hard he jerks like, "What are you doing?" She snaps that she'll handle it for now, brushes off his gentleman act, calls him a pervert, and admits, "I can't help it." She scoots in so close, her breath is on his skin, and drops a vow the next time they meet. She'll grind until she's the kind of charming girl who can make him fall head over heels, and she dares him not to run Maria, and the brand new heroine just stand there, frozen, staring in shocked silence. Her challenge rings out, then Anise bolts past, laughing like she already won. The new heroine yanks Maria close, saying they'll let it slide this time, because Anise is just a brat. Yet this whole mess was pointless for everyone. Then they sprint off together. In that fancy room, FaZe leans in and lays out the plan to Anise tomorrow. They'll run a mock battle with the rest of the Empire. He tells her straight up that winning everyone's trust won't happen overnight, but he swears this is her chance to learn how the whole team moves, and maybe, just maybe, snag a few friends along the way. He sinks back into the sofa, smiling like the weight's finally lifted, because for the first time he's seen Anise focus on a real boy, not just the streamer mask, and it hits him. This could be the moment she takes a hard look at her own choices and grows for real. But while Faye saw an easy road to growing up, Anise got hit by a brutal awakening. She'd always leaned on her brother like he was the answer, until it all clicked. What would push her forward wasn't him, it was Kanata, and the moment she grasped that, Anise started spiraling, desperate to understand why he mattered, like a shadowy energy tore out of her soul. Under a blazing full moon, her carriage rolls out that night while Seabass whips the horses on. Anise stares into the dark, trying to sort out her feelings for the streamer, and realizing that she and Faye are finally in this together, and right in the foreground, a sign flashes to confirm the day's stream is officially over. She slips into the moment and can't quite decide, all while he sleeps like a rock, so she reaches out and with one calm move shuts down Faye's whole burst of excitement. Then she realizes the truth underneath it all. No matter what's real or what's happening on a stream, she stays the same. And that's when she hits her own conclusion. Every side of her isn't a flaw. It's exactly what makes her irresistible. Other words still haunt Canada's mind, because this whole experience built around Anise's golden words hit his Yandere listeners like a shockwave, and now the support group is exploding in numbers. Maria, still rattled and distressed, and the new heroine, both pushing harder and getting more unhinged with every monstrous bit of devotion. In a remote video chat, Kanata leans in and asks Shrausa if she still thinks about the moment he proposed to her in a field of flowers. Then her warm, knowing smile says it all as she promises, "Of course I do." Ever since that day, Shrausa has been grinding away in the demon realm, reshaping the soil so she can finally bloom her own flower field, and she's recruited Kanata's mom, Meza, a real farmer, to help Meza watches closely. And you know what? With Shrausa's guidance, the ground is already bouncing back. Mesa holds up a basket packed with a mysterious weed, and Shroudza can't stop himself from asking what it is. Mesa starts off by saying she wants to use honorifics for her husband's mother, but Shroudza waves it off, no formalities. They're friends. Then Mesa leans in and reveals the plant is Hebage Bobo, a demon realm weed, and just one whiff can knock you into a drunken-like haze. Mesa yanks one of the weeds up for a closer look. Then a terrified shriek rips out of her, and she flails her hands like she's trying to tear the plant away. Garura shows up right as Mesa says the weed could actually be medicine. Then Mesa pushes the idea of donating it to the church or a medical facility to make the discovery believable, and Shrauser nods along meanwhile. Garura leans in and sniffs the Hebage Bobo with cautious suspicion. Right then, it hits him. He blurts out that the gorgeous woman in front of him is exactly his type. And as he wipes the sweat off his brow, Maisa calmly tells him she's Kanata's mother. The news detonates Garura's calm, right as Maisa beams in and tells him she's his friend. He snaps in pure despair and screams that she's already married. Dejected, he declares he's going to bed and drags himself away, while Mezzo watches him vanish, caught by how dead serious his face looks as he leaves. A few days later, the new heroine shows up to report to Alphana, then confirms she already contacted the hospital and tells Alphana to watch the Hebok Bobo closely since it looks non-addictive, even though it was left sitting unattended on a desk. Then Kanata yanks the door open and shouts for Alphana, only to find her plus a brand new heroine looming over a huge unconscious body on the floor, and the heroine snaps that he can't go in because some cursed human repellent magic is already in full effect. He watches the new heroine just stand there, stunned, while Alphana, clutching a dandelion-like flower, breaks into a satisfied smile, thinking to herself this is going to be a blast after finishing her official duties and her part-time job, and then Kanata stares at the basket piled high with plants and snaps to the truth. They're dandelions. Our brand new heroine lurches forward with a flower behind her ear and another dangling in her mouth, eyes spinning from the shock as she blurts, "Is everyone okay? Did anyone get hurt?" Right as she starts to drop, Canada snags a whiff of that nostalgic scent and blurts out a warning, "Don't bring your nose anywhere near it." Then click, a door swings open and a worried attendant leans in, asking if the Saintess is okay. Before anyone can answer, Alphana's face suddenly lights up, her whole vibe flipping into pure, sparkling cheer. The attendant hears that loud thud and blurts, "What was that?" right as Alphana laughs off her own wildly changed atmosphere. On the floor, the new heroine lies out cold, and when Kanata realizes the flower's bite was deadly, he snaps at the attendant to get help fast, saying the scent knocked her down because she's genetically weak to alcohol. Before Kanata can even fully register what's happening, Alphana rockets across the space between them, her smile turning slick, sly, and way too possessive. Then she straight up declares, the new heroine is down, so Kanata is hers as her partner. From the floor, the new heroine can only weakly choke out that she doesn't have the strength to hold the Saintess back, and that's when a brutal realization hits Kanata. Alphana gets insanely clingy when she's drunk. Alphana barrels into Kanata and demands, face to face, why he's been dodging her just to talk with Anise, then snaps that everything's gone sideways since Anise came back. Kanata stammers out an apology, but Alphana yanks his face up, eyes blazing, and orders him to look at her. Only her. Titan lunges into him, arms locked tight as she clings with a jealous, possessive pout, and somehow Kanata can't help thinking, with absolute dread, that this insanely intense jealousy is dangerously cute. Then everything changes. Alphana's focus snaps to a tiny rabbit, and her whole vibe flips to pure sweetness as she offers it a carrot. Canada scrambles to win his Alphana back, but she shuts him out completely, lost in soft coos at the little creature. When she looks back at him, her face twists into a jealous glare, and she openly dares him to spill these intense feelings of hers to everyone watching, making Kanata's whole body tense up. Suddenly, a scream rips through the air, and the world flips to a live stream. On it, Alphana beams, like this is great, standing there with a buff follower, bragging that they're broadcasting their friendly time for everyone to watch. Kanata freezes in horror, shouting that this is the worst move she could make, pure, full betrayal. The stream cuts to Alphana, perched on top of a pinned Canada like she just won the war. While the chat erupts, people yell, "I'm done." Others rage out in furious caps, and some even praise the betrayal, like it's a sport through it all. Alphana stays icy and asks, straight up, what the audience thinks of it. A sudden thought flickers. What would everyone do if this happened? Maria would probably snap and punch the nearest wall in pure frustration, while Myra, the veteran, would let the ordeal crush her spirit. The moment of thought gets ripped apart when Alphana sinks her teeth into Canada's shoulder. He yelps that she's gone too far. Then she jerks back with eyes wide and unhinged, swearing that since the entertainment for the masses has gone too adult, she's going to make him understand face to face. He clutches his wounded shoulder as she casually names the bite a capture mark, then flashes a chilling smile and tells him that every time those tooth marks show up, he'll be dragged back to her, so this moment will never, ever vanish. To seal it, she leans in and calls him a pervert. She closes the gap until their faces are mere inches apart, then whispers a sweet, terrifying request, asking him where he wants to be bitten next. The door to the room creaks open, and Lady Shrausa whips around to face Garura, telling her she was just yanked out of what she was doing when her subordinate, Alfana, called her, and then she gestures for Garura to come in. Garura freezes, baffled, asking why Kanata is suddenly with her. Shrausa waves it off as nothing but a coincidence, but you can hear the doubt in her voice as she wonders where they should go next. Just before anyone can get a word in, Alfana crashes through the doorway, her face blazing with love-struck madness, and blurts that her big sister has to let her join whatever's going on. Then she immediately barrels into Canada and tackles him to the floor, crushing him under her full force. The doors swing open with a bang, and Shrausa and Garura jolt hard as their silhouettes go rigid, stunned by the wild chaos happening right in front of them. With the two older demons stepping in, things finally get under control. Kanata sprawled on the floor, completely wiped out, drowned in soft, dandelion-like fluff, while Alfana sits primly nearby, swearing she remembers nothing. He insists, no matter how you spin it, he's the one who got assaulted. The next day, Alfana skips the academy. Everyone says she's laid up with a brutal hangover. On a bright sunny day off from school, Kanata snaps into motion and lays out his plan. He's riding that fresh energy hard, announcing he's going to start recruiting recommendations for a brand new book. On his way to the school library, the one place he swears feels like a safe haven, he finds a student librarian with short, light-toned hair buried in a book, glaring like his footsteps are an interruption. But with the school's weird mash-up setup of high school and university classes, he's got those strange little pockets of free time to spare, so he strides closer and calls out, "Tsutsuri-senpai." He rips himself up from her book mid-sentence as he breaks down what's going on. Then a huge crowd of students surges in, all desperate to get their hands on the very book he just teased on his stream, and the whole place hums with pure, electric anticipation behind us. Suri blurts that the book he mentioned just got stalked. She even holds up a copy and admits it's the 5th time in a month this has happened. Kanata's cheeks burn as he fumbles, asking if he can finally cash in his right of gratitude, and now he's wondering what's inside that book. She leans in and tells him she's got a favor to pull this weekend. There's an event, but her sister can't make it because of urgent business, so Tsutsuri grabs Kanata and asks him to step in for her, selling it like a part-time job to make up for his total lack of brains. Nodding without hesitation, he throws up a confident thumbs up. This capital city event is exactly the kind of gold he needs for his next stream. Tsutsuri looks visibly relieved and blurts out that she'll make sure he keeps his word. On the morning of the event, Kanata and his male friends stride through the city streets, and he can't stop wondering what kind of help will Suri's sister really need. Friend clocked his nerves and shoved a tiny pouch into his hands for good measure. Kanata grabbed it and muttered, "Do I really need this?" A young woman with long, dark twin tails strides up and introduces herself as Satsu, Tsutsuri's younger sister. Then she bows politely. Kanata's friend immediately whispers about how adorable she is, and Satsu offers to guide them, so the three set off together. She rolled in with Kanata to the chaotic venue chairs flipped over everywhere, boxes still half unpacked, and as her nerves buzzed, she clasped her hands and laid out the truth about her part-time job. She needed his help selling her creations at her booth. Kanata, staring at the mess, suddenly remembered their earlier talk about someone who wanted to publish a book, and the whole puzzle snapped together with dawning horror. Then everything snapped to her. She fired a question at Kanata. "So what are you selling?" He didn't hesitate. He shoved a book into her hands. The cover hit hard, an orc and a human under the title, "Don't Lose to an Orc, the Ultimate Reconciliation Stream, 90 Minutes. She blushed hard as she admitted it was awkward to show her work to anyone. But writing a book at least once had always been her dream, and she even confessed she'd scribbled it in a rush because a sequel was already mapped out. Then Kanata started reading, and her embarrassment instantly flipped into raw, burning excitement. She basically declared, "This is it. This is proof the streamer and the orc are the most precious, perfect pairing in the entire world." Once her fiery speech ended, she hoisted the book high and swore she'd bring its story to every corner of the event. Then the real truth hit like a thunderclap. That girl was Kanada's upperclassman, Tsutsuri, and she was the author herself. Standing tall behind a mountain of her own copies, she owned the moment, while Kanata barely glanced her way, then turned and walked off, grumbling that he had to use the restroom. A memory crashes back in for Tsutsu as she stares at her current look back in middle school. She pored over her entrance exam results and found out she'd made it into the girls' division, the one place she was sure she didn't belong because her magical power was barely anything. With a flat chest and a build that screamed, "Boy," she was convinced. Yeah, a wild thought hit her hard. Maybe she really was male, so she gripped her cut and paste magic, snipped herself cleanly into a different shape, and used her ability to move and swap her body parts at will, then walked into school as a boy. That's when Remiu the toy maker slumped at her desk, staring at a blank page like it mocked her, freezing up with writer's block for her class assignment. Her mind immediately drifted to a spot sale coming up in just a few months, and boom, an idea hit. If she spun a short story about Hishan, she could churn out enough pages to join the contest. Once her new goals lit a fire in her, she threw herself into the grind, scribbling all day, burning past midnight as the moon climbed, and still camped at her desk when dawn finally hit, buried under a towering pile of fresh paper. 3 weeks before the sale, her quills tore across the page like they meant war, bleeding out a dramatic scene, words snapping into place. "What are you doing, Ursulauda?" she says, then hisses, "Hish," and kisses the orc's neck. The words burst out of her in a frenzied flood, and she disappeared into the raw rush of creation papers whipping through the air as she scribbled, watching from a distance. Satsu realized Rumi was dumping her very soul into that filthy novel about Hishin, and that hit her like a spark. Maybe she should jump into the event too dressed as a girl. Later on, Rumiu, now fully rocking her signature creator outfit, closed in on Satsu and introduced herself as the one running the Hishin online spot sale. Then, just like their last talk, she shoved an invitation and her finished book into Satsu's hands. Right as the flustered Tsutsu blurted, I'm back. She shoved her own gift into the mix, a set of playing cards made just for this venue, then said every single card was packed with original artwork of Hishi. That joyful moment lit up both of them. Rumiya stared at the book Tsutsu had sent, the cover rocking a sweet, simple little drawing that made her beam with approval, and the two creators ended it with a heartfelt high five. On a different island at the same event, Lucia was hunting through the merch stalls, and then she snapped to Lady Straussa, asking if it was really okay to sell items that could help their master. Straussa just clutched her book and shrugged it off. That spot sale magic was exactly the point. She kept flipping through the book, and a sharp thought hit her. Turning delusions into words didn't feel half as horrible as she expected. Then she noticed it. This novel's Hishin didn't match the picture she'd built in her own mind. And as the pages kept turning, one darker, more urgent worry started clawing to the front. A packed venue roars with energy as a line of eager fans, Kanata right in the middle, waits for the doors to open, and a staff member calls out that the general admission gates will be opening soon, urging everyone to stay calm, not rush, and cooperate so the event kicks off smoothly. Elsewhere, Lucia snaps into a sharp salute and tells Canada that, since she's left her mark on his clothes, she'll make it up with her part-time earnings, though secretly she can't wait to jump in, pressing the borrowed shirt to her face and breathing in deeply, with Canada totally clueless. Once Kanata slips into the packed hall, he threads through the rows of booths, hunting for the perfect stuff for his stream, one hip cocked out as he scans the chaos with sharp, thoughtful eyes. Suddenly, it all slams into him. The Hishin-only fan gathering is exploding in full swing, with Rumi Yu proudly showing off her fan novel and merch, Satsu hiding in the crowd watching him shyly, and Lucia hyping her work like it's a mission, and Kanada's face twists with pure shock as he blurts, "What in the world is a Hishin-only event?" 10 minutes before the event kicks off, Kanada slips back to his booth, then Lucia swings in, grinning, and asks if he's done with his business. He grabs his chest, cheeks blazing, and blurts out, stammering through sheer joy, that seeing all the fan art and custom merchandise feels unbelievably amazing. He spills his weird niche crush on orcs and slimes, then shows Lucia the fan art he found this woman tangled up with a tentacled monster, and admits he's not officially part of those drawings, but he's hit hard by them, because they're guarding a secret event. Lucia just watches puzzle, silent. With only 5 minutes left, Kanata whispers the countdown under his breath. Then Isra, an angelic presence, forms behind him and quietly reminds him he isn't just a passenger, he's a prophet too. At the next booth, Lady Shrausa and Lucia get set up and Shrausa's eyes snap to Mira in the crowd. She strides over, calls out, and asks if Mira's staff. Then she turns to her own group, warning them to knock out their last-minute prep before it's too late. Mira looks up, stunned that she's been noticed. She barrels up to their table, grabs 2 books, thanks them like it's a life-or-death favor, shoves her smirk back under the surface, takes his payment, promises she'll put the money to good use later, and tells him to go hype it up to his friends. Elsewhere, Lucia trots up to Shrausa and tells her the event organizer was thrilled to have them there, with the dark-skinned elf and a woman in a sun hat standing right beside her. Then Lucia tilts her head and asks, "So why are you feeling extra smug and showing off those horns today?" Mid-call, Shrausa blurts that demons still aren't welcome on the surface, and the whole vibe feels stiff and awkward like every poster of their circles, and every mention of them makes people tense, even though the attention is pouring in anyway. Behind her, Kana sits at the table, squirming with nerves. Check out the booth. Canada throws his arms up and shouts that he'll buy every last support item. That huge, heart-on-fire promise lights a spark in Shrausa and Lucia, and the 2 lock eyes with pure resolve like, "All right, we've got to grind and protect this spirit." Right then, an announcement blares out. Everything's open now. Kanata and Alfana stand side by side and burst into applause, their faces glowing with pure excitement, because this is finally the moment they've been waiting for. The moment the doors fly open, a thunderous roar crashes through the hall, then this massive crowd surges forward like a blur, screaming for the brand new publications, and even the event official flinches as fans scramble and shove to grab the books they came for. Right as the opening crowd surges, 2 whirlwind customers streak into view before Kanata and Alfana's booth. First, a girl with spiraling glasses slams both hands onto the table, eyes blazing like she's been waiting forever, and instantly orders 2 copies of their brand new book. Having spotted their work in a catalog and counting down the days, Kanata's stunned by how fast it all happened, while Alfana calmly takes the payment and sends her off. Right after sealing their very first purchase, the 2 girls rocket off in a blur, then pop back up a heartbeat later. At the Demon's booth, Kana immediately fires off complaints about how she's got no time for this and official duties to answer to, but Shrausa just shrugs it off, grinning like their loot is about to crown them with endless superiority. Before the smug talk can go on, the 2 swift customers crash in Glass's girl in tow, clutching a note. She declares she's down to just 10 silver coins and came straight for the orc book, and Shrausa's excitement practically explodes.